This is a very interesting and entertaining story about a young man who wanted to become the king of the runes. His courage knew no bounds. This guy was a real warrior who fought monsters. This is just one of the runic monsters. And these are rune stones, which we will also talk about today. And you will learn about this in more detail. This is a world, dear friends, dominated by monsters, where the strong rule, and those with a rune spirit of more than 60% have a chance to become a rune master. As for our hero, his rune spirit is only 27%. He fights and shoots various evil spirits and monsters. But he doesn't just want to be a rune master. Our hero strives for more. He wants to become a real king of the runes. Every day the guy has to fight giant monsters. He is well physically and athletically built, shoots perfectly from air guns with a laser sight. The city in which all this is happening is in complete chaos. Abandoned and destroyed houses from explosions are terrifying. Huge wild rats, angry and hungry. With big teeth and red eyes, they run around the city and eat everything they can eat. These rats are everywhere and eat corpses. The rats crawl all around the corpse, climb on it, and begin to gnaw it from all sides. They do it greedily and squeak all over the street. The main danger to rats comes from large birds of prey. While the rats are gnawing on the corpses, birds are already hunting them. They grab with powerful paws and claws and carry them to their nest. But even big birds are hunted every minute. A huge bird rains from above, covering almost half the sky. Its scale is frightening. And now this huge bird attacks a smaller bird. Electric beams emanate from the wingspan. The giant bird has a very large wingspan and thus develops speed many times faster than all other birds. The blue bird attacked the gray eagle and began to torment him with its claws. It tore the bird into small pieces with its claws and pecked them right in the air. This is a purple electric eagle. This is an A-rank rune beast. This bird can generate powerful purple electricity in battle. He was called the King of Heaven. Long, thick feathers, powerful, strong paws with equally strong, powerful claws, huge, red, sharp beak. The bird really was just huge and strong, but suddenly there was a loud explosion. Yellow and white fire shot out from the barrel of the weapon. It was a glorious laser aimed at destroying all living things. The shot hit the legs of a large bird monster. There was an explosion near the feet of the purple eagle, and the bird flew up. And this guy's name is Dong Tses. He is a student at Huangshi 3rd High School. His occupation is rune sniper. Brother Blow, did you miss? Thank you, boy with glasses. The boy with glasses is Fang Rui. He is a student at Huangshi 3rd High School. His occupation is a rune swordsman. Because of the ruins of the house. Dune aimed his rifle through the scope at the monsters. Fan stood nearby, worried and supported. Who said he missed? I don't even know this word, the Dun said in a quiet and calm voice. The guy continued to aim and practically did not breathe at that moment, hiding behind the remains of a wall near a large house. The guy started shooting at the bridges with his big rifle. The second boy hid in horror in a corner and pressed himself against the wall. Don continued his hunt for the purple eagle. He fired his laser rifle straight at the big bird. The shot from the laser rifle landed, Orloff right on the wing and in the leg. The bird flapped its wings and flew up. Feathers flew in different directions. And then the boy pointed his optical sight right at the neck of the large purple eagle. He held his breath and paused to pull the trigger. And then a shot rang out, which hit right in the center of the giant monster's neck. The purple eagle screamed loudly, opening its beak. Blood flowed from the bird's beak. Literally a second later, the purple eagle fell down. He was covered in blood, and blood splashed all over the street. To the left and right of the bird, its feathers fell to the ground with light movements. Literally, a second later, the bird fell to the ground. She fell with such force that dust and stones rose into the air. The boy with glasses got scared and pressed himself even harder against the wall. But the second boy, on the contrary, calmly watched what was happening. Dune stood on the edge of a destroyed house. In his hands, he held his rifle, which was as tall as he was. Purple electric eagle feathers, strong as steel. His only weak point is under his jaws. If you don't confuse him, he will never show this place, said the young man. Brother Dunn, you are incredible, the fan screamed loudly. Now you are my hero forever. The boy with glasses continued talking. It is great. Now we will be the fastest team to pass the test. A boy named Fan shouted enthusiastically and waved his arms. I think you're wrong, the Dun said. The young man was tired and sweating. Suddenly, behind them, they heard some sounds. The fanboy turned his head half a turn to see what was happening behind him, and his face began to sweat from fear. The test is not over yet, our hero said. They turned and saw eyes glowing in a small cave between the stones. Then the stones moved apart, and from this dark hole a large head with white glowing eyes began to appear. Literally. A minute later, a huge white wolf crawled out from under the stones. This was another monster that our guys did not expect to see. He bared his teeth and growled loudly. The paws had red, large, sharp claws. Out of fear, the boy fan began to scream loudly with his mouth open. His eyes were filled with great fear. The monster began to approach them, opened its mouth wide, and growled at the top of its lungs. This caused a lot of fear and horror. The boy named Fan simply turned white from fear. He froze in horror and looked at one point, his mouth open. Then the boy disappeared. Instead, rune stones appeared. They glowed blue. The monster came very close. Rune stones lay near our hero's feet, and in his hands he held his large rifle. The boy named Dung picked up the rifle and brought it to his face. He squinted and began to aim through the optical sight. He aimed the red dot, the location of the shot, right at the monster's heart. This monster was a horned white wolf. This is a rank 8 rune beast. He has the speed of a lion and the strength of a rhinoceros. Dune pulled the trigger and fired. A huge laser shot out of the barrel of his rifle. Laser fire hit right at the place where our hero was aiming. It seemed that this place of the white wolf was simply burning out completely. The wolf clenched his teeth and growled. Damn it, thought Dune. The frontal defense of a horned white wolf is stronger than the feathers of a purple electric eagle. As I thought, the third practice test will not be so easy. Our hero pushed hard with his feet off the ground and jumped as high as possible. He hovered near the ceiling of the building and aimed at the monster. It was possible to find the white wolf's weak spot and hit the target there. Boydon held his breath and fired a shot, large in power and temperature. The laser shot out of the muzzle of his rifle. Our hero fired shots one after another. They all fell into the body of a giant white wolf. The wolf stood on all fours, clutching the ground and stones, and growled loudly. The boy named Dune landed down on the floor. The young man understood that the wolf would now strike back. His gaze is already aimed at me. There is no escape from him, our hero thought. Bullets can only buy me a little time. I need to come up with something very quickly. The boy looked up and saw metal ceilings that protruded from the destroyed concrete slabs of this house. I know it could work, the young man thought. The young man began to carefully aim at his rifle scope. He was focused and barely breathing. A huge white wolf was creeping up to our hero with small steps. He stopped right in the place where there was metal fittings, the one that stuck out on the ceiling. Our hero made an accurate shot and hit his laser directly at this reinforcement, which he cut in half. And at that moment, huge stones, one after another, began to fall from the ceiling of the destroyed house. Each of them hit the body of a large white wolf. Pieces of ever larger sizes began to crumble and fall down onto the white giant wolf. The wolf growled at the top of his voice from wild pain. The stones fell down, and a boy named Dune sat down and covered his face from small stones and dust. When the dust settled, it was clearly visible that a large giant white wolf had been crushed by large ones. Heavy stones and metal fittings. It was as if the entire brick and concrete house was crumbling down on him. Our hero sat on the ground and looked at what was happening. Near it lay blue ruins. Dung decided to take stones filled with energy. He touched a certain one. They began to glow even more intensely. Infused with rune energy, weapon stones can transform into rune weapons themselves, thought the boy Dune. He held these ships in his hands and looked at them. The most important thing is that while runic talismans are built into stones to activate unique rune skills, our hero placed these charged stones in her weapon, and the weapon was filled with even more energy. The rifle lit up and sparkled with lightning and laser. The rifle turned into a real sword. Our hero aimed the ball and lasers directly at. Everything around sparkled and glowed. The Dong boy tightly grasped the hilt of this sword with both of his hands, and even more strength appeared in my hands. "Hey, you beast, die!" the Dun shouted loudly and struck the monster on the head. This blow hit the head of the monster, which was sticking out from under the stones. The white giant wolf growled in pain, opening its mouth wide. Tension sparked in the air. Pops and flashes began to be heard. White flashes illuminated everything so that almost nothing was visible. At this moment, the giant wolf opened his big mouth and screamed in pain. Dark blood began to splash from his head in different directions. "The test is over. Your time is 5 minutes, 42 seconds. Dong Yifan gets his marks." The game system said, our hero ended up in a capsule. He was standing inside with his gaming glasses on his face. The look is very serious and concentrated. It was a large capsule with a door and glass, like a time capsule that transported players to different levels. A huge room in which there were identical capsules, with a window on the left and right sides. In the middle of this room stood a man holding documents on a tablet in his hands. After some time, the capsules began to open. 2 capsules opened, from which Fang and Dung emerged. The boy named Fan was very indignant. "You said that the purple electric eagle would be the last? Oh, what's the matter?" The boy began to quarrel with this professor. "Okay, where did the horned white wolf come from then?" A boy named Fan spoke loudly and indignantly, and I didn't say that there couldn't be additional tasks. The professor answered calmly. "Will the exam be of the same difficulty?" Although we were given the skills of warriors of rank A, this is not a drop. It did not help us with the lack of combat experience. Even killing a rune beast of the rank of 2 is an extremely difficult task. Suddenly, very unexpectedly, a female voice was heard. Damn, I didn't expect any additional tasks. And after these words, there was a strong blow to the wall, and crumbling stones flew in different directions. All the guys turned and looked what was happening. There was complete surprise and misunderstanding on their faces. A very beautiful girl stood in front of them. It was Zhao Shitian. This is a student from Huangshe High School 3rd. She is the heiress of the Zhao family's martial arts school. Her nickname is High School Demoness. Calm down a little, otherwise you will have to compensate for damage to public property, the boy said to the girl in a calm voice. After these words, with a sharp movement of her hand, the girl grabbed our hero by the t-shirt and pulled him towards her. Duan was very surprised. The girl held him by the shirt and began asking questions. "Don, did you kill the horned white wolf?" she asked. "Of course he killed," the boy answered. At this time, below, Fan was holding the Dun's leg and talking. As expected, "Dong, you are invincible," I said. Silence. "Shut up, everyone," the professor shouted loudly and hit the table with his hand. After that, everyone froze and fell silent. In the real world, the ruined beasts won't give them a moment to catch their breath. Even if you have the skills to kill a beast of rank. A, you can die from the clutches of rank. B, the professor said, adjusting his glasses. This time, only one student managed to kill the horned white wolf and receive an S rank. "Dong, please come and collect your results," professor said loudly. "I repeat, Dong, please come and collect your results." "Dongze is the best," a boy called Fan screamed in the background. "You didn't disappoint," the girl said and smiled. Dun took the documents and went at that moment. They tripped him up. "What's the matter?" thought the boy named Dun. He furrowed his brows and stared intently. At this moment, the rest of the students from the school were unhappy that only one of them managed to defeat the white-horned wolf. They were indignant at this. Only those who have received at least 60% of run energy can awaken as a rune warrior. This is determined from birth, no matter how hard he tries not to change it. One student screamed, "What good is a high rank in a mock test? He can do something only in a simulation capsule." Another student shouted, "In the future, when we become wars, we will be the elite of society. He will not compete with us." The third student said and laughed, "How dare you say nasty things behind my friend's back?" The girl with red eyes asked loudly and with great anger. "It is Zhao Xiqian who can obtain 92% of the rune energy." Everything in the sky seemed to sparkle and a small glow appeared. "Sister, we were wrong." They started making excuses for the guys, but the girl was offended and very serious. It was clear from her that she was angry and did not like this situation. They are right. Only those who have received more than 60% of the runic energy can awaken as a rune warrior. said Boy Dune. And I received it. 27%? Just 27%, and that's it, the boy said in an upset voice. It all started in 2030. Humanity cannot predict when a catastrophe will strike them. Initially, people walked along the streets with their children. The weather was beautiful. Cars were driving. Beautiful houses were standing, and cafes and restaurants were open. No signs of trouble. But in 2030, many wormholes began to appear around the world. Complete chaos began to reign. People died. Violence, blood, murder. All this filled the beautiful city and the whole world. Countless meteorites fell to the ground, destroying the entire civilization. From small pebbles to giant boulders, meteorites rained down on the ground. All this was accompanied by explosions, deep pits, and, of course, fire. As a result, faced with such an apocalypse, people seemed like just grains of sand on this earth. All the people were in panic and did not know what to do. During one meteor shower, which lasted for 3 whole months, the world's population was destroyed by almost 30%. And just when everyone thought the apocalypse was coming to an end, something much worse happened. Creatures from another dimension have invaded the Earth, known as rune beasts. It was as if a teleport was opening in the sky and various monsters appeared. People were in panic, and now they had to hide from these animals. Beasts from another dimension destroyed everything that remained on this earth. They were hungry and hunted both animals, birds, and people. They were aggressive. There were a lot of them. Even atomic weapons failed to kill the high-rank rune beast. Everything around was burning. It was just hell exploding. Houses were destroyed. People lived in fear, constantly hiding. There was not enough food and water. Monsters were looking under every rock and around every corner for people to eat. So it happened until the first rune warrior appeared. Blessed with the energy of the runes, the warrior could activate the runes and became stronger. From that moment on, humanity began to resist in an attempt to protect their last home. People began to resist and help the war. They began to hunt monsters. It built a wall and created a barrier from rune energy in order to isolate themselves from the rune beasts and allow ordinary citizens to live their lives. But the end of the war between people and runic beasts is not yet soon. Our hero walked along the street, along the empty houses. Doong entered the building, saw a sign, Flying Donkey Logistics, walked up to the door and kicked it down with a strong kick. There were several men of different ages in the room. They were both thin and fat. One of them had a red heart tattoo on his shoulder. Uncle Ma, sixth brother, and old man Jean. Hello, everyone, from me, the boy said, smiling. So next time knock before you enter. I thought it was the police, said the pumped-up man who was sitting on the couch and playing. This is Lulay. This is the Flying Donkey Logistics boss. And now he is engaged in smuggling. I left you a nice order. Commission of $1,000. Pick it up from the table and deliver it to Renmin Road. Thank you, brotherly, the young man answered. When Xiao Shi became paralyzed, Uncle Sting helped a lot. We feel like we need to try to make a living ourselves, right? I thought it was a boy. I know Brother Lei is doing dirty things, but I'm just a high school student, and if I want to earn enough money to treat Xiao Shi, then I have no choice. Hey, tell me what's in this box. It is very interesting to me, the boy asked. You know the rules, kid. You shouldn't ask about things you shouldn't know about. Everything is very simple. The boy laughed and said, Yes, this is my mistake. Sorry. Try to stick to the back alleys. The police have been keeping an eye on us lately. It may not be easy, so be careful and look around, as the man said to the boy. You must know the main thing. This is no joke. If you fall into their clutches, I won't let you, the man said. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, he said. The young man got on his motorcycle, loaded the box, and got ready to go. Well, that's it. I'm off. Let's see you later. The boy joked and pressed the gas. The motorcycle took off with all its might and drove off. The man took the cigarette in his teeth and watched the boy leave with an absolutely indifferent look. The boy was driving at very high speed. There was a box on the back of the motorcycle that needed to be delivered. So far, everything was quiet and calm on the road. Orders bring in a lot of money. When I return, I'll buy Xiaoxi a new doll, the one that she likes the most. I thought the boy was riding a motorcycle. Unexpectedly, the young man saw a bright light ahead. The bright yellow light was clearly the light of headlights. It was the police. They stopped the boy and said loudly, Superficial check. Stick to this side, please, the policeman said. Damn, how can I be so unlucky, the boy thought. All the goods I have are illegal. If I get caught, I'll have to sit in prison for several years. At that moment, the young man sharply turned his motorcycle, pressed the gas, and drove off. Do you think you can hold back, boy? Stop quickly, the policeman shouted. Precinct! Precinct! I'm calling for help! Here the courier is speeding along Renman Road on a motorcycle. But the young man pressed on the gas. His motorcycle carried forward. He tried to drive so fast that the police would never catch up with him. The boy began to weave and dodge along various small streets. He turned sharply behind the house and quickly drove into the next yard. A police car was chasing him and was very close. Attention, attention, attention to all departments. We've lost the suspect. The police radioed from the car, and at that moment, the boy was already turning the corner. You'll never catch it. He smiled, laughed, and said, Young man. Suddenly his motorcycle wheel ran into a banana peel. The wheel slipped, and the motorcycle swerved to the side. There was an accident, and the boy crashed and fell off the motorcycle, hitting the ground hard. Why am I so damn unlucky today? The young man spoke, gritting his teeth. He was in a lot of pain. I wonder if the goods are okay, the boy asked himself. Boy Dung looked at the box that was lying around and was already open. He's not there. Where can I lose him? The young man screamed in horror. Suddenly the sound calmed down. He looked carefully to the side. It was clear that he saw something. There were 2 colorful, beautiful eggs lying on the ground. The eggs are red and blue. These are rune beast eggs, thought Dunn. Now everything became clear to me. The boy began to think. He became sad, and his face became covered with sweat. It's clear why my brother Lei paid me so much. If I get caught, I'm unlikely to get away with 3 years in prison. Most importantly, thank God these eggs are intact. The young man thought and began to put them back in the box. It can't be. Where's the other egg? Horrified, the young man said. He looked at the box, and in addition to these 2 eggs, there was still one more free place to transport the egg. Little egg, where are you? Come out, don't hide. The boy began to speak quietly. He turned his head and looked for the egg everywhere. And a second later, the young man was very happy, laughed. That's where I found you, the boy said, and ran faster to pick up this egg. The young man took the egg in his hands and began to look at it, and then he became scared. Armchair, are the eggs cracked? It didn't hatch? Or will we hatch already? The boy began to think. Suddenly a strong wind began to rustle. The young man looked back and saw something approaching him. This purple, thick thread in the form of a rope flew near the young man and hit the wall, after which there was a big explosion and fire. This is a C-rank beast, the boy said thoughtfully. He concentrated and his face became very serious. This is a bone spider, Rune beast C, rank, afraid of fire. His exoskeleton is as strong as steel. Before he eats the insides of his victim, he likes to play with him, wrapping him in a cocoon and suffocating him. It is a cunning insect similar to a rune beast, which is difficult to deal with. Bone spider, the boy said out loud. The young man grabbed his sword and held it tightly with his hand. The spider stood opposite him, making some strange sounds. The blue spider began to attentively examine the young man. His eyes began to glow with a bright light. Then the spider suddenly opened its mouth and shot its magical web at the young man. The boy jumped up to avoid being hit. Let's get it, spider, the boy screamed and struck with a strong blow of his dagger. There was an explosion and the fire scattered in different directions. As expected, ordinary weapons are of no use to him. Even though he only hatched as a mere human, he is beyond his strength, the boy thought. At this time, the spider was already trying to attack the young man from above. There's only one thing left. This is to run. The young man shouted loudly and ran as fast as he could from the spider. The spider tried to catch up with him and prick him with its tip. The boy looked for a way out, but a thick, large web awaited him ahead. Damn it, it's a dead end, the young man thought, and became famous. He was tired because the sweat was visible dripping from his face. At this time, the spider began to throw its web out of its mouth. She connected the log to our hero, and it was very sticky. Oh shit, this is what I got myself into. The young man shouted loudly, but the spider continued to pull him towards him by his sticky web. Damn it, you can't get rid of him. The boy continued talking. He tried to cut off the web with his dagger, but he couldn't. Soon the spider raised its paw, at the end of which there was a sharp tip. The spider was already ready to pierce our hero through. That's it. That's it now. I'm finished now. The boy looked at the spider with a frightened look and thought, The spider completely bound our hero with his sticky web and hung him high on a pole. A completely tied-up young man was hanging with his arms hanging overhead from a lamppost. I can't defeat even a newly hatched beast, the boy thought. Everything is clear. Don't give me runes to the warriors. My last hour has come. Well, I haven't avenged my parents yet, and I don't want to die like this. The fate of this is a consolation for weaklings and cowards. You either decide it yourself, or let it be decided for you. This is your chance to change your destiny. Will you use it? The computer system spoke loudly. Do you accept the system, yes or no? As long as I have the opportunity to become a free rune and avenge my parents, I will do anything. The young man pumped up. System loading. Is your body in poor condition? The system automatically healed your wounds and gave you 10 points for free. The system said the glasses are just like in the games. Now we don't have enough strength, so I used them all on her. That's why it's a boy. Is this really happening? Can system stats directly affect my body? Daily quest. Destroy a rune monster of rank, the system said. It's hard to imagine, but it's worth a try, the boy said. I've definitely gotten stronger. But I'm not a fool to think that I can defeat the bone spider with just this, the boy thought. Calm down, teacher once said that rune beasts have weak points. I have to rely on this to win. Motorcycle, gasoline. I came up with bone spiders. They are afraid of fire. I use gasoline to burn it through, the boy thought. With all the speed of the match, he ran to his motorcycle so that the spider does not catch it with its paw. The boy unscrewed the cap from the gas tank. He tilted his motorcycle and began pouring gasoline onto the ground. A large puddle of fuel formed. The puddle flowed straight to the spider itself. These spiders are afraid of fire and have poor eyesight. They use body hairs to read the movements and locations of victims, the boy began to reason. This means that if everything catches fire and explodes, he will be helpless. The boy continued to reason, and the gasoline flowed faster and faster towards the spider itself. The huge purple spider began to rise on its legs as high as possible. He tried to keep the puddle that was flowing towards him from touching his paws. The young man had already imagined how he would now tear this spider into pieces, and it would scatter in different directions in small pieces. Our hero lit a lighter, held it in front of his face, and spoke loudly. Die, die, creature! There was a lot of anger and hatred in his eyes. The boy threw a burning lighter into that puddle and out of gasoline. The lighter fell into a pool of gasoline, and there was a big explosion. The fire completely enveloped the entire spider. It began to burn and make disgusting sounds. The computer system spoke. Your mission is completed. You have received a method that improves the energy of runes. Congratulations on your level up. Is this the way that will allow me to get more runic energy? Our hero thought. The man took the bottle that was spinning around him in his hand. I understand that I need to drink this, the boy thought. Come what may, I will die. I will die in the war, he said. The young man opened the bottle and began to drink the liquid. The computer system spoke. Name done, level 2. Available runic energy is 56%. Power 20. Stamina 9. Agility 8. Mind 11. Stat points 9. It worked, but that's still not enough. To become a warrior, I must obtain more than 60% of runic energy. There are more missions to complete, our hero thought. Is there a mission limit per day? It seems that all we can do is wait for it to update. The boy thought and saw a blue stone near a burnt spider. Is this a rune? It can sell for tens of thousands on the black market, the boy thought happily. The dong boy grabbed the blue rune and quickly ran from there. He was constantly looking around and was very scared. In any case, this is an unfamiliar product. The client won't make a fuss if I lose something. I'll think about what to do as soon as I get out of here, the young man thought. In the meantime, let's run away from here, he shouted loudly. It's already late evening. A young man was riding his motorcycle, and there was a box behind him that he was supposed to deliver. Having reached the place, the young man took the box. He took it in his hands and went up the stairs to the desired floor. Although I can hardly believe it, my strength has really increased. This means that the system was not a figment of my imagination, the boy thought. In that case, I actually have a chance to become a rune warrior. And what should I do with these eggs? Cook and eat? The young man began to open the door by the handle. I heard that the meat of runic beasts contains run energy, and an ordinary person can become stronger by eating it. However, I've never tried this, the boy thought. The young man has already imagined how eggs are boiling in saucepans, which he must deliver to the boxes, and he continued to reason. What if these 2 eggs also contain a bone spider? Then let's imagine that I didn't say anything. This is by 8-year-old Sister Dong. She loves studying rune beasts. Brother, you are back, the sister, who was sitting in a wheelchair, said joyfully. Are you injured, brother? The sister asked in fear. No, I just fell off a motorcycle. No big deal. Look, not even one scratch. Brother Dong laughed and said, How about not a single scratch? Sister asked indignantly. But all your clothes are completely covered in blood. Stop that paint. I got dirty when I fell, the boy answered, and he began to take off his jacket. This is simply amazing, brother. How long ago did you become such a muscular guy? The sister asked, opening her mouth in surprise. Really, I didn't believe these words, boy. Well then, I looked at my body and was shocked. This means that my stats directly affect my physical characteristics. Because, young man. Then Dune said, It's just that the school is preparing for the exam. It must be due to training. Brother, if you can't become a rune warrior yourself, then you'll definitely marry a rune warrior with such and such an appearance. I'm sure many will miss you, Sister said. What are you talking about? Where did you get this? Brother shouted in surprise. Right here, the sister said proudly and showed the colored book to her brother. The boy took the book and began to look at it. Stop reading such books. I forbid you. They're bad for your health, sis. You give it back quickly. Give it back, the sister screamed in a dissatisfied voice. She practically burst into tears because his brother took his favorite book away from him, and it was a shame that he argued with her, although she just gave him a nice compliment. Look what it is, Brother Dong said, smiling. At that moment, he was holding a small toy in his hand. Wow, this is a plush crocodile. The girl screamed joyfully and quickly hugged her toy. I wanted it so much. Where did you get the money, brother? Sister asked. Quiet, doesn't matter. Your brother will soon become a rune warrior. And when this happens, I will finally be able to heal your legs, said brother. Brother, did you hit your head when you fell? Sister said. What's wrong again? Brother asked. The brother named Dung was very upset. He didn't like his sister's words. Everyone, hide from my eyes. The brother said in a broken voice. I'm going to eat. After one incident, my sister became paralyzed in the lower part of her body. She has to sit in a wheelchair all day. It is extremely rare for her to feel the warmth of the sun. The brother was thinking about this topic while his sister was eating dessert and smiling. But we're just lucky. We are happy people compared to those who died, although our life is not so simple, the boy thought. And now everything has changed. With the help of the system, I will definitely become a rune warrior. The boy continued to dream and think while sitting at the table. Rune wars? Nowadays, this is a class of people with an infinite amount of money. Our hero imagined the picture before his eyes. They can join the military and receive a huge amount of rewards and benefits. The boy continued to reason. Upon joining the company, they will be promoted to the position of vice president with a minimum annual salary of 1 million. There are also warriors who have formed groups to hunt rune beasts in the wild. And then these animals were sold at auction for a lot of money. If they manage to catch a rare animal, there is a chance to get an enormous amount for it. 10 million can be sold for this lot at auction. I will definitely become a rune warrior. Our hero sat, dreamed, and reasoned, sitting at the dining table. It was already too late outside.
Suddenly the door opened to the room where all our boy Dun's acquaintances were. One of them received a strong blow to the face.
All the men who were in the room were beaten and sat on the floor with their backs against the wall. Wait, I really don't know where the goods are, one of them shouted. Stop lying to me. If they don't exist today, tomorrow won't come for you, an unfamiliar man said. Have you lost our boss's goods? This means they should have been ready to burn in hell. The bald man spoke in an angry voice. Lule is not the first time we've worked on our cases together. You know perfectly well all the consequences if such incidents occur. The man in the nice shirt is Chai Wenlong. He is the owner of an underground fight club in the area. Huang Shi. He is famous on the local black market for being a ruthless and callous man. Now the product is extremely important, so tell me. What should I do? Seiya said. Boss, I gave the goods to a child named Dong. And now I can't contact him. He could have been arrested. The man was making excuses to arrest problematic. To the buyer of this product, even I can't afford to cross the road, said the man with glasses. Boss, please give me 1 day. I will return the goods to you tomorrow. I will find this boy. The man begged for mercy. No need. I'll send whoever I need to search for him myself. His name is Dunn. Did I remember correctly? The man asked the barrels. Boss, he is a student. There is no need for you personally. I'll find it myself. The man on his knees spoke. You tell the boss what to do? Quickly, told me everything you know about this boy. Quickly tell him everything you know about him. The boss shouted loudly and hit the man hard. Okay, calm down. I'll tell you everything. The man begged for mercy while lying on the floor. He had frightened eyes, and he covered himself from blows with his hands. Boss, that boy's a student at Huangshe Third High School, said the security guard who works for the boss. Great, then you two go look for him tomorrow. If you can't even cope with a high school student, you know what awaits you then, the boss said in a menacing voice. Don't worry, boss. Rely on us, the guards answered. Remember, don't open the door to strangers, okay? The boy said. I've known me for not 3 years, sister answered. Then I'll go, and when I get back, I'll make your favorite roasted chestnuts and sugar, Dunn said to his sister. The young man went out into the street and met people. Hello, Dunn, the men said to the boy. Good morning, Uncle Lee, and good morning, Grandpa Wang, the boy answered. I can't carry rune beast eggs with me. They had to hide them at home. They didn't have to figure out how to get rid of them. The boy thought about this as he walked down the street. Passing by another courtyard, he noticed that he was being watched. Then the young man simply quickened his pace. A boy named Dung heard that someone was following him. It was necessary to act proactively. The young man quickly turned around and grabbed the hand that was already reaching out in his direction. What are you doing, my hand? It hurts me. Brother Dong, what are you doing? Please let me go. The fan spoke for some reason. He crept up behind me and did it very quietly and unnoticed. Dune asked, I just needed to go to the toilet, but I couldn't find one nearby, so I had to do it in an alley, and after that I saw you. A fan replied, This is disgusting. Stay away from me. Where are your manners, your upbringing, horror? The young man said. Brother, don't be so angry. Wait for me, said the fan. The boys almost reached their school. The weather was very good outside. The sun was shining. They walked quickly instead of walking forward, smiling and discussing something among themselves. They talked and laughed like real friends. Then on the monitor, a young man named Dong read information about gangsters. He read the information, and 2 men, thin and fat, immediately appeared near the school. They immediately noticed the boys and made a very menacing appearance. What are fat people and a crying dragon doing here? I asked a boy with glasses named Fan. Oh, do you know them? Dune asked in surprise. Of course, they are famous gangsters of the Huangshe area, the boy with glasses answered. Huangshe is a city-county in Hubei province. They seem to be following me. I'm no match for them at the moment, so it's best not to mess with them, the boy thought. But these men grabbed the girl. Oh, what are you doing? Let me go. Otherwise, I can't vouch for myself. The girl screamed loudly. Baby, wouldn't you like to go for a ride with your uncle? The fat man asked. Don't worry, we'll take good care of you, the thin one said mockingly. Brother Dong is Sister Shikan. What should we do? The boy with glasses screamed loudly in hysterics and began pointing his finger. Let's go ask in an hour, we'll figure it out, said the boy Dong, and picked up a brick. But it's dangerous to provoke a fat and crying dragon. Why not just call the police, said the fan. But if only because we don't have time to wait for the police to arrive. That is, you yourself know that this will not happen soon. But you need to act here and now immediately, the boy said. Don took the brick, ran up from behind, and hit the fat man's bald head with the brick hard. The blow was so strong that the pebbles scattered in different directions. Are you crazy? What the hell are you doing? Bald man shouted in a very angry voice. How dare you attack us, the thin man said in an angry voice. Get your dirty hands off her, you stinking devils. The boy shouted. Don, I beg you. You are my equal. You won't be able to cope with them. Quickly run away before you get it too, the girl screamed. Great, let's get to know each other. It turns out you're a Dun. The bald man smiled. Don't even run home. We came here especially for you, the thin man said, and also began to smile. Little boy, how dare you make us look for ourselves? As expected, they are hunting me. It must be because of the rune beast eggs, the young man thought. After I leveled up yesterday, I added all my points to agility. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't even be able to dodge this attack right now. And the men began to attack the boy. But now I can even counterattack. The boy thought doom and hit the thin man hard on the head with a brick. The thin man screamed in pain and sparks flew from his eyes. This child is very strong. Could he be a natural rune master? But if I can't even defeat a simple boy, how can I continue to stay in Huangshe County? The thin man thought to himself. And people had already gathered around this fight, watching, photographing, and filming what was happening. This boy seems to care about you, said a fat, bald man. Do you think that if I grab you, he will quickly surrender to me? The fat man asked the girl. And immediately after his question, a fat man with a bald head received a strong kick in the face, his face and mouth twisted to one side in pain. Idiot! Do you think it will be easier with her than with me? Sister Shikan hit him! I'm sorry! The boy shouted. We tried to be good, but since you don't appreciate it, we will no longer show you mercy and loyalty. These men practically shouted in unison. These were the rune masters for rank. They always go in pairs, they always go on business together too. Even if we are the weakest F-rank rune masters, then for a brat like you, this is more than enough. After all, we have a child in front of us, screaming but a bald man, and the young man was ready to continue the fight. And then a young man named Dunn, with a strong blow of his fist, struck the fat bald man straight in the chest. A golden and red glow formed around the impact. It was a protective magic field that was used by a fat bald man. My attack couldn't even touch this pole, that's bad. Upset, the boy thought, and at that moment he saw the battle stick. With this stick, they immediately hit the heads of these men. The blows were strong and hit their target. The pain even made the pupils of their eyes roll back. Who else dared to attack us? Who's so brave here? Who is tired of living? The men screamed loudly. They held onto their head wounds. Turning around, the men saw a real warrior in front of them. You are a rune master, but instead of defending, you attack people who are weaker than you. You cannot call yourselves rune masters, said the tall male warrior who was holding the fighting stick in his hands. This is Zhao Wu, the rune master, E rank. He is the father of Zhao Shikan, owner of a martial arts hall and a retired rune warrior. The girl was very happy. Her eyes became big and lit up with happiness. Hooray, Dad, it's you. I'm so glad to see you, Dad. The girl screamed loudly. Damn it, this guy is an E-rank rune master. We emu unevenly. Let's run away from here, the fat bald man shouted. It seems we won't be able to grab the dune this time. Let's run away for now, the thin man shouted, and they ran away. Get out of here. You don't belong here. A boy named Dunn shouted menacingly and loudly and threw his brick at them in the back. Oddly enough, the brick again hit the head of the fat bald man who was running away. He attacked me from behind again. The man shouted loudly and increased his speed. The computer system said mission accomplished. Main, what counted the completion of the mission? Kay thought in surprise. Boy, Dad, why are you here? I asked. Girl, I was just passing by after buying ingredients. But what did these guys want from you? The man asked. I honestly don't know, the girl answered. I don't know either, the boy answered. Next time, try to avoid such bastards and stop causing problems. You should already understand people. Be careful, the man said. Okay, you better go to school, he said. The man turned around and went home. The children simply waved after him. Don, I think these guys were looking for you. Have you gotten yourself into some kind of trouble? I asked. Girl, I certainly don't. Justified boy, you don't have to lie to me if you have any problems. You can ask me for help, the girl said. Older brother, one situation happened here. We received an incomprehensible response. After catching his breath, a fat bald man spoke on the phone. It was heard very clearly and loudly on the phone. How they were shouted at, it was coming from the phone. You're just a bunch of useless trash. Can't you even deal with a schoolboy? Idiots. The bald man continued talking into the phone. But brother, a rune master of her rank has appeared here, and we are no match for him, so... He was interrupted by the boss. It doesn't matter. Go straight to the house where the Dune lives. I heard that he has a little sister. She is disabled. I don't think you need to explain what you have to do. The boss continued talking. It was already lunchtime. The sun was shining very hot. All events took place at school. The children walked along the corridor behind their teacher to class. I have repeated this to you so many times, but there are still so many students who have not understood this. The teacher got angry and raised his voice. Dung, please stand up and tell us what attributes runestones have, the teacher said. Matches rose from his seat and began to answer. All rune stones are obtained from rune beasts. They act as conductors of runic energy and are divided into 3 types according to their characteristics. Red rune stones are weapon stones. They have patterns engraved on them. If the energy of the runes is directed into them, they will turn into special weapons. The boy continued talking. Rune stones are blue, and these are talisman stones. They can be engraved with specific patterns that can be incorporated into weapons to activate specific skills. Dune spoke. Green rune stones are stones of protection. They have a similar effect to red stones, but can only be used on armor. Due to different inscriptions, red stones cannot be used on items, and green stones cannot be used on weapons. The young man continued to talk. In the fight against rune beasts, we can only rely on one type of rune stone, and they are the rune master's most powerful weapons, the boy said. The teacher stood up from his seat and began to speak. As expected, only one Dun is doing well in this class. Dun is a smart guy, but it's a pity that his rune spirit is too low. If not for this, he would definitely be able to become the strongest rune master, the teacher thought to himself. Okay, next you have a self-development lesson, so learn what you think is necessary, the teacher said. Thank you, teacher, the children answered. The cultural exam and virtual exam only account for 30% of the total score. At the entrance exam, the main and most important exam is the rune spirit test. Even if he passed the exams with the best marks, he would still fail the rune spirit test and would not be able to enter the rune master college. The boys laughed and talked. That's right, brother. He won't be able to become as brilliant as you, and neither will your parents. Both rune masters. Another student spoke and laughed behind our hero's back. Yes, brother, you are right. Your runic spirit is 66%, and you can easily enter the master's college. Listen to me, and after I become a rune master, I will not treat you badly. One guy said and laughed loudly to the whole class. With his abilities, he will be eaten by the rune verifier within 3 days. I don't know why he's so happy, the boy named Fawn said in surprise. But his parents are both E-rank rune masters. He can find a good job in the city and does not care about food and clothing. The boy Dune spoke. Only truth has succeeded and can become true masters of Ru. If you want to become one, you must go into the wild and write the path of humanity and not be a coward and hide in the city, the girl said. Did you call me a coward? The boy asked. Of course she did. And if you don't agree, then let's fight and resolve this issue, said the girl named Zhao. I wonder who would want to fight a demoness like you, the boy replied with a very angry face. If you don't fight, you'll get lost from here. He will disappear so that I don't see you, the girl said in a very menacing voice. Just wait, I'll make you 3 pay for all this. A student screamed as he ran out of the classroom. I wonder what I did to you, Dune asked. Sister, Sikan, only you can make them run away so quickly, the fan shouted, raising his hands enthusiastically. My dad often says that the blood of the strong is not shed for the weak, which is why I hate cowards like him the most, the girl said indignantly. The teacher said that we can engage in self-development. Do you want to study with me? The young man asked. Sure, let's do it. The girl answered, You two are fighting, and I'm a mere mortal, so I'll just watch. The match called, the fan laughed loudly at the top of his voice. They went to the virtual capsule warehouse. The first to climb into the capsule was a boy named Dune. Then a boy named Fan took over his virtual capsule. Then let's meet on the other side, the girl said, and also took her place in the capsule. So the virtual arena, everything is like in life. Everything is real. Nature, bird, wind, sun. Big sister, aren't you attracting too much attention? We are moving very openly. The fanboy spoke. The girl began to answer. Dunn is a smooth sniper who knows how to hide in a virtual arena the size of 2 football fields. We won't be able to find him, so all we can do is lure him out, understood? Zhao continued to speak. Lure him out? Well, when you need bait, the fanboy said. What you say is correct. Of course we need bait. And the most interesting thing is that you will be the bait, the girl said, and literally immediately a shot rang out. A bright white gold beam flew near the head of a boy named Fan. Fan was simply shocked. He was very scared. Brother Dong scratched me. Did he miss? Asked a Fan. Of course not. With this, he told you to stand back and watch. The girl answered. The girl took the blue runestone into her hands. I inserted 2 talisman stones into my weapon. Let's see how you can beat me today, the girl said very courageously. At this time, our hero named Dun was hiding in a large thick tree. In his hands was a large rifle, which he was used to fighting with. He fired a bullet and the bullet flew at very high speed. The girl put out her weapon, her fighting stick, and knocked the bullet aside. Then she jumped because there was an immediate explosion when the bullet hit the rocks. Small pieces of stones began to fly in different directions. This was the runestone skill of fast evasion. Well, I found you. The girl looked into the distance with a satisfied look and spoke. Now you're mine. Now wait for my answer. And our hero named Dun looked out from behind the foliage of a large tree. He checked how things were going on the ground. I checked to see if the girl noticed where the shot came from. And then the girl cast her spell. Runestone skill, wide angle section. And then she struck the tree very hard with her weapon. It was as if she tore the tree from the trunk and it flew to the side and a variety of chips flew too. Runestone skill instant target, the boy said. He held his breath and took aim through his telescopic sight. The boy Dun fired his rifle shot. The beam hit the girl straight in the chest. Her face and hair turned blue. It was an exact hit on target. Brother Dun, you are amazing, you won, cheers. A boy named Fan shouted loudly. I can defeat her in the virtual world, but in the real world she can easily cope on her own, the boy Dong said, smiling. Damn the house, you always use fast reload. So why did you use instant aim today? The girl was indignant. I adjust according to the enemy. Therefore, I cannot use the same talismans, the boy said. I'm not satisfied, you know that. Let's fight again. Indignantly, the girl says, sorry, but this is the 10th time, the boy said and laughed. I don't care. If you don't agree with it, then don't come to my house again to eat the dumplings that my father made. The girl got very angry and screamed. Did something happen to your sister's virtual capsule? Is this a glitch? The boy asked warily. But the girl was silent. I'll go and check it out, said the boy Dun. The young man slowly began to open his capsule to get out of it. The capsule opened slightly, and the boy began to breathe real air. He began to leave the game and wake up. How dare you mock me? These were the words the boy heard when he woke up. He immediately looked towards the impudence in which the girl was. This time I will make you pay for everything. One of the young men poured gasoline on the capsule in which the girl was located. Everyone laughed and were very happy. What the hell are you doing, motherfucker? The young man shouted loudly. Are you non-humans? What are you doing? The boy opened the capsule to the bottom. Inside was a Z-can. Her whole body sparked as if tension was passing through her. Wake up, wake up, the boy shouted loudly. Brother Dong, stay here, and I will bring the teacher and the school doctor, the fanboy shouted. Of course you run, the boy said. Idiots, what were you doing here? Do you understand that you tried to kill her? The boy shouted with all his might. He clenched his fists and was ready to punch everyone in the ear with his fist. All the young people who took part in this terrible act were a little shocked. They were frightened by what happened. Is she really dead? And who gave her permission to talk to me like that? She only has a high rune spirit, and her father is an ordinary cripple, one boy said. The other boy laughed and said, and our elder brother's parents are official E-rank rune masters. Do you think we're afraid of you? Trash and your parents should be ashamed for raising a son like you. One of the students continued talking. This simply infuriated the Dong boy. He screamed loudly and clenched his fist tightly. With all his might, he hit his assailant in the face with his fist. He hit him so hard that he was silent, and his filthy mouth did not say another word. How dare you hit me, the drill who was lying on the floor shouted. Today I will beat myself until you learn this lesson, the boy said in a very angry voice. Dong, stop, the teacher said loudly. We will punish him. Now the main thing is the girl's health. Yes, indeed, it's more important now to keep the Zakan alive, and I can deal with this garbage later, the young man thought. This time you're in luck. Get out of my sight so that I don't see you anymore, Dune said. I will make you regret that you were born into this world. The offender spoke as he was carried out of the room by the arms. The girl lay on the floor and did not move. It seems that everything is fine and everything worked out. Although a tragedy could really happen. The teachers were talking among themselves. The virtual capsule gave her an electric shock, but after some rest, she should be fine. The teacher said, Zhao Shikan is the best student in our school. We can't let anything happen to her, another teacher said. So home, what happened here? Why did you hit other students? The teacher asked. Teacher, because they poured water on Big Sister's virtual capsule. If Brother Dong hadn't stopped them, Big Sister would have been in even more danger, fan student said. Luckily, everything is fine, but you may have some serious problems, the teacher said. What do you mean, teacher? The boy asked. This guy's parents can take revenge on themselves. They won't care because you're an ordinary person, and go home and rest for a few days. Wait until this matter is resolved, and I will talk to them and see what can be done, the teacher said. I understand. Sorry for the problem with me, the boy said. You are a good student, so don't think about it. Just stay home and study for the entrance exams, the teacher said. The guys approached the ambulance, which began to take the girl away. Don't worry, the doctor said that my sister would get better after a few days of rest, said the fan. Let's hope so, said the Dun. Brother Dun, where are you going? Said a boy named Fan. Don't worry about me. If these rune masters don't listen to me because I'm an ordinary person, then I will become a rune master and use my fists to talk to them. But that will be a completely different conversation, the boy said. But Brother Dun, your rune spirit is only 27%, said a boy named Fan. There was no need to ruin this moment. The Dune answered in a sad voice. In any case, don't worry about me and go back to class, the young man said. Then be careful on your way home, the Fan said, smiling. Okay, we agreed to see you later, the Dun answered. 27% rune spirit, but no longer, because with the system I can definitely become a rune master. The boy was thinking about this now. The guards came to the house where the boy lived. His red motorcycle with a box was parked next to the house. As Lulei said, this delivery guy should live in this building, said a fat, bald man. Boss, we need to call more people, the thin man said loudly. You need to be prepared for anything he can throw at you here. After these words, the boss struck his guard hard in the face. The blow was so strong that it felt like my head. It will unscrew and fall. I wonder how many people we need to do business with a crippled girl. 10? 20? Maybe 100 people should be called so that we can cope with a girl who is sitting in a wheelchair. Boss, I was wrong. Sorry, the guard said. They all walked together to the door where the boy lived, and his younger sister was supposed to be. 2 guards put their ears to the door and began to listen if anyone was inside. Boss, you know, it's very quiet inside and there are no unnecessary movements, said a fat bald man. This is simply great. Then let's check and ring the doorbell, the boss answered. A bell rang in the apartment. The girl at that moment was sitting and reading her favorite book. She glanced sharply towards the front door. Big brother has already returned. Although no, my brother has the key. Why would he ring the doorbell? Sister thought. Is anyone home? A man's voice came from behind the door. Who is this? The sister asked in a frightened voice. Open the doors, we've come to check the water meter, said a fat bald man. The little girl looked through the peephole and saw these scary men. One was scared. Actually, the water meter is located outside, the girl answered. Your voice is too angry. You will never believe that we came to check the water meters, and now watch and learn how to do it correctly. He said he was a skinny bandit. Little girl, I'm a delivery guy. Could you open the door? Can you just put the goods outside? The girl answered. After which the boss could not stand it and opened the door with a strong kick. Why did I get involved with such useless trash? How are you? This door should have been knocked down from the very beginning. You have to do everything yourself, the boss said. Out of fear, the girl fell from her chair. Little girl, what's your name? The boss asked. My name is Bai Xiaoxi, the frightened girl answered. She was lying on the floor and her legs were covered with a blanket. Bai, why is your last name different from your older brother? The boss kept asking. because I'm adopted. At that moment, a bald fat man came up and said, "Boss, I didn't find our product." The boss at that moment sat down and looked into the little girl's eyes. "Yesterday your older brother stole something from me. It's not good to do that." The boss spoke, and he held a large knife in front of his face. "If you tell us where she is, we'll leave, but if not, then you won't live," the boss said in an angry voice. He presented his knife to the little girl's face. She cried out of fear and said, "I don't even understand what you're talking about." "I know your brother won't be home for about an hour, so we have time to play with you," the boss said, and he continued to hold his big knife in front of him. Then the man saw the toys lying on the floor. Some thought crept into his head. The boss grabbed this toy and began to pierce it with his large metal knife. Was he trying to find his load inside? Or did he want to inflict psychological trauma on this girl? Now you understand what will happen if you don't tell me. The boss spoke to the girl slowly, in a monotonous voice. At this moment, the voice of a boy called Dong was heard. "Bastard, get your hands off her." The boss was shocked and froze. "Get away from my sister quickly," the boy said. "Let my sister go quickly. Get your dirty paws off her. You came for me, which means I'm the one you need," the young man said. "He's the boss. It's that little bastard who bothered us." The guards shouted in unison. "Brother, what's going on?" Sister asked in fear and surprise. "So you're the high school student who ruined my plans?" The boss said, smiling. "Give the goods back quickly. If you try to do anything, your little sister will pay a huge price." The boss said, and held the knife near the little sister's face. "We must act carefully. Otherwise, my sister will be in danger. I must give them the eggs," the boy thought. He's in the closet and said, "Done." "And where is this storage room?" the boss asked in a menacing voice. "Over there next to the bedroom," the boy answered. The boss thought about it. He fell silent for a few seconds. It seemed to him that this was a trick and not true. And why didn't those two idiots look in the storage room before, the boss thought. "What are you waiting for, idiots? Why are you standing? Bring me my goods quickly!" the boss shouted loudly. "Yes, boss, we obey." The guards responded and ran. A fat, bald security guard broke the lock with a strong kick and knocked down the door. They went into the pantry and saw that same box on the table. The same box. "Boss, we found her. The box is here," the fat, bald man shouted. "Boss, product here. We found!" the thin man shouted. They took the box and took it to their boss. The man opened the box and saw 2 out of 3 eggs. "Why are there only 2 eggs?" the boss asked indignantly. "One egg hatched while I was delivering," the boy said. The boss sat and looked at the eggs.
Do you think I'm stupid? This is the egg of a piercing spider of a C-rank rune monster. If the egg actually hatched, would you be able to stand here like this? The boss shouted in a menacing voice.
If I tell him I killed him, I don't think he'll believe me, the boy thought. This is my gift to the minister. You better return it or you and your sister won't like it. I'll kill her. You won't like what I did to my sister now, the boss shouted. The girl was very scared. The girl, without thinking for a long time, decided that she too needed to fight back this bandit. She bit his wrist with all her might. "How dare you bite me, girl, you stupid little brat. Now I will teach you to behave well," the boss said in an angry voice and swung his fist. At this moment, the boy did a strong kick. He knocked the boss down. A young man named Dun Pap ran to his little sister and hugged her. At this moment, the boss screamed, "Fat and crying dragon, catch him!" "Hey guy, just give up. Otherwise I'm not responsible for myself. I don't want to hurt you. You're still young," the fat bald man shouted. The dong boy reacted very quickly, made several quick movements, and knocked the fat bald man off his feet. The fat bald man hit the floor very hard and it hurt. Did he have the same reaction this morning? This man thought. The potion, an evolution I received after completing a daily quest, increased my stats by +1. It also improved my fighting abilities. The boy began to remember when he drank the potions. Now the boy had the 3rd level. Runic Spirit 71%, Power 21, Stamina 10, and Agility 19, Intelligence 12. Now the young man moved so fast that no one could catch his body to strike. After leveling up, I added all the points to Agility. Even if I do not match the strength of F-rank rune masters, dodging their attacks will not be a problem, the boy thought. Boy, you only know how to dodge. "Boss, give me some more time. I'll catch this asshole," the fat man said. "Enough. You've wasted too much time on him. You're just useless trash. I can handle it just fine myself," the boss said. Boy, since you like to dodge punches so much, try to dodge this one, the boss said, and pointed a large gun at the boy, which sparked tension. This guy is also a master password, and judging by his aura, he is at least E rank, just like Uncle Zhao, the boy thought. What do you want me to do? This rune beast egg has actually hatched, and I can't give you something I simply don't have, the Dun said. Do you know how much these eggs mean to me? The minister's son loves raising ironic monsters, so I spent a lot of effort converting these wild monster eggs into a gift, the boss said. This is the key to my future from ruining my future. It is unforgivable, the boss spoke. I thought that raising rune monsters in the city was a big crime, the boy said. Do you think a student knows how the real world works? The boss asked. The girl was very scared and shocked. Hey brother, I need to tell you something, the girl said in a quiet voice. Xiaoxi is my time now, told the house to his sister. The girl began to cry and began to speak through her tears. But this is very important. You annoying little girl, do you want to die first? The boss asked. And suddenly, very unexpectedly, the egg burst. Dark smoke flew out of the egg like a demon. That another egg has hatched? The boss said. It was a C-rank target runic monster, a dark scaly snake. Although it is still a child, it is much stronger than an adult E-rank rune monster. The boss began firing one shot after another from his pistol, because this big blue snake was hissing and wanted to pounce on him. After shooting the snake, it began to hiss even more. She opened her mouth very wide. White, poisonous fangs were visible. After a second, the boss and the snake began to look into each other's eyes. It was clear that the man was very afraid because the floor was flowing over his face, and his teeth were trembling with fear. The snake looked like a cobra rose above his height, opened its mouth and hissed at him. There was a strong explosion. Stones scattered in different directions. The boss with his pistol was thrown aside by the blast wave. Damn it, is this house too small? I can't use all my skills and strengths here? The boss said in a frustrated voice. Xiaoxi, we need to get out of here. Leave as quickly as possible, said brother named Dun. It's good to take it as you say. The frightened sister spoke. The dark, scaly snake and penetrating spider are C-rank rune monsters. Even if they are just children, they're still difficult to fight. Yesterday I was just lucky and was able to kill a penetrating spider. I'm not sure I can kill this dark, scaly snake, said Brother Dun. Why did he suddenly target us? I have to distract him, but I can't leave my sister, the boy thought. The sister put out her hand, straightened her palm, and as if positive vibes began to emanate from her palm. Very warm energy. What's happening? Dune asked. The girl kept her hand in front of her and was in complete control of the situation. Can't be. Is my sister controlling him? She's an animal tamer, the young man said. Beast tamer. This is a genius born with 100% rune spirit, one of the few thousand who can communicate with rune monsters, tame them, and fight with them on the same side. The snake hissed very loudly and looked at the girl. Then she began to wriggle in a circle, but did not take her eyes off the little girl for a second. The dark, scaly worm's weakness is the rune stone on its forehead, but I have no weapon with me. Sister, can you make him attack those bad guys? Brother Dong asked. I'll try now, Sister answered. This snake is hard to handle, so we'll go away and let these kids sort out this mess themselves, the boss said. And at that moment, the little girl became all tense, closed her eyes, and used her strength. Suddenly, the laugh froze. She stopped hissing. She looked at the girl carefully. Her eyes glowed a very beautiful color. And suddenly, the snake rose very high. She opened her mouth wide and hissed loudly. It was like a ball of electrical energy in her mouth that she wanted to jump out of her mouth. Everything sparkled with white and blue light. This is the energy of a deadly explosion. Break through the roots of this building. I think it's going to be hot now, the boss said, looking at the snake. The snake rose very high, exchanging the head of the boss. She began to make the loudest hiss possible. Everything glowed and sparkled with tension. The boss was very scared and shocked by what was happening. His eyes were very large from fear. Sweat dripped down his face. I hovered over the man and opened my mouth wide. She was ready to attack this scoundrel. A large blue scaly snake opened its mouth and, like a white beam of energy, shot at the man. There was a strong explosion in the house, as if a grenade had exploded. People standing on the street were shocked and watched as chips and shards of glass fell down. Sister, did you do this? You clever. The brother named Dunn shouted enthusiastically, and the sister was still sitting in her chair and holding her hand in front of her. Suddenly my sister felt bad and lost consciousness. It was as if the spirit began to leave her body. "Sister, are you okay?" the brother asked in fear. Jiaoxi is still very small. Controlling a C-rank dark-scaled snake must be very difficult for it. I hope she didn't hurt herself, the boy thought. At that moment, the bald head, and indeed the boss's bald head, was smoking and covered in scratches. I didn't understand what it was, the boss asked. "How dare you touch my hair and my beautiful face?" the boss said in a menacing voice. He held his gun in his hands, from which red energy emanated. "Die!" The boss shouted and started shooting at the snake with his pistol. He began to hit her with his bullets, and the snake began to hiss in pain and open its mouth wide. Next, the boss fired his pistol and laser cannon right into the snake's forehead, where the runestone was located. Runestone is the source of energy for the rune beast. If it is destroyed, the beast will be on the verge of death. Therefore, they always carefully protect this point, but due to the fact that this snake was still young, it was not ready for this. The boy thought, "Crap, crap, 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 another egg lost. I'll make you pay for this," the boss shouted loudly and furiously. "House, all axles, are you okay?" An unknown voice was heard in the room. The boss turned and spoke. "Has anyone else come here to die?" "What's going on here?" said the man standing in the doorway. The boss was holding in his hands another rune stone, which was red. He tried not to show it to the man. The room was completely destroyed. In the middle of the room, a girl was sitting unconscious in a chair, and behind her stood her brother named Dunn. "Jia Wenlong, what are you doing here?" the man asked the boss. "We came here to check and support the children," the boss said. "Boss, don't be stupid. Didn't we come here to pick up our package from the boy?" said a fat, bald man. "Stop talking nonsense, you idiot." The boss shouted loudly and hit the bald man on the head. "What the hell is going on here? Why is Zhao Wude here?" Even though he has a leg injury, he is still an E-rank rune master and an experienced, retired soldier. The boss thought. He has trained many strong rune masters in the martial arts hall and has great influence in the area. "Huanlong, I don't care why you came here, but Dong is under my protection. If you dare to cause him any trouble, then you will also have to fight my martial arts hall," the man said. "Didn't I say I just wanted to check on them and help them?" "Fat Dragon, give Dunn some money for this month," the boss said. "But I don't have money. What should I give him?" The boss answered the fat, bald man. "Didn't I give you your salary a few days ago, deceiver?" the boss shouted menacingly. "Well, this is mine, hard-earned money." The fat, bald man began to speak in fear. "Shut up and do it," the boss said. "Keep the money," the fat, bald man said, and handed the boy several bills. The boy was holding several banknotes of money in his hand. The fat, bald man was very indignant about this because his money was flying away. "Don, I hope the next time we come to show you how much we care about you, it will be you, and not just your little sister. See you next time, baby," the boss said, and with his guards began to leave the apartment. Is this bastard really threatening me? He has no sense of fear at all. I'll have to teach him a lesson, the young man thought. "Dong guys, Xiaoxi, are you okay?" the man asked. "Yes, we're fine, but my sister is just tired," the boy said. "I won't tell Uncle Zhao that Xiaoxi is a beast tamer for now," thought the boy named Dunn. "It's like the corpse of a dark, scaly snake. What happened here?" Uncle asked. "I think it will be possible to reveal information to him about these eggs," the boy thought to himself. The boy told everything he knew. "Uncle Zhao, that's how it all happened," the young man said, pointing to the box that contained the last egg. "Yes, Venlong is not easy to deal with," Uncle said. "He runs an underground fight club. In the Qingshi area, he knows many influential people." Uncle continued talking. "What if we hand over this rune beast egg and tell them about Wenlong?" "Where should we go?" the boy asked. "These eggs belong to the young minister. Do you think your report will change anything?" Uncle said. "Okay. What should I do then? Tell me," the boy asked. "Let me handle this matter. In the meantime, it is too dangerous to keep this and the rune beast's father here, so I will take it with me," Uncle said. "Uncle Zhao is right. If another C-rank rune beast hatches, I may not be able to handle it. and I also cannot expect my sister to tame it, the boy thought, looking at his sister. Anyway, I came here because of what happened at school, Uncle said. You already know about this? How is Sister Zikan? The boy asked. If you hadn't stopped them in time, Zikan would have been in real danger. These 3 bastards will still answer for everything, Uncle said. The parents of one moron are E-rank rune masters. Same as me. They are working with the minister, so I am afraid that there is nothing I can do about it, and you need to be very careful, as they may take revenge on you, Uncle said. But I'm just students and didn't do anything, the boy answered. Don't I know everything? But you must be prepared for the worst-case scenario, Uncle said. The young man went to the martial arts hall. Many men and boys trained during this time. The boy approached one machine gun. It was a device for testing impact force. The boy concentrated and closed his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly to hit this bag as hard as possible. His eyes were very serious and practically did not blink. Full concentration on the blow. A second later, the boy hit the punching bag with his fist. The blow was extremely powerful. Not bad, very good. Regular people can hit 1.5 times their body weight. A professional boxer can hit 2.5 times more. Currently, my punching force is about 5 times my body weight, the boy thought. Suddenly, the phone rang in the young man's pocket. The young man picked up the phone and began talking. Hello, the teacher said to the boy. Dom, what have you been doing these last 3 days? The teacher asked for the phone number. I practiced, the boy answered. Regarding the Fangji incident, the school has made a decision, so please come to the school's dean's office, the teacher said on the phone. Okay, teacher, I'll be there soon, the boy answered. Yes, there are only 18 days left for the entrance exam. I hope I'll be fine, the boy thought and went. The boy thought and, hey kid, I saw you using a device to test the strength of your punch. Tell me, what weight did the device show you? The man asked loudly. Sorry, but I have to go. I need to hurry. See for yourself. The boy said, nodded, waved his hand and walked away. I wonder why this boy is so rude, the man said. Uncle Zhao, look at this quickly, the student said. The force measuring apparatus showed the force of the impact at 462 kilograms. No one in this room had ever hit so hard. Uncle was very surprised. This boy is handsome and quite strong. He has surpassed the limits of the human body. Uncle thought to himself, my runic spirit is only 27%, which is simply incredible. Uncle continued to think. A boy named Doom walked happily down the street. He came to the school's dean's office. He knocked on the door, opened it, walked in, and said, Sorry for being late. I came teacher, the boy said. The parents and the student who received the dong from the boy looked at the young man with a dissatisfied look. Don, please sit down and let's talk seriously, the teacher said. Everything is fine. Can I wait? I just want to quickly get back to class after solving this issue. The boy said, I'm afraid this is impossible, said a fat big man in a suit. What do you have in mind? The boy was indignant. Our school has zero tolerance for violence against other students. That's why we decided to expel you from school, the dean said. Fang Jie was the one who tried to harm the other student. Why then do they exclude me? The boy named Dung asked indignantly. Don't be stupid, Fang Jie. This is one of the elite students of our school, and you are just trash with a 27 rune spirit, the dean shouted from his seat. Dung, I told you you'd pay for hitting me, said the satisfied student sitting on the couch. Banishing him is a good choice. The school is simply wasting its resources on him, said the student's mother. Because I have a low rune spirit, you throw blame and punish me, the boy asked. And he began to clench his fists tightly in anger. Don, please calm down. You cannot provoke people at the level of this student's parents, even if you don't care about yourself. Think about your sister, the teacher said in a serious voice. The teacher is right. I have already put Xiaoxi in danger. I can't let anything bad happen to her again, the boy thought. The young man turned around and began to leave the office. Okay, whatever you say, I'll leave. Before, why aren't you so cocky anymore? Did you take it and give up so easily? I thought so. As expected, you are ordinary trash, said the satisfied student, sitting on the couch and laughing. Trust me and mark my words, idiot. I will definitely become a rune master, a young man named Dunn said proudly. Of course, at that moment, the boy was very upset. He did not want. That's it, leaving school. Moreover, it is not his fault. You're just a boy who overestimates himself, said the father of that student. Don't take on too much, boy. The father continued talking. Even if your rune spirit were not so low due to the fact that you were banished, you would not be able to participate in the ceremony. Awakening. Therefore, you will never become a rune master again, the man said. The boy stopped, turned half a turn, and said, We'll see. The young man went outside and met children playing in the yard. The rune master spoke alone, and he laughed, and I'm a runic beast, and the child in the costume of an incomprehensible animal began to growl. Fangjia's father is right, because I was expelled. Now I cannot join the awakening ceremony, and cannot become a rune master. The boy was upset and thought, anyone who wants to awaken needs the help of an awakening crystal. This is a multicolored large crystal that stood like a monument on the street. But it takes a lot of energy to activate. Therefore, the Union of Rune Masters established the rules that 15 days before the entrance exam, children are sent to activate the awakening crystal and allow the entrance exam participants to awaken. That's why it's called the awakening ceremony. The young man walked further through the city, and suddenly they called him. Dong, stop. The young man stopped and turned around. His friends ran after him.
Dong, wait for us, the girl shouted. Brother Dong, please go slower. I don't have time to catch up with you.
The fanboy shouted. I wonder if you shouldn't be in class right now, the boy named Dun asked in surprise. We have been waiting for you for 3 days, and this is the result, the girl said. Yes, brother. We know that Fang Jie is bullying you by using his parents, fanboy said. Come with me to the martial arts hall, the girl said. She took the young man by the hand and led him along. My father will help you? Believe me? The girl continued talking. Excluded. Like this? Uncle asked. My friend's father is expelled because of me, so you have to figure out how to get him back to school. His daughter spoke. Returning to school is impossible, father said. But this does not mean that the Dune does not have a chance to awaken and become a rune master, father answered. Are you serious, really? The boy asked in surprise. Yes, only those with more than 60% rune spirit can try to become rune masters. But this does not mean that all of them will become them later, because there are many people who have a runic spirit above 60%, father said. Yes, our teacher said that these are just criteria for awakening. The higher the spirit of the runes, the higher the chance of awakening. The boy answered. The awakening crystal uses a large amount of energy to activate. Therefore, if someone does not succeed the first time, they are not given a second chance to awaken, no matter how high his runic spirit is. The father explained. What then can I fly? The boy named Fawn asked in surprise and upset. You don't even know whether you studied at all or not, the girl said in a serious voice. Stop arguing and listen. Every year, many people do not awaken. But not everyone admits defeat and gives up easily, especially those with more than 60% runic spirit. So they try other ways to wake up. The father spoke to the boys. Uncle Zhao, please tell me what methods of awakening there are, if it's not a secret, of course. Have you ever heard of awakening medicine? Uncle began to speak. What is awakening medicine? The children began to ask. But awakening medicine is no longer recognized by the Rune Masters Association. Uncle spoke. Even with a small rune spirit, there is a certain chance of awakening, but it is extremely dangerous. Using the medicine is similar to using an awakening crystal. The higher your runic spirit, the greater the chance of success, and the stronger the rune skill that you can awaken. Uncle spoke. And as far as I know, your runic spirit is only 27%. Therefore, you should know that the chance of your success will be very low. The uncle spoke in a serious voice. Katya continued to talk. When you take awakening medicine, there are only 2 results. Either your organs won't be able to resist the drug, and your blood vessels will burst, or you will successfully awaken and become a rune master, thereby changing your life completely. Uncle continued talking. Dune, you must consider this matter very carefully. Do you really want to risk everything you have? The uncle asked the boy, and he thought, forget about it. The awakening medicine is too dangerous. The girl was worried and spoke in an exciting voice. Yes, there is nothing wrong with being an ordinary person, but at least you will remain alive. The fanboy was also worried and said, in this world where rune masters are kings, I don't want to remain an ordinary person. Remember, if I can't become a rune master, then I'd rather die. the boy said very seriously and angry. Actually, I didn't want to tell him about the awakening medicine, but he was able to strike with a weight of 500 kilograms and will allow such a genius to remain an ordinary person. It would be too reckless, Uncle thought. I knew you would choose this path, and so I will use your rune beast egg in exchange for a chance to fight for the awakening cure, Uncle said. What other egg did the children think? But this rune beast egg does not belong to me, the boy answered. This is an illegal item, and this is the only place where we can put it to good use, Uncle said in a serious voice. Then what do you mean by the battle for the awakening medicine? The boy asked. I have received information that the leader of an underground organization, the Ash Gang, has discovered a dungeon in the wilderness, and they think that the treasure of a powerful rune master is hidden inside. The uncle spoke and took out a book from the shelf. But the dungeon blocks the entrance of all rune masters, therefore Ash's gang began to recruit ordinary people to look for treasure and bring it to them. Uncle continued talking. Any ordinary person can simply pay enough and enter the dungeon. Whoever is the first to find the treasure will receive the awakening medicine, the uncle said, and handed an unknown folder into the boy's hands. The folder had an introduction to the dungeon written on it. Phil, there are many people who want to change their lives, but there's only one bottle of awakening medicine. So whether you can get it or not is up to you, my boy, Uncle said. It's too dangerous. This dungeon will be full of beasts. Dune is just an ordinary person. He will be killed as soon as he enters the dungeon, the girl said. Brother Dong, please think about it, the fanboy said. I haven't even finished talking about why you're interfering. Uncle was indignant. I have an old friend who is the leader of a small team of mercenaries. This team hunts rune beasts in the wild for a living. You can join his team and get some experience fighting in the wild, Uncle said. I have an old friend who is the leader of a small team of mercenaries. This team hunts rune beasts in the wild for a living. You can join his team and get some experience fighting in the wild, Uncle said. But if I can become a rune master, then I will continue to live as the lowest nail in society who cannot resist, just like Fangji and his parents, the boy thought to himself. Even if there is a chance to die, I will take the risk and survive. I will definitely become a rune master, the Dun said proudly. Okay, this is the answer of a real man, Uncle said. I really like your determination, the uncle said, clapping the boy on the shoulder with his hand. Now just follow me to the entrance to the city, he said. The uncle put his big pumped hand on the boy. Entrance to the city, but why, I asked, girl. I will introduce Dun Uncle to the poisonous wolf, whom you were once very afraid of, Uncle said. Uncle Poisonous Wolf, the girl said, scared. It turns out that there is someone who can scare the big sister, said Boy with Glasses. This is the entrance to the city, with its protective dome. Uncle, shouldn't we face the poisonous wolf? Why are we waiting here, said the boy Dune. Soon you will find out everything yourself. Don't rush, answered the uncle. Suddenly a red light came on the wall. The distinctive sound of an air raid alarm could be heard throughout the building, like countercurrent number 1. Quickly, open the outer gate of city number 1, one person shouted. All teams be vigilant. Don't even let a mosquito fly into the city. Another man arrived. Why did they panic so much? The young man thought. Maybe the rune beasts are attacking the city gates, the boy shouted in panic. Of course not. Calm down, answered the uncle. The Bloodwolf mercenary team is back, Uncle said. They saw a huge bull with large horns flying up on the platform, as expected from legal wolves. Even though their strongest team member is an E-rank rune master, they managed to kill a D-rank marble bull. Absolutely all parts of the marble bull are very valuable. The bloody wolves became even richer. This is a real rune beast, Venga. Even if it is dead, the smell from the blood of a corpse is still terrible. This is completely different from the monsters in the virtual simulation capsule, Dun thought, looking at the huge marble bull. What are you afraid of? I asked. The uncle put his hand on the boy's shoulder. No, I'm not afraid. I'm just excited. I've never seen anything like this before, the boy answered. That's good. Now let's go and meet my old friend, Uncle said. Move out of the way, emergency situation, let us pass quickly. People wearing doctor's bands spoke loudly. Something bad must have happened. I think one of the warriors needs urgent doctor's attention, the boy thought. And at that same second, doctors carrying a stretcher ran next to him. A man was lying on a stretcher with his arm severed. He screamed loudly in pain and bled. His hand. She's torn off. Did the rune beast do this? The boy asked in fear. In the wilderness you can earn more, but the danger will also be much higher, Uncle said. Then they saw a large spaceship in the sky. Poison Wolf, are you still alive? Looking up, Uncle shouted loudly. Are you a complete idiot? You won't wait for my death. A man's voice sounded, and then there was laughter. Soon, a tall, gray-haired man emerged from the spaceship. My old friend, what brings you here today? Or you have so little to do and you came to meet me in person? An unknown man said, This man's name is the Poisonous Wolf. His level is E rank, profession swordsman. Here's another fighter. His name is Big Cow, level E rank, profession rune tank. And here's another team that flies and fights with the Poisonous Wolf. The girl's name is Fire Fox, level E rank, profession rune sniper. And a young man named Mountain Tiger, level E rank, profession rune swordsman. I came here to ask you for a small favor, said the uncle. If you need my help, shouldn't you buy me a drink first? We've been in the wilderness for a month. Let's go get a drink first, said Poisonous Wolf. Let's have a drink later. Your teammate is injured. Shouldn't you take care of him first? The uncle said. It's nothing you can do. Hunting rune monsters is always a risk of your life. To earn more money, the bald eagle only lost an arm. He can now simply retire. It makes me a little jealous. The girl said, Oh, both are right for the fox to make money in the wild. It's always a game with death. And everything will be fine with the bald eagle because he is alive, said the Poisonous Wolf. Well, here you are right, Uncle answered. Weren't we the bald eagle who was your team's scout and sniper? Now, since he's injured, you need a new professional. Am I right or wrong? Uncle asked. Everyone else thought about it. I have the perfect replacement, and I recommend it to you, the uncle said, and clapped his hand on the shoulder of the boy named Doong. Hello, everyone. It's me, the young man said, smiling awkwardly, and waved his hand to everyone. Child, he's not even a rune master yet. Zhao, we don't accept the first person we meet into our team. Hunting rune beasts in the wild is no joke, said Poisonous Wolf. Our leader is right, a team of mercenaries. Blood Wolves does not accept random trash. A warrior from the team answered, Rune teams hunt runestones for profit. They are brave and fierce and very strong. You will not meet braver and stronger people anywhere. Every monster and beast that comes to Earth has a runestone that the team must conquer and take for themselves. But with great rewards also comes danger. Very big danger. In wild conditions where there are no laws, anything can happen. For example, beasts and rune beasts are not the only danger, as you need to be careful even with your companions and other people. Because the hailstones are alive, people kill each other so that the stone remains with them. A boy like you cannot survive in the wild even for a few days. The Poisonous Wolf continued to speak. I know that the wildlands are very dangerous, but I must do this, the boy said confidently. Why? The wolf asked. I know there's a chance I could die there, but I'd rather die than not be able to become a rune master. The boy answered in a confident voice. You're very funny. You saw the bald eagle. He was lucky that he only lost one arm. But you may not be able to tell. When your time comes, it will be too late to regret, the girl said. Poisonous Wolf, just give him a chance, that's all I ask of you, Uncle said. Zhao, you know that this is not a simple request. This directly affects his life. Or do you want me to watch him being killed there? Said the Poisonous Wolf. I saw the dune grow, and I always treated him like my family. Why would I want such an end for him? Uncle said. Then why are you supporting him with this stupid decision? The Poisonous Wolf continued to speak. Dong was expelled from school because he hit the rune master's son to save Qing. This is such a ridiculous and unfair story, Uncle said. Excluded. This means that this guy will not be able to participate in the awakening ceremony. What kind of noble spirit? Asked the Poisonous Wolf. He's short, my friend. It is only 27%, Uncle said. This news was completely shocking. 27%? Are you joking? And he still wants to become a rune master? The poisonous wolf asked indignant questions. Don't judge him so quickly. Even though he has a small, smart spirit, his punching power has already reached 462 kilograms. Uncle said, this is a good indicator. This is beyond the limit of ordinary people and closer to the weakest rank master.
What a strange guy this is, Poison Wolf said.
I don't know why, but I have a feeling that he is worthy. He deserves to become what he has long wanted to become, Uncle said. I believe that he will definitely become a rune master, and perhaps even one of the strongest rune masters. Uncle said proudly, Fine. Since you said so, then I will give him a chance and take him with us. But in return, I want you to give me your 30-year-old Mao Tai, said Poisonous Wolf. Oh, you scoundrel, I knew you needed my alcohol. But okay, when you return from the next raid, I'll give it to you, Uncle said. Note, Mao Tai is a type of drink that is also called Chinese vodka. Hey, baby, said loudly Poisonous Wolf. Boy Dong immediately turned to his side. He waited and hoped for good news. I am allowing you to join us because of Zhao's request. So get ready and come back here in 3 days. I will take you to the wild land, said Poisonous Wolf. Boss, are you serious? Are you really planning on taking this child into the wild? The girl asked. He'll probably get scared and shit his pants, another teammate said. So this is the only chance I have to get real experience, and I have to take full advantage of it. The boy named Dune thought to himself. 3 days later, Awakening Ceremony Square. A lot of people gathered in the square. Those who will participate and those who came just to watch. The leader's voice rang out. The awakening ceremony will begin right now. The next one is fun. The fanboy was very scared. He was nervous and worried. Fan touched the large stone with his hand. Everything around glowed golden. The presenter said the awakening was successful. The boy was very happy. This child's resource is weak, but at least enough to become a rune master. Confident, said the host of this ceremony. The boy named Fawn laughed very loudly with happiness. I succeeded, he shouted loudly. Sister Zikon, now it's your turn. Today is the most important day of my life, but my friend Dun and my dad are nearby. I really need their support now, the girl thought to herself. By this time, Don should probably be out of town. I hope everything works out for him and he comes back in one piece. I thought the girl was thinking about it now. Zikon walked up to a large stone and touched it with her hand. The girl touched the huge stone with her hand, and everything sparkled with golden light. As expected from a genius who has 97% rune spirit. The presenter shouted. Zikon closed her eyes and spread her arms to the side. There was a golden glow around her body. It seemed as if all the energy of the earth had gathered near her. Big sister, you are simply amazing. You are the best, Zikon! A boy named Fan shouted loudly and enthusiastically. Oh my god, she's so beautiful. People in the crowd were talking. She's just amazing. Next Fang Jie, the presenter said, Son, show them Dad believes in you. Voices were heard. Your parents are rune masters, so you will definitely become one too. Mom screamed loudly. The young man himself was very worried. Slowly, the boy touched the stone with his hand. Several seconds passed and nothing happened. There was complete silence on the street. Everyone froze and fell silent. The parents did not expect such a turn of events. They didn't understand what was wrong. Why is there no reaction, the boy thought to himself. He had frightened eyes from excitement, and sweat appeared on his face. Fanje, the awakening failed. You didn't succeed, the presenter shouted loudly. I'm sorry, what? How? The young man shouted indignantly. It can't be, no. I'm very upset, the fan began to say. He held his head and cried. His parents were already running to him to calm him down. Buddy, please give my son another chance. The father asked the presenter for his son. It's against the rules, the presenter answered calmly. At this time, the fanboy laughed very loudly. It's a pity that Brother Dong is not here. I think he would have liked the scene. How dare you laugh at me, the young man shouted. Now I'm a master room. You think I'll be afraid of you? A young man with glasses laughed and spoke. The son must become a rune master. If you fail, you'll disgrace your mother and your father. I told the boy, Dad, but I couldn't wake up. The boy answered sadly, Don't worry, there is another way to awaken. I will do everything to make you a master. The father answered in a very serious voice. Another way? Don't tell me that's what I'm thinking now, Mom said worriedly. Awakening medicine. No matter what, I have to help my son get it, the father said confidently. exit from the city, a yellow spaceship in which the entire crew was already sitting to leave the city.
Hello, everybody. I arrived on time.
The boy's voice rang out. My name is Dunn. I'm 18 years old. My profession is a rune sniper. Please take care of me, the boy said. Everyone dispersed into their spaceships and flew off. But what? Let's go, said loudly Poisonous Wolf. He sat on top of the yellow ship. Let's go, my friends, to this wild world where there are no rules. The Poisonous Wolf screamed loudly. The boy Dunn was inside the yellow ship. Although I'm ready for this, it is quite difficult for me to leave the safety of the city, the boy thought. Xikan and Feng Rui are participating in the awakening ceremony today, so perhaps they have already become rune masters, and I envy them. I am sure that Uncle Zhao will always be by their side and support them. The wild world is completely different from the city. Very beautiful landscapes that I have never seen before. They are so beautiful and so dangerous, the boy reasoned. And the ships rushed over the treetops, and you could even see huge scaly snakes that were ready to attack. Tang Yin, aren't you hungry? Do you want some water? Have you applied sunscreen? In the wild world, even the sun is dangerous. It is rougher than in the city, the young man said. The girl was silent. To keep an eye on me, Captain Dulan and his crew took on easier tasks. Thought done. We are still an important mission. A teacher. And suitcases were carried into the ship. Professor Xiao, hailing from the northern war zone, he is an expert on runes and beasts. This is a gray-haired adult man with a mustache and glasses. Lin, Professor Xiao's student, is a spoiled talker. Tang Yin girl, one of Professor Xiao's students. She has always been quiet and taciturn, but judging by her appearance, she also studies runes. This time, Professor Xiao came here to investigate the migration of the red-tailed gull, a rune beast, and the whole team must protect him. This place is near the entrance to the secret kingdom of the Ash Gang. Therefore, while Professor Xiao is investigating, I can take the opportunity to challenge this place, the boy thought. I have been to the wild world several times. The young man said, the red-tailed gull is not at all such a terrible beast as they say. And suddenly the bird crashed its huge bones into the glass of the flying ship. The young man almost went crazy with fear. The bird screamed loudly, hit the glass with its beak, and scratched the ship with its claws. The young man was simply terrified of fear. Suddenly shots rang out, white and golden beams of energy that hit the giant bird directly. Hey boy, didn't you tell us that you are not afraid of the rune beast? A crew member shouted from his ship. I held a rifle in his right hand and was very brave. I'm scared to realize that they won't be able to live even half an hour in the wild world. With a beginner and 3 lobes, it will not be easy to complete the tasks. Thought the girl sitting at the helm. I'm not afraid. He just suddenly ran into me. The young man standing near the window made excuses. Then the girl carefully glanced at the boy named Dunn. She saw that he was not afraid. What kind of crazy place is this? I almost died of fear. I thought this bird would break the window and fly straight into our ship. The young man spoke. At this time, the young boy put his hands in his pockets and simply looked ahead. We were looking for him. They were looking for this very place where a huge bird lives, the girl said. We didn't come here to rest. Here is the red-tailed gull, the subject of our investigation, said Professor. Such a big seagull? How is this possible? The young man asked the professor in surprise. The world has changed so much that it is difficult to perceive things as they were before. The professor spoke. Any animal mutated into a rune beast can be deadly. Therefore, you and I must be even more careful. Don't worry, I'll protect you, the boy said. Oh, I don't need your protection, the Tang girl answered. If his parents had not sponsored my project, no one would have taken him here in his life, the professor thought, looking at this boy. Do any of you know the characteristics and habits of the red-tailed gull? The professor began to take an interest in the children. The boy made a very surprised face and even began to sweat. The red-tailed gull is a gregarious species of animal, usually class F. Some leaders reach E class and are not worth messing with. The Tang girl answered in a calm voice, and the boy thought, although these gulls mutated into flighted birds, they retain their migratory habits. Their flights are associated with the time of year and weather. Thane answered, well done, very nice. The temperature here is low enough to keep these seagulls from flying here, said Professor Xiao. Our task is to find out the reason for their aggression. Although they live in packs, some are extremely aggressive, and you should be careful around them. The professor continued talking. Since it is an F-rank pack beast, you can lure him with a glass ball. Defeating one will be easy, the Dun said. So how do you know these animals well? The professor asked. This is all in school textbooks. I just remember it well, the Dun said. Are you a recently awakened schoolboy? Said Professor. He stole everyone's attention, stood offendedly on the side, and thought, boy. Actually, I haven't woken up yet, Dun said and laughed. What? Haven't woken up yet? Why are you here then? A member of the expedition shouted. Don't worry, I won't cause any problems. He laughed and continued talking. You look like you'll never be capable of anything in life, said the other boy. Don't argue, the girl at the helm shouted. He is new to our team. Besides, he's better than a boar like you, she said. You're just an upstart. You can do nothing and have achieved nothing. I don't even understand why they brought you here. The boy continued to speak quietly. Offended. Come on, Lynn, never mind. What happens in this team does not concern us. Trash to the boy and tapped his hand on his shoulder. Our destination is a forest of ancient trees in the eastern part of the Greenstone region. If nothing interferes, we will arrive there before sunset. Now you can rest. We have a lot of work to do upon arrival. The ship's loudspeaker sounded. Everyone raised their heads up and listened. We understand, thank you, the girl at the helm answered. Thank you for helping me just now, the Dun said in a joyful voice to the girl who was steering the ship. Do not mention it. You are a member of our team, the girl answered. This means that now I have people who are ready to protect me. She's clearly on my side, Dun thought to himself. Now I definitely can't let them down. This is my team. They relied on me and are responsible for making sure everything works out for me. Our night has come. Our heroes have landed. They set up camp, set up tents, lit a fire, and drank tea. You are a very good fighter, said the participant to the masked Dun. Oh, thank you, brother. I appreciate the high praise, the boy answered. Hey, where's our newbie tent? The young man shouted to the Dunu in a loud and dissatisfied voice. The boy just looked at him and didn't answer. If you want to sleep in a tent, then take it and set it up yourself, the girl said and threw the young man a tent. What did I actually pay for this trip? The young man answered. You only pay for your protection. Our responsibilities do not include taking care of you, said one of the team's fighters. But you know better than me how to do this. You will correct yourself faster. The young man spoke sadly, holding his tent in his hands. 20 minutes passed. The young man was having trouble setting up his tent. He tried hard, but nothing worked. Damn, this is just a shitty tent. I can sleep without it. It's warm now anyway, and I won't freeze. The young man was angry on his knees. He never managed to pitch his tent. Where's the food anyway? Do you also have something to eat? I'm going to die now. I was not told that the conditions would be so terrible. The young man was indignant. Look in your backpack. There are canned goods, answered masked fighter. The young man was surprised and looked at the others. He asked in a quiet voice, What will you eat? And then a huge boar fell right in front of him. The young man was so scared that he screamed throughout the forest. We'll have it. The men spoke while standing near a huge wild boar. The young man was simply in shock. One of the teammates said, Listen, newbie, this boar is yours. Dom looked at the giant boar and was simply dumbfounded. Rune beast boar with a crooked horn, rank F. This is a worthy reward for the captain of the moons. It's just that this boar is so thick-skinned that normally weapons probably won't be able to beat its fur and skin. Hey down, take it, the captain shouted loudly and threw him a good fighting sword. What is this to me? The Dun asked in surprise. It's exactly a dagger, the lowest class rune weapon, but it's more than enough to tear apart this boar, the girl said. This is the first time I have touched real Russian weapons, but I don't have runic power in me. So won't it turn back into a rune? Dune asked. This is an energy storage weapon, and the energy I pumped into it will keep it operational for 24 hours. Besides, this dagger is your weapon for the next few days, so handle it well, the girl said. Thank you, Huohu, the Dun answered. Today Dun and I will be on guard. The rest will rest, the captain said as he climbed up a large tree. Yes, boss, we get it, the teammates responded. Okay, boss, the boy replied. A girl was resting in one of the tents. Her tent lights were on, so she lay down comfortably and read her favorite books. And on the street, the young man was unable to set up a tent. so he just lay down on the ground and tried to sleep. He climbed into his sleeping bag and was unhappy. The captain looked at the boy from a high tree and shouted, "Well, can you get up, guy, or not?" "Of course I can," the boy replied, smiling. Our hero was pleased that the captain himself left him with him. Match's named house pushed off strongly from the ground and jumped up. A fire flared up under his feet and pushed him upward. Just a few seconds later, he had already landed on the big soup of this tree, the tree on which the captain sat. The captain looked at the boy with a surprised look and was shocked. The boy landed on a large tree branch and crouched down. He was pleased that he was able to jump so high, that he did not disgrace himself in front of the captain. The captain lit a cigarette, and he began to speak. "That old man told me that your rune spirit is only 27% awakened, but your impact force is about 500 kilograms. "Yes, that's right," the boy answered in a quiet voice. "But I feel that everything will work out. Just give me a chance," the boy said. "You're a strange eccentric, but I like people like that," he said and laughed, Captain. The boy did not understand what made him laugh so much. "I promised that I would send you to the dungeon, but now you cannot survive there." He continued to smoke and talk. "Captain, but you yourself said that my strength exceeds that of an ordinary person. So everything should go well?" "It is so?" the boy asked. "Done?" The captain frowned and knitted his eyebrows. It was a very serious look and said, "I'm not saying you're weak, but..." The captain suddenly fell silent and delivered a strong kick with his foot right in the chest of our hero. The boy began to fall from this large, tall tree straight down with his back to the ground. He didn't understand what had happened. I didn't understand why. The boy was dropped to the ground, after which the captain himself jumped to the ground from a high tree. He stood opposite the boy and raised his hands up. "Understand? It's all about thinking," the captain said in a loud and concentrated voice. Our hero lay on his back and looked at the captain with a serious look. "Understand whether you're talented or incredibly strong. In the wild, you can always be on guard, not so much torn animals, but because of other people," the boss spoke. "A dungeon crawler has nothing to lose because they have a goal, and among them, there will be people much stronger and smarter than you, more ruthless, and with much more experience." The boss continued talking. "On your way, you will meet everything that is possible. Fire, cruelty, violence, murder, a mountain of corpses that you will have to go through." The captain spoke. "Understand that everyone needs this awakening medicine. If you want to snatch it from the hands of the others, you need to be prepared for anything." "I understand, but I have to get it even at the risk of my life. I have to look death in the face." The boy Dong said to the captain, "Well, I'm not interested in teaching a newbie, but I like your dedication. Therefore, I will guide you. But let's see if you can get everything out of this," said Captain. Then the captain woke up one of the girls. The girl woke up, yawning with her mouth wide open, because she really wanted to sleep. A minute later, she was already sitting on a tree. She sat and was a little indignant that she was asked to stand guard while the captain of the match was in the woods. A strong wind rose. The grass practically fell to the ground from this wind. It was deep night, and only a few stars were shining in the sky. At this moment, the captain carefully parted the grass with his hand. The captain and the boy thought, looked out from behind the tall green grass. "It's here. Whisper," said the captain. Wild boar with a curved tusk, smooth beast of rank F, having a strong skin and sharp fangs. It was this beast that stood in front of them.
"This is like a bank exactly the same as the one he killed earlier. Not at its peak. So ideal for training," the captain told the boy. "But I haven't woken up yet, boss." "I'm sure I can overcome this," Dune asked. "So go and find out," the captain shouted loudly. He kicked the boy in the back with all his might, and then he simply flew into this clearing where a large boar stood. "If you can't do this, then just pack your things and get the hell out of here. I don't need brats and kids," the captain shouted after him. The wild boar and the boy were already looking at each other. The wild boar became very angry. He began to growl and make unpleasant, loud noises. His eyes glowed red. It was clear that he did not like this meeting. Suddenly, the boar growled very loudly and opened its mouth wide. Thus, he wanted to show who is stronger here, who is in charge here. A second later, the boar with restrained eyes was already running towards the boy with all its might. He ran to attack in order to pierce him with his sharp tusks. The boy named Dung was a little scared.
There was anxiety in the eyes. Sweat beaded on his face. He stood attentively and watched what was happening, assessing the situation. This is not the first time I have encountered a noisy animal. I must remain calm, the boy thought to himself. He confidently took the hilt of the combat sword with his hand. The wild boar ran with all its might to tear our hero to pieces. The boy stood and waited for this attack. Literally a few seconds later, a boar ran near our hero and lightly caught his clothes with its sharp tusks. The boy managed to jump to the side, but he did not have time to strike with his dagger. It was close, although this light and Franco's combat abilities vary between individuals. Compared to a C-rank beast, this one is much more dangerous and will be more difficult to defeat, the boy thought. The captain observed all this skill. The reality is very far from the school simulation capsule. If you're not careful, you'll die. You only have one try, the captain said loudly. At this moment, the boy simply jumped away from the mad, angry wild boar. He didn't know how to strike yet. Once again, the wild boar growled very loudly and ran to attack our hero. The boy jumped up and tightly grabbed the dagger with his hand. The superpower began to work, and the dagger turned into an electric discharge. A wild boar ran under the boy, and at that moment our hero struck a strong blow with his daggers right into the torso of the wild boar. There was a bright flash in the place where the dagger hit. The wild boar growled even more loudly throughout the forest. The boy did not know what to do now. His eyes were very wide open in surprise. Sweat was running down my face from fear and excitement. In pain, the wild boar began to run forward with all its strength. The boy held onto the handle of his dagger for a long time and, together with the boar, rushed wherever the boar wanted. "Hey boy, didn't you gut the same boar just today?" the captain asked loudly. "Stretch your brains and think where his weakest point is," the captain continued to shout. Exactly today I was cutting up exactly the same carcass of a wild boar. The boy began to remember. And then even the daggers that the sister did not give the skin to pierce were difficult to pierce, with the exception of only one place. The dun began to think. "With the exception of only one place," the boy said loudly. "And this place is the neck." After these words, the boy swung his dagger strongly and struck at this wild boar. New mission. The system began to speak. Kill 10 different animals of rank F. This reward is a potion, the development of the rune spirit. The reward, of course, is good, but animals are not so easy to defeat. This boar almost killed me just now. Thought done. Not bad. I feel bad, baby. You control yourself, said Captain. Now this boar was not at its peak, but if someone stronger had been in its place, it would not have been so lucky now, the Dun answered. Although the abilities of F-rank beasts are higher than ordinary ones, and people have a chance of winning. If you encounter an E-rank beast, then run away, said Captain. Is this also your reward? Rune masters must extract pure energy from runestones and absorb it to enhance their combat skills. Those with runic spirits can absorb energy faster, and therefore become stronger much faster, the captain said to the boy. Even if you're not a rune master yet, investing in the future never hurts. The captain continued talking. Yes, I understand. Thank you, boss, the boy said. Don't rush to thank. My special training has just begun. There are still many runes and beasts waiting for you, the captain answered. With the help of the captain, I will be able to complete the system quest before the dungeon even enters, thought Dun. The last battle made my blood boil. I am truly destined to take the path of a rune master. The boy continued to think, and the quest began. Our hero named Dune completed this quest very successfully. He fought with giant snakes that were ready to swallow him whole, fought and defeated huge reptiles that looked like lizards, and of course he earned his runestones. This old man was right. This guy is truly something. He's good at everything. Here, not only are his powers beyond the ordinary, but his ability to learn and adapt to growth is both terrifying and exhilarating, the captain reasoned. Looking at the young man named Dung, I'd really like to see how scary he can become. The boss thought and scratched his beard with his hand. He was very pleased with how our hero's training was going. The night ended and early morning came. The big blue bird began to make its morning sounds and songs. A yellow sun with a red glow rose above the mountains. The boy stood near his next prey. He held his sword in his hands, and the defeated monster was lying on the ground. During this entire night, I only killed 5 animals that the boss did not point out. All of them were of a high level, so it was not easy for me to cope. The boy was thinking at that moment, but thanks to this, combat experience can grow quite a bit. Don reasoned and looked at another rune stone in his hands. Take a drink and catch your breath. We'll continue soon, the captain said, and threw the bottle to the boy. Boss, I have another mission for today. Ask boy. No, go and get a good night's sleep. Let's continue your studies, the boss said. Is it really okay for me not to do anything? The Dun asked in surprise. The world has changed so much that it is difficult to perceive things as they were before. The professor spoke. Any animal mutated into a rune beast can be deadly. Therefore, you and I must be even more careful. Don't worry, I'll protect you, the boy said. Oh, I don't need your protection, the Tangirl answered. If his parents had not sponsored my project, no one would have taken him here in his life, the professor thought, looking at this boy. Do any of you know the characteristics and habits of the red-tailed gull? The professor began to take an interest in the children. The boy made a very surprised face and even began to sweat. The red-tailed gull is a gregarious species of animal, usually class F. Some leaders reach E-class and are not worth messing with. The Tangirl answered in a calm voice. And the boy thought, although these gulls mutated into flighted birds, they retained their migratory habits. Their flights are associated with the time of year and weather, Thane answered. Well done. Very nice. The temperature here is low enough to keep these seagulls from flying here, said Professor Xiao. Our task is to find out the reason for their aggression. Although they live in packs, some are extremely aggressive, and you should be careful around them. The professor continued talking. Since it is an F-rank pack beast, you can lure him with a glass ball. Defeating one will be easy, the Dun said. So how do you know these animals well? The professor asked. This is all in school textbooks. I just remember it well, the Dun said. Are you a recently awakened schoolboy? Said Professor. He stole everyone's attention, stood offendedly on the side and thought, boy. Actually, I haven't woken up yet, Dun said and laughed. What? Haven't woken up yet? Why are you here then? A member of the expedition shouted. Don't worry. I won't cause any problems. He laughed and continued talking. You look like you'll never be capable of anything in life, said the other boy. Don't argue. The girl at the helm shouted. He is new to our team. Besides, he's better than a boar like you, she said. You're just an upstart. You can do nothing and have achieved nothing. I don't even understand why they brought you here. The boy continued to speak quietly, offended. Come on, Lin, never mind. What happens in this team does not concern us. Trashed to the boy and tapped his hand on his shoulder. Our destination is a forest of ancient trees in the eastern part of the Greenstone region. If nothing interferes, we will arrive there before sunset. Now you can rest. We have a lot of work to do upon arrival. The ship's loudspeaker sounded. Everyone raised their heads up and listened. We understand, thank you, the girl at the helm answered. Thank you for helping me just now, the Dun said in a joyful voice to the girl who was steering the ship. Do not mention it. You are a member of our team, the girl answered. This means that now I have people who are ready to protect me. She's clearly on my side, Dun thought to himself. Now I definitely can't let them down. This is my team. They relied on me and are responsible for making sure everything works out for me. Our night has come. Our heroes have landed. They set up camp, set up tents, lit a fire, and drank tea. You're a very good fighter, said the participant to the masked Dun. Oh, thank you, brother. I appreciate the high praise. The boy answered. Hey, where's our newbie tent? The young man shouted to Dunu in a loud and dissatisfied voice. The boy just looked at him and didn't answer. If you want to sleep in a tent, then take it and set it up yourself, the girl said, and threw the young man a tent. What did I actually pay for this trip? The young man answered. You only pay for your protection. Our responsibilities do not include taking care of you, said one of the team's fighters. But you know better than me how to do this. You will correct yourself faster. The young man spoke sadly, holding his tent in his hands. 20 minutes passed. The young man was having trouble setting up his tent. He tried hard, but nothing worked. Damn, this is just a shitty tent. I can sleep without it. It's warm now anyway, and I won't freeze. The young man was angry on his knees. He never managed to pitch his tent. Where's the food anyway? Do you also have something to eat? I'm going to die now. I was not told that the conditions would be so terrible. The young man was indignant. Look in your backpack. There are canned goods, answered Masked Fighter. The young man was surprised and looked at the others. He asked in a quiet voice, "What would you eat?" And then a huge boar fell right in front of him. The young man was so scared that he screamed throughout the forest. "We'll have it." The men spoke while standing near a huge wild boar. The young man was simply in shock. One of the teammates said, "Listen, newbie, this boar is yours." Dom looked at the giant boar and was simply dumbfounded. Rune beast boar with a crooked horn, rank F. This is a worthy reward for the captain of the moons. It's just that this boar is so thick-skinned that normally weapons probably won't be able to beat its fur and skin.
Hey down, take it.
The captain shouted loudly and threw him a good fighting sword. "What is this to me?" the Dun asked in surprise. "It's exactly a dagger, the lowest class rune weapon, but it's more than enough to tear apart this boar," the girl said. "This is the first time I have touched real Russian weapons, but I don't have runic power in me, so won't it turn back into a rune?" Dune asked. "This is an energy storage weapon, and the energy I pumped into it will keep it operational for 24 hours. Besides, this dagger is your weapon for the next few days, so handle it well." The girl said, "Thank you, Huo-Hu." The Dun answered, "Today Dun and I will be on guard, the rest will rest," the captain said as he climbed up a large tree. "Yes, boss, we get it," the teammates responded. "Okay, boss," the boy replied. A girl was resting in one of the tents. Her tent lights were on, so she lay down comfortably and read her favorite books. And on the street, the young man was unable to set up a tent. So he just lay down on the ground and tried to sleep. He climbed into his sleeping bag and was unhappy. The captain looked at the boy from a high tree and shouted, "Well, can you get up, guy, or not?" "Of course I can," the boy replied, smiling. Our hero was pleased that the captain himself left him with him. Match's named house pushed off strongly from the ground and jumped up. A fire flared up under his feet and pushed him upward. Just a few seconds later, he had already landed on the big soup of this tree, the tree on which the captain sat. The captain looked at the boy with a surprised look and was shocked. The boy landed on a large tree branch and crouched down. He was pleased that he was able to jump so high, that he did not disgrace himself in front of the captain. The captain lit a cigarette, and he began to speak. "That old man told me that your rune spirit is only 27% awakened, but your impact force is about 500 kilograms. "Yes, that's right," the boy answered in a quiet voice, "but I feel that everything will work out. Just give me a chance," the boy said. "You're a strange eccentric, but I like people like that," he said, and laughed, Captain. The boy did not understand what made him laugh so much. "I promised that I would send you to the dungeon, but now you cannot survive there." He continued to smoke and talk, Captain. "Captain, but you yourself said that my strength exceeds that of an ordinary person. So everything should go well?" "It is so," the boy asked. "Done." The captain frowned and knitted his eyebrows. It was a very serious look, and said, "I'm not saying you're weak, but..." The captain suddenly fell silent and delivered a strong kick with his foot right in the chest of our hero. The boy began to fall from this large tall tree straight down with his back to the ground. He didn't understand what had happened. I didn't understand why. The boy was dropped to the ground, after which the captain himself jumped to the ground from a high tree. He stood opposite the boy and raised his hands up. "Understand, it's all about thinking," the captain said in a loud and concentrated voice. Our hero lay on his back and looked at the captain with a serious look. "Understand whether you are talented or incredibly strong. In the wild, you can always be on guard. Not so much torn animals, but because of other people." The boss spoke. "A dungeon crawler has nothing to lose because they have a goal. And among them, there will be people much stronger and smarter than you, more ruthless, and with much more experience." The boss continued talking. "On your way, you will meet everything that is possible: fire, cruelty, violence, murder. A mountain of corpses that you will have to go through." The captain spoke. Understand that everyone needs this awakening medicine. If you want to snatch it from the hands of the others, You need to be prepared for anything. I understand, but I have to get it even at the risk of my life. I have to look death in the face, the boy, Dong, said to the captain. Well, I'm not interested in teaching a newbie, but I like your dedication. Therefore, I will guide you, but let's see if you can get everything out of this, said Captain. Sit. Then the captain woke up one of the girls. The girl woke up, yawning with her mouth wide open because she really wanted to sleep. A minute later, she was already sitting on a tree. She sat and was a little indignant that she was asked to stand guard while the captain of the match was in the woods. A strong wind rose. The grass practically fell to the ground from this wind. It was deep night and only a few stars were shining in the sky. At this moment, the captain carefully parted the grass with his hand. The captain and the boy looked out from behind the tall green grass. It's here. Whisper, said the captain. Wild boar with a curved tusk, smooth beast of rank EF, having a strong skin and sharp fangs. It was this beast that stood in front of them. This is like a bank exactly the same as the one he killed earlier. Not at its peak, so ideal for training, the captain told the boy. But I haven't woken up yet, boss. I'm sure I can overcome this, Dune asked. So go and find out, the captain shouted loudly. He kicked the boy in the back with all his might, and then he simply flew into this clearing, where a large boar stood. If you can't do this, then just pack your things and get the hell out of here. I don't need brats and kids, the captain shouted after him. The wild boar and the boy were already looking at each other. The wild boar became very angry. He began to growl and make unpleasant loud noises. His eyes glowed red. It was clear that he did not like this meeting. Suddenly the boar growled very loudly and opened its mouth wide. Thus, he wanted to show who is stronger here, who is in charge here. A second later, the boar, with restrained eyes, was already running towards the boy with all its might. He ran to attack in order to pierce him with his sharp tusks. The boy named Dung was a little scared. There was anxiety in the eyes. Sweat beaded on his face. He stood attentively and watched what was happening, assessing the situation. This is not the first time I have encountered a noisy animal. I must remain calm, the boy thought to himself. He confidently took the hilt of the combat sword with his hand. The wild boar ran with all its might to tear our hero to pieces. The boy stood and waited for this attack. Literally a few seconds later, a boar ran near our hero and lightly caught his clothes with its sharp tusks. The boy managed to jump to the side, but he did not have time to strike with his dagger. It was close, although this light and Franco's combat abilities vary between individuals. Compared to a C-rank beast, this one is much more dangerous and will be more difficult to defeat, the boy thought. The captain observed all this skill. The reality is very far from the school simulation capsule. If you're not careful, you'll die. You only have one try, the captain said loudly. At this moment, the boy simply jumped away from the mad, angry wild boar. He didn't know how to strike yet. Once again, the wild boar growled very loudly and ran to attack our hero. The boy jumped up and tightly grabbed the dagger with his hand. The superpower began to work, and the dagger turned into an electric discharge. A wild boar ran under the boy, and at that moment our hero struck a strong blow with his daggers right into the torso of the wild boar. There was a bright flash in the place where the dagger hit. The wild boar growled even more loudly throughout the forest. The boy did not know what to do now. His eyes were very wide open in surprise. Sweat was running down my face from fear and excitement. In pain, the wild boar began to run forward with all its strength. The boy held on to the handle of his dagger for a long time, and together with the boar, rushed wherever the boar wanted. "Hey boy, didn't you gut the same boar just today?" the captain asked loudly. "Stretch your brains and think where his weakest point is." The captain continued to shout. "Exactly today I was cutting up exactly the same carcass of a wild boar." The boy began to remember. And then even the daggers that the sister did not give the skin to pierce were difficult to pierce, with the exception of only one place. The Dun began to think. "With the exception of only one place," the boy said loudly, "and this place is the neck." After these words, the boy swung his dagger strongly and struck this wild boar. New mission. The system began to speak. Kill 10 different animals of rank F. This reward is a potion, the development of the rune spirit. The reward, of course, is good, but animals are not so easy to defeat. This boar almost killed me just now, thought Dunn. Not bad. I feel bad, baby. You control yourself, said Captain. Now this boar was not at its peak, but if someone stronger had been in its place, it would not have been so lucky now, the Dunn answered. Although the abilities of F-rank beasts are higher than ordinary ones, and people have a chance of winning if you encounter an E-rank beast, then run away, said Captain. Is this also your reward? Rune masters must extract pure energy from rune stones and absorb it to enhance their combat skills. Those with runic spirits can absorb energy faster, and therefore become stronger much faster, the captain said to the boy. Even if you're not a rune master yet, investing in the future never hurt. The captain continued talking. Yes, I understand. Thank you, boss, the boy said. Don't rush to thank. My special training has just begun. There are still many runes and beasts waiting for you. The captain answered. With the help of the captain, I will be able to complete the system quest before the dungeon even enters. Thought done. The last battle made my blood boil. I am truly destined to take the path of a rune master. The boy continued to think, and the quest began. Our hero, named Dune, completed this quest very successfully. He fought with giant snakes that were ready to swallow him whole, fought and defeated huge reptiles that looked like lizards. And of course, he earned his rune stones. This old man was right. This guy is truly something. He's good at everything. Here, not only are his powers beyond the ordinary, but his ability to learn and adapt to growth is both terrifying and exhilarating. The captain reasoned, looking at the young man named Dong. I'd really like to see how scary he can become. The boss thought and scratched his beard with his hand. He was very pleased with how our hero's training was going. The night ended and early morning came. The big blue bird began to make its morning sounds and songs. A yellow sun with a red glow rose above the mountains. The boy stood near his next prey. He held his sword in his hands, and the defeated monster was lying on the ground. During this entire night, I only killed 5 animals that the boss did not point out. All of them were of a high level, so it was not easy for me to cope. The boy was thinking at that moment, but thanks to this, combat experience can grow quite a bit. Don reasoned and looked at another runestone in his hands. Take a drink and catch your breath. We'll continue soon, the captain said and threw the bottle to the boy. Boss, I have another mission for today. Ask boy. No, go and get a good night's sleep. Let's continue your studies, the boss said. Is it really okay for me not to do anything? The Dun asked in surprise. If I kill 5 more animals the next night, I will complete this mission, thought Dun. Everything is fine. You won't be very useful with your current skills anyway. Let's go back, said Captain. The main team was in the camp near their tents. Everyone was waiting for the captain. Some cooked food over a fire. The girl saw the captain and a boy named Dun returning to the camp. Where have you been all night? I asked girl. I took our guy to night training. Dong, please go wash yourself and go to rest, said Captain. Okay, boss, the boy answered. The sister and the boy Don stood next to each other and were silent. They didn't know what to say to their friend. Judging by the fact that his bag is filled to the brim with runestones, it means he has been killing animals all night. Is he an unusual person? The girl thought. Is it already morning? Asked the sleepy young man in the sleeping bag. The girl continued to think and reflect, and the boy named Dun went to rest. Our hero poured out multicolored stones, which were called runes. He dumped them on the floor of his tent. These are rune stones. They're needed for absolutely everything. They are needed to create weapons and protective items to increase combat abilities. But I haven't awakened yet, so I can't absorb their energy. Looking at the stones, the boy thought. Matcha was reaching out his hand to the red runestone. The system immediately asked, Notifications? Do you want to extract and absorb energy? Yes or no? Can the system really help me with this? The boy thought and answered, Yes. The stones immediately began to emit energy. Suddenly, the system said, You have reached the required experience level increased. Our hero was very happy, spread his arms up, and there was a lot of energy around his body. While I am not a rune master, I can rely on the system to extract and absorb energy. As soon as I increased the level, the fatigue disappeared. Thought done. And all the characteristics have increased. My strength and agility have increased significantly, the boy thought. And there are still 15 unallocated points. Since strength and agility have already increased, this time I'll add 10 to physique, 3 to wisdom, and 2 to strength. The weather outside began to change. Clouds appeared in the sky and the wind began to rise. After increasing my wisdom, all my senses became sharper. All 4 attributes appear to be important, our hero thought. Now I'm more than confident about tomorrow's test. Try to complete the mission this night and level up some more. The weather was getting worse every minute. A strong wind rose and tore leaves from the trees. "How's that guy doing?" the girl asked the captain. "You know, his fighting abilities are incredible. I'm pleasantly surprised, and the learning speed is very high." The captain began to tell the girl, "This is incredible. You rarely praise anyone like that." The girl said, "Yes, but this baby is very unusual. In any case, you should rest too," said Captain. "But I'm not tired," the girl answered. "No, I just have an important mission for you." The captain looked at him with a serious look and said, "I was wondering what mission answer," the girl said. "I want you to help me with today's training," the captain answered. The girl fell silent and thought. She clearly didn't expect the mission to be like this. She wanted a more challenging task. "Boss, I'm ready when we start," the boy asked near the fire. "Today the fox will work with you," the captain answered. "Will my sister study with me?" asked the boy. At this moment, the sight was aimed directly at our hero's forehead. The captain began to continue talking. "What's happened? Are you really afraid?" Then the tent quickly returns. "I am also not eager to teach a beginner." Then the rifle sight was aimed at another member of the expedition. He laughed, holding a large piece of meat in his hand. "Fox, but I remember that you like such young men." He spoke and laughed. Suddenly a shot rang out. The piece of meat on the legs, which he held in his hands, simply exploded from the explosion. The shot was made by a fox sitting on a tree from its laser gun. "Stop talking nonsense, or do you want to die?" the girl shouted. Although mine seems to be a calm character, hers is very explosive, our hero thought. "Listen to me," Captain began to speak. "Chanterelle is the best sniper, so she can teach you a lot. Teach what can save your life." "Right. Instead of fighting a dangerous enemy, it is better to lie low and strike at the right moment," the boy thought. They were ready to start training. "Sister, I'll have to bother you tonight." Another teammate laughed and spoke. "Stop talking nonsense. Follow me," did the fox say in a loud voice. "Yes, I'm already on my way," answered the boy. "Professor, can I go with them?" the girl asked the professor. The man was reading a scientific book at that moment. "Tang Yin, this is a wilderness area. It is very dangerous here. It is better to stay camp." The professor answered the girl. "And he leaves, although he is not even a rune master yet. Why then should I be afraid and sit here in the camp?" The girl began to be indignant. The professor adjusted his glasses and said, "Because you and he are not the same." The fox led our hero into the depths of the forest. "Today we will play hide and seek. Remember, you only have 3 lives, she said. The boy Don hit on a branch of a large tree. A shot rang out. The laser cannon hit the branch on which our hero was sitting. "And since I've already caught you twice, you only have 1 life at your disposal," the fox said, and plugged the tube through which our hero was breathing while hiding in the water. "If you can hold out for 10 minutes while I look for you, then you have passed my test," the girl said. If not, then you will refuse to go to the dungeon." She continued talking. The boy ran to hide. It was quite dark in the forest. The fox stood in the middle of the clearing and held her laser cannon with both hands. I set my watch to a 10-minute timer. "You're hiding pretty well, but let's see if you're worthy of our boss's praise," the fox said out loud. She went wandering through the forest in search of our hero, but so far he was nowhere to be seen. Having heard some sounds from herself in the country, the fox fired a shot from her rifle. The girl came closer to look. What she saw disappointed her. "Strange, isn't this my boy that I'm hunting now?" the girl thought in surprise. In front of her in the clearing sat an ordinary hare, who was scared after such a terrible shot. But still, something haunted the girl. She had a premonition that there was someone near her now. There was a premonition that they were looking at her from the outside. The fox stopped and began to listen. She practically did not breathe so as not to miss any sound. Hearing a slight shock behind her, she immediately fired a shot, and I saw that I had shot a huge snake. There was 1 minute left. Strange, it's not here anymore. I began to think in surprise, girl. No one has ever hidden from me for so long. I've already searched all potential hiding places, anywhere this boy could hide. Maybe he sneaked back into camp, the fox thought. There were only 30 seconds left on the clock. The girl was very tired. I've never had to look for anyone for so long. Crap, looks like I have to break the rules, looking around, the fox thought. Then you need to use the snake-eye runestone skill, she said. Her rifle immediately began to radiate radiance and energy. She aimed her laser sight. Through the night vision scope, she looked out for our hero in all the bushes. Yeah, gotcha. The girl was happy. Through the thermal imager, she saw that a man was sitting on the ground. The fox aimed her sight right at his head. Doom sat on the ground behind the bushes and held the poor frightened hares in his arms. The most dangerous place is often the safest. So he deliberately released the rabbit to take me to another place, the girl thought. The boy watched everything that was happening through the bushes. He looked out and assessed the situation. I can't believe that you won't move from this place when they're aiming at your head, the girl said, and continued to look for him through the scope. I can't move at all. Our hero was thinking at that moment. He continued to look at the girl, whether she would make her shot or not. Time is almost up. There were only 3 seconds left. The girl continued to aim through the optical sight. The boy continued to sit and not move. He didn't move his arms or legs. He just looked carefully at his opponent. There were already 2 seconds left. Time was running out, and there was 1 second left. The fox got down on one knee and continued to aim at our hero. Time is up. The clock shows that time is up. The girl looked at her watch and realized that this opponent was simply handsome. Not a bad guy, not bad. You didn't save at the right moment. That's good, the fox said, smiling. I broke the rules and used skills. And this is my failure. This guy didn't move when I pointed the gun at him. He has every chance to be a sniper. Looking at the boy, the girl thought. Our hero came out of the bushes to meet the girl. Well, sister, now you will teach me as you promised, our hero said ironically. When it comes to your hiding abilities, you're really good at that. But now is the time of the rune masters, and all kinds of runic techniques appear every day. And as soon as you encounter something like this, you will be discovered. Just like I found you in these bushes just now. The girl spoke. So a talented sniper must be calm and observant. The girl continued talking. You need to be able to anticipate everything, predict every enemy trick. Only then can you be safe. Here you are, the girl said and threw some kind of device to the boy. Sister, what is this? The boy asked. Dung pressed the earphone button and looked through the blue glass. He was very surprised and shocked. Through the glass, light intensity, temperature, humidity, wind directions, and so on were shown. These are the glasses used by scouts and snipers. In addition to people, they can detect ironic animals and display important information. The girl spoke. Try it yourself. The boy down looked at the rabbit sitting on the ground through the scope of his glasses. The glasses showed that it was a rabbit. The power is 100%. The rating is no level. With these glasses, I will be safe when hunting folk animals. Thought done? Thank you very much, sister. It's too early to rejoice. The training has just begun, the girl answered. It's already morning. People came out of their tents into the street. From the side came the voice of a boy named Dunn. Good morning, everyone. This voice alerted everyone who was on the street. One of the expedition members screamed loudly, What happened to you, Dunn? Brother Mountain Tiger, I just finished my studies with my sister, he said. The boy raised his hand up. He didn't look like himself. Tired, exhausted, and could barely move his legs. My sister walked proudly next to me. Don, you look absolutely terrible. Maybe you'd better lie down and rest? The masked man asked. No, I can... Only these words, the boy said, and fell to the ground exhausted. The captain looked askance at the girl. It was a dissatisfied look. The test will take place today. Will he be able to pass it now? Asked the captain. Don't worry, his recovery rate is very high. The girl answered. He'll be fine once he gets a good night's sleep. The girl continued talking. And at that moment our hero was lying in his tent, resting and watching what the system was showing him. Current progress is 8 animals out of 10. He has 2 animals left. Last night I only killed 3 beasts. Even if I couldn't finish the mission, I at least got 3 stones. You can further increase your abilities. I was thinking about this moment, boy. The beasts my sister chose are much stronger than the ones the boss chose for me. This means there should be more energy in the stones, the boy reasoned. Well, that's logical. I hope that it will be so. In any case, I will find out as soon as I get the energy. The boy continued to think. The boy Dung lay in his tent, resting and continuing to think. I'll be going underground this evening, so safety is my top priority. It is worth adding points to dexterity and wisdom. The fatigue disappeared as soon as I raised the level, but I still think about sleeping so that my brain can rest and my nerves will be fine. A large fire was burning outside. Branches and firewood crackled in the fire. Our hero continued to rest to the sound of these forest sounds. Almost the entire expedition was outside near the fire. The professor continued reading his scientific books. Strange. I just felt the runic energy fluctuation in that guy's tent. Or was it just my imagination? He's just an ordinary boy, the girl thought, looking at the tent in which the Dun was resting. At this moment, the professor said, Tan Yin, please give me the data we recorded today. Can you hear me? Tan, please bring me the data, the professor repeated even louder to the girl. Yes, professor. Here, the girl said, looking at the tent, and handed the burning stick to the professor. The professor continued reading his book and said, Thank you. He reached out his hand and took the burning stick in his palm. The professor screamed loudly in pain. His hand was simply on fire. It was a burn. The girl seemed to wake up and look in horror at what she had done. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Professor. I'm sorry. The girl began to make excuses and apologize. The professor was sweating from pain. To make it hurt less, he blew hard on his hand. At that moment, our hero named Dun began to leave his tent. Well, it's time for me to go, the Dun said. He was in full fighting spirit and felt good. The fatigue has passed. Thanks to my boss and sister's training, my abilities have improved greatly. I think I must pass this test, the boy thought. The girl imperceptibly turned her head to the side and began to look at the young man. Very strange. I think he has become much stronger, the girl thought, looking at the Dunya. Come on, jump in boldly, baby. I'll let you drive this car. One of the participants in this expedition shouted. Where are you two going? With disbelief, the young man in the brown shirt asked the boy. Just take a ride and look around. The guy who was driving the car answered. At a time like this, don't think you can fool me. I have a lot of experience surviving in the wild. He began to scream and be indignant. A young man in brown clothes. At this moment, our hero Dun pushed off strongly from the ground. Fire came from under his feet, which pushed him very strongly upward. The young man in brown clothes froze and was shocked. He had never seen anything like this before. The boy got into this car and said, Thanks, brothers, for the monkey. I've been wanting to ride this car for a long time. The boy said, There's nothing to hold on to tighter, said the man with glasses. And literally a second later, the ship very quickly began to pick up speed and rise up into the sky. A young man in brown clothes stood on the ground and shouted loudly after them, Hey, wait! Go back quickly! The men who committed this crime simply looked at each other and laughed. For them, it was a common thing. Who's there? Show yourself. These men heard that there was someone behind them. Behind them, they hoped. Our hero, a boy, sat. Damn it. How did they find me? I sat quietly and didn't even give myself away. The boy began to worry and think about it. The boy Dom quickly jumped from the branch of a large, thick tree and began to run away. You can't escape us, you cowardly rabbit. The men who were catching up with our hero shouted loudly. Better to just stop and pack our prey. They laughed and shouted after him, but the Dun ran away from them with all his might. This dungeon challenge is very fun and exciting. Delighted, the men who were catching up with our hero laughed and shouted, Are these crazy bastards killing people for fun? Thought Dun. But they are slower than me, so I am able to outrun them. The boy thought home and began to pick up speed even faster. Even if you run fast, do you really think you can run faster than a bullet? The girl screamed loudly, with a pistol in her hands. Heck, they have guns too. Weapons are prohibited in the city, but the law is not written for such criminals. Boy Dung thought about this. Yes! Understand already that you will not be able to hide from me for very long, little rabbit. The girl with a pistol in her hand said loudly, and laughed throughout the forest. This means he was trying to run away and hide in the bushes. He should be hiding somewhere nearby, so split up and thoroughly search the area. Don't let him escape, a man in gray clothes commanded. Okay, the girl replied. Now let's do it beautifully. She raised her pistol up, began to listen and walk along the bushes. Where are you now? Die! The girl screamed loudly, hearing a rustling sound from the side. She immediately fired her pistol. But as soon as she made her shot behind her, it was as if our hero jumped off the snow and landed behind her. I'm sorry, what? This is impossible. How is it? The girl began to be indignant, but the blade of the knife was already near her neck. How did you do this? The girl asked in surprise. At that moment, our hero stood behind the girl and held the blade of the knife tightly near her neck. Even if you have a gun, it's useless if it can't aim, and with my speed, there will be no chance to improve you either, the boy said loudly to the girl. Drop your weapon or I'll just kill her, the boy shouted in a serious voice. All other players stopped. Please let me go. I did this precisely in order to survive and become a rune master. The girl screamed in fright. Oh, I didn't expect him to switch roles with us. Baby, it turns out that you are quite capable. The man laughed and said to our hero, but if you think you can threaten us, then you are still too naive, the man in gray said in a serious voice. Suddenly a strong shot was heard. What did you do? The boy said, because I saw that the man shot this girl and it hit her right in the chest. We simply used this girl as bait to eliminate other competitors. But since there is only one awakening medicine, we would have killed her later anyway. The man in gray smiled and spoke. He didn't even hesitate when he killed her. It was as if he was out of his mind. It was as if he had killed not a man, but a fly. It was beyond cruel. Well, this is the real world. World of Rune Masters, ruthless and cruel. It is completely different from the city. Everything is different here. It's survival of the fittest here. I thought at that moment it was a boy. At his feet lay a girl who had several bullets in her chest. She was bleeding and dying right next to the Dung boy's feet. Hey man, you're pretty strong. I have an idea. Why don't we work together with you? The man in gray asked and continued to point the gun at the boy. If I want to survive in this world, if I want to protect Xiaoxi, become a rune master, then I must give up my ideals and naive thinking. If that means I have to get blood on my hands, then so be it, the boy thought. The man in gray stood and looked at him. Hey, I'm talking to you, freak, the man said in a dissatisfied voice. The boy stood and continued to look into the eyes of this man. The boy decided to carry out some kind of blow, and he made it with his foot. After a tackle and tripping, the man in gray clothes began to fall on his back. Don moved his foot so quickly that it was practically unnoticeable. Stupid boy, we gave you a chance. But if you want to die, then we will not stop you. Another guy in brown clothes screamed, holding a gun in his hand. Suddenly a shot rang out. A red hole appeared in the chest of a young man in brown clothes. Red because blood was already flowing out of the hole. What? You couldn't do that. How? Surprised, the young man shouted. But everything was very real. The boy leaned on one knee, put his right hand forward and fired a pistol at his opponent. I won't let someone like you get in my way, the boy said. Die! You bastard freak, baby! What have you allowed yourself to do here? Another man screamed loudly and began shooting from his pistol directly at our hero. The house had very high speed at that moment. He was very good at dodging all the bullets that were thrown at him. Don was very well in control of the situation and the fight that was now taking place. For him, it was all like in slow motion. He has already calculated what he will do next. Literally a second later, the Dune was already on the other side. He found himself at his opponent's side and pointed his gun at him. How did he do it? What is his level? What is his rank? The man was indignantly surprised. You're too slow, the boy named Dunn said loudly and pointed a gun at his opponent. The nose was right. In the wild, people are more dangerous than any animals. If my physical abilities were at the level of an ordinary person, I would have died already. I must leave, and the smell of blood will soon lure the rune beasts here. No matter what, I will find the chest and get out of this dungeon alive. The boy thought, and his rivals, led by the boy fan, also went in search of the chest. Suddenly there were cries for help. With every step, the screams became louder and clearer. The fanboy stopped and listened. Someone must have been attacked by a beast. You need to go and check, said the bald man. I don't care about them all. All of them are still our competitors, said the man with the beard. That's right, guys. Stay calm. That's right. You guys just have to protect me. That's all. The fanboy spoke in fear. Don't worry, young master. We won't let anything happen to you, said the guard with the beard. They walked long and hard. It was very hot outside, so the boy named Fan began to lose his strength. I can no longer outline how much more. It's just some kind of punishment. The boy named Fan was indignant. Ah, help me! This is so scary! The young man in brown clothes shouted and ran out of the green bushes. Everyone suddenly stopped and looked at him. Friends, please, save me. I beg you to save me. I can give you as much money as you want. A young man in brown clothes screamed in despair and fear. Get lost. Don't bother us and go bother someone else. We don't care about you. We have our own worries, said a boy named Fan. No, please help. I will cry, the boy in brown clothes shouted. But behind him there was already a huge gray wolf with a red stone in the forehead. The wolf quickly grabbed this man with its huge mouth. With his teeth, he bit his body in half. The Fan boy was very scared. He opened his mouth wide, opened his eyes wide, and screamed loudly in fear. Chronic F-rank beast, dark shadow wolf. He stood in the clearing, finished eating this man, and blood dripped from his mouth directly onto the ground. It seems that he is not satisfied yet. He wants to eat us too, the bald man said loudly. It looks like he just recently became an adult. Left you, said the man with the beard. Of course I'll take care of it, said the bald man. This is a real runestone beast, and you guys are not even rune masters. We should run away faster. The fanboy spoke in a frightened voice. Don't underestimate our fighting abilities, sir, the guard with the beard walking ahead said in a confident voice. Are we different from you? Since childhood, we grew up in the wild and fought against such beasts every day just to survive. The bald man took out his large long sword and began to jump at the gray giant wolf. Wow, you guys are so strong. This is simply incredible, the fanboy shouted enthusiastically. Your parents hired us for a reason. We may not be masters of runes, but we can easily deal with F-rank rune creatures, said the guard behind him. Even though it's only the lowest grade rune crystal, it's enough for us to have fun for a few days, said the bald man, holding a red stone in his hand. And under his feet was a dead giant gray wolf. He was bleeding and lay not breathing. Since you are so strong, I want you to do one more thing for me. A boy named Fan began to laugh and talk. Now he was not afraid. We were only paid to protect you. Do you really want us to do something else for you? The guard with the beard asked. Don't worry, I have a lot of money, the fanboy answered. In that case, what do you want us to do, young master? The man with the beard asked. Fan smiled contentedly. If we run into Dawn in the dungeon, just kill him. Entrance to the dungeon. A white-blue glow like a portal beckoned everyone who wanted to become a master. I'm very interested in what the situation is like inside, the girl asked very warily. Mrs. Tang, you seem to care a lot about the young man named Dong? The man with glasses asked. I just think he's different from others. So I'm just a little curious, that's all. Indignant, the girl replied. Dawn is truly different, you're right. His fighting abilities are far superior to those of ordinary people, said the young man with glasses. But its competitors are not weak either. The girl answered. Yes, unfortunately, and not only that, the young man with the glasses said and looked at the parents of the fanboy. I'm not worried about the beasts in the dungeon, but rather the competitors. 3 hours had already passed. Dong should have already reached the palace of the god of death. The girl thought and worried. In front of you is the palace of the god of death. Our hero stands near the palace itself and looks at this building in surprise. This is the same place. Looks like I'm the only one to get here at the moment, the boy thought. Thanks to the ability to hide, which my sister taught me, I was able to avoid collisions with animals and people. So I got there faster than anyone else. The boy thought. Our hero pushed off strongly from the ground and jumped high over the fence. Landing near the steps, he paused to look around. This boy's reaction speed is really very good. The guard with the beard spoke. All the guards appreciated our hero's abilities. These people are simply Fang Jie's bodyguards. The boy looked at the bodyguards with a very angry look and thought, We just got here. Didn't expect you to come here so quickly too, Dun. The boy named Fan spoke, smiling and satisfied. What do you even need? Our hero asked loudly. Yes, basically just a small thing. They promised me something here. Kill this trash, the fanboy said. Even though we had been classmates for 3 years, I didn't think he would hate me toxin. No, they don't even hate me, but the fact that he cannot surpass me, thought Dun, are you sure you want to fight? The boy shouted. Shut up, I told you I would make you regret going against me, the fan shouted. The fan. Go kill him, the fanboy shouted to his bodyguard. The man quickly jumped and ran towards our hero. They started to fight. After some time, the rivals found themselves opposite each other. They sat down on their knee and looked into each other's eyes. Although they are not run masters, their combat abilities have already reached the peak of ordinary people. I just need to be careful, that's all. The boy spoke to himself. At that moment, the boy felt that he was being attacked from behind and that the sword was practically piercing his body. Our hero turned around very quickly and jumped to the side. The opponent struck this blow with his sword directly into the ground and stuck it there. Damn, the speed of this scoundrel is frightening. This is a speed almost equivalent to an F-rank master. The guards began to talk. Maybe he took some kind of doping. The guards spoke. What are you doing? Kill him, he's just an ordinary person, the fanboy shouted. And a red tongue appeared in the air, long red tongue with saliva. As if a boa constrictor's tongue began to curl around the person. From pain, horror, and fear, this man screamed at the top of his voice. It was a red-striped toad. This is a smooth beast of rank F. It has a large body, a long tongue, and incredible jumping ability. Help me, the boy shouted. A few seconds later, the red-striped toad was already swallowing the young man with its mouth. Only the legs protruded from the toad's mouth. Fourth brother, the bald guard shouted. Damn it, I didn't think there would be any rune beasts here, said bodyguard with a beard. Forget about it. Let's enter the palace first. The chest inside is our main goal. Outraged, very angry, a boy named Fawn shouted. A bodyguard with a beard appeared behind him. Our hero named Doom. With slow steps, he approached the man behind him. The man reached into his purse with his hand, which hung on his belt. Here you are. The bodyguard with a beard shouted loudly and threw the unknown thing towards our hero. The bodyguard with a beard threw this thing towards our hero and very quickly began to run away. A powerful explosion was heard in front of the hands of our hero named Doom. This powder is extracted from the body of the female red-striped toad. Once he touches you, you will become the red toad's only target. Enjoy it, baby. We'll be the first. The guard with the beard shouted and ran away along the toad. All the guards quickly rushed up the steps straight into the building. No matter how strong he is, he cannot cope with the red-striped toad. He will soon die. Therefore, we run more boldly, one of the guards said. Done awakening medicine will be mine. Fights with all his might to avoid becoming food for this giant genre. A boy named Fan began to laugh and scream loudly. Heck, they lived in the wild, so they have some weird stuff with weird effects, our hero thought, looking at the giant toad. The giant toad extended its large red tongue and hit the ground with all its might. Stones and sand flew in different directions as if an aerial bomb had exploded. At this moment, our hero jumped high into the air. I urgently need to kill this giant toad and get to the chest, the boy thought. Jumping high, he fired his pistol straight at the toad. He shot as hard as he could, but it didn't do much damage to the green giant toad. He tried to shoot in different places on her body. As expected, regular bullets are generally ineffective against the toad, but I can still kill her. The red toad's weak point is its belly, and I have similar experience hunting wild boar. A boy named Dunn began to remember and reflect. A few seconds later, the giant toad, with its tongue, knocked the pistol out of our hero's hands. Don was surprised how he did it. It turned out that the toad's tongue reached several meters in length. Our hero jumped onto a branch of a tree and watched the toad from above. Yes, I have similar experience in hunting wild boar, but it is still very dangerous and troublesome to deal with. I thought at that moment it was a boy. Stop! Red-banded toads are unable to detect scent. They use their vision to hunt and are very sensitive to moving targets. Our hero thought. Let's try this. Hey, look here, the Dun shouted loudly and threw his shirt away from the toad. The toad reacted instantly, opened its mouth, and grabbed the shirt with its big, long red tongue. At that moment, the Dung boy jumped down and was already near the belly of this toad. This is my chance, thought Dun. He carefully assessed the situation and watched the actions the toad was taking. He calculated with what force he needed to strike, and exactly at what point in the abdomen. Now die, you stupid giant toad, the boy shouted, and he struck with his dagger right in the belly. A sharp sword ripped open the toad's belly. The computer system spoke. The mission is to kill 10 F-rank runestone beasts, progress 9 out of 10. It was a close read. The book is really useful. He exhaled and thought, boy done. Fangzhe, just wait. I will soon pay you off in full, the boy said and walked towards the building. Behind him lay a dead giant toad. The door to the building was slightly open. Our hero thought that he needed to come here. The building was quite cold. On the pedestal, after the steps at the top, there was a huge statue of a war. Gray color, 2 pillars that were connected by chains. It would glow with green fire. Inside was a giant statue of a war. People stood in front of the steps and discussed. Great, the chest is still here, said the bald man. Since our dung boy is almost dead, I just need to get this chest. Then I can become a rune master, the fans shouted joyfully. I have a very strange feeling from this place. I can't explain why, but I don't like it, said a man in a mask and glasses. Shut up. Don't talk nonsense, the second guard said. I guess I'll go get the chest. It said a bald man with an eye patch. He was pleased with himself, smiled, and showed that he was not afraid of anything. Unexpectedly, the young man fan became very scared. His mouth curled to one side, his eyes became large, and his face showed fear, because he heard loudly the word stop being shouted behind him. I said, stop, this chest belongs to me, said Boy Doon. Our hero stood near the open door, clenching his fists and looking very serious. The young man was very scared, and he shouted loudly, What? Why is he still alive? I ask you, why is he still alive? The guard stood in sweat and did not understand how this could happen. Did he really kill the red-striped toad? This is simply impossible, one of the guards thought. You know, I didn't think you could outrun the red-striped toad, but you are so stupid for coming here right away. It just seems to me that you are looking for your death. The young man smiled and spoke. I order you kill him. A young man called Fan shouted loudly, and make sure he doesn't run ahead again. The young man shouted, and the guards went to attack our hero. The young man in red turned around and made big frightened eyes. He opened his mouth wide and screamed, What's going on? The gray statue that stood on the pedestal began to move. She came to life and the stones began to fly away from her. The stones crumbled and a yellow paw of 4 fingers was already visible. Long, large brown claws clung to the stones. A few seconds later, a huge yellow lizard appeared, freeing itself from the stone trenches. This is a horned leopard lizard. This is an F-rank rune beast, a powerful predator with poisonous fangs and claws. The yellow lizard was so huge that the people standing below seemed like just ants to it. Damn, this lizard is one of the strongest F-rank rune beasts. She is close to becoming an E-rank beast, thought the boy Dun. The large yellow lizard had its tail broken. A large piece of the tail was no longer enough. She's injured. Maybe she was fighting the red-striped toad over territory. Thought the boy, Dune. Damn, it's no wonder the Ash Gang didn't send their subordinates underground. Yeah, we're just like cannon fodder here, said one guard. What do we do now? The young man asked indignantly. All we can do is attack and hope that we survive, one of the guards shouted loudly. All the guards took out their weapons and rushed forward to attack the lizard. The lizard raised its head and bared its teeth. She has a disease of green, bright eyes, and very sharp white fangs. As soon as the guards ran up to the large yellow lizard, it immediately shot at them with a green laser. This stopped people. Yes, he looked at them and thought, the lizard must be furious after being wounded. She's hurt and she's very angry. A huge yellow lizard opened its mouth over the bald guard. She made loud, terrible noises, and the lizards drooled directly onto the person. Just don't eat me. I beg you, don't eat me. The bald man screamed loudly in fear. Save me! First brother, save me! The men continued to scream. Hang in there! Everything will be fine! The man with the beard shouted. Damn monster, he said in an angry voice. The man with the beard picked up a grenade and pulled out the ring from the grenade. Get it! The man with the beard shouted loudly and threw a grenade right at his head. A big, huge, yellow lizard. Well done. Keep it up. Great toss. A few more grenades for this creature. A boy named Fan shouted in a joyful voice, smiling. Yes, but I don't have grenades with me anymore, the man with the beard shouted in fear. I don't have grenades either, the masked guard said. After these phrases, the young man was truly scared. The yellow giant lizard opened its mouth wide. Drool flew in different directions. The white, sharp fangs sparkled in the sun. She growled and made unpleasant, loud noises, after which the yellow giant lizard stood on its hind legs, growled loudly, and raised its front paws up to grab people with its claws. "Let's run away from here." The guards screamed, and a second later one of the guards was simply crushed by a large yellow lizard with its paw. Everyone was very scared and ran in different directions. "Dad, Mom, please save me. I'm afraid. Help me!" A young man named Fan shouted in a very loud and frightened voice. "I don't want to die. I want to go home. Help!" The young man continued to scream.
Stop shouting, Biggs, otherwise you'll be next.
The boy shouted loudly and ran. "Dawn, please save me," the fanboy shouted. "Save me too. We studied together for many years. I beg you, please, save me. Stop screaming and whining. I'm in danger too." The boy shouted and continued to run away. "Let's quickly climb up this rock for now," said loudly a boy named Dunn. Our hero began to climb a high mountain, and a boy named Fan was already running after him. A young man named Fan screamed loudly in despair and exhausted. "I can't get up. Save me, please." Boy Don turned and looked at his opponent. He understood that if he did not help him, this fool won't survive. Our hero turned to the boy named Fan, grabbed his clothes with his hand, and began to pull him up. Fan was surprised that the Dun began to help him, after all. "Realize that you are useless. If you don't want to get eaten, try harder," the boy said in an angry voice. "Now I'm just going to wet myself from fear." The fanboy shouted. The guys climbed onto a high rock and looked down at the yellow giant lizard. The lizard below was in complete control of the situation. "Are we going to die?" "Dune, think of something," said the fanboy. "I only have 3 grenades, but they may not be effective against a horned lizard of this rank." Our hero said out loud and held one of the grenades in his hands. A large giant yellow lizard was getting closer and closer to the guys. She opened her mouth wide and roared very loudly again. "No matter, let's try. We have no other choice. Anyway," thought Dunn. He took all 3 grenades, pulled out the ring for them, and threw them into his mouth. All 3 grenades flew straight into the mouth of the large yellow lizard. They had to detonate at the same time, and then cause maximum damage to this monster. A few seconds later, there was a powerful explosion. Even stones flew down from the cliffs. Everything was on fire. The fanboy opened his mouth in surprise and said, "Have we really succeeded?" "I don't know, but I'm not 100% sure about this," our hero answered. The dust and smoke after the explosion began to disappear, and a huge paw with the claws of a large yellow lizard appeared. The guys were very scared. The young man named Fan shouted, "It's still alive! It is moving!" A few more seconds passed, and the entire body of the lizard was already falling to the ground. Again, the dust rose up into the sky. The guys stood and watched what was happening. "It seems to be dying," said the Dun. "Are you sure?" a Fan replied. "Even if not, it has lost its runestone, so it won't live long." He pronounced a Dun and took the red stone in his hands. "Finally, I completed the tasks," the boy thought. "Now I can drink Zile and level up, but most importantly, the chest is right in front of me. I'm just 1 step away from becoming a rune master." "Thank you, Dun," the boy Fan said, and pushed him off the cliff with his hand. "If it weren't for you, I could have died here like a non-entity, but you are destined to die, and I will become a master of runes." The boy Fan shouted loudly and laughed at the top of his voice, and the boy fell down from a high cliff. Damn it, I once again underestimated human greed and greed. You can't trust anyone here, especially people. You cannot do good, otherwise it will turn evil against you. Falling down, our hero thought about this. "But you also underestimated me, idiot," thought Dunn, and he began to put his index finger on the red button that was on his sleeve. With one flick of his finger, he pressed the red button on his sleeve cuff. In a matter of seconds, a large red air mattress inflated and unfolded under our hero. Don fell onto the rescue mattress, and nothing happened to him. After that, he opened the bottle of potion and began to drink from it. I immediately received a notification from the game. "Congratulations, you have leveled up. Your level is now 10. Runic spirit makes up 86%. The strength is 36, agility 34, wisdom 28. There are still unallocated attribute points, a total of 5 points," the system said. "Then add all my points to strength," said our hero. Dune began to choose weapons for himself. "I'd like to get a random weapon right now." Our hero said, clearly out loud.
Congratulations, you have received an E-grade runestone weapon. Weapon of the god of death. The boy Don began to go down the steps. A boy named Fan stood above and watched him. Matches named Fan shouted loudly from above. Dom, aren't you dead? How were you able to get a weapon from a rune stone? You are not a rune master. How is this possible? If you have questions, then go to hell and ask Hades there. The house answered and aimed his weapon. A loud shot rang out. The leaves on the trees began to move. The noise scared the birds, and they began to quickly fly away. At that same second, a boy named Fan screamed loudly. He screamed in severe pain. And after just a few seconds from the pain, he could not stand on his feet and began to fall down the cliff. Continuing to scream in pain, after a moment he fell to the ground with great force. Our hero stood with his weapon next to him and watched. Well, it's finally over. But this place where we are is still dangerous, so I need to quickly grab the chest and get out of here. I thought our hero was talking about this now. A computer screen lit up near the rock. The system began to speak. Experience 0. Notifications you must awaken to overcome your current limitations. In the place where the statue of the great warrior stood, there lay a pile of stones. But below, under the stones, there were still glowing as if two eyes. Now I'm at level 11 and my physique is no different from the Rune Master and Franco. If I can't awaken, that will be my limit. No matter how hard I try, I won't be able to break through. Nose awakening medicine doesn't have to worry about it. I'm sure the path will be difficult, but I won't turn back, our hero reasoned. And now we are transported outside the dungeon. Let's drink to the Ash Gang, said one of the people. To your health, said another person. In short, people sat and drank that night. Morning will come soon. Why hasn't he come out yet? The girl spoke in a worried voice. We just have to wait a little longer, a young man with glasses answered. Could they have encountered any trouble? The mother of a boy named Fan asked her husband. He has strong and experienced bodyguards. I'm sure she's fine, father answered. The entrance to the dungeon began to sparkle and emit red rays. The entrance to the dungeon is unstable. Someone must be coming out. People began to talk while waiting. Who will it be? They don't care if they bring the chest with them. A man with a yellow mask on his face answered. The woman clung to her husband and was very worried. She was very worried about her son named Fan, and I hoped that he would come out now. Our heroes, friends, and teammates stood waiting for a miracle. They really hoped that it would be Dune who would come out of the dungeon now. And a moment later, a man's leg appeared at the exit from the dungeon. A few more seconds passed, and the entire silhouette of the person was visible. It was a boy named Dunn. He was pulling a huge chest behind him on chains. Boss, it's that chest, the boy asked loudly. The man in the yellow mask stood and didn't even move. He did not expect that this particular young man would come out of the dungeon, but he looked very carefully at the chest. The dungeon is already closing, but my brother is still inside. One person screamed, I want to save my friend! Another man dressed in blue shouted, Damn, looks like this kid is going to get a wake-up drug. The young man with fresh hair shouted, Baby, you are amazing. You really did it. The young man with glasses said in a satisfied voice and patted our hero on the shoulder. He actually survived and returned safely. He's just a hero. He did the impossible. I thought at that moment it was a girl. Suddenly a man named Dunn grabbed his clothes by the hand. Bastard little idiot, where is my son, I ask you? The man shouted in a menacing voice. It's probably best that I don't tell them what happened in the dungeon. This can only bring me more trouble. The boy thought, and he answered, I don't know. I haven't seen it. You are a liar. You probably killed him, his mother screamed loudly. Do you have any evidence in this case? The boy asked in surprise. My proof is you. The woman continued to scream. We hired 4 very experienced bodyguards for him, so they would definitely reach the Death God Palace faster than you. The nose chest brought shame, so it is impossible that your paths will not cross. The father spoke with disbelief and held his iron sword near the head of our hero. I thought I would be safe since no one saw me kill him. But it seems I was too naive again. Our hero was thinking at that second and looking at the iron sword. My son is our Fan. What's wrong with him? Where is he? The woman cried and was indignant.
You scoundrel, I will kill you right here and now, the father shouted menacingly. Before you behave so arrogantly on my territory, did you ask permission? A man in a yellow mask shouted loudly as he rode up on his motorcycle. Get out of here quickly, the father screamed. Step aside. I want to kill this scoundrel. No one can stop me from doing this for my son. This guy has what I need. And now I'm in his debt too. If you touch him, don't even think that you will return to the city alive, said the man in the yellow mask. Eugene may be crazy, but he keeps his promises. He said done. In the wild, promises cannot be broken. The rules must be followed, otherwise the Ash Gang wouldn't get so big, said the young man with glasses. Damn it, it's really hard with this young man named Eugene, the man thought and hugged his wife tighter. Okay, now it's more important to stay alive. I can definitely find a chance to kill the brat before he gets to the city, the man thought. The mother and father of a young man named Fawn went, holding each other's arms, into the ship. The gate was open, so they walked in slowly, with their heads down. Dawn, can you hear me, boy? Remember, I will make you regret what you did today. You will regret 1,000 times what happened today, the father said loudly. Their ship took off and rose up into the sky. The boy named Dawn and everyone else raised their heads up and followed this family with their eyes. Your son is the one who tried to kill me. Why I'm the bad guy here, I can't understand, the boy said loudly. Suddenly a voice rang out, Here you are! And a yellow bottle flew right into our hero's hand. Out of surprise, he didn't know how to catch it without breaking it. What is this? Asked the Dun. This is your reward, the man in the yellow mask answered. How can you throw away such an important thing so carelessly? What if it crashed? Dune asked. Then you're not destined to receive it, the masked man answered. They took the large chest and placed it on their motorcycle. The man in the yellow mask turned to our hero and asked, Is your name Dun, right? I'll memorize. If you want to live in the city, the Ash Gang will be glad to accept you at any time into our large team. The man in the yellow mask shouted loudly. Recruited me so quickly. Does he really think that I can't live in the city? The boy said, scratching his beard with his finger. Home. Where's your protective bandage that I gave you? I asked girl. This bandage saved me. If not for it, I would have died in the dungeons. He smiled and answered, The boy Dun. Really? Are you cheating me? Quickly, tell me what happened there. Enthusiastically, the girl said. Not here. We have to go back to camp first, the young man with glasses said loudly. Our hero looked at the guy with glasses. Then he turned around and looked at everyone else around him. There were really too many people, but it was better to return. Pachek Don held a yellow bottle tightly in his left hand. He looked around and looked at the rest of the people, who were looking with greedy eyes at what was in his hands. Brother is right, let's go back to camp first, said a boy named Dun, and he continued to closely monitor all the other people who were near them. They quickly boarded their ship and flew up into the sky, and they flew to their home with all speed. For some reason, Don didn't take the awakening medicine now to prevent unexpected accidents. And in any case, it takes a certain period of time for the medicine to work, said the young man with glasses. Yes, let's have a drink first. We can talk later, the girl added. Brother Monkey is right. And the fan parents are watching me, so I have to become a rune master as quickly as possible. Only then will I have the strength to protect myself, our hero thought at that moment. Then I'll have to bother you if anything goes wrong, Don said. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll be fine, the girl said. Once I drink this, I could become a rune master or a cripple, or maybe even lose my life, thought Don. And he began to drink. There was no need to hesitate. It was necessary to drink the potion as quickly as possible. I must become a rune master. Our hero constantly thought about this. The sun had already risen into the sky, and it became quite light outside. The ship continued to fly across the sky. Suddenly, unexpectedly, a boy named Dune dropped the yellow bottle from his hand. She fell to the floor near his feet. The Dung boy became very ill. His face began to turn blue. The pupils and the eyes became yellow. Sweat appeared on my face. The body itself began to shake as if a very high temperature had risen. Dawn, you're fine. Are you okay? Excitedly looking at the boy, the girl said. Dawn felt very bad and held onto the ship tightly with both hands. Leave him alone. After taking the awakening medicine, it appears as if the skin is being torn and the bones are being replaced. A painful process. Only after going through all this can he become a rune master. The young man with glasses said loudly. Even though it hurts so much, he doesn't even say a word. He is silent. and does not even groan in pain. But isn't he a hero? I thought at that moment it was a girl. He's risking his life to get what I got so easily. Does he really want to become a rune master that badly? The girl continued to think. It feels like I'm being boiled in burning oil and buried in an icy mountain at the same time. Our hero thought through hellish pain. Mine has to endure this. I have to. If I want to become a rune master, I must. No, I will definitely become a rune master, our hero continued to think. Suddenly, unexpectedly, explosions began to be heard near the ship. It looked like they were shooting at the ship. The sky began to become covered in fire.
What's happened? What's happening? Are they shooting at us? The girl screamed in fright.
Hang in there! Guys, hold on tight. They attacked us. The young man with glasses shouted loudly. Nearby, a ship appeared in the sky near the blue ship, on which the father and mother of a young man named Fawn were flying. Well, here we are, freak. Now I will take revenge on you for my son, the man said in a loud voice, continuing to hold the steering wheel in his hands. We again started shooting at the blue ship in which our heroes were located. Shots flew near the ship. This is the parent pair that was near the dungeon earlier. Seeing the people in the neighboring ship, the girl screamed loudly. Damn it, they must still want to kill the Dun. Be careful, everyone, the man with glasses continued to shout. What should we do now? I asked, girl. I don't know, but we can't let them disturb the Dun. He hasn't finished the awakening stage yet. Let's just try to run away from them. The blue ship suddenly rushed down to the ground and began to fly around large trees. Our ship is small, so we can hide from them as soon as we enter the forest, said the young man with glasses. Do you think we'll let you escape easily? The woman screamed in a loud voice. Fire runic energy blast rockets, the woman shouted. Having given this command, she pressed the button with her finger to launch rockets. After pressing the button, 2 large missiles flew out of the green ship. Their sensors were aimed at the blue ship in which our heroes were flying. A few seconds later, 2 large bright explosions were heard. The fire rose above the treetops. Are they crazy? There are many wild animals in the forests, and burning it will cause them to run out. This could lead to an entire horde of rune beasts attacking the city, the girl screamed in horror. But these shots did not hit our heroes. Damn it, we can't hide in the forest now, otherwise we'll be destroyed first by the enraged rune beasts, a young man with glasses shouted. From the forest, which was engulfed in a huge fire after 2 explosions, a blue ship rose into the sky. Behind them flew a green ship that was chasing them. The man who sat at the helm smiled and spoke. Now you definitely can't escape us anymore. The idiots decided to hide behind the trees. I have enough missiles to destroy the entire forest along with you. The green ship began to shoot. The shooting came from 2 cannons. Our heroes in a violent ship avoided every shot as best they could. Xinya's ship reached the highest speed that this ship could give. Dodging left and right, they rushed home to camp, dodging every shot. It was absolute hell. This has gone too far, Madam Tang. Change places with me and bring the ship in, a young man with glasses shouted loudly to the girl. I? The girl asked in surprise. Yes, let's hurry up, and don't tell me that you don't know how to drive a ship. Otherwise, we're finished. A young man with glasses shouted. I got my license 2 years ago, but I've never really driven it before. There is no need for me to deceive you in this situation. The girl spoke in fear. We don't have time to discuss all this now. Come here and drive this car. We have no other choice. The young man with glasses continued to speak loudly. The green ship continued to pursue them. Continued to move in a zigzag pattern. If you go straight, it is easy to get hit, and in the meantime, I will retaliate. Why the same to them? The young man said. Okay, I'll pilot this ship, the girl screamed, and I will shoot. Well, get out of here. A young man with glasses shouted and began shooting from a machine gun at the green ship that was chasing them. In total, the bullets hit the hull of the green large ship, but this did not cause much trouble or damage to the ship. Even an E-rank rune beast cannot scratch our shuttle. Such an F-rank rune master, how can you forget about his damage once and for all? The man said, smiling. And then large grenades flew after the bullets. Grenades that could blow up an entire bridge, not like this ship. A second later, the father and mother, sitting in a green shuttle, saw these grenades in front of them. You screamed in horror, beware! And literally a second later, there were large explosions. The ship shook violently. The strong light blinded everyone's eyes. Ah, my eyes! What's wrong with my eyes? The woman screamed. Activate autopilot. With the last of his strength, the man screamed in pain. The green ship began to smoke from different sides. It was clear that he had lost his speed. No one fired anymore. The ship simply hovered in the air and stopped. I don't care if you're a rune master or era rank. You were still defeated by my flashbang. The monk-eye man shouted. He was pleased and laughed loudly. Brother monkey beware! A voice rang out. Behind the back of the young man with the glasses was a huge bird's paw. The claws were almost touching his body. Brother monkey beware! The girl screamed. The young man with glasses jumped to the side. Because of this, the bird missed and flew nearby without catching him. Oh no. The grenades attracted the attention of their red-tailed gulls. This is not a good situation. It won't be easy for us for sure. A young man with glasses said loudly. The blue ship began to shake in the air. Something went wrong. The huge bird flew to the side and was behind the ship. At that moment, the girl was sitting at the helm and saw that the entire instrument panel was glowing red. The icon was on. Attention, danger. Many needles on instruments began to point to 0. The girl was very scared. It seems to me that the left engine failed completely. Yes, definitely. Problems with the left engine. We are forced to land. Guys, hang in there. The girl screamed loudly in horror. Carefully. We're falling, the girl screamed. The blue ship, having lost speed, began to fall down to the ground. The hull of the ship smashed into splinters, the trees and branches that it encountered on its way. There was a big explosion. A lot of fire rose above the trees. Chips of trees and stones flew in different directions after the explosion. My eyes, how painful it is. Where the hell are these little freaks? The man spoke. Opening his eyes, he saw the following picture in front of him. He saw a large cloud of smoke rising up among the trees in the forest. This was the site where our hero's ship crashed. The man laughed loudly and said, "They fell into the forest like losers." "Let's fly up and check," the woman said. "If the ruler of hell wants you to die on the 3rd night, who will dare to hold on until the 5th? "You are dead," the man said. Below on the ground among the trees lay the blue ship on which our heroes were flying. Slowly they began to crawl out of the fallen and damaged ship. Our hero named Dunn began to crawl out in his arms. The man with glasses asked with a slight cough. "Miss Tan, are you okay?" "Yes, I'm completely fine," the girl answered, shaking off dust and dirt. "Today, none of you will leave here alive." A man's voice rang out. The girl and the young man with glasses looked up and saw the father of a young man named Fan in front of them. He stood in front of them and had an iron sword in his hands. "Where is he? I will make this scoundrel pay in blood for the death of my son!" The woman screamed in a menacing and loud voice. "A curse! They are both Class E! I have no chance to fight against them. There's just no chance." Next to me, Miss Tang. And I can't even protect myself, let alone guarantee her safety. Completely upset, I thought, now the young man with glasses is talking about this. Suddenly, everyone saw how quickly a pink iron sword flashed before their eyes. This sword flew very quickly near the face of a man who stood and was ready to kill everyone. He managed to turn his head to the side, so that it would not be blown off by the pink iron sword. "What was it?" the man said loudly, scared. His cheek was cut. Blood was flowing from the wound. If he had not managed to remove his head, then this sword would have demolished it for sure. "Since we can't escape, let's fight," said the girl who was holding 2 pink swords in front of her. The tan girl is a master of Ranki, Rune Sword of the Earth. Is this young girl also a rune master? The woman sifted in surprise. Judging by her aura, she is also an E rank, just like you and me, the man said. Madame Tang is an E rank rune master. I don't have to worry too much about her. Having calmed down a little, the young man with glasses said out loud, "Well, so what? You're just a spoiled girl who doesn't have enough combat experience, and besides, there are 2 of us and you're alone," the woman said as she held her spear in her hands. "The best is to blame this idiot himself for the sake of his death," the woman shouted loudly and began to attack the girl with her spear. The Tang girl managed to quickly jump up, and the woman struck hard with her spear straight into the ground. In the place where I stood our heroine. "Once we kill you 2, the doom will follow you. He too will die like all of you." The man spoke and held his sword near the monkey man's head. "You are quite arrogant. Do you really think that this is a toy gun in my hand?" A young man with glasses shouted and began shooting from his machine gun. The man was completely covered in armor.
Do you think the attacks of an F-rank rune master can damage the runestone armor of an E-rank person of me?
The man said loudly. This bastard has runestone armor. I can't afford it even if I starve myself for 3 years, said the monkey man. A woman appeared wearing the same protective suit, and she said, You poor mercenaries of your life are insignificant. You cannot compare with us. She also has armor. I need to close the distance to use my weapon, the monkey man thought. Let's see how long you can run away from me, a woman shouted after him. She continued to catch up with the young man with glasses at very high speed. Working in the city must have allowed them to earn a lot of money. When I return, even if I have to be in debt for 30 years, I will buy runestone armor, the monkey man thought. At this moment, the man stood opposite the girl. Your opponent is me, a girl named Tan said loudly. The man laughed loudly. You're quite a brave girl. Since you seek death, I will grant your wish. I don't like stupid and naive children, the man said. Runestone skill, whirlwind strike, the man said very loudly and began to swing and spin the wind with his iron sword. A strong wind formed around the man. The man swung his large metal ball at the girl. He wanted to hit very hard from above. But suddenly there was a grinding sound of metal, and his sword shattered into several pieces. The man grabbed his hand in pain and clenched his teeth very tightly. What happened? I didn't understand. How was this possible? Was it really a girl who did this? The man spoke. Not only does she have runestone armor, but she also has a runestone built into it. The man said out loud, Runestone skill, rack of solid rock. This is exactly what the girl named Tang used now. Runestone armor itself is very expensive. The average E-rank rune master would not be able to afford this, especially armor with slots for runestones. Her armor set can be used to exchange for 10 pieces of armor like mine. Is she like that too? I thought at that moment it was a man. The girl shouted, Runestone skill, rain and swords. And immediately a second later, many swords were pointed at this man. Out of fear, the man cowered and put his hands in front of him, like in a boxing stance. There was terrible fear on his face. The man quickly jumped to the side. He stood in a boxing stance and waited for the blows to land. Damn, this little girl is stronger than I expected, the man thought to himself. And the girl continued to deliver her blows one after another. Get bastard, I don't like people like that. I hate people like you. The girl spoke loudly and continued to strike with her swords. Suddenly, the Tang girl saw a grenade flying at her in front of her. Her eyes became very large from fear. She was shocked that this man was fighting unfairly. The real battle is not just using runestone skills. Remember, girl, this requires a head and brains, dexterity and cunning. They just swing their iron sword. The man shouted loudly. There was a strong explosion. The blast wave carried the girl several meters back. Everything around was in smoke. The girl screamed in horror, in pain. Out of surprise and fear, she closed her eyes and screamed loudly. After the grenade explosion, a pistol shot was immediately heard. This weapon was powerful in power. Instead of a bullet, a fiery laser was flying. A fiery laser beam hit the girl named Tan right in the chest. She screamed loudly in pain again and dropped her sword from her hands. You're still too naive to pick fights in the wild. The man in his armored suit spoke, pointing his gun at the girl. I just despise you, bastard, she said loudly. Girl, even though the armor protected me from the bullet, my arm is paralyzed. Now I can't fully wield my sword. I thought. The girl looked at the man with an angry look. The wilderness is not like a city, is it? This is no place for a spoiled rich girl like you, he spoke mockingly. The man continues to aim his gun at the girl. Once I kill her, everything she has will belong to me. Armor, runestones, and its strength, the man thought, smiling. I am also a rune master. My upbringing has nothing to do with it. The girl answered in an angry voice. Really? Then die as a rune master, the man said loudly, and he continued to aim his pistol at the girl. Madame Tanda, hang in there. Everything will be fine, the man with glasses shouted loudly. At that moment, the woman attacked him with her spear. The man continued to smile and looked at the girl with a very pleased look. Goodbye, girl, the man said and took aim. The girl got scared and closed her eyes. She was as scared as she had never been before. Her lips trembled with fear and sweat appeared on her face. And it seemed that death was already near and the girl would soon die. And suddenly, a girl named Tan heard something nearby. She opened her eyes and was surprised. The man standing in front of her with a gun screamed in pain. His pistol fell from his hand. "What? Who did this?" the man shouted loudly. His hand was wounded, and blood began to flow. "Now you're fighting me." A voice came from the side. The man turned to the side and got angry at what he saw. Next to the fallen blue ship sat a young man named Dune. In his hands was a red rifle. Now this is a Dune, an F-rank rune master, runestone sniper. "Dawn, is that you? I'm so glad you woke up." A girl named Tan screamed. Damn, where did this guy get a sniper rifle?" The young man with the glasses smiled and asked in surprise, "Sorry for getting you two into this mess?" Looking at the guys, Dune said. He looked very good and full of energy. A decisive look proved that at that moment he was strong. The young man with glasses laughed loudly. "Don't worry about it, baby. I'm glad you woke up and that you're with us again. It had to be my son. He should have awakened in your place and become a rune master. They're trash like you. You're just trash. I will never forgive you," the woman said in an angry and offended voice. "Even if you are awakened, you will still be fired as a newbie in this matter. This will not affect the outcome of this battle in any way." The man in the armored suit spoke. Knew at this moment, the red dot of the target was already on his body. He was at gunpoint. "Really? Let's see if this is possible," our hero said, smiling. "We'll find out soon enough." The boy continued to talk and aimed through the scope. After this, a shot rang out. This shot resembled a bolt of lightning that flew out of his rifle. The beam fired from a sniper rifle hit the man directly in the shoulder. He stood gritting his teeth and writhing in pain. "How did you do this? You're just Rune Master, Franco. How could you break through my armor?" The man asked in surprise. "This is because my rifle is an E-rank weapon," the boy answered loudly. "No, it's simply impossible. This is impossible. How? How did you do this?" The man was loudly indignant. "It's time to end this battle," the boy named Dung said in a calm voice. He brought the scope to his eye and began to aim. "We need to put an end to this fight because I'm the hunter here now," our hero continued to speak. "No, not this!" At that moment, the woman screamed loudly. She saw that he was aiming at her husband and that in a second he would die. She ran with all her might towards him and screamed. The man began to run away and was shot in the legs. He screamed in pain. Pieces of metal from the armored suit began to fly off in different directions. Our hero Dunn knelt down on one knee, took aim, and shot the man again. A bright, strong beam shot out from his rifle. This laser beam hit the man directly in the forehead. He opened his mouth wide and screamed in pain. Even the pupils were no longer visible in his eyes. A second later, the man, unconscious and weak, began to fall to the ground. He continued to scream in pain. Behind him, our hero continued to aim at him. The man was still conscious. He was lying face down on the ground. He did not move and continued to moan loudly and scream in pain. There was a loud voice shouting, "No, dear, wake up." The woman spoke, holding her wounded husband in her arms. "Well, I'll be honest. I guess this is what is called karma in life. He deserved it." "This is 100%, said the monkey man. The boy Dunn approached the man and woman. He let his rifle down and said, "Believe me, I didn't want to kill anyone, but you just forced me. You killed both my son and my husband. You are just a demome." The woman screamed loudly with tears in her eyes. "You made me do this. It was you who forced me with your hatred and malice. I was just defending myself." The boy answered, "And you are the ones who mocked the Duns and chased us. You are the worst and still dare to accuse him." A girl named Tan began to speak indignantly. There's no need to argue with her. Such people only care about winning and losing, not about what is right or wrong. The boy spoke out. "Quiet. I hate masters like them," the girl answered. "This guy is truly unusual." The captain was right. He had just awakened and was already able to defeat an E-rank rune master. "I've never seen anything like this before," thought the young man with glasses. He's truly a born sniper, and its cannon doesn't look like a normal runestone weapon either. Looking at our hero, the monkey man thought. Now my weapon is the weakest," thought the young man with glasses. At this time, the woman screamed loudly, "Dawn, I won't let you go, even when I become a ghost. Understood? Even though you are an E-rank rune master, do you really think you can escape from the three of us?" Don't you think this is stupid? Said the young man with glasses. Yes, you are just children compared to me. Yes, you little stupid children are not capable of anything. The woman got angry and started screaming. And as soon as the woman finished screaming, an arrow stuck into the ground next to them. A grenade with a detonator was attached to the arrow. The arrow stuck into the ground exactly in the middle. It so happened that everyone was standing around her. Dune shouted, "It's a bomb!" A boy named Dunn screamed loudly all the way back. At the same second, there was a powerful explosion. The blast wave threw all the heroes aside. Fire and stones flew in different directions. As he fell, the boy covered the girl named Tan with his body, and what a stupid one. She said loudly, "Girl, I am an E-rank rune master with runestone armor." "The explosion wouldn't have hurt me," the girl said in a dissatisfied voice. "It was clear that the Dun was wounded. Sorry, my body just reacted much earlier than I realized." In a quiet voice through the pain, the Dun answered. A woman stood to the side and coughed. She inhaled dust and fumes from the explosion. I was too careless and didn't think anyone else would be here. Rising after the explosion of the earth, a young man with glasses began to speak. "You guys have flown pretty far. To be honest, we had to work hard to find you. It was not difficult for us, but it took a long time. The people who approached our heroes spoke. Damn, these are the same people from the area around the dungeon," the tan girl said in surprise. "They must have come for my awakening medicine." The Dune answered in a quiet voice. "Where can I give the medicine quickly?" the bald man said, keeping his hands in his pockets. "Otherwise, don't blame us for what happens next," said the young man in green clothes. All the people were determined and angry. "I definitely can't handle these three alone, therefore we must act." They didn't ask me either, the woman thought. Then she jumped up, put her hand forward, and began to point at the boy named Dunn. "These three have the cure!" the woman screamed at the top of her voice. "Baby, come on. You obediently give me the medicine, otherwise you won't live. I'm even afraid to say out loud what we will do to you," said a bald man with a beard. "Look closely and see if you think you can beat us all," said the young man wearing green clothes and a mask. "These people are no different from bandits, even if they become run masters. They will simply bully the weak," the tan girl said. The boy was focused. "This is how it happens in the wild. Only the strongest and ruthless survive," said the monkey man. "No matter whether it is a city or a wilderness, the weak will always be destroyed." People said, "Brother Monkey, I'm sorry I got you into this. I will hold them off for as long as I can. But you and Miss Tang must run away from here with all your might." The boy said, "Done." "Baby, what are you saying?" The young man with glasses answered indignantly. "I'm not a coward who would leave a friend to run away." The Tang girl shouted indignantly, "Understand that we are a team." "My God, how touching this is." "This will be touching," the woman said and began to laugh. "Understand, but none of you will leave here alive. You can already start saying goodbye to each other." "Okay, we understand everything. That's why we attack, friends," a strong, bald man with a beard said loudly. He put his right hand forward and took aim with his pistol. Suddenly a sound came from above. Loud sound and hum of the engine. A bald man with a beard looked up at the sky in surprise. A ship hovered in the sky above a crowd of people. It was a ship from the camp of our heroes. "Hooray! I knew they would help us. I knew they wouldn't leave us. It's the professor and everyone else." The Tang girl screamed loudly with delight. The ship was stuck by a whole crowd of people. People from the professor's team began to jump out of the ship. The girl and the other men landed successfully on the ground. Having landed, they froze and began to assess the situation. They began to count their opponents and look at who was armed with what. "Where did these idiots come from?" the girl asked. "Do you even understand who you are contacting or not?" the girl continued to ask. "Oh, I think you've finally woken up." "Congratulations, my boy," the girl with red hair said. "Sister Firefox, you are just in time. I'm so glad to see you," the boy said. "And as far as I understand, you all want to die now?" the fox sister asked loudly. "And this is very arrogant." "Do you really think you can defeat us all?" the bald man said, pointing his finger at the girl. You're just a bunch of stinking idiots. A very menacing male voice rang out. The bald man froze and looked to the side. A man with a beard was sitting on the shuttle. How dare you harass a member of my team? Asked the captain. Poisonous wolf, is that you? The bald man asked in surprise. Damn it, we ran into a wild bastard, understand? His team of mercenaries is known to everyone. They are stronger than the rune masters who are hiding in the city. I don't want to provoke him, the bald man said in a quiet voice. What are you afraid of? We have more people than them, said a man in green clothes and a mask. While I'm counting to 5, you'll simply disappear from my sight, the captain said and put his metal sword forward. People began to look at each other. No one took it upon themselves to leave. The bald man with a beard looked around and looked at the reaction of his people. I give 1,000,000 in armor to the one who kills the Dun right now, the woman shouted indignantly and clenched her fists tightly. 1,000,000 in runestone armor, asked the bald man with a beard in surprise. That's a lot. Who is she? A young man in green clothes and a mask asked in surprise. The boy Don fell silent and carefully monitored the situation. Everyone else froze because they did not expect such a tempting offer from this woman. Sister, Firefox, I can still fight. Let me help you, the boy Dong said in a quiet voice. Dune, just relax. We don't have to do anything. Someone else will deal with them, the girl with red hair answered. Suddenly, a very strong wind arose. The wind that tore leaves from the trees, and they flew across the sky. Boy, the house froze and began to look at the sky with peripheral vision. He was simply shocked by what he saw. Dune turned and looked at the sky. About 10 ships were flying in the sky. They all flew and moved towards them. What the hell is going on here? Where are all these ships from? Why are there so many of them? The boy began to speak out loud. Each of the people standing on the ground was already at gunpoint. All ships were targeted by enemies. Each of them was easy prey and a target for the hovering shuttles. We have become a target, a bald man shouted. What's happening? Are they here to fight? Asked a young man in a mask and green clothes. This is the newest 600 battle shuttle with rune energy. He can easily knock down an A-rank beast to death. It is difficult to find even one of these in the Qingshi area. Why are there so many of them here? The woman thought. The girl named Thane looked at these giant powerful shuttles. They hovered in the air like giant birds. Why are there so many of them? The girl thought. Sister of the Forest, I never thought that our team would be able to summon so many combat shuttles, the boy named Dong said happily. What a stupid child you are, the girl with red hair said, smiling. Do you still want to fight? The captain asked the bald man with a beard. Yes, with so many combat shuttles we will be killed instantly, said a bald man with a beard. What should we do then? Asked a young man in green clothes and a mask. Like I said, you have 5 seconds to get out of here, the captain said, smiling. So I start counting down. 5, 4, 3, 2. The captain began to count out loud. All the people began to throw down their weapons and run away with all their might. Done, you better not go back to Qingshi, or I'll turn your life into a living nightmare, said the woman who pulled her husband's corpse into her ship. The green ship that the woman climbed into began to rise up into the sky. There was a strong roar of engines, and the ship flew off. Thank you, Sister Fox. Now I owe our team even more, a boy named Dung said in a quiet, calm voice. No, it's all Madame Tang's whims, the girl with red hair answered. The whims of Mrs. Tang. Are you sure? Our hero asked the girl. He was very surprised. Tang Yin, are you okay? Suddenly, a man's voice was heard behind the girl. Everyone turned around to see who it was. Have you really got us all worried? A young man in brown clothes shouted. Professor, excuse me. The Tang girl answered. After we discovered that you were missing, we immediately contacted your father, said Professor. And then your father sucked a bunch of military shuttles to find you. The young man spoke in a frightened voice. I am a rune master. The girl screamed loudly and indignantly. I am the master of runes and brother of Monkey and Dune. Everyone is here, so what could happen to me? My father always likes to exaggerate everything. The girl began to be capricious. The young man in brown clothes began to answer indignantly. No, this is completely different. How can your life compare to theirs? Because you... Shut up quickly, I told you. The girl named Tang was very indignant. She was ready to kill this idiot right now for his words. So, all these military shuttles are here to save Miss Tang? I thought she was just the daughter of a rich family. But it seems her personality is more special. Looking at the girl, our hero began to think. Dong, come here, the captain called the boy loudly. I'm coming now, our hero answered. He still continued to look at the large number of military shuttles and the special girl named Thane. Suddenly there was a loud stomping of feet. The Tang girl and the young man in brown clothes raised their eyes up in surprise and looked. They saw a large leg in armor, and immediately a man's voice was heard. Young lady, hello? Young lady, well, Ava gave us a problem, of course. Are you okay? You shouldn't have flown so far from your home and your father. The large man in the armored suit continued talking. This is Jiang Fen, Rune Master, rank A profession, Runestone. Swordsman. No, I'm just here with my friends on assignment for our expedition, the Tang girl answered in a quiet voice. A large man in an armored suit began to speak. Young lady, I know you want to experience the life of a Rune Master, but the wild is too dangerous now. At least wait until you graduate from university. I know. You don't need to constantly remind me of this. Uncle Jiang. Am I not okay now? Well, look at me. Am I not okay? The tan girl began to be indignant. The man closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. He didn't know how to fight or how to talk to little girls. He simply served her father and was a real warrior, not a nanny for children. Professor, this incident had already reached Master Tang's ears, and he's very upset with you. A man in an armored combat suit began to tell the story. Uncle Tang. Master Tang is upset? Asked a young man in a brown suit. The professor did not know what to answer to this man, and simply stood silently and looked at him. Then the professor said, This is truly my fault, so as soon as I return, I will immediately submit my resignation. Uncle Zhang, it's not the professor's fault. Believe me, it was me. It's all my fault. The girl spoke loudly and defended the professor. It does not matter. Understand, someone must be responsible for this, otherwise how can I explain this to your father? The man spoke in a quiet, calm voice. Everyone fell silent, looked down, and thought. None of them knew what to answer their uncle, but they understood that there was reason to worry. Those people, they weren't hunting for the lady, right? So they came. The uncle began to indignantly ask the professor. Ling Xiao, answer. The uncle loudly asked the young man in brown clothes. Lin was very scared, and he looked at the man with big eyes. I don't know, but I think they came for this guy named Dune. In fact, he didn't immediately dislike him, even at the moment when we were getting ready for the expedition. The boy Lin began to speak. So that's it, Uncle said, and fell silent. There was a pause and complete silence. Everyone looked at each other and exchanged glances. Although my uncle looked at everyone in front with an appraising gaze. I think I need to talk to him, in a louder voice, the uncle said. He looked carefully at the young man named Dung. At this moment, the captain laughed. He began to pat his hand on the boy's shoulder. I knew that you wouldn't disappoint me. You have truly become a Rune Master. I congratulate you, my boy, Captain said proudly. I heard that awakening medicine can improve Rune Spirit. I'm wondering how much your Rune Spirit has increased now, asked a young man from their team. The captain looked carefully at the young man named Dung. He was surprised and proud of this boy, who stepped over everything and did everything to win. The boy down thought and looked at them. That's right. I was too busy and didn't check the status after completing it. The system began to speak. 11th level, you are a rank F Rune Master, Runic Spirit, 101%. Strength 441, Physique 31, Wisdom 28. Are we really a Rune Spirit now equal to 101%? What does this mean? Our hero thought. System notification. The system spoke loudly. Your runic spirit has exceeded 100%. The excess will be saved and added to your runic skills power factor. Also, your rune energy transmission speed will also be improved. Wow, my skills will be more powerful than ordinary rune masters, and if one day I reach 200%, won't my skills become even more incredible, the young man thought. And with my runic spirit exceeding 100%, I can now absorb runic energy much faster, even faster than a genius with 100%. Dun continued to think. From someone who was recently called trash, I have turned into someone who is higher than a genius. Dun, can you hear me? Hey, are you deaf or something? This is a side effect of the medicine, Sister Fox began to ask. The boy stood very happy and dreamed. I'm better than a genius. Better than a genius. the boy dreamed, and suddenly he seemed to wake up and heard his sister fox calling him. The boy Dunn laughed and began to apologize. "Hey, excuse me, please. I'm just not used to being a rune master yet. I don't know how to behave correctly." The gap between ordinary people and a rune master is just a small difference in combat ability. The captain began to speak. "But remember, my boy, you are now a rune master, which means you have more responsibilities." "Yes, I understand, my captain. I'm a rune master. This is not just some noble title, but the last line of defense for humanity. I understand everything clearly." A boy named Dunn answered.
You seem to be quite smart, but I wonder how strong you are.
A man's voice rang out. Dune stopped and thought. This question was asked by his uncle to a girl named Tan. "Is that you? It seems to me that we have resolved our issue or not." This guy was the one who came out of the military shuttle. He seemed strong, the village said, a young man with glasses. "Let me introduce myself." The man in armor began to speak. "My name is Jiang Feng. I'm a rank A rune master, member of the Beijing Masters Union and special consultant to the Tong family." Master rank A, also a member of the union? And this man is quite difficult. He is strong and very influential. I started thinking about it, Captain. If he is so unusual, then Tang Yin, who really is this girl then? The boy in brown clothes began to think in fear. When we discovered that Miss Tang was missing, Professor Xiao contacted her family. "And here we are, we flew in to save her," Uncle said to the captain. "Wait, is her last name Tang? Could this be the Tang family?" That family, that is one of the greatest families? I was surprised and thought about it, Captain. "What do you want from me?" the boy asked. "What is your relationship with our young lady?" Uncle asked. "Madam Tang, I think we're friends," the boy answered. The uncle suddenly grabbed our hero by the shirt and lifted him up. Don was a little scared, and it was, at least, unexpected for him. "Who do you think you are? Do you really think that you are suitable to be our lady's friend?" My uncle spoke in a menacing voice. He spoke and continued to hold our hero's shirt. "What are you doing?" the captain shouted loudly. The captain began to grab his battle sword to protect the guy. "Uncle Zhang, let him go quickly," the Tan girl said loudly. She didn't like that her uncle was so mean to Deng. "I heard that you were an ordinary person and became a rune master recently after drinking the awakening medicine. I am impressed." He told his uncle and released the boy. The boy Don looked at the man with surprised eyes. "But even if you are now a rune master, the distance between you and the mistress cannot be overcome. Remember that you are not friends. You are acquaintances at most." The man continued to speak in an angry voice. The girl ran to her uncle and the boy. She spoke loudly. "Uncle, I decide, not you. Besides, if you don't know, he saved my life." "Oh, are you sure?" Uncle continued talking. "Don't forget why you found yourself in this situation, my lady." The uncle looked at the girl with an angry look. The girl stopped and became silent. "If Master Tang finds out that today's incident happened because of this little guy that no one knows, what do you think will happen?" the uncle asked the girl. "Uncle Jiang is not a bad person. He hints to me to keep my distance from the Dun boy. You can understand him. He's just very worried about my life." Looking at her uncle, the Tang girl thought, "So his father won't cause him any trouble?" The girl continued to think. At this moment, Uncle and the Dong boy were looking at each other. "I understood everything. Uncle, let's go back," the Tan girl said in an offended voice. She lowered her head and eyes down and did not know what else to say to her uncle. "I hope the lady understands my behavior," the uncle asked the girl in a calm voice. The girl there was very offended and turned away from her uncle. "One day I will leave my father's protection. The rune master should not be locked in the city. The wild is where a rune master should be," the girl thought. "The home. I learned a lot from you." "Thank you so much," she said. "The girl is Tan to our hero." The boy named Dong looked at her with kind eyes and did not know what to answer. "We will fight together again in the future," she said out loud. "Girl Tan, believe me, this will definitely happen, at least because I want it. I thought that once I became a rune master, I could live a peaceful life, but everything is different. Apparently this world is much more complex than I thought." Done. The uncle escorted a girl named Tan to the military shuttle. "If you are not strong enough, then you are not even fit to be someone's friend." My uncle was thinking at that moment, "And other stronger rune masters will look down on you." The uncle continued to think about his niece. At this time, the girl entered the military shuttle. After a moment, all the military shuttles rose into the sky, turned on their engines at full speed, and flew off. The boy down stood and looked at the shuttles flying away in the sky. And yet, I am finally a rune master, thought Dune. Thanks to the system and hard work, it's only a matter of time. When I become strong, I won't let anyone look down on me anymore. Okay, stop standing around and chilling. A voice came from behind and tapped our hero on the shoulder. They have already left, the fox sister told the boy. They stood in silence for some time and looked after the departing ships. When did you and this girl become so close? This is not clear to me at all. You practically don't know each other. The sister fox asked, smiling. What are you really interested in? Dune asked. Don't hide it. You can tell your big sister anything. We are absolutely everything. I think you understand me. Do you have feelings for this girl? Sister asked. The boy became very embarrassed and asked, what am I? Feelings? Yes, you just looked at her and continued to look when she left. Even I can tell that you love her, the monkey man said, smiling, and hugged our hero. No, you are not right. I was just thinking about something else. You are wrong, friends. The boy continued to make excuses, but then he fell silent and thought. A large number of military shuttles were flying home through the sky. Our hero continued to look after them. The girl named Dancing looked out the window of the shuttle. She looked at the ground, where her now friends remained. And most importantly, where was her friend named Dun? I hope we can meet again in the future. See you next time, Dun. I simply cannot refuse and contradict my uncle. Looking out the window, I thought, a girl named Tan. Professor Xiao, are you continuing your research or not? The captain asked the professor with great interest. Of course I continue, the professor answered, adjusting his glasses. Wonderful. We now have one more member on our team, but don't worry, we won't charge you any extra, the captain said, and began to laugh. Boy Dong wondered what he was talking about. Don, congratulations. You have become a rune master, the captain said proudly, and began to approach the boy to congratulate him. Brother Monkey folded his arms across his chest, looked at the Dong boy, and smiled. He was very pleased for him. You have become a rune master, and welcome to the mercenary team, the captain said, and extended his hand to our hero. Everyone stood and looked at the boy. The captain extended his hand to the boy, and at this time the boy thought and just stood silently. This was a very unexpected offer for him, and literally a second later, the Dun extended his hand to the captain. They shook hands and thanked each other for joining the team. F-rank rune master and runestone sniper. Dune reports, please watch over me, the boy said to the captain. For the next few days, our hero followed the team to carry out various missions with them. Our hero trained even harder and continued to sharpen his skills as a rune master. He fought with various monsters and beasts, and each time he defeated them faster, better, and with better quality. Each time he managed to do it more easily by killing animals and gaining more experience. Our hero became stronger with each sacrifice. Not bad, very good. You can already easily defeat a normal F-rank beast. Loudly and enthusiastically, the captain said to the boy. Boy Dong also learned a lot from Professor Xiao. He remembered literally every word the professor said, and he constantly treated the professor to a new dish from his catch. And finally, the day came to return home. The whole team gathered and boarded the shuttles to fly home to the city. After some time, the yellow shuttle landed. The landing was successful and there were no major breakdowns. The shuttle door opened and our hero appeared in the doorway. Finally, I'm back. I wonder how Xiao Shi is doing, the boy thought to himself. Since our study is over, we return to Beijing, the professor said to the boy. Is it really all that fast? Dun asked the professor. Yes, the information we collected this time is very important, so I want to go back and finish my research. The professor answered. Suddenly the boy in brown clothes began to speak. Dong, you have saved me many times, so if you come to Beijing in the future, be sure to find me. Unexpected, but okay, I'll do it, he answered, smiling. I know that Tang Yin is not interested in me, so I will help you in any way I can, said boy in a brown shirt. No need, we're just friends, Dune answered. Yes, but don't get your hopes up too much. There's a really special girl there. And there is a long list of people who like it. from Beijing to Qingshi. Even a person like me cannot be among the top 10 among these fans. He continued talking and laughing, boy in brown clothes. Enough is enough, said the professor. Well, Dong, you have to work hard otherwise, just like Zhang Feng said. You are not even suitable to be her friend, the young man said in a confident voice. 3 days later. Before you is Jingdu. This is the Sky Sun area. At this time, the sound of flowing water is heard. A shower stall and young female legs are visible. A girl named Tan was taking a shower at home. She was in a good mood, pouring water on herself and singing her favorite songs. After she took a shower, the girl took her favorite red robe from the hanger. She sat down in her favorite place near the window. She made delicious tea and added fresh cookies. She threw her head back, leaned against the wall, looked out the window and thought, life in the city is very comfortable. But why do I keep remembering those few days in the wild? The girl looked at the world around her through the window with sad eyes and thought. She remembered absolutely everything, and in all of her memories there was always a boy named Dune nearby. She recalled how he saved her life, how he exposed his body and was wounded. I remembered how he fought bravely. This is truly the true stage of a rune master. The girl continued to think and drink tea. Only a true rune master is as noble as this young man. Suddenly there was a knock on the door of her room. Tang was not expecting guests at this time. She looked warily towards the door. I'll go open it now. No need to knock, I'm on my way. The Tang girl spoke in a calm voice and approached the door. The girl took the handle and pressed it to open the door. Opening the door, she saw an old man. Madam, this just came for you, the old man said and handed the envelope to the girl. It was an acceptance letter from Jidao University. But how? I didn't even take any entrance exams. The girl said out loud and extended her hand to take the letter. You are Mrs. Tang from the 7 Most Influential? The old man asked the girl in a timid, quiet voice. Of course, you don't need to hand over anything. Master Tang has already arranged everything for you. The 7 great families are a powerful force that strengthens the authority and influence of the current alliance. They use technology and medical knowledge to develop new skills. Absolutely everything obeys only them. When the Runestone era came, they led humanity to this new world, which is why they are also called the Pioneer Families. I am the only child of the current head of the Tang family. The girl thought. I was very angry. She threw the letter on the floor. The elderly man got scared and shouted, Madam, what are you doing? But the girl did not answer this man and loudly slammed the door and closed it in front of the elderly man's nose. So, since he had already arranged everything for me, why even bother notifying me? Why notify me? After all, everything was decided for me. The girl was loudly indignant. Madam Master did this for you. This is the #1 university in the Union. Moreover, with such abilities, you would have passed the entrance exam anyway. The master simply doesn't want you to waste time on pointless things. The old man behind the door continued to speak loudly. Pointless things? Don't you think it's important for me to prove myself? Of course you didn't think about it. Why should you think about it? The girl continued to be loudly indignant. Out of despair, she jumped onto the bed. It seems that Dun and I are from different worlds. He had to risk his life to become a rune master. At the same time, for me it was very easy. The girl spoke out loud. She was lying on the bed and was very offended by everything. But, on the other hand, he can choose the life in which he wants to live. The time I can't do it. The girl continued talking. So, I would really like to go to Qingshi again, the girl thought and reflected. And before your eyes is Qingshi Park. Brother, tell me again about the dungeon, especially how you killed the red-striped toad. Sister asked her brother. They were walking through this park. Do you really want to listen to this for the 20th time in a row? Are you tired of hearing the same thing? Over and over? My brother asked. No, I want it again. The sister laughed and said. Better tell me, did anything unusual happen when I was not around? Dune asked. You mean how I control runestone beasts? Sister asked again, saying that only those born with 100% runic spirit can become tamers. But Xiaoxi had not been tested for runic spirit. Thought done. If she can become a tamer, her future will be bright and kind. The boy continued to think. The sister began to speak. Well, nothing special, except what? The boy quickly asked. My stomach always growls, Sister said, and laughed loudly, hugging her toy. It's because you're hungry, the Dun said. I've been eating a lot lately, the girl said in a satisfied voice. Ever since I became a rune master, I also eat more than usual. I've never had such a good appetite in my life, the boy thought. Maybe Xiaoxi has already awakened and become a tamer? Maybe that's why she needs more energy and why she started eating a lot more. Looking at his sister, the boy thought. Our hero's phone rang. Hello, the boy answered. A voice came through the phone. Baby, the big bull traded all the runestone beasts we killed for cash. Your share has been transferred to a bank account. The dong boy looked at his phone and screamed loudly. I'm sorry, what? More than 80,000? That's a lot. A lot is nothing. That marble bull we killed earlier was sold for 2 million. The captain's voice came from the phone. Before I became a rune master, I had to take a lot of risks to earn less than 3,000 a month. And now, in just a few days, I have earned more than I could have earned in a whole year, the boy thought. Usually, when we return from the wild, we spend this money and have fun. But since you just joined, it's better to spend it on equipment. Still talking on the phone, Captain? Yes, I understand you, the boy answered. But this should definitely be enough for you to have fun with your friends. The captain continued to talk on the phone. Celebrating with friends is a good idea. The boy smiled and thought, Everyone, let's go and treat ourselves to some seafood. A very happy boy named Dun began to smile. My sister was a little shocked by this proposal. Brother, did you sell your body for money? The sister asked in fear. What nonsense are you talking about? Sister, of course not, the boy answered. I am now a rune master. I made money by selling the animals I killed. The boy answered his sister proudly and in a loud voice. And then the brother and sister went to one of the nicest restaurants. They ordered a lot of food, and the greedy sister ate one piece of meat after another with a great good appetite. After some time, a large stack of dirty plates accumulated near the little sister. The plates were empty, and there was no more food in them. And the girl continued to eat everything she saw on this table. Brother Dong, this restaurant is very prestigious and expensive, so the dish will be quite expensive. It seems so to me. A fan friend spoke. Dune laughed. Don't worry, I'm providing a treat, so don't worry and eat. Everything is under control, there is enough money. And I heard from my father that he killed a lot of animals and earned a lot of money, so don't feel sorry for him, the girl said and laughed. Friends, let's also celebrate the fact that we have all become rune masters, the boy said, smiling. He stood up and extended his hand with the glass. Everyone at the table shouted loudly for your health. They held out their glasses and knocked them together. We all just woke up, but you have already been free. I envy you so much, the girl said, smiling. When I think about how I will become rich in the future, I get so excited. The boy with glasses spoke. Friends, as we have awakened, the next step is to take the entrance exam. Have you already decided which university you want to go to? I started asking Dun. Well, based on the ranking, Jidao is at the very top, then Nandu Military School and University, said the boy with glasses. I have no hope of going there, and in fact, I'm more interested in researching even animals. Therefore, I will try to enter some academic university. He spread his arms to the sides and said, boy with glasses, did you make a wise decision? With your fighting skills, as soon as you go out into the wild, you essentially become food for animals. He smiled and said, boy done. For example, I chose a military school, she said proudly. Girl, my father was a retired soldier, and he supported my decision to go to military school. That's why I also want to become like my father. The girl continued talking to the city. Brother, what about you? What do you say? Which university do you want to go to? Asked the sister, who was holding 2 pieces of meat in her hands. Everyone froze and remained silent. They looked in surprise at the little girl's wild appetite. Xiaoxi, your brother was expelled, so he cannot take any entrance exams, the girl said in a sad voice. And now he cannot go to university, sister asked in a sad voice. The girl practically cried. Tears began to appear in her eyes. But she continued to hold 2 pieces of meat in her hands. That my brother won't be able to go to university? Sister asked again. In our age, the resources available to people are limited, and every place at the university is very valuable. Even if awakened, due to the current rules, he cannot enter the university. The fanboy began to explain all this.
It's all the fault of that scoundrel named Fang Jie.
If I see that idiot again, I'll knock some sense into him. The girl got angry and bent the metal spoon with one hand. Hey, sis, you're going to have to pay for this. I don't think you can do that with spoons here, the boy said in surprise. They don't seem to know what happened in the dungeon, but I think it will be better if they don't find out anything at all. Looking at his friends, the boy thought, but if you want to become a real rune master, then attending the university is a must. With the crowd and arrangement, the girl said. Brother, what are you going to do now? My sister asked. Dune continued to drink from his glass and did not know what to answer her. Okay, I'll tell you. Well, actually, I already have one plan. The boy Don said and put his glass on the table. The sister looked at her brother in surprise. What's the plan? Our hero's friends shouted almost in unison. Come on, speak. We are waiting. Have you heard anything about testing storms? The boy Don asked his friends in a quiet voice. No, we haven't heard, the girl answered. I haven't heard what it is either, the fanboy said, shrugging his shoulders. The friends began to listen carefully to their dung. In fact, Uncle Zhao is the one who told me about this. Our hero began to speak. He recalled their dialogue in the park. Resources are indeed pricey, but the Union does not want to lose sight of unrecognized geniuses. So they arranged this special exam. Then the uncle spoke to our hero. The test is administered by the top 10 universities. Remember, this is another chance for you to enroll. It was these words that Uncle Zhao said then. That's great, brother. You can definitely pass the test and get in. Sister began to speak very joyfully. You now have everything you need to do well. Our hero thought and began to scratch his beard with his hand. Yes, but they're not just friends. This is a big, difficult test for me. To pass the storm test, all participants must survive 3 days on an abandoned island. At that time, eliminate opponents or kill to get points. People from 10 universities will observe the entire process and give an overall assessment of each. And only those with the highest grades will become students. This island was once a tourist island. 10 years ago, it was captured by rune beasts that came from cosmic black holes. The magnetic field around the island was disrupted by black holes, causing constant thunderstorms. So in addition to the fact that runestone animals and other rune masters attack, one must also be wary of storms. This is a really dangerous place. Surviving in such an environment for 3 days is not an easy task. Not an easy task in itself. And being among the few best participants is even more difficult. This test, not an exam, sounds worse than going out into the wild, said the fanboy and grabbed his head in horror. If you're telling us about this, does that mean you've already submitted an application? Asked the girl. Yes, Uncle Zhao and Boss Poison Wolf applied for me. This will be the same day as your entrance exam, answered the boy. Brother, I'm scared. I don't want you to die on this island, said Sister. Don't worry. Uncle said that the participants will receive a life-saving device. As soon as you receive critical damage, the capsule will save itself, the boy said. I know that I won't be able to convince you otherwise, so I can only wish you good luck, the girl said, and raised her glass up. Thank you, big sister, answered the boy named Dune, and they knocked their glasses together. Okay, friends, see you tomorrow, the boy said loudly and waved his hand to all his friends. They stayed with their sister, who was in a wheelchair. Of course, goodbye, take care of yourselves, guys, the girl shouted and waved her hand in response. Xiao Shi, little sister. Let's go home, the boy said in a loud and joyful voice. He began to push the wheelchair in front of him, in which his sister was sitting. Yes, I want to go home and watch anime, Sister answered in a satisfied voice. After I became a rune master, my 5 senses became much sharper. Sometimes I can feel people's gazes. Right now, 2 people with bad intentions are following me, thought the boy Dun. Brother, where we are going is not the same road, Sister asked Dong in fear. Quietly, I need to take care of something, Brother Dong answered in a quiet voice. He leaned over his sister and asked her to be quiet. I need you to be quiet and stay here, okay? The brother asked in a quiet voice. Okay, I'll do that, answered Sister. Several men walked nearby. The stomping in their boots could be clearly heard. Where did they go? Where did they disappear? These men spoke to each other. The bald big man said, But I saw them come here. Maybe we were mistaken. The men stopped, thought, and began to look around. And suddenly the voice of our hero was heard. You're not looking for me? Asked the boy, done. He stood behind the two men. Guy, you were lucky last time, but today we will show you who is boss here. One of the men shouted in a menacing voice. You know this suits me quite well. Let's decide this here and now. Let's not delay and put off our last conversation. I remember our last meeting very well. The boy said, smiling, and adjusted his gloves on his hands. Our hero ran very quickly to the side where two large strong men stood. Fire seemed to burst out from under his boots and gave our boy strength and speed. Don quickly ran up to one of the men and dealt the big bald man a strong blow to the stomach. The man screamed in pain. A loud scream rang out throughout the street. Where did you get that speed from? The big bald man shouted loudly through the pain. The big bald man fell to the ground. At that moment, the tall, thin man screamed, Die, boy, and wanted to pounce on our hero from behind. The thin, tall man clenched his teeth and clenched his fist as hard as he could. He jumped on our hero to hit him as hard as possible. Dune quickly looked at his opponent. He instantly assessed the whole situation. He was strong and completely in control of everything that could happen to him. There was no fear at all. Our hero delivered a sharp blow with his hand right to the back of his opponent's head. The blow was so strong that blood gushed out in a stream right from the mouth of a long, thin man. After this powerful blow, the thin, long man fell to the ground screaming in pain. There was fear and misunderstanding in the man's eyes. Damn it, what's going on here? Why is he so strong? Where did all this wild strength in this boy come from? Gritting his teeth through the pain, the fat, bald man spoke. Oh, I'm sorry, what? I see you are confused. So, it seems you still don't know who I am or what happened to me. Smiling, our hero asked his offenders. Everything is very simple. Now I am also a rune master, the young man said, and there was a fireball near his hand. At that second, our hero simply had superpower, which really scared these men. This simply cannot be. A fat, bald man screamed in despair. You didn't even participate in the awakening ceremony. Where do you get this strength from? Who said that a person cannot become a rune master if he did not participate in the awakening ceremony? The boy asked. So what if you became a rune master? You're just a newbie compared to veterans like us, a bald, fat man shouted. You're just a loser. I'll teach you respect and make you regret that you weren't kind to us. And literally a second later, the fat, bald man saw the barrel of a gun near his nose. This weapon was insisted upon by a boy named Dunn. How do you like my death god gun? The boy asked loudly. The young man continued to aim at the fat, bald man, who even sat down out of fear. I may not have been awakened very long, but to deal with a shit like you, this gun is more than enough. Haven't you thought about that? The boy asked and began to aim. The bald, fat man was trembling with fear. Sweat appeared on his face. Out of fear, he closed his eyes and thought, well, this guy's aura, that's power. This is a lot of power, almost like a boss. I thought about it and decided that I would give you one last chance. Get away from here. Otherwise, you just won't get well. I suggest you just take my word for it, the boy said. The men were very frightened because they realized that they were powerless against this young man. A second later, they turned around and quickly ran. Yes, forgive us, we are wrong. The men screamed and ran away. Bro, I'm just shocked. Is this really you, or maybe you were replaced? The sister asked in a satisfied voice. Brother, you are so strong. Last time these bandits scared us so much, and now they are running away from you without looking back. You are simply the best. I'm proud of you. I love you, Sister screamed enthusiastically. Denmark, you got it all wrong. It just seemed to you. They are just weaklings. That's why they ran away from us, the boy said, smiling. We better go home. We have nothing to do in this dark alley, Dune said. He began to push the wheelchair in front of him in which his beloved sister was sitting. Let's go home. I agree, Sister answered.
Yawan Long. This problem, not to mention that there is still Fang Jie's mother. Even if I become a rune master, they won't let us go. If they can't handle me, it will try to harm Xiaoxi. I thought at that moment it was a boy.
If I want to ensure safety, Hey, I need to either make them disappear or take Xiaoxi and leave Qingshi, our hero, continued to think. If neither one nor the other is possible, then we need to find another option. The boy continued to think constantly. I need to become strong enough to change their minds, or find powerful support so that they do not dare to harm us so easily. The boy was thinking about this topic. Our hero went to the school of martial arts, Zhao Shi. He saw the punching bags and began kicking them. These were powerful blows. After each blow, like fire appeared in this place. Then the boy started throwing punches at another punching bag. The same thing happened. A fiery flash formed at the site of the strongest impact. The Dong boy continued to hone his skills and strikes. He wanted to see what he could do, just what he can do in a fistfight. Dune approached another punching bag, after which he struck her very hard. The pair simply flew to the side, and a fiery flash formed at the site of the impact. After this quick training, and after our hero released all his anger on the punching bag, he stopped. Punching bags were scattered throughout the room. The people who were studying in this room stood in shock and watched what was happening. This guy, Dung, he awakened and became a rune master, one young man said. I saw him training here not too long ago. At that time, he was still an ordinary person. Another man said, I just saw his punching power, 811 kilograms. Another man said, Uncle Sting and Boss Poison Wolf can deal with bandits like Jia Wenlong. Mother Fan's nose will be more difficult. Before the test, I must increase my strength and find reliable support, the boy thought. Dun continued to hone his blows. The most powerful in the Qingshi are military, government, and business tycoons. The military does not interfere in the affairs of citizens, and Mother Fan is already subordinate to the minister, so it will not work through the government either. The boy continued to think, when it comes to business, they care most about advantage. And I'm just another rune master with an ordinary education. They have no reason to start helping me. The boy thought and continued to strike and hone his technique. Everyone who was in the hall was simply shocked by what they saw. The blows were so strong that the punching bag flew to the side and broke in half. No one had ever seen such power before. Dun, is that you? Uncle Zhao asked in a loud voice. Boy Don stopped abruptly and looked back. His uncle stood in front of him. Uncle Zhao, I'm sorry, I forgot about power control and broke it a little here, sorry. The boy laughed and began to scratch the back of his head. It's just a sandbag, I'll get someone to remove it. The uncle spoke in a kind voice, smiling. You must go out first, the poisonous wolf has come to find you. Boss Poison Wolf is coming for me, the boy? Dong asked his uncle in surprise. The boss stood on the street and waited for the boy. Boss, I'm coming! Our hero's loud voice rang out. The boss turned to look at him. Baby, it's only been 3 days, and you've already improved your skills, right? Do you want to fight me? The boss asked. I'm still no match for you, boss. He began to laugh and say, the boy done. It's very good that you're not arrogant, baby, the boss said. Why did you need me, boss? Admit it, the boy asked. Will you take part in the test in a few days, and participants are allowed to bring items and equipment with them. So I want to go buy some things that might help you there. The boss said, for example, what did the boy ask? You have a rune weapon, but no skill. The boss answered. Are you suggesting that I buy a skill stone? The boy asked joyfully. Yes, rune weapons combined with skill can release great power and enhance the rune master's fighting abilities. With the money you have, it is too difficult to buy rune stone armor. But buying a good skill is not a problem at all. The boss spoke. A boy named Dong ran up to the boss and hugged him tightly. Then he put the boss on his shoulder. The boss was simply shocked. Then let's hurry up. I can't wait for this moment. The boy shouted loudly with joy and ran forward. The boss was lying on his shoulder. Boy, let me go, and you ran in the wrong direction at all. The man started screaming. They ran to a large store. Lots of people came in and out. All of them, of course, were rune masters. So is this the same store? Is it only open to rune masters? The boy began to ask in surprise. Yes, it belongs to the richest family and of the 7 great Xiao. There are branches of this store in every city, and of course they are only available to rune masters, the boss answered. Be it weapons or other tools needed in the wild, and they can be bought here. Rune beasts can also be sold here in this store, continued to tell the boss boy. The boy thought and began to dream. The boss realized that he could no longer hear him and therefore snapped his fingers in front of his eyes. Hey, wake up, the boss said. Follow me and you will see what I am telling you. The boss walked forward. Okay, sure. The boy answered and followed the man. Please place your palm here and release your runic energy for testing. The girl in the store said, and the boss immediately began to fulfill it. The monitor showed that this was an E-rank rune master. All information was considered by the computer according to the boss's hand. E-rank rune master, sir, you may come in, the girl said, smiling in a kind voice. Ordinary people respect masters. Some even admire and look up to strong run masters. The young man thought and put his palm to the monitor. The computer showed an F-rank rune master. All this information was completely read from the palm of our hero. The girl became embarrassed, smiled, and said, Sir, you can also pass. Our hero smiled. The boss and the dong boy went to the self-service area of the store. There were many different departments where you could buy anything you wanted. The first floor is a self-service area. The boss began to speak. If you pay a certain amount, you can open your own point here. So what will we buy here? The boy asked. All high-rank runestones are purchased from this store. The runestones here are of poor quality and are not suitable for you and me, the man continued talking. Doesn't this suit me? The boy asked in surprise. Yes, you are different from others, my boy. Therefore, we won't find you a better skill stone. It will be a waste of your talent. The boss said to the boy, Let's go up to the second floor, you and I. The boss suggested, Okay, sure, I didn't cover everything on the first one either, but let's go to the second one. The boy answered, Oh, here are some good runestones, the boss said, pointing to the beautiful blue stones lying in a special box. A salesgirl approached the boss. Sir, is there anything I can help you with? She asked. The boss, looking at the stones, began to scratch his beard and thought, Yes, leave me your number. Let's go have a drink together some evening. The man joked. The girl laughed and began to feel embarrassed. Sir, please be serious, the girl answered. Boss, what are you doing? The boy asked indignantly. He placed his hand on the man's shoulder. Rune masters constantly enter into relationships with ordinary people, so I just invite her to have a drink. He started laughing and saying, Boss. The boss hugged the girl and continued talking. By the way, this guy is a real sniper. Show us some good skill stones. You know that money is not a problem. The girl laughed and was in a very good mood. Smiling, she answered, I understood you well. Please come here. God, this rune master is so young, and so handsome and good-looking. Simply fantastic, the salesgirl thought. These three are now very popular among snipers. The girl said and showed a box containing 3 green rune stones. First stone, this is a piercing shot. Allows the user to fire a bullet coated in rune energy, giving it a piercing effect. Second stone. This shooting technique, a skill that allows the user to use a pistol as a melee weapon to attack. Third stone, this is a snake eye. The skill allows the user to gain thermal imaging for 3 seconds. Dawn, come closer, look carefully, maybe you like it. The boss said and smiled. The boy stood and looked at these stones with big eyes. The damage of the creeping shot is the highest, but the weapon of the death god is an E-rank runestone weapon. Therefore, its damage is already quite high. I started thinking, boy. Shooting technique is a skill for survival, but if snipers discover and surround it, it is certain death. And the snake eye is very useful. My sister also has this skill. Our hero continued to think, looking at the green runestones. I love this snake eye skill. With great admiration, the boy said. This is a good choice, my friend, the boss answered in a satisfied voice. This stone is worth 130,000 coins of the Union. Smiling, she began to say the girl is a seller. The boy was simply shocked when he heard a large amount. Why is it so expensive? The boy asked loudly. Suits us. We will pay by card, the captain said and handed the plastic card to the seller with his hand. Boss, why can't I? The boy was indignant. Now, we are a family. Just pay me back when you earn money, that's all. The boss began to smile. The test will not be easy, so you must rise to the occasion, my friend, and this skill will definitely help you. The boss continued talking. Okay, I understand. Thank you, the Dun answered. Our store and our company wish you success in your business, the salesgirl said, and held out a box with a stone in her hands. This was the first expensive purchase that our hero simply never dreamed of. Very sweet words, but they didn't even give me a discount. The boss thought to himself. Doomboy was as pleased as he had ever been in his life. He looked at the box in his hands with big, joyful eyes. With this skill, I feel more confident, the boy thought at that moment. Since we're done with business, why don't you come with me for a drink? The man said to the girl. Our boss will be here, so I can't. The seller answered. Your boss? This should be your company's regional manager. If I'm not mistaken, she's a hot, pretty lady named Xiao Kei-ching, right? A long-legged girl in stockings appeared in the store. The salesgirl lowered her head down, and she said in a quiet voice, I greet you, Boss Xiao. And our captain looked at this lady in surprise. The down boy also turned and looked at the woman who entered the store. The boss also continued to look at this woman.
This is the same manager, Xiao.
Enthusiastic, the boss said, and began to smile. It was Xiao Kei-ching. Beautiful, delightful girl in a chic dress. If you want to have a drink with someone, go to the bar. Don't come here and don't bother my employee, the manager said. Are there rules that prevent your employees from meeting clients? I just want to get to know this girl better. This behavior is illegal, right? The boss asked, scratching his beard. How can he not be ashamed? I thought at that moment it was a boy. Then you better be serious. I care very much about my employees, and I find out that you played with her feelings, and I will not tolerate it. The girl manager answered, Damn thing, this woman knows how to ruin a man's mood. Just as expected from a rose with thorns, beautiful and strict, the boss thought. Strange, but he looks like a high school student. And instead of studying, he follows these old bastards to tease the girls. This guy must be the same person. I thought at that moment it was the manager. We'll have a VIP guest on the 3rd floor later, so go and make some good tea. The manager told her employee. It will be done, Boss Xiao. The saleswoman answered. The girl manager was very strict. She behaved like a real lady, like a real housewife. The manager left and went up the steps to the 3rd floor. The boy, down, and the boss remained on the 2nd floor and looked after the beautiful woman. It looks like she is not an ordinary person at all. The words were spoken by the match into the house. He continued to look after this beautiful woman. If you want to know, I can tell you, the boss said, hugged the boy and smiled. The Xiao family is the richest of the 7 families, and this Xiao is the illegitimate daughter of the 2nd master of the Xiao family. The boss began to tell the boy. She lived with her mother all her life, but after her mother died 3 years ago, she finally found her father and became a member of the Xiao family. But the Xiao family doesn't want to acknowledge or accept her, so they sent her to this small Qingshi area, just so she can run this store and this empire. It may seem like she's here to run the family business, but in reality, they knew her family. But Xiao Kei-ching is a smart and cunning woman. Before she came to Qingshi, this store had a lot of problems with bandits attacking and robbing transport teams. But she spent a lot of money to get rid of most of the bandits and make the transport routes safe again, thereby reducing their losses. The boss continued his story. Most of them would try to find another way to deal with them. But Xiao is brave enough to take something unprofitable, such as eliminating all the bandits and turn it into profit. Looking at her, you can immediately see that she is worth contacting. The man knows his stuff. The boss continued his story. Manager Xiao is a successful businesswoman. With her power and influence, she doesn't need to mess with the minister and the black market. If I can get her help, I won't have to worry about Zhao Wenlong and Fang Jie's mother, the boy thought. But this type of woman does not suit me. I prefer sweet, gentle girls. He yawned and said, Captain, Vlas, please don't get into trouble. I don't want to get kicked out. The boy was indignant. What do you know? If I don't connect now, when will my love story begin? Am I asking you? The boss began to ask, indignant. In any case, I'll go look for a pretty girl. Can you walk around and take a look? The man said and waved his hand to the boy. Boss Poison Wolf is so sociable, unlike Uncle Zhao. The fact that the boss had now left and left it to our hero alone was not very pleasant. The store was very large, with many stairs and escalators that brought people up and down from different floors. Walking through the store, our hero saw something familiar. With his peripheral vision, he looked at the man standing next to him. This figure looks very familiar to me. The boy turned around and looked at the passing man with security. And he is accompanied by guards. Xiao Kei-ching, the boy, looked at this man and continued to reason. A store employee came into the office. She held out a cup containing aromatic tea. "Sir, here's your tea," the girl said. "Yes, I was waiting for this. Come here to me, my baby," the man said and hugged the saleswoman tightly. The girl was very scared and practically dropped her cup of tea. "Eugene, be careful about your actions. You are in a city not in lawless and chaotic nature," the boss said in a calm voice while sitting in her chair. The sales girl was upset that she was treated this way. She covered her face with her hands in horror. A man named Eugene sat at the table opposite the boss. "There are so many useless rules in cities. Believe me, the wild world is much freer," the man said, and began to remove the purple scarf from his head and face. After a second, the man removed the purple cloth from his head and threw it to the side. "It was the same man in the yellow mask. This does not discriminate against anyone. Everything depends on your strength," said the man in the yellow mask. "This is the same ruthless place where the slightest carelessness can lead to death." The manager started talking. "Really? So Boss Xiao, tell me why you invited me here today?" In a loud voice, asked the man in the yellow mask. "I want to discuss business with you. Take a look at this," the boss said, and held the remote control in her hands. She was very serious. With one movement of the boss's hand, she pressed the necessary buttons on her remote control. A blue computer hologram with some symbols on it appeared in front of them. "We have cleared all the transportation routes surrounding Qingshi. Only the road to Wrong City is blocked by your Ash Gang," the boss said. "What are you saying?" the man answered. "So," the boss continued, "I want you to allow our Empire store to use this road for transportation purposes. That's all." The man did not like this very much, and he hit the table hard with his big fist. "Do you want us to abandon this route? Boss Xiao, our Ash Gang makes a living. With this, you want my brothers to eat air. Do you want them to starve?" In an angry voice, asked the man in the yellow mask. "Of course not. Our empire is ready to pay a certain amount as a fee, so believe me, you won't lose either," the boss said in a calm voice. "Do you think you can buy me money?" The man was indignant and pointed his finger at the girl. "I don't care about the fee. This Eugene is really unreasonable. Wrong City is one of the main cities in the Qingshi region. If this route cannot be opened, the purple golden branch of Qingshi will never return. Her Xiao family will always look down on me. I was thinking at this moment, boss." "Okay, then tell me what you want. If it is within my power, then our corporation will do everything possible to fulfill the request," the girl said in an angry voice. The man in the yellow mask thought and answered, "I just need you to do one thing. If you can make this bastard Jean kneel down and bow to me 3 times, the man said in an angry voice and hit the table hard with his fist.
Are you serious? I don't have the opportunity to order the Minister Jean. Are you a complete idiot?
The boss shouted, angry. So when we finished this conversation, the man in the yellow mask answered menacingly and clenched his fists. Opposite him stood the boss. Eugene wanted to leave, but the guard told him to stop. The security guard stopped this impudent man. The boss was watching everything. She was calm. "Our boss hasn't given you permission to leave yet. I hope I don't have to explain this to you twice," the guard said to the man in the yellow mask. "Yes?" Eugene asked. His eyes became simply crazy. And a second later, the man in the yellow mask delivered a strong blow with his fist right in the guard's face. "Do you really think that such a weak piece of trash as you can stop me?" the man in the yellow mask said, and pointed his gun at the guard who was lying on the floor. "Let him go!" the boss shouted loudly. She understood that this idiot would start shooting right here, right in the office. The man in the yellow mask smiled, pushed the guards away with his shoulder, and walked away. The guards just stood there silently and did nothing. Eugene walked away with slow steps. He demonstrated that he was not afraid of anyone or anything. The boss looked after him and was silent. He really is just a crazy guy, the boss girl thought. I have never met such idiots in my life, just a scumbag. There are rumors that in the past he worked under Minister Jean, but the minister beat his sister to death. The boss began to remember this story, and then, upset and very angry about what had happened, he simply went crazy. Eugene decided to take revenge. He decided to take revenge and therefore killed the minister's wife. Sneaking up behind her, he dealt fatal blows with his knife, after which he ran away. Then he gathered a very large number of bandits just like him and formed a real gang out of them. Even though I and the Xiao family, my influence is at the same level as Minister Zheng, I don't have the leverage to tell him to do anything. I thought at this moment the boss, a man in a yellow mask, was descending to the floor below. The boss suddenly froze and her eyes became wide in surprise. She saw Eugene hugging a boy named Dung. Isn't this the guy who was with the poisonous wolf before? The boss thought at that moment. What is his connection with Eugene? What could this boy have in common with an idiot like this Eugene? The boss started asking questions to herself. Boy Dung was walking around the store. In one of the boutiques, he saw a beautiful red stone. He stopped next to him and began to look at him. Suddenly, Eugene's male hand reached out. He quickly reached for the boy. A second later, a man in a yellow mask had already grabbed our hero by the neck with a chokehold and began to pull. I wonder who dared to attack me right in this big store. In a store where only rune masters are located, the boy thought. Is it really you, baby? I thought you died that day, the man in the yellow mask said cheerfully and laughing. Boss Eugene? What are you? The boy asked in surprise and fear. That's right, it's me, baby. The man in the yellow mask answered. Why did you come to the city? If the prosecutor finds out, you won't be able to leave. The boy was interested. Do not worry about me. Believe me, if I resigned myself to come, then, of course, I am sure that I can leave here. Eugene answered, You are truly strong and brave. He laughed and said, A young man named Dunn. Baby, you're something else. After I gave you the awakening medicine, many members followed you. I thought they would surround you and kill you, but I didn't expect you to survive, said the man in the yellow mask. The boy Don laughed very hard and began to scratch the back of his head with his hand. I was just lucky, laughed and said, Boy, it's not bad that in just a short period of time you have awakened and increased your fighting abilities. This is the first time I've seen this, Eugene said. My offer still stands. If you can't live in the city, join my ash gang, Eugene said to the boy in a quiet voice. Thanks, boss, but I don't plan on going into the wild. The Dun answered, How fun it is to be a coward in the city. The freedom of the open world is where rune masters belong. Excitedly, Eugene replied, I've already provoked Jia Wenlong and Mother Fan. If I am too close to Eugen, will I also provoke the minister, the boy thought. Baby, I place your hope in you. You can always join us and my gang. The man in the yellow mask said and put his hand on the boy's shoulder. Yes, I remember, the Dun answered. Do you really want me to make the entire Qingshi region my enemy? Our hero thought at that moment. Okay, I don't come to town much, so I'll go find some girls to enjoy my time here, the man in the yellow mask said and waved his hand to the boy. Okay, deal, the boy answered. This Eugene's pressure is too much. I behave somehow unnaturally in front of him. In front of them is just like an ant that can be killed with one blow. The boy thought at that moment, I should avoid associating with this idiot. Since Yaoshi is still young, I can't force her to live in the wild, the boy thought. Hey, young man, what's your name? The boss asked our hero in a loud voice. Dune stopped and looked back. It's Manager Xiao. Why is she here? Why did she find me? And what does she want? The boy began to ask himself questions. So what's your name, young man? The woman asked again. My name is Dune, the boy answered in a quiet, timid voice. Are you a rune master? Seriously? Don't you seem strong to me? The boss started asking. What do you want from me? Let's get straight to the point, the boy answered. You follow me, the boss said. They came to her office, and our hero sat down on the blue sofa. He put his hands on his knees and was very embarrassed by everything that was happening now. Damn, this office is bigger than my entire house. As a matter of fact, as expected from this corporation, I thought at that moment it was a boy. The manager asked me to prepare this tea especially for you. She smiled and said the cellar is for the boy. She brought a whole pot of tea. Please try this scent. I'm sure you've never had such delicious tea. The seller continued talking. Thank you very much, the boy replied. The young man sniffed the fragrant tea. Then he closed his eyes and began to taste this aromatic tea in small sips. The boss looked at the young man and began to speak. The tea you drink is called sword thirst. Tea leaves are collected from the rocks surrounding the eagle's nest. So it is very expensive. Just 1 cup costs about 10,000 union coins. After hearing the large sum, our hero's eyes almost fell out of surprise. The boy screamed loudly in shock. It's so expensive? opening my mouth, the tea simply spilled out. "There are 3,000 coins in this cup," the boss said in a calm voice. "As always." The boy continued to sit in shock. He looked at the tea, which he pulled out onto the floor. "Manager Solo? I can't afford to drink your tea." "I'm disappointed," the young man said, and wiped off with a napkin everything he had spilled on the floor. "Forget about tea and sit back. I need your help in one matter," the boss said in a calm voice. "This is already interesting. Why does such a rich lady as a boss need my help? Because it's a boy." "Yes, well, I'll sit down and listen to you," our hero answered and sat down in a chair. "What's your relationship with that idiot named Eugene?" It became a little louder to ask the boy boss. Doong did not yet know what to answer to this woman. He began to think. She must have seen me talking to him. Should I tell her? But what if she tell the minister? The boy down made a surprised face and asked, "Eugene, who is this? The first time I've heard." "You're smart, I like it." She smiled and said, "Boss, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I'll tell you. I invited Eugene here to discuss some matters, but my relationship with him is not very good, so my negotiations did not take place." Dune began to speak. "I understand. And you called me here because—" "Yes. You seem to have a good relationship with this idiot." The boss started talking. "Therefore, if you can convince him to work with me, I will reward you generously." "Interesting. Then let's talk about rewards first." He smiled and said, "Boy Dong, I want to first listen to what I will get in return." "I understood you. Then how about 1,000,000 union coins?" the boss asked the boy. "And this guy talks like a businessman," the woman thought. "You know, I need to feel this money. Moreover, I'm already a rune master. It's only a matter of time before I earn them myself." Our hero began to speak in a serious voice. "To them, my relationship with the South is not as good as you think. Baby, just say so if you want more money. Just don't be silent after all. Everything has its price." I thought at that moment the woman was looking at the young man. "Tell me, how much do you want, boy?" the boss asked. "I don't need money, I need investment," the boy answered. "Investments? Do you want to start your own business? No problem. You can choose any store. I'll rent it out for free for 10 years. "No, I'm asking for investment not in business, but in myself," answered Boydun. "I don't understand what you mean," the boss asked. "You see, I just woke up. I have a great future, but there is no support. So there will be many problems and obstacles along the way." The boy began to tell the story. "If Lady Xiao is willing to support me and become my support, then when I become a strong rune master in the future, I will return the favor." The boy continued to explain. "Of course, I will help convince Eugene first, but I can't promise that I will definitely succeed." The boy continued his story. The boss girl looked carefully at the young man. She practically did not blink, memorized every word he said, and digested it in her head. Girl boss smiled and said, "It's more profitable for me to just give you 1,000,000. Why should I invest in your future? Do you think I lack experts? That's funny. I just noticed that Manager Xiao's best bodyguard only has a D rank. In the Qingshe area, it's not bad, but in the Xiao family, they will be of great importance, am I right?" asked the boy Dune. The girl boss, looking at the young man, thought, "But he is telling the truth. What this boy says has its rational grain." Dune continued speaking. "Since you were honest with me, I will do the same. After I used the awakening medicine that Eugene gave me, my ironic spirit reached 100%. If I get enough support, my future won't stop at just a PhD. If not, then why does a crazy person like Eugene treat me so favorably? Have you ever thought about it?" The boy continued talking. If what he said was true, and his rune spirit had truly reached 100%, then he could easily become an A rank, or even a C rank rune master. And he won't dare lie to me because a simple rune spirit test will immediately expose him. The boss began to think. "Okay, I get your point. Tell me how you want me to support you." Looking at the boy, the boss asked, "I only have 3 requests. Firstly, help me with my university expenses, including tuition fees, travel fees, and so on. As for my living expenses and equipment, I will deal with that myself. Secondly, I have a younger sister with limited physical abilities. I want her to get the best treatment and care and to go to a good school. The boy spoke, putting his finger forward. I think this won't be a problem. I can pay for the cost of living and equipping the runestone. The boss answered. Dune continued speaking. And thirdly, this is the most important thing. I incurred the wrath of two powerful people in the Qingshu area. If Miss Xiao can help me solve this, I will go and find the South right now.
Very interesting. Who are these people? They are influential. Who are they? Tell me, the boss said.
The boss of the Black Fist Underground Hall, Jia Wenlong, and the assistant to the minister Fang. These are the people I told you about, the boy said. When Long and Fan? The boss asked again. The woman became very pleased and jumped into an easy chair. Now listen to me, boy. Dealing with these two won't be a problem, but how did you manage to get yourself into this? Very interesting. I would like to know this, the boss said. It so happened that I accidentally interfered with Wen Long's business. The boy began to explain and gesture with his hands. And as for Miss Fan, a few days ago her entire family wanted to kill me, but I ended up killing her husband. This is the reality. The Duan answered. In battles between run masters, death is inevitable. But once the information spread throughout the city, the prosecutor had to come after you. And since he did not do this, it means that she did not report this matter, the boss said out loud. I hope you understand what this means. You're a smart guy and don't look like a dumbass at all. Let's think, the boss said. If I understand you correctly, then she just wants to take revenge on me with her own hands. This is true? Surprised, the boy said. It's good that you understand everything perfectly. I'll deal with them, but first you have to help me. The boss continued talking. Okay, I'll contact South later, but I don't know if I can convince him, our hero answered. God, I can't wait that long. Everything needs to be done here and now. Understand that you can't put anything off until later, the woman said in a quiet, calm voice. Take it and talk to him now, and if he refuses, I will have to reconsider our cooperation with you. The boss shouted loudly and threw her red phone at the boy. Even though Eugene treats me well, this issue affects his affairs. So right now, I have no idea how he will react to all this. The boy began to think as he dialed his number. It doesn't matter, I have no choice but to try it. Thought our hero pressed the call button. The man in the yellow mask picking up the phone. Boss Xiao, what do you want now? Eugene asked loudly. A boy's voice was heard on the phone. Boss, it's me Dunn. Remember me? The boy spoke on the phone. Home, is that you? Why are you using Xiao's phone number? Angered by the loud voice? Asked the man in the yellow mask. Eugene spoke so loudly on the phone that it could be heard throughout the entire office. Don't tell me that you are now her boy who serves her in everything, and Eugene. No, please stop making jokes, the boy said, smiling. I was hoping that you would agree to work with Manager Xiao as a favor for me, the boy said on the phone. A voice came through the receiver. Interesting, okay, then I'll work with Xiao, answered by Eugene. Wait, are you sure? Are you telling the truth now? Our hero began asking Eugene excitedly. Boss Xiao watched this entire conversation with a cautious gaze, and his consent was very necessary. I flew through your case and saw that you killed a subordinate of this bastard minister. Since we both have the same enemy, I will gladly help you, the man in the yellow mask answered in a calm voice. I wonder why Eugene has a grudge against the minister. Thinking at this second, boy? Eugene continued to talk on the phone. Today I will do you a favor, and if ever I need your help, you cannot refuse me. Of course, I will definitely help you, the boy answered. I wonder if Eugene is planning to attack the minister himself. But how can a simple F-rank rune master like me help him? The boy began to think about this topic. Okay, then we agreed. Eugene's voice was heard from the phone. He agreed. He answered, which means he gave the phone back to the boss. Did he just agree? You never cease to amaze me, boy, the boss said. The boy continued to hold the boss's phone in his hand. Take your phone, it's not needed. I did what I was asked to do, the boy said. Dung laughed and said, I think this Eugene guy just likes me. He was cheerful and happy that he managed to come to an agreement with this idiot. I have reached 100% in the runic spirit. Of course Eugene would like him. The boss thought about this moment while looking at this brave boy. The world does not help when it is needed, so we must be prepared in advance. If I support him to become a strong rune master, he will always be loyal to me. The boss began to think. Our hero stood very confidently and with a proud look, looking at the boss. He felt victory, a small victory behind his shoulders. Someone like him is truly worth raising. This young man is brave and strong in spirit, the woman thought. Now you don't have to worry about those two. Trust me, I will deal with them very easily and simply. So tell me, what are you planning to do next? The woman boss asked. I'm going to take part in the storm test in a few days. The young man answered. Will you be participating in the trial of the storms? The boss asked again. Evening was coming and the sun was setting below the horizon. Other events were taking place in one large office building. Damn it! The man shouted and slammed his fist hard on the table. How did this little idiot end up in brotherhood with that bitch Xiaoke Qing? The man with glasses was loudly indignant. They stood on the observation deck and watched. The fan woman began to speak. She has a strong influence in Qingshi. Even the minister listens to her. If she sides with Doom, then we may not be able to deal with him so easily. So what? The man with glasses began to be loudly indignant. Should we give up? You forgot that both your husband and your son died because of this freak. Shut up. I will not let him go, no matter who is with him. It doesn't matter to me who becomes his patron. I will still deal with him and take revenge. The fan woman said, I understood you. Then what should we do now? The man with glasses asked. He looked at the woman carefully and wanted to listen to her version. If Xiao interferes in this matter, then the minister can deal with this bastard, the woman said. But the minister will not take action just for our sake. Don't you understand this, fan? The man said. We just need to convince him that he is dangerous. The woman laughed, and it was clear that she had come up with an insidious, cunning plan. So 4 days until the entrance exams. A yellow shuttle flies across the bright light sky. A gorgeous fox sister sits at the helm. She is the one who controls this ship. Our hero named Dun sits in the passenger seat. He is absolutely calm and looks out the window at the sky. While I was participating in the test, my friends will be taking the entrance exam in 3 days. I thought the boy was thinking about it now. And I never expected that the manager would personally send me away unharmed. She will personally accompany me and wave her hand after me. I couldn't even think about it before. These few days, everything is quiet, and so Xiaoxi is temporarily safe, the boy thought. We'll get to Stormport tonight, so go get some rest. Tomorrow you will have to go to the Island of Storms and thunder along with other participants, Sister Fox said to our hero. Thanks, but I need to use this time to practice a little more, the boy answered his sister. Do you want to train here? Do you train like a maniac every day and every hour? The girl with red hair asked in surprise. First I will run 50 kilometers, the boy spoke. Dong, get out of the operating room! They shouted back loudly. And literally after a second of the match, the Dun fell on his ass. He fell hard and there was even a loud crash. Hooray! I'm finally done with this! A boy named Dun shouted loudly. Suddenly the system spoke. Your mission is complete. You landed all the hits. You've done 5,000 push-ups. You have run 50 kilometers. I wonder what mysterious reward I will receive, the boy thought, and drank a blue bottle of potion. The system began to speak again. Your runic spirit is 106%. The strength is 50. Body type 40. Wisdom 37. Agility 43. Do you want to open the mystery reward? Yes or no? The system asked the boy. The boy pressed the word, and the system continued to speak. You have received a reward for increasing your points. Have my points leveled off? The boy thought. Enhanced goggles can analyze the value of a target's combat abilities and alter them, the system said as the boy pressed the sensor that was in his ear. Analyze the target's combat abilities? The points of usually major masters show only a rank estimate from A to F. Maybe these glasses can analyze and show other people's combat data, the boy thought. He looked at the girl with red hair and the glasses began to completely describe to him all the information about her. This really works, the boy thought. The sister's strength is small, but her agility is high. With these enhanced glasses, I can easily analyze a target's weakness and come up with a plan. This feature will be very useful for me to survive, the Dune thought. Baby, why are you staring and looking at me like that? Asked the girl with red hair. Sorry, I was just staring at it, the boy answered. Their ship continued its movement across the sky. They were flying to the island. 3 days left before entry. Before you is the port of the storm. A very large number of people at different levels were waiting in the wings. This is the first time I see the sea. With delight, said the boy. Before the appearance of runestone beasts, human exploration of the sea accounted for less than 3%. The girl with red hair began to tell. Now there are all kinds of scary beasts in the sea. Now the sea has become a no-go zone for us. Monsters of various sizes are located at the very bottom. Look, this is the island of storm and thunder, the girl said and pointed her finger forward. The boy looked forward carefully. Indeed, an island of land began to appear in the distance. Since cosmic black holes caused a malfunction in the magnetic field, thunder and lightning constantly rain down on the island. And sometimes they last for 3 whole days, except for 1 hectare. The main part of the island will be subject to thunder and lightning, Sister Fox said.
The test will take place there, and those who can hold out until the end will gather in a safe place, said the boy, done. The goal of the test is not easy to survive. You must perform well and score as many points as possible over these 3 days, the girl said.
In addition, you are allowed to team up with other members, so I suggest you find a good companion later. But of course, it's okay if you want to go alone. The girl continued talking. Find a teammate, yeah? Like the boss's team sister, the boy said out loud and continued to look into the distance. Friends, in front of you is Port Plaza. Lots of people and flying ships and shuttles. If you pass here, you will be taken to Port Plaza, where the oath-taking ceremony will take place. The girl spoke. Okay, I understand you well, sister, then I'll go. The boy answered. It's not as dangerous as a dungeon challenge, but you need to give it your all. We will be waiting for your return, the girl with red hair said. Of course I'll be back. There is simply no other option. The boy smiled and gave a thumbs up. I realized this when I entered. The boy said out loud and held the yellow badge in his hands. Such advanced technology, the boy said. This is a challenge badge. Participants must wear a badge as it tracks both their activity and location. He can release an emergency capsule to protect the participants in case of danger. But when this happens, the participant will be automatically disqualified. Great. With this badge, at least I don't have to worry about my health and life. I thought the boy was done. Then our hero raised his head up and looked forward. He was very surprised and worried. Do I really have to compete with so many people? Slightly worried, our hero thought about this. It seems I underestimated this challenge. It seems to me that the whole country is here. The boy thought and put his badge on his chest. The test requires the participant to be 24 years of age or younger. He became a room master, but failed the entrance exam. Those who satisfy these conditions are few in the city, but there are a lot of them all over the country. Among them, some were unable to enter university after awakening, while some like me used other methods of awakening and dared to go on the path. This means only one thing. There are no random people and no simpletons here. And the difference between 18-year-olds and 24-year-olds is very large. Even if the 24-year-old rune master has weak talent, he is trained 6 years longer. I don't think the trials are any less challenging compared to the dungeon, the boy thought. Large shuttles hovered in the sky. All participants raised their heads up and tried to see who it was. His name is Jan. This is the rune master. Profession archer, this is the main examiner of the test. I wonder how many dark horses there will be this year. Looking forward to it, the chief examiner said. Unlike him, I do not place any hope on these inferiors, said the man standing behind the examiner. This man's name is Lu Shijia. His rank is A-class. Rune scout profession. Deputy examiner status. This piece of trash has already failed the entrance exams. This cannot be compared with the elite who passed the regular entrance exams and got into the university. The deputy spoke. I remember Mr. Leja from Yao University 7th, who was selected for the trial and is now an S-rank chief master, the examiner said. This is an exception. You know, over the past 10 years, very few students who have passed the selective tests have graduated from universities. Most of them were simply eliminated, the deputy said.
In my opinion, this test is simply a waste of our union's resources. I'm telling you the truth. I have nothing to hide, the deputy examiner said. Sorry, but we will not turn away any potential students, the chief examiner said, scratching his beard. At least this year I will be the examiner. This means that I also give orders here. I hope this is clear to everyone, the chief examiner asked loudly. A girl came into the room and said, Respected Jan Master and temporary test master. Everything will begin soon. You are ready? Let's go and have a look, the chief answered. The chief examiner went to look. The girl lowered her head and modestly followed her boss. Only the deputy examiner stood and watched silently. It's just some kind of curse. In the past, I have always been an examiner, but this year I brought a wealthy yang here. The deputy stood and thought. Deputy Examiner Liu, will you also be performing at the dedication ceremony? The man standing behind laughed loudly and asked, Shut up and call me Examiner Liu! The man got angry and began to threaten with his big fist. The young man was scared and agreed with his opinion. His assistant, we have discovered strange data around the island of wind and thunder. One scientist spoke. At this point, the deputy continued to threaten the young man. The deputy examiner quickly turned around and hit the entire stack of papers in the scientist's hands with his hand. The papers scattered in different directions, and the man was very scared. I don't want to repeat this anymore. Stop calling me Assistant Leo. It just infuriates me, the deputy examiner said. Better tell me what this strange data is? I don't understand anything what you were talking about, the man asked in a menacing voice. The scientist began to adjust his glasses out of fear, and he spoke. The magnetic field around the island is very strange. The threats are more intense than before. So what's the big deal? Has the magnetic field on the island ever been normal? The deputy asked indignantly. But this time, everything was different. The researchers decided it would be safer to delay the trial. Very scared, said the scientist. Postpone? The deputy asked loudly. You think I'm going to waste even more time on this bunch of losers? Pass my order. Tests continue as usual. Did you understand me well? In an angry voice, the deputy asked. Yes, of course I understand you. Frightened, the scientist answered. The deputy examiner stood near the large monitors, which had all the video surveillance. He watched every monitor and looked into every detail. This garbage is just a waste of my time. Looking at the video surveillance, the deputy began to think about it. Of course, I wish I could cancel all this, I thought at that second, the deputy examiner. He really didn't like that this time he was an ordinary deputy. The oath ceremony is about to begin. Please calm down. The phrase was heard over the loudspeaker for all participants. The announcement was made in a normal human voice, and this examiner must have used runic energy to amplify his voice so that everyone could hear it amazingly. All participants thought with admiration. Suddenly, the big blue ship began to open its doors. A man began to descend from this ship to all the participants. His cloak flowed behind his back. This was the chief examiner. All the participants watched in delight as he jumped towards them. Literally, a second later, the chief examiner landed on the ground. He crouched down and got down on one knee. His cloak also flowed behind him. He jumped from such a height and landed without a single scratch. One person in the crowd said, Surprisingly, I heard that the examiner is a rune master. Another participant spoke enthusiastically. Rank. Our minister has the same rank. The third participant spoke. Welcome to the test. I'm your chief examiner, and my name is Yan, a man with blonde hair said loudly. This examiner stood on a high pedestal. There was a very strong aura above him from behind him. The energy sparked and spread across the sky, turning into a real head into a wolf. The down boy took off his glasses and looked at the examiner. Such a strong aura, as expected from a rune master. Don put the glasses back on his head. Let's get a look. Will I be able to check his data using enhanced glasses? Basement boy done. Our hero began to look at the examiner through enhanced glasses. But, according to all indicators, strength, runic spirit, physique, agility, and wisdom, there were the same questions. Not able to analyze? Maybe because Examiner Yan is much stronger than me? Our hero began to think and reflect. His deputy landed behind the chief examiner. He landed with such force that dust rose from under his feet. Losers and trash, I'm your examiner. A large, strong man with a bald head said this phrase loudly. Is there something wrong with him? Our hero, the man, looked carefully and asked himself this question. This lion has always been the main examiner. This year, he became a vice examiner. I think the authorities have finally made a smart choice. One person from the crowd began to speak out loud. Leo always looks up to the participants, and even his subordinates laughed at us. Last time we were all bullied even more. Someone else from the crowd shouted. He was previously the chief examiner, and he looks like a man who is asking for a fight. A person who provokes. The boy thought about this. I'm not just talking about one of you. What I'm saying is that you are all just trash here. The deputy examiner shouted in a serious and angry voice. He put his hand forward and began pointing to each participant who was on the site. Vice examiner, this is enough. I think you've said too much. I say enough and calm down, the chief examiner said. Damn you, don't ever call me a vice examiner. Can't you see how this pisses me off? The deputy thought. To me, anyone can become a rune master, so that means you guys are better than 80% of the people in the world. As chief examiner, I am proud of your fighting spirit, Jan said. At least the examiner is Yang and knows how to speak. He reasons correctly and says the right things at the right time. The boy thought about this. As chief examiner, I once again remind you of the rules of our test. Jan spoke in a loud voice to all participants. Like those who failed the entrance exam, many of you have weak talent. But on the path to becoming a powerful rune master, hard work is more important than talent. The examiner continued talking. The union is testing to give those who work hard another chance. So if you want to prove yourself, you need to be bold, brave, and ready to risk your life. And even though the badge can protect you, cases of death are rare. So you need to be smart and careful. And then everything will work out for you. The examiner continued talking. When the test begins, you will all be dropped off the shuttle at a random location on the island. All this will be completely random. No one knows, and it is impossible to predict where you will land. Everyone has the same parachutes, and only the wind and luck will help you with this. You're not allowed to take anything with you other than the permitted equipment, especially food and water. You guys need to deal with this as soon as you land on the island. In addition, lightning strikes are very frequent. The safe zone will become smaller and smaller, so don't think about hiding in one place for 3 days. If you find yourself in a thunderstorm area, be careful. The examiner continued to talk. Once on the island, you guys can eliminate other participants or kill animals to get points. Your final grade and overall performance decides whether universities will accept you as a special student or not. This year there are 2,951 participants, but 18 universities have only 90 places. This means that only 3% of you will reach your goal. But according to my past experience, not all 90 seats will be filled. This should tell you how difficult it is to qualify. So work harder than you did in the entrance exams. Give it your all because this is your last chance. Finally, I wish you all good luck and hope you receive an offer of admission to the university. The chief examiner said. White wings grew behind his back like a huge bird. He began to rise up into the sky. This is a runic skill that can only be mastered by V rank and above. Runic wings. With runic wings, you can fly freely like a bird. The boy thought home, looking at the sky. The deputy examiner was very angry. He didn't like everything that was happening here. I especially didn't like the fact that now he wasn't in charge. In the trial version of the challenge, a team can have a maximum of 5 people. So those who have teamed up or decided to go alone can report directly to the shuttle. The deputy examiner said loudly, those who don't have a team or want to find teammates meets over there in the registration area, which is managed by one of my subordinates, the deputy said and pointed his finger to the side. If I run into a rival team on the island, I'll be at a disadvantage and become their target. Therefore, it will be better if I find a team, as suggested to my sister, thought the boy Dune. The person in charge sat with a cigarette in his mouth and looked at the participants' profiles. Your name? The young man asked, in an angry and dissatisfied voice. My name is Tongai, said participant scratched his head. I heard you fill this out and go, wait over there, said the man with the cigarette. Would you like to team up with me? Suddenly I heard this question. A boy named Dunn. I'm very strong. I can take a lot of hits. One boy showed off his arm muscles. Someone like you will become a target. I'm telling you this for sure. So get away from me, you idiot, said the girl with blue hair. Why did she react this way? I offered to help her and showed her how strong I am, the boy thought when the girl refused him. Brother, do you want to unite? This boy now asked our hero, so I'm a backup option for this guy, thought a boy named Dune. Is this guy too unstable? His strength and physique are almost twice that of mine, but his agility and wisdom are no different from the abilities of an ordinary person. Our hero began to talk about this topic. For this young man's name was Ruin Xiang. He was level 14, F rank. Runic spirit accounted for 88%. Dexterity is 8 points, and wisdom is only 7 points. Brother, don't think that I'm just fat. I'm really very strong. Just recently I killed a beast in an F rank with my bare hands, the fat boy said. Juan can take hits. He can be a decoy and create an opening for me to attack. Looking at this fat boy, our hero thought and reasoned. For others he may be a burden, but for me he is an ideal partner. He smiled and thought, boy, Dune. Of course, I also wanted to find comrades. The boy began to speak. Let's register first, and then see if we can find 3 more. After these words, the fat boy was very happy. He tightly hugged the hand of the boy named Dong with both hands, so much so that he almost broke it. Finally, someone is ready to team up with me. Yay, thank you, big brother. From now on, I will only call myself that. The fat boy spoke joyfully. My name is Dune. I am a sniper from Wrong City, Qingshi District, the boy said, smiling. Done. His hand throbbed from the pain and the strong pressure of this fat boy. I'm Ruin Xiang, that's my name. I am a wrestler from Hang City. This is the Lingbi area, the fat boy said, smiling. Did you take this Tolstoy as your comrade? Do you really think this test isn't hard enough? The girl with blue hair asked indignantly and not understanding. Yes, you understand a lot. Do you know anything at all? I have my own plans. Looking at this girl, our hero thought, only 2. Doesn't anyone want to be on our team? Asked the fat boy. All the other participants just stood and looked at this couple. Not surprising. Who would join a team where the blue fat guy is a liability? A man with a cigarette in his mouth laughed and spoke. You shut your mouth. Juan began to scream and pour out. Calm down, don't be nervous. The boy said doom and held him with his hand. This guy always looks down on us and makes fun of the participants every year. Participants from the crowd complained. He entered the university through an entrance exam, which is why he behaves this way. Someone from the crowd spoke. The boy listened to all of this and remembered it all. He is simply a subordinate of the vice examiner. So he doesn't just look down on us, he just hates us. People from the crowd continued to talk, and the young man with a cigarette in his hands was pleased with himself and smiled. A bunch of losers. Why do you deserve the same treatment as us who went to university normally? The man thought, cigarettes in his mouth. Do not write your name together. You will not be able to change it later. This man said, don't you see that this is a quick rewrite incorrectly? Those responsible for collecting information began to shout and point fingers. This dish is deliberately mocking us. We don't have enough time, and those behind me will be forced to fight alone. I thought at that moment it was a boy. Don't you understand what I said? Who told you to change this? The man shouted loudly, cigarettes in his hands, and hit the participant with his hand. You're just a bastard. The fat boy shouted loudly and got angry. He clenched his fists tightly and was ready to start the fight. Stop, just chill, the boy said loudly, and put his hand on his companion's shoulder. It's not worth it, believe me. You don't need to be scattered about trifles. Better get ready for further progress. He calmed and said, the boy done. I thought, Brother Dong, that this young man is smart, and he's just a coward. I guess I was just wrong about him. Juan was indignant. I'm going against it. Find me after you guys fill out this form, said the young man with a cigarette in his hands. A boy named Dunn stood and looked at the barrels that stood near the table. He began to think. This should be enough for now, our hero thought, looking at the barrels. The young man with a cigarette in his mouth smiled and spoke. I really like seeing how angry you all are and afraid to fight me back. The young man lit a cigarette, sat down, and leaned his back. He sat and thought about how strong and merciless he was. I thought that he was higher than all these losers.
At that moment, our hero named Dune grabbed one empty barrel and swung it.
And then the boy ran, jumped, and hovered with this barrel right above this idiot's head. The young man who was smoking saw the Dung and screamed in fear. And at that second, the boy blew with all his might and put an empty blue barrel on the body of this idiot. All the guys and participants laughed at what they saw. I understand you, brother. You were just waiting for your chance. The fat boy thought about this cheerfully.
Now beat him up, our hero shouted loudly.
Juan laughed loudly and said, I'm going to beat him until he looks like a pig. People from the crowd shouted, hit him. His foot is in it. Avenge him for all of us. And the fat boy scene began to strike one blow after another. For this blue barrel in which their offender was located, the blows were very powerful. After the next blow, the barrel simply flew up into the sky. The young man who was smoking was just lying on the ground. How dare you hit me? Can I disqualify you all? This idiot began to be loudly indignant. Chief Examiner Yan appeared nearby. Chief Examiner, this group of members hit me. The young man began to complain. Do you have proof? The examiner asked. CCTV cameras should have captured everything that happened here. The young man began to complain indignantly, and all the participants looked in different directions and pretended that nothing had happened, and they were not aware of what he was saying at all. I think he also filmed all the scenes where you were nagging them. The chief examiner said, No, it's just a misunderstanding. Believe me, the young man answered, apologizing. There is no misunderstanding. You have been transferred to the server group. There are many things waiting for you to do there, the chief examiner said in an important and menacing voice. Damn it, looks like the chief examiner knows what I did. Looking at this man, our hero thought. I wanted to cheer up these participants a little. I didn't expect to meet such an interesting guy here. Our hero's beef thought the chief examiner. You're calm and smart. I hope you pass the test with flying colors, the chief examiner said to the boy and patted him on the shoulder with his hand. Good luck, the chief examiner said to our hero. Dung didn't understand at all what just happened. Why did the boss react so simply to this and wish him luck? Unclear. The chief examiner praised him, which was amazing. People in the crowd screamed. If I'd known that this would happen, I would have beaten him myself. Someone continued to shout from the crowd. It looks like he only has one teammate, which means we also have a chance to join his team. The people in the crowd continued to talk, and the boy stood and watched what was happening. Brother, we have 3 more places. Maybe we'll take the best to our team, Juan spoke in a satisfied voice. Brother, your team is missing a scout. I was a scout for 3 years, said one of the participants. Brother, let me join too, said another participant. The boy thought, Senya, we people need to be with strong people. Brother, why don't you join my team? Said the young man with blue hair. Dong looked at this man with an appraising gaze. After I was recognized by Examiner Yan, I became what every team wanted. The boy looked at all the participants and reasoned. Brother, now that we have authority, we must choose the strongest here. Juan spoke in a satisfied voice. Everyone here is truly the weakest. Even if their fighting abilities are the strongest, they are no match for strong teams, so I have to choose carefully. The boy thought at that moment. A typical team has 5 rune masters, who can handle any situation. So the team needs a leader who can command and make timely decisions. You need a strategist who can figure everything out and make a plan. Melee fighter, long-range marksman, and scout and healer. The Dun thought and reasoned. But in our current situation, it is difficult to form an ideal team. The boy thought and continued to examine everyone. Brother, what kind of teammates are we looking for? Honestly, Juan asked. A strategist, a melee rune master, and someone agile who can change positions depending on the situation. But most importantly, we need someone reliable. The boy continued talking. I think I can be a strategist on our team? Juan thought and said. The boy named Dung laughed very loudly. I think he's too confident in himself. This doesn't look good, thought Dun. Now the two of them looked at all the participants around them. They did not understand and did not know who to choose. Only questions arose in my head. Then suddenly the boy looked at one of the participants and said, It's he. Juan looked closely to see this participant. A participant with blue hair and black glasses was sitting on a bench. Behind him was the box. This member's name is Tang Yu. His level is 16, Master Room F rank. Spirit 61%, Dexterity is 29, and Wisdom is 79. All his qualities are very average, but his wisdom is very high. He's clearly the one I'm looking for. I thought at that moment the boy was done. Let's go, our hero said to Juan. I did not go closer to this participant. A fat boy named Juan walked up to the box and touched it with his hand. He decided to see what was inside. Hey, what's inside that big box? Is there anything important or useful there? The boy Juan asked loudly. There lies a weapon that can kill, the blue-haired participant answered in a calm voice. Oh, that sounds very scary. I think I was almost scared, the fat boy said. Hey, tell me, do you need teammates? The boy Dong asked the blue-haired player. Can you tell us about yourself? Asked a fat boy named Juan. No problem. My name is Tan. I am a F-rank rune master. My profession is mechanic. That's basically the whole biography for today, the blue-haired member said in a sad voice. Brother of the rune masters, there is a saying. Elite rune masters look down on ordinary rune masters. Melee rune masters look up to ranged rune masters, and all rune masters look up to mechanics, said boy Juan. Mechanics and rune masters for making weapons differ from each other. Mechanics use rune stones as a source to create mechanical weapons as hidden weapons. The destructive power of these weapons is no stronger than weapons made from rune stones. But even normal people can use it, the boy Dune thought. Tan is different from me. I decided to become strong myself, and he decided to make humanity stronger than anything else. I really want him to be on our team, a boy named Dune said in a confident voice. His companion did not like this idea at all. Brother, are you crazy? There are many strong rune masters who want to join us. Why do we choose someone with a profession that doesn't have much fighting ability? Juan was indignant. Ruan, do you know who designed the barrier protecting the city and the rune cannons on the city wall? Our hero asked. Are they mechanics? The boy Juan answered. Mechanics do not have strong physiques, but the weapons they develop are much stronger than usual, and the tests don't allow regular run masters to bring mechanical weapons to the island, but the mechanic can. The boy answered in a calm voice. Taking a Tan with you is like having a mobile warehouse of weapons. And since all the participants are rune masters, the strongest monsters on the island will be E-rank beasts. What? The Thane and his weapons will be very useful to us, the boy said. Okay, since you're the leader, I'll trust your judgment. In the end, it's easier for me. No need to think again, Juan said. I want you to join my team, the boy said, and continued to sign up for their team. The young man with blue hair looked closely at the boy named Dong. He, of course, liked this proposal. Although, on the other hand, no more proposals were received in his direction. Don't regret it later, said the participant with blue hair to our hero. The blue-haired participant took the form and began to fill it out. He wrote down his name and all his details. I congratulate you. From now on, we are comrades. We will enjoy the benefits and face the dangers together, the boy named Dunn said and extended his hand to him. A second later, they were shaking hands as a sign of agreement and friendship. Yes, I agree to be on your team. It seems to me that a worthy team is gathering under your leadership, said the new member. Our team has 2 more vacant positions. The fat boy Juan shouted loudly and, as always, began to laugh. I want to join. People from the crowd began to shout, may I join you? Please choose me. Everyone put their hand up and wanted to be on their team. We can only take 2 people on our team, so calm down and let us think carefully, said a boy named Juan. Please choose me. No, take me. I'm very good at fighting. Participants from the crowd continued to shout. Brother, those you chose don't look very strong, Juan said and thought about it. We should probably find stronger guys for the team. Not true. They are the closest match to our remaining positions on the team, the boy said. Yes, asked Juan. Several participants stood in front of them. The man in the yellow jacket and white t-shirt, his name is Rong Chi. His level is 16 and F rank, profession fencer. And also a girl in a green suit. Her name is Chen Lulu, level 17 and F rank, profession shooter. Rong Chi and Chen Lulu came from the same city and know each other. Moreover, their fighting abilities are quite good, our hero thought, because he had already assessed all their abilities through his new glasses. I'm confident in our team. When we're on the island, I hope we can trust each other. The boy turned to his team. relying on each other to get through whatever challenges we might face. Therefore, there must be complete trust. Our hero continued to speak to his team. Let's do that, the boy suggested, after which all team members began to put their hand in the middle. They intertwined their hands as one. And at this time, the city had simply wonderful summer weather. All participants were preparing, and everyone trained as best they could. They honed their punches on punching bags. The tests are held on the same day as the entrance exam, and this year, a total of 2,951 people are taking part in the tests. The boy thought, 18 top universities are participating in this special challenge, including the best academies of the Union. I think Xiao Yu is also on the jury this year. Such a stubborn guy, the girl thought. My uncle was angry all day yesterday because he passed the entrance exam and went to participate in the test to show everyone the capabilities of a mechanic. The girl was sitting on the sofa and thinking about it. How many dark horses will there be this year? We'll have to wait and see. Stay tuned as we continue to release all the latest updates. A voice came from the TV. This is done. Is he participating in the trial? The girl asked loudly. I forgot. I couldn't take part in the awakening ceremony, so if he wants, he can only pass this test to enter Runestone University, the girl remembered. It turns out that they are on the same team, right? It will be very interesting, the girl thought at that moment, looking at the TV screen. Good luck to you, done. The girl said rumor and put her hand on her heart. Participants, please board the shuttle according to the number assigned to you. The test will only last 3 days and will begin as soon as you leave the shuttle. They said it over the speakerphone. Brother, this is our shuttle. Let's board. A fat boy named Juan spoke enthusiastically and in a good mood. All participants in this test boarded their shuttles. The ships rose into the sky and flew off. Inside the ship, there were benches on both sides on which the competition participants sat. Everyone was a little tense. Then some participants stood up and came over to a fat boy named Juan. They stood and looked at him with an angry look. Juan felt a little uneasy. He was nervous and sweating a little. He didn't understand what these participants wanted from him. Then one tall member said, Listen to me, fat boy, you have to jump last, you understood me? Why are you talking to me like that? Who gave you this right? A boy named Juan began to become very indignant and vent. Just so we can kill you and get some points, said another participant and laughed loudly throughout the shuttle. Standing nearby was another participant from another team who also looked at the fat boy and laughed out loud. They had a lot of fun because they felt superior to Juan. The boy named Juan became very nervous. His face was covered with sweat. Did he not like this situation? Suddenly, one of the participants stomped his foot very loudly on the floor of the shuttle. It was very unexpected and very loud. The participants paid attention to this player. They immediately felt uneasy. They immediately opened their mouths. Why don't we jump together then? My energy craves action, the mechanic said, wiping the huge cannon that lay on his knee. Tank, why did you take weapons of this type on board? Isn't this against the rules? Said the member in the yellow suit. But the blue-haired participant continued to wipe his weapon with a white rag. Neat and gentle, as if it were crystal. I'm a mechanic, and this weapon is my own invention, so I'm allowed to take them with me. Any more questions? The rest of the participants who were flying in the shuttle thought and fell silent. They understood that on this ship only the mechanic had weapons. The boy Juan laughed loudly with joy. You are truly a reliable friend. Whoever now tells me that the mechanic is not strong, I will beat him. Tan, could you tell us what else you have in your weapon box? The boy asked. Yes, just small things, nothing special. Gatling gun. There is also a cannon, a self-destructing drone, the mechanic answered. The shuttles continued to move one by one across the sky towards their destination. Cool. Now with Tan, we can definitely take first place. Enthusiastic, said the boy, Juan. The shuttles continued to fly and encountered turbulence and lightning storms. The Lulu girl was very scared. Don't be afraid, this won't cause us any harm. Her teammate began to calm her down. But the girl in the green suit continued to be afraid and clenched in fear. The island was once a busy place, but many years ago, there was an outbreak of black holes. And from them, countless ruined beasts emerged, forcing people to leave this island. The boy Dung began to remember. The island was completely destroyed, causing thunderclouds to completely cover the island. The boy continued to remember. The thunderclouds also served to isolate the beasts, most of them around F rank. And the strongest ones should be no higher than E rank. We entered the island's airspace. Please, everyone, check your parachutes and get ready to jump. They said it over the speakerphone in each shuttle. Parachute. Bounce? What do you have in mind? Head, you not quite right. Understand? Do I have to jump? The fat boy spoke in fear. At that moment, when the boy named Juan began to put on his parachute, he really became truly scared. Why are you two so afraid? I asked who was on the shuttle. The two participants sat and squeezed into their parachutes. They were afraid to jump. The back door of the Châtelet began to open for parachute jumps. All participants began to jump out of the ship one by one and into the sky. A boy named Juan stood with eyes wide in fear and watched people jump out of the ship. I just realized that I'm afraid of heights. The boy Juan shouted loudly in fear. He held his parachute tightly with both hands. Eventually, he plucked up his courage and jumped out of the shuttle into the sky. All participants were flying in freefall. None of them had opened their parachutes yet. A boy named Juan screamed the loudest in fear. I curse you all for eating instant noodles without seasoning packets. The boy looked carefully at all the members of his team. It seems that no one dares to attack each other in the air. This is already good, thought Dunn. Two members of the team in a green and yellow suit flew nearby. They simply flew down at breakneck speed, and so far, none of them had opened their parachute. It's scary, but you have to be patient, said the girl in the green suit. A little more and you will be able to open your parachute. And downstairs is quite beautiful and cute. The girl in the green suit screamed loudly. Below she saw the island on which they land. The port is close to the sea, but nothing can compare to the spectacle of the island. I thought at this moment, a boy named Dunn. Leader Dong, please tell me where we land. The participant in the yellow suit shouted. Dom began to carefully examine the island they were landing on. For now, he didn't know what he would answer to his teammates. Let's land on the bridge. A loud voice sounded throughout the whole sky. The whole sky was dotted with participants. Some of them began to open their parachutes and land. The island consists of two parts with two bridges. The mechanic participant said loudly, "This guy is a lot smarter than I thought." At that second, the mechanic thought about his captain named Dunn. Bright yellow feathers began to fly near the boy named Dune. He immediately realized that this was not without reason. Down shouted loudly to his teammates, "Guys, be careful! There is a beast made of runestone here! Be careful! Everyone has full attention!" A large yellow bird was on top of the participant in a green suit. She had not yet managed to open her parachute, and the bird had already attacked her. "Lulu, be careful behind you!" The teammates in the yellow suit shouted. The girl turned and saw a giant bird above her. In size, she was several times larger than the girl herself. And a moment later, the giant bird grabbed the parachute of the girl in the green suit with its claws. After which, the girl screamed in fear. "Lulu, hold on." The boy named Dune shouted loudly and took out his gun. He also had not yet managed to open his parachute. The Dung boy quickly raised his rifle and began aiming at the giant bird. He began to talk to himself and calmed himself down. Breathe, just breathe, aim and shoot. Holding his breath, the Dung boy fired his rifle straight at the giant bird's head. The bird was killed. She unclenched her claws and released the girl in the green suit. "This is just an amazing shot," the participant in the yellow suit shouted loudly to the whole sky. "Thank you, Dunn. You are the true leader of our team," Lulu shouted in a satisfied voice. "Damn it, be careful, Lulu. Your parachute is damaged by that bird." The participant in the yellow suit screamed loudly in fear. The Lulu girl turned around and looked at her parachute. He was completely torn apart, like the aunts of a giant bird. "What should I do now?" the girl screamed loudly.
Juan, can you contact her?
The boy asked loudly. "No, we're too far away. I can't do this," the fat boy shouted back. "Tan, do you have any ideas?" the boy Dung asked the mechanic loudly. "Okay, listen everyone. Lean on each other." He said it was a mechanic. "I'll push you, and the other two should do the same. And push the ladder towards the Lulu at maximum speed," the mechanic continued to scream. Teammates began to cling to each other and push each other forward. What was important here was composure and clear actions. It was truly a team effort. "Maximum power, come on. We're getting closer to the ground." A participant named Juan shouted loudly, and with his feet he strongly pushed away a couple of his friends. Lulu was approaching the ground at high speed. Her parachute also did not open. She screamed and begged for help. "Leader, I leave Lulu's life in your hands," the team member in the yellow suit said, and pushed the boy named Dong forward with his hands strongly. Our hero began to approach a girl named Lulu with very high speed. He should have grabbed her with his own hands. There was very little time left to do this. He was already very close to the girl in a green suit. "Quickly reach for my hand," the boy named Dunn shouted loudly. Our hero grabbed the girl with his own hands and opened his parachute. He opened it almost in front of the ground. Due to the weight of 2 people on one parachute, they began to land down at high speed. Their parachute clung to tree branches. In a moment, everything was over and calmed down. Lulu lowered her eyes and head down. The girl was very scared. Their parachute got caught in a tree and they were left hanging in the air. The boy held the girl tightly with his hands. "Lulu, are you okay?" the boy asked loudly. "I'm fine, thank you, leader. You saved me again," the girl answered. "So everything is fine. Well, now we have a new problem," the boy said loudly. "What else?" asked the girl. Our hero named Donor tore the parachute straps to fall to the ground, and a second later they jumped to the ground together. It seemed that everything was already behind us. I didn't hear anyone. We must have been separated from them. The girl Lulu began to talk about this. "The signal range of our headphones is only 500 meters, the Dun said in a serious voice. "We will stick to the original plan and gather on the bridge. Tan and our other comrades will definitely be there," the boy said. Then they saw a large blue shuttle flying overhead. They understood that they were being watched and watched. Everything that happened in the sky was recorded on video, and then it was carefully viewed on all the monitors inside the large blue shuttle. After the chief examiner saw the difficulties one of the teams had to cope with right in the sky, he began to think. A bald man with a white beard and glasses entered the room where the chief examiner was. "Chief examiner, how are you?" he asked. It was the university recruiter. His name is Bo Kwangju. "Under control," the deputy examiner answered in a satisfied voice. "I'm in control. Believe me." 13 competitors were disqualified for the parachute jump alone. The chief examiner answered, "They're just a bunch of trash and losers. What else can we expect from them?" The deputy spoke in a dissatisfied voice. "I don't understand why you worry about them at all." Suddenly, the deputy examiner heard the following words addressed to him. "Vice examiner, do you know why you're not an examiner this year?" "Everything is very simple because of the attitude." "Are you humiliating yourself with these words?" the girl said. "This is another university recruiter. Her name is Shi Chu." Only one phrase, vice examiner, simply infuriated the deputy. He began to get very angry and bare his teeth. The purpose of the test is to give excellent rune masters another chance to enter the university, but this vice examiner, Liu, was always against it. I thought at that moment it was a girl. She's just an arrogant woman. If she weren't from the university, I would have taught her a lesson long ago. I would teach her some manners. I thought the deputy examiner was talking about it now. "Mr. Shu Chu, are there any competitors that caught your attention during this year's challenge?" asked a bald man with a white beard. "No, that's why I came here to find the young examiner," the girl answered. "Chief Examiner Yan, have you seen any good candidates this year?" There was a question from a girl from the university. Based on this Yang's personality, he had probably read all the information about everyone involved. Asking him is the most effective way to find good craftsmen. The girl from the university thought, "They're all very strong, but there is one who came from a family of pioneers." The chief examiner answered in a calm voice. "Who is this man?" a bald man with a white beard asked with great surprise. "A guy named Tan, but he's just a mechanic." "Yes, he was in good company. This is a well-coordinated team. I'll keep an eye on him," the chief examiner answered. "Mechanics are useful, but their combat abilities are completely limited." "Could he perform poorly in the test?" said a bald man with a white beard. "Our enemies are strong animals. Mechanics cannot defeat them alone, so they should not be called rune masters at all." The deputy began to be indignant. The girl from the university did not like statements of this kind. She continued typing all the information about her computer. She entered the name Tan into the search engine. Didn't press the enter button. She was interested in watching and reading about this participant. Find out more information about him. The computer produced
the following. Team number 537, the team leader named Dun. The team has a member named Tang, member Ruin, member Rongchi, member Lulu. Did someone take a mechanic to their team? What is this leader thinking? The girl thought that his runic spirit is only 27%. The girl from the university thought in surprise. He must have taken some sort of awakening medicine. I heard that if someone survives using such a thing, their runic spirit will increase. I wonder what his rune spirit is like now. Was Shu really interested in this team? Said the man with the white beard. The girl from the university abruptly closed the laptop with her hand. She didn't want anyone to see this information. Get out of here, you're just trying to steal the people I have my eye on. I've known you for too long, the girl began to be indignant. Zhu, how can you say that? Our universities were originally connected, so we must share resources with each other. The man with the white beard spoke. Don't tell me these tales. Don't even dream of robbing me, the girl from the university said and hugged her laptop to her. This is all for the sake of our future. How can you tell me that I'm stealing? An elderly man with a white beard was indignant. Since the universities split, they don't get along anymore. I heard that last year these two recruiters were under. They fought with each other. The men began to discuss on the sidelines. Yes, recruiter Shu, known as the devil. And this man, I heard, is also difficult. He enjoys stealing people from others. What really, then? I have to be careful with him. The man in black glasses began to get indignant. Special people sat at their jobs and monitored everything that was happening on the island. One of the men was watching the CCTV on his monitors. After a second, he looked surprised. Hey, isn't this the guy you're in trouble for? Look there, said the man with the blue hair. They saw a boy named Dune walking in the video. This one really is that bastard. Has he already been separated from his teammates? Serves you right. As they look, they are heading straight towards team number 102. The man with blue hair said and pointed at the monitor. This team is Leo. These poor people are simply doomed. The young man laughed enthusiastically. Is the guy strong? Asked a young man in brown clothes. Team 102 members are from my hometown. They took part in the trial last year and were almost chosen by the military schools. Wow, this is simply impressive. Because Leo, he is an unsurpassed F-rank rune master. And this loser will stumble upon them and probably die. A young man in a brown suit spoke in a joyful voice. So it will be a good show to watch. I love videos like this so much. A man with blue hair smiled and spoke. There were abandoned houses on the island. Many of them were already overgrown with vegetation. All the glass in these houses was broken. The boy Dun and the girl Lulu walked along such a house. The bridge is a school building. Looking around, the girl Lulu said. The guys looked through the broken window into the building. Inside, there were indeed overturned school desks and chairs. It was a complete mess inside. There were also books on the floor. That year, because of black holes, and they had to give up everything. I wonder how many students from this school survived, our hero thought at that moment. Let's rest here for a few minutes, the boy Don suggested and pressed his finger on his badge. So I got 1 point. I got it for killing an F-rank runestone beast, the boy said, holding his finger on the badge. In the challenge, killing rank F beasts or eliminating other participants will give you 1 point. Killing an E-rank beast will give you a full 5 points. Is there this team kill? Points will be divided between participants. I remembered the rules of this game, Our Hero. Killing animals is much easier than eliminating participants. But as the safe zone gets smaller, we won't be able to avoid a fight. Therefore, we must meet with everyone as soon as possible. Thought done. We must go up to the roof of the building and check if we can see the positions of Juan and the others. The Dun said. Okay, come on, Lulu answered. The two of them began to climb the large staircase up to the roof. On one of the floors, they saw 2 corpses. These were already skeletons with some things still remaining on them. Looks like Lulu Girl's mental stability is much better than I thought. I started thinking about it, our hero looking at the girl. Soon they climbed onto the roof of this house. The boy and girl began to look for which side would be safe to see what was around. Wrong and the others were supposed to land there. The girl said to Lulu and pointed her finger at the point. Suddenly a hand tapped on the girl's shoulder, and then this hand just began to press hard on her shoulder. The girl began to get a little nervous.
It was done. He asked her to sit down quietly. Look at the parachutes behind us. It looks like several people have landed here and they probably haven't left yet. The Dun said, What do we do now, boss? I asked Girl. If we just leave, the others will be in danger. Therefore, we must protect this place, Dune said in a quiet voice. But there are only 2 of us, and the enemy has a full team, Lulu said. Don't worry. Let them have a full team. If we plan well, we can defeat them all, the Dun answered. Look, there are 2 water towers with high vantage points. The boy continued to speak in a quiet voice. And since we are both snipers, we can claim high places and shoot them at the right moment. Great idea, the girl replied. The girl and boy were separated. Each of them took his place on the high water tower. Have you found anyone yet? The boy asked in a quiet voice. To be honest, I don't see anyone from here. The girl Lulu also answered in a quiet voice. Wait, you need to check everything carefully and look around, a boy named Dong said in a quiet voice over the radio. I activate the skill smooth stone snake eye. The boy said home and began to aim at the scope of his rifle. Through the scope, he began to observe every broken window in the building. Slowly, he peered into each window. Within a few minutes, he saw through thermal imagers the people who were in the building. I found you. It turned out to be not so difficult, the boy named Dung said in a joyful voice. To be continued. It was a tall, abandoned building. The glass in the windows was broken. There were a lot of wild vines on the walls which entwined everything around. And our boss is really smart. Using this school building will allow us to destroy anyone who may pass here, the young man said, and put his hands on his belt. I can already see how the university has turned me off, the other young man said, and crossed his arms in front of him. The 2 of them were in one of the rooms of an abandoned school. Suddenly, the guy looked out the window and was very surprised. Who is this? The young man said in surprise. Someone landed in this forest, the young people said together almost in unison. They saw red and white parachutes hanging on the trees. The young people were very frightened and screamed. We need to quickly inform our leader. The young man wearing dark glasses shouted loudly. At that moment, a shot rang out from the barrel of a red rifle. The yellow fire laser shot out straight and flew at high speed. The laser and fire force hit one of the young men, who was wearing dark glasses. It was as if a whirlwind had enveloped his body. The second guy just screamed in fear and grabbed his head. What was that now? The young man began to scream loudly, indignantly in fear. The longer he looked away, the larger his eyes became with fear, who fired his shot from his red rifle. He was in control of the situation and shouted loudly. Lulu, can you hear me? Now quickly get another one. I understand you. I'm already doing this, Lulu answered loudly, and the girl immediately began shooting at the target with her rifle. I need to use the skill urgently. Skill rune stone, runic energy shield, said the young man. He used an energy rune shield. The guy put his hand forward, and a bluish energy field appeared around his body within a radius of 1 meter. This shield repelled the shots the girl fired at it. Well, why didn't you expect this from me? The young man asked the girl, smiling. It won't be that easy to kill me. I think you already understand this. Boss, he blocked my attack with the runestone skill, Lulu quickly transmitted over the radio. Okay, I understood you. Everything is fine. I already took aim, replied the Dun in the earpiece. At that moment, indeed, one of the young men was already under full gunpoint of our hero. There was a split second left to pull the trigger, and the target was gone. This time he cannot escape, the boy named Dune said to himself. He had his target in sight and was more focused than ever. Literally, a second later, there was a powerful explosion. It was our hero who fired his rifle shot. The fiery laser flew straight at the target. His shot hit the offender directly in the chest. Out of fear and pain, he opened his mouth and screamed loudly. Glass shards flew in different directions. The shot, which hit directly in the torso, began to envelop the man's body like caramel nougat. It was like a thick, viscous mixture was sticking to my legs and arms. The young man laying on the floor moaning in frustration. The young people were shrouded as if in tar. His shooting skills are excellent. I overpowered the attacks. I followed the right person, the girl thought at that moment, looking at her boss. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Oh my god, what am I thinking about at this moment? I continued to look at my boss, the girl thought. Suddenly, the boss's voice came through the earphone. Lulu, can you hear me? Lulu, change her location immediately. The girl presented a finger to her ear, in which the earphone was located, and answered loudly. I understood you. In the abandoned school building, Silhouettes of several people were still visible. Through the broken windows, it was clearly visible that they were on the top floor. The sound of shooting. Did you hear that? It means there is someone else here, the young man with brown hair said excitedly. So the leader, Liu and Wei, were chosen, said the girl with green hair. Damn, 2 of us eliminated before we even knew? The bald man began to be indignant. The enemy must be an elite team of 5 people. Leader, what should we do now? The girl asked a question. Chaowei, you have the Snake Eyes runestone skill, right? Then check the situation outside, asked a young man with brown hair. Fine, the girl agreed. Activate the skill runestone Snake Eyes, the girl with green hair said out loud, concentrated. It was necessary to activate, and the girl saw people through the sight as if in a computer game. Leader, I see. I only see 2 of them, said the girl. As soon as 2? The young man began to be indignant. And they still dared to attack us? This is just crazy. The guy continued to be indignant. The school building is a strategic place. We cannot refuse it. We will go and ambush them on the top floor and destroy them, said the guy with brown hair. And they went. Lulu and Dune sat in ambush. Leader, it looks like the other 3 are approaching us. The girl shared her opinion. Don't worry. You probably have some skill, answered the boy. The girl, Lulu, thought about it and said, yes, this is an F-rank skill. Composure. Once activated, the user's thermal signature will be erased, allowing it to remain undetected by thermal sensors for a duration of X 5 seconds. The Storm Thunder trials are very dangerous, so I chose a survival-type skill. It seems so right to me, Lulu continued to say. The boy Dung immediately replied, this is exactly the skill that we need now. Listen to me. And at that moment, the conversation of our heroes was interrupted by the opening of a creaky door. With a crash and a big loud squeak, it opened very slowly. 3 people came out of the door onto the roof. Even if there are only 2 of them, they are strong. So be careful, Lord, said the guy with brown hair. All clear, the others answered. You stay here and Yang Bo and I will go look for them. The guy with brown hair continued to give commands. Yes, answered the girl with green hair. How long will it take before your Snake Eyes recharge ends? Asked the bald guy. 10 more seconds, the girl answered. So good. This school belongs to us, and no one should dare to think otherwise. A young man with brown hair said in a confident voice. Great, very good, now I can use it, the girl with green hair said, clenching her fists. Snake Eyes runestone skill, apply. The girl said, and her eyes turned green. They glowed from the glasses and were not visible at all. I found them, the girl screamed loudly. Leader, they are in the direction of 1 hour behind the air conditioner. This skill allowed the girl to see through objects and thick walls as if through a thermal imager. Your gun may be faster at a distance, but as soon as I get closer, my sword becomes faster. Pumped up a guy with brown hair and rushed forward to attack. Skill runestone, destroying rock strike, the young man said loudly. Die, the guy shouted and hit the fence behind which our heroes were with his sword. The sword went through like clockwork and cut the entire structure. As soon as the smoke cleared, the guy saw our hero Dune jump high into the air and begin to move away from him. The guy with brown hair laughed loudly and said, It's too late and you can't run away from me. Understand this is a fool. At that moment, a guy with a bald head looked behind the wall of the air conditioner, to where our heroes were hiding. Chaowei, where is the other one? The bald guy asked in surprise. Only our hero was on the thermal imager. That is, they saw only one person. They could not find the second one, and it was not visible. What's happened? I do not understand what's the matter. I can't find the second person. The girl with green hair was indignant. Maybe it's just a trap, be careful. A young man with brown hair shouted loudly, and a second later, very unexpectedly, the barrel of the rifle rested on the head of a girl with green hair. The girl was very scared. Sweat appeared on her face from fear. In a frightened voice, she asked, Is that you? It's me, and for you. Bye-bye, Lulu said in a calm voice. She continued to aim her rifle right at the girl's head. Only a moment separated this girl from being taken out of the game. She was scared as the drops dripped from her cheeks. A second later, a shot was heard. The foliage that enveloped the building rustled from the shot. The birds screamed and flew in different directions. The girl heard the rest of the players talking among themselves. Let's go and kill this sniper first, they said. Lulu girl quickly grabbed her rifle and opened fire. Peeking out from behind the wall, she continued to shoot. Leader, I will detain her. And you quickly go kill that other guy. Take out that sniper, shouted a young man with a bald head. He put up his shield and began to deflect shots. One of the members of this gang landed behind our hero. Let's see how long you can run from me, said the young man with brown hair. The boy Dunn stopped and looked at him. Our hero rose sharply to his feet, pushed off the ground strongly, and jumped forward. The jump was very strong and with a large amplitude. He easily flew from one roof of a building to another roof. Our hero landed successfully and thought, the Rune Master's body is amazing. If I were a normal person, I would never be able to make such a jump in my life. Yes, understand, a sniper who is exposed can only die. Somewhere in the sky, a young man with brown hair screamed as he landed. Sorry, I don't understand what you're talking about, the boy said, smiling. Our hero saw a piece of pipe that lay near his feet on the roof, and a plan was immediately born in his head. Get out of here! Our hero shouted and waved the pipe in front of him, which he was holding in his right hand. The blow was very powerful, as if fiery lightning had struck the enemy. What? How he does it? The young man was surprised. He was surprised and fell away from the blast wave. From a strong blow, the young man fell with his back down, screaming loudly throughout the street. No, not that! Help! And the young man fell down from the high roof of the building. The boy named Dung stopped and thought. He stood calmly and watched his opponent fall down. A young man with brown hair fell down and screamed at the top of his lungs. He had already released his sword from his hands and continued to yell. At this time, a guy with a bald head was fighting. He tried his best to block the shots with his shield. Lulu continued to shoot. This guy is quite E-rank. My rune bullets can't even penetrate his shield. Something needs to be done urgently. The girl thought and continued to shoot. This war has gone on for too long. Lulu kept shooting without stopping. And the protective shield held back all her shots, and not a single bullet could penetrate the shield. And now it's my turn, laughed the young man with a bald head. It was clear from his eyes that he had some kind of plan. He began to strongly press his feet against the roof of the house. Stones flew out from under his soles. Holding back the onslaught, he walked forward. Runestone skill, furious bull attack, the guy with the bald head said loudly. The energy field behind him turned into the head of a huge bull. What the hell is he doing? The girl Lulu was surprised. There was a little panic and fear on her face. Suddenly, Lulu was hit right in the head. She screamed loudly in pain and began to fall backwards. The girl even dropped her rifle from her hands. Our hero named Dunn saw all this. He was worried about the girl and shouted loudly, "Hold on!" Dung Boy got angry and ran forward to attack his opponent. I never thought that the player nicknamed Tank would be the strongest member of this team. A young man with a bald head saw a rifle lying on the ground. He looked at her carefully. Without thinking for a long time, the young man with a bald head took someone else's rifle in his hand. I took it off safety and pointed this rifle right at the head of a girl named Lulu. You two rats thought you could destroy my team? This is what happens when you overestimate yourself. The young man spoke in an angry voice. To be killed by your own weapon, I think it's just a shame. This is unworthy of a strong player. The guy with the bald head continued talking. He aimed his rifle right at the girl's head. Lulu knew it was the end. Tears began to fall from her eyes, and in the eyes themselves there was only fear and despair. The young man with a bald head was about to pull the trigger to make this insidious shot. How at that second our hero named Dunn jumped up to him. With a strong, powerful blow with fiery support, he pushed the bald young man away from the girl. The bald guy flew away several meters. It was clear from him that the blow was very strong, and he practically lost consciousness. "Lulu, are you okay? Let's get out of here quickly," shouted a boy named Dune. There really was an urgent need to get away from this roof, because they were becoming a very good target for the others. "Boss, I can't move. I don't know what's wrong with my body. It doesn't listen," the girl said, trying to get to her feet. "Okay, jumping on your back," the boy quickly answered. The girl Lulu jumped on our hero's back, and they quickly ran along the roof. I had to run away from this bald guy, and most importantly, not become an easy target for all the other participants. "You are just freaks. I will kill you the next time I see you," the guy with the bald head raged in rage. Dong stopped at the edge of the roof and looked forward to the next roof. "You can't jump with me on your back. Don't even think about it." The girl began to worry. "Do not worry about that. Better hold on tight to me and trust me, baby." Our hero said these words, smiling and in a calm voice. The boy pushed off very hard from the roof of the house on which they were standing. It was as if there was fire under his foot, and of course he jumped. Our hero held his girlfriend on his back and jumped from one roof of the house to another. The distance between the roofs was very large, so an ordinary person would simply never be able to make such a jump in his life. Lulu held on very tightly to her boss's back. The boy kicked out the remaining glass in the windows and jumped into the room. After that, the two of them landed successfully and rested their hands on the floor. Dunn immediately began to scout out the situation and look around. Lulu looked out the window to see if anyone was following them. Through the broken glass, another participant could be seen waving his arms and shouting indignantly from the roof of another house. "You better pray to all the gods that I don't catch you," shouted the bald man. "Otherwise, you just won't be able to do well." "I hope you understand me," his young man continued to shout. "This guy has low agility, so I don't think he can jump here. He will not be able to repeat what I did. This jump is beyond his strength." Looking at the bald young man, our hero reasoned. "We're safe now, but you've lost your weapon. He has very good defense and we cannot kill him with our current fighting abilities," said the Dun. "Then why don't we hide and wait until the others come here?" answered the girl. "Yes, I agree with you. I think this is the only thing we can do now. Let's go quickly," answered the young man. Suddenly, footsteps were heard in the room where our heroes were hiding. The guys turned to look. In front of them stood another participant in this battle. "Are you leaving already?" asked the young man. Lulu and Dune were a little confused. They did not understand how he could find them so quickly and quietly and silently, sneak right up to them into the room in which they were hiding. "Dune, did you really think that I left the game? Boy, you made me laugh. I will fight for victory until the last drop of blood. Heck, the leader is a sniper and runestone swordsmen have the advantage in close combat. We simply have no chance of escaping." The girl Lulu thought at that moment. "All your comrades are out of the game, and we are separated from our comrades, so why don't we unite together?" A young man named Dunn suggested this idea, smiling. The young man with brown hair laughed. "Are you really so brave to offer me an alliance after everything that happened?" At that moment, the Dun, quietly behind his back, took out a runestone and began to give it to the Lulu. Looking at what was happening, the girl began to think. "The boss is his runestone. What does he want me to do?" The house quietly transferred a red runestone directly into the hand of a girl named Lulu. After the girl grabbed the runestone, she turned around and quickly ran out of the room. And our hero grabbed his sword and began to defend himself. The young man with brown hair laughed very loudly. "You want to run away from me? Do you think I'll let you do this? Believe me, none of you can escape from me. This is impossible. I'll show you what happens when a rune sniper faces a rune swordsman in close combat." A young man with brown hair shouted loudly and quickly ran to attack our hero with his sword. The fencer struck a very strong blow with his sword. The boy Dunn put his sword down to protect himself from the blow, and he had the strength to stop this blow. The young man with brown hair was surprised and shocked. "What's happening? This idiot Dunn, isn't he a sniper?" the young man asked himself indignantly. "Why is he as strong as me? Thanks to the data collected by the upgraded glasses, I know that I can fight him without any inconvenience. I know that they will fight on par with him," thought Dunn. His name is Liu, his level is F, he is a swordsman. Chronic Spirit is 73%, Agility is 33, and Wisdom is 27. Our hero has a rank F level. The Chronic Spirit is 106%. In fact, all my indicators are far superior to his, so I think I have nothing to fear. If you believe the numbers, then I can easily defeat him without even straining, thought our hero. The boy Dung swung his sword hard, and as if a strong, large lightning struck the enemy directly in the body, the fencer simply did not expect such a turn of events. From a strong blow, the swordsman dropped his sword from his hands. The blow was so strong that he was thrown back several meters. The fencer screamed loudly in pain and indignation. "What the hell is going on here? Who are you anyway?" The young man named Liu continued to shout indignantly. He began to try to run up to his sword, which plunged into the concrete floor with all his might. "Why are you so strong? Where do you get such strength? Answer. Who the hell are you?" The young man brightened up his frightened voice. "I have to use my other skill and kill him before he does it to me," thought the fencer. And at that moment, he began to bring the blue runestone to his battle sword. A second later, a strong rifle shot was heard. A fiery flame burst straight out of the barrel. The young man named Luke was immediately chained like a caterpillar. A yellow-orange mass also formed around him, from which he simply could not get out. His sword remained in the same place, and the rune stone lay nearby. This shot was fired by a girl named Lulu from her red rifle. She shoots very well and accurately, and was in control of the situation. The girl relaxed a little and exhaled. Beads of sweat were visible on her face. "Hooray, I did it, I'm great," the girl said loudly out loud. "I remember a good shot, congratulations," the boy said enthusiastically. "This is all because the leader distracted him," the girl Lulu said, smiling. Our hero looked at his broken sword and became a little sad. "It's a pity that my ball couldn't withstand this collision. Although the fight was not so cruel and strong, the sword could not withstand this onslaught." The boy thought, runestone weapons' energy replenishment is indeed weaker than real moonstone weapons. As a rule, snipers train their accuracy and neglect strength. But thanks to the system, all my qualities are more or less balanced. I'm completely fine now. Our hero continued to think. Our hero, looking at the sword sticking out of the concrete floor, began to reason. Even if I don't want to be a sniper, I can definitely become a good swordsman. Dung Boy grabbed the sword's hilt tightly with his hand and began to pull it out of the concrete floor. And this is the difference between me and other rune masters. I can do everything, but they are only strong in one thing, thought our hero and raised the combat sword on his head. "Leader, can you imagine this guy dropped the runestone skill crystal?" the girl Lulu said in a satisfied voice and held a blue runestone in her hands. "It's just wonderful," answered our hero. "Then let's see what it is and what it can do." The rank F runestone skill jump allows the user to jump and use 200% of their power to attack the enemy. This is incredible. 200% increase in power? The effectiveness of my skill is only 106%. Does this mean that it will increase to 212%? Said Dune. "Leader, your weapon is rank E. I used up all my level energy for this shot," Lulu replied. "I probably did it wrong. I may not be able to fight for a while," the girl said in a sad voice, and a tear ran down her cheek. "And this tank with the moonstone will be here very soon, so we have to leave while we can," the girl said. The boy Dung smiled and answered, "Ulu, believe me, we don't have to run away from him anymore." "Can't be. I tried to express him before, but his defenses are too high." The girl was indignant. "You're right, Lulu, but with this I can eliminate it," the boy said to the house and showed the rune stone. At that moment, our heroes heard footsteps on the stairs. Every second, the footsteps became louder and louder, which meant someone was approaching them. A bald young man was walking up the stairs with quick steps. "Stinking rats. How dare you even attack the leader? I kill you." The bald man was indignant. "No matter where you hide, I will still find you and kill you." The young man with a bald head continued to be indignant. The bald man walked up into the room and looked around the corner. In one hand, he held his shield. The man quickly looked around to understand the situation. "So I found you," the man shouted loudly. "Our heroes got a little scared and grabbed each other's sleeves." "And how will you escape now?" "Idiots, we should have ended things with you right away," said the bald man. He was pleased with himself and smiled. "Lulu, stay here and rest for now." Our hero spoke to the girl and calmed her down. "Don't worry, I'll deal with him. Trust me. Just trust me," the boy said and smiled. "But boss, look how strong he is," answered the girl. "E rank and below are no match for me. I'll deal with him, don't worry. Your job now is to sit here to rest and gain strength." "Do you understand me?" said the boy Dun. "The leader is strong, but this guy's defense is too high. Whether the boss can really break through it," thought the girl. "It doesn't matter though, just trust him. Even if he loses uneasy, he will have to wait another year." "Do you really think that you can come into my defense? Are you really that stupid and that stupid?" the bald man said to our hero, smiling. "As a sniper, you have no chance of defeating me. You understand this perfectly well," the man continued to speak. "But you forgot the main thing. You forgot that I am different from other players." A boy named Dun spoke, smiling. "It doesn't matter before my absolute defense," shouted a man with a bald head and ran to attack our hero. In one hand he held his shield, and with his right hand he wanted to strike with his fist. Dom slowly took out a blue runestone from his pocket, took it in his hand, lifted it up and activated it. Then our hero picked up a large combat sword and stood in a stance, expecting an attack. It was clear that the runestone added strength and confidence to him. Our hero's combat sword radiated fire and energy. Dunn looked attentively at his opponent and was in complete control of the battle situation. A guy with a bald head jumped on our hero to hit him, but at that moment the Dun struck with his sword. This blow caused a fiery flash that blinded everything around. The highest attribute of Yangbo is the physique, followed by strength. My strength is the same as his, the boy thought. Well, in one-on-one combat, I can easily cope with attacks. Maybe aren't you a sniper? How can you fend off my blows? Where do you get these skills and such great strength? Not understanding what was happening, the player was indignant. A boy named Dune looked through his glasses and controlled the fight. He was focused and cool. Never underestimate someone just because of their profile, our hero shouted, and swung his combat sword with all his might to strike. Who is this guy? Where does it have so much power? I don't understand anything. The player with a bald head was indignant and looked at what was happening with frightened eyes. Our hero struck with such force that it seemed that this fiery ray would cut both the shield and the player in half. The opponent lost his balance due to this blow. The blow was so powerful that the young man with a bald head simply flew several meters deep into the room, leaving behind a grinding sound and marks on the concrete floor. You are a very strong guy. Tell me the secret. Where do you get this power? Asked the guy with a bald head, and in his eyes there was simply fear. Lulu Girl looked carefully at her boss. She understood the most important thing, that she has the best leader, who should be taken at his word and trusted. The leader was simply amazing. You are a real hero. You are the true leader of our team, the girl said in a quiet, calm voice. He is a sniper. His fighting ability is no worse than that of a swordsman, the girl thought, looking at her boss. This is because I'm a sniper, and I know how dangerous it can be if I am forced into close combat, the boy said in a loud, confident voice. Our hero accelerated greatly and pushed off the floor very strongly with his feet, after which, of course, there were fiery traces on the floor. That's why I continued to train for close combat, so as not to be at a disadvantage when I am forced to fight. The boy Dong shouted loudly and began to attack his opponent. Our hero swung his combat sword so fast that it left a trail of fire behind it. This fiery ray hit with very great force. The opponent simply had no chance. Damn it, no wonder now that my boss fell to this guy. He's as strong as hell. A young man with a bald head spoke, gritting his teeth. He tried to respond to these fiery blows, but practically nothing worked. Hey you! So what if your strength is the same as mine? I'm a tank. I think you can break my shield. Boy, no one has ever managed to do this, the cheese man shouted loudly. Looking at everything that was happening, the girl named Lulu thought. This guy's fighting ability is close to E rank, and his shield also cannot be destroyed by rune weapons. With his current fighting abilities, he won't be able to destroy this chip and tartar. The boy named Dune took out a blue runestone from his pocket. He held it tightly with his left hand and brought it to himself and began to speak. I really can't, but what if I use the runestone skill to increase strength? No one expected this from me. What? Can't be? This is my boss's skill. Don't you dare do this. I forbid you, boy. A young man with a bald head shouted loudly. Baby, you think I don't have any skills in using a moonstone? The young man turned to our hero. He was holding some kind of rune stone in his hands and smiling slyly. With my skill, I can negate a 200% increase in your strength. I hasten to upset you. This is where you are wrong again. You won't be able to do this. Smiling and in a quiet, calm voice, said the boy named Dunn. We'll see, shouted the young man with his head. He took his shield and covered his entire body with it. Our hero pushed off strongly from the floor and jumped to attack his opponent. Yes, my attack is against your defense. Let's see who wins, shouted our hero. Dune hovered in the air, swinging his battle ball to strike. Let's see what you can do, boy, the man shouted, meaning with his head. And then he opened his mouth in surprise and his eyes became very large with fear. Our hero struck the hardest blow he could. The blow landed exactly in the middle of the shield with which his opponent was defending himself. The blow was so strong that it seemed like thunder thundered in the sky, and fire and sparks flew in different directions, and the shield shattered into several pieces. Fragments of launches of different sizes from the combat shield scattered in different directions, and the young man with a bald head was already shrouded on all sides and lying on the floor. Hooray! Well done, you really did it! Boss, you are simply the best! The girl Lulu screamed in a satisfied voice. This moonstone skill takes a lot of energy. I feel like I'm very tired, said our hero, staggered and quickly grabbed the window with his hand to stay on his feet. Lulu immediately became worried about her boss. Our heroes began to panic a little. The boy's face became a little blue and very tired. Is it true that you have no strength at all? The girl began to worry. Our hero really hoped that they would not run into anyone else, at least for a while, otherwise they will be in big trouble, because they had practically no strength left and they needed to recover well. Although all the competitors were lying on the floor like caterpillars in a cocoon, they posed no threat now. They were motionless and could not cause harm. Bell rang in the boy's earphone. Boss, welcome, boss. Can you hear us? Came a voice through the headphones.
It's Zhongqi and the others,
The girl Lulu said in a pleased voice.
As far as I understand, they are alive and they have been found.
Zhongqi, we are in the school building on the second floor. How can you hear me? Welcome. The girl continued to communicate. Okay, I understand you. We are already on our way. Landmark, old abandoned school. I understand you. Wait, Wrong answered. Behind our hero, steps were heard on the stairs. It was his team rising. We encountered a runestone beast in the forest, said the fat boy, but we worked well as a team and killed him. Now we have 0.5 points each. Continued to laugh and talk to the fat boy. Then the team turned and looked at what was happening in this room. On the floor lay their opponents, who were shrouded from head to toe in a transparent orange mass that did not allow them to move. I wonder what happened here. Are you guys okay? Maybe you need help? The fat boy said in a frustrated and pitiful voice. We worked together and destroyed the whole team. Now I have 2 points. The girl named Lulu in a green suit smiled and said proudly, Team? Did you say team? Did you two really destroy an entire team? The player in the yellow suit asked in a surprised voice. This is the merit of our boss, the girl answered. If it weren't for him, I would have already dropped out of this race. I only have 4 points, but we've just begun. And there are still 2 days ahead, so don't worry, guys, we will succeed, said our hero. And now we control the bridge area, so we're doing great. The boy laughed loudly and began scratching the back of his head with his hand. Now we can ambush anyone who just passes by and score our necessary points, the fat boy said, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. Everyone looked at the fat boy in surprise. Everyone looked very surprised, and they did not understand what he was talking about and what he meant. Yes, but before that, let's think about what to eat, our hero said and laughed. Everyone was really very hungry and needed strength to continue fighting for victory. Scout planes were flying in the sky. Each of these ships took video and photographs of what was happening on the ground. They literally followed every step. Video filming was carried out 24 hours a day. At the moment, very close attention was paid to the team, whose leader was a boy named Dunn. This guy is a sniper, but his physique and close combat skills are quite high. Although he is not yet among the top 10 players, his team has taken a tactical position, so it's just a matter of time before he scores more. He is a very interesting character. I will continue to watch him, the girl said enthusiastically. One of the observers of the players became worried and opened his mouth in surprise. It was clear from his appearance that something bad was happening. He looked at the screens of his monitors and sweat appeared on his face from fear. It is very strange, said the man. This makes no sense. The magnetic field of the island fluctuates. I think I've already seen this somewhere. Perhaps there will be another breakthrough from space wormholes again, said the man. And you and I are transported back to Earth, where it's quiet and where children study. Children and students leave school after their classes. A father stands on the street in a crowd of people and meets his daughter. Oh, they are here. They are coming, said the father. And then his face immediately changed in surprise at what he saw. We were running away from him by the very children he had met. They ran as fast as they could. They ran as if they were late for something important or as if a monster was chasing them. Well, come on, tell your father how your virtual combat exam went, the father asked and spread his arms to the side to hug his beloved daughter. And in response, the children simply ran past the man and ran with all their might further forward. The father was very surprised, and the children didn't even pay attention to their dad. I didn't understand what it was, the father said out loud, a little angry and surprised. They ran as if I wasn't even there. The father turned around and began shouting at the fleeing children. Where are you rushing? What's happened? Maybe you need my help.
We are looking forward to watching the live broadcast of the competition. Turning around, the girl shouted loudly to her father, "So sorry, Dad." Clearly the girl is growing up, and it turns out that Dad is no longer a priority. The father said aloud, looking at the children running away from him. It was a beautiful sunny weather outside. The children ran to the house where the boy's younger sister, Duna, was and lived. The door to my sister's room suddenly opened. The girl turned around and looked who came. "Xiaoxi, are you okay?" came the question. A little girl sat in her wheelchair and watched something on TV. "Xiaoxi, have you seen your big brother yet?" asked the girl who opened the door to the room. "No, I haven't seen him yet," Sister answered, surprised. As you can see on the map, the security zone is getting smaller and smaller. It was these sounds and voices that began to be heard from the TV that Sister was watching. The girls froze, and they began to watch TV. In 14 o'clock, it will be the size of a football field, and by then the champion will be determined. It remains to wait quite a bit. Broadcast on TV. I'm so worried. I hope he is healthy, alive, and safe. I said the girl was worried. I asked someone to find out information about our hero named Dunn. The father said, and went into the girl's room. So it's too early to worry. So you understand, he is now the leader of team number 557, and it continues to fight in its entirety. The father continued to speak. "Uncle, tell me, is it true that later there will be a more detailed broadcast of everything that happens there?" "Thank you, boy with glasses." "Right, within 3 days we will be able to select and view the team's broadcast and check their results," answered the boy's father. "My brother Dunn is really brave. If it were me, then I would accept my fate. But he's not like that. He's the best. He's great," the boy said, adjusting his glasses. "Dom is a brave guy. He is brave and strong. He is driven by hatred. This does not allow him to remain normal." Father continued to speak out loud. "His parents were killed by rune beasts, and Xiaoxi became a colleague after that. So he fights like a beast," the girl thought at that moment. "So he strives to become stronger than any of us. He just has the greatest motivation to take revenge." The girl continued to think. Unexpectedly, the sister saw a video of her brother on the monitor. Started broadcasting everything that was happening on the island. The girl was a little scared. The sister crossed her arms in front of her, looked carefully at the monitor, and spoke to herself. "Brother, come on, come on. You will succeed. You can. You will win. I believe in you. We are transported with you again to the island, where the hottest events take place with our heroes. There is no one visible near the abandoned school, and there is complete silence. Let's eat something delicious," the girl Lulu said, smiling. She held in her hand a large piece of meat on a bone. On the roof near the chimney, a Dune and a fat boy were on duty and kept an eye on the situation. "Wow, this is just super." "Fried pork on the bone," the fat boy said, smiling. The young man quickly grabbed a piece of pork in his hand and began to greedily bite it with his teeth. "I'm so hungry that I think I'll eat it whole, including the bone," said the boy. "Lulu, I can't believe you're such a good cook," the fat boy said in a satisfied voice. "Yes, Lulu, this is simply delicious, thank you," I added matches named Dunn. "I missed the entrance exams due to a car accident, so I spent a year in the desert with a team of mercenaries. And since I'm not very strong, I had to do something else, so I learned to fry meat," Lulu replied. "By the way, how did you guys cope this morning?" the girl Lulu asked cheerfully. At that moment, Dune was walking up the stairs. "We were fine. We defeated a total of 24 people," our hero said, looking at the girl. "Wow, so many. This is very good," the girl Lulu said, smiling and admiring. "Simply due to the narrowing of the safe zone, this bridge became the only way as we had planned," answered the player with glasses. "Each of you and I scored a few points today. Overall, it's very good. This is very good for the team," said a participant with blonde hair wearing a red shirt and glasses. "Thanks to Tang Yu's strategy, we all scored a lot of points." The boy Dung was thinking at that moment, looking at all the members of his team. Cover on the bridge and participants crossing it became human targets. But this was the only way for everyone to pass. We made the right choice and chose a good strategy and tactics to introduce this battle. "You guys are all great. Please go and rest further. You need strength. You need to have a good rest and recover," said the girl Lulu. "And at this moment, I will take care of the bridge," Lulu said, squatted down, took her rifle in her hands, and began to inspect the territory through the scope. Rongqi also sat in ambush. "If someone comes closer, he will take care of it," the girl whispered in a quiet voice. The girl Lulu watched her teammate through the scope, who was sitting in ambush in the tall grass.
Then the team with yellow hair and glasses heard a noise in the sky. He stopped abruptly, froze, and began to listen. "Look, what is this?" the young man said loudly and pointed to the sky. A table with points that different teams scored began to glow in the sky. "We are not on this list," said our hero. "This is a ranking competition. The top 10 will be shown in the afternoon to encourage everyone to work hard. Leader, look carefully. Look, you are also in the top 10 participants." The girl shouted loudly and enthusiastically and pointed her finger into the sky at the table. "We have an advantage, but we occupy the lowest place in the ranking of this table." The test is certainly not easy, thought the boy Dune. First rank Tianqing. He's just crazy. I wonder how many people he destroyed to get 52 points, shouted the fat boy. Wait. The information about this has changed. Everyone was abruptly interrupted by a player with yellow hair and glasses. Our hero began to read messages in the sky. "Attention, this year for the first time there will be an event. Bounty hunting. A participant from the top 10 will be randomly selected as a target, and his location will be revealed to all participants. Anyone who destroys the target will receive all target points, and their team members will receive 10 times the points they scored during the event." I don't believe my eyes and ears. There have never been such rules, the fat boy began to be indignant. There was nothing like this in the last trial. The girl Lulu began to speak in a calm voice. She continued to look at the sky and read the information. Tests are just a game for the examiners, and they naturally want to make the game more interesting. The participant with yellow hair began to speak. Anyone targeted would be at risk, but they could gain a lot from it. "Please don't do this to us! Please, God, don't mess with us! I just want to survive!" The fat boy began to worry and cry. He was a little hysterical. "Don't worry. He who laughs last laughs best. The last word will be ours, believe me, guys," the boy said confidently and laughed. At that moment, an announcement was made over the loudspeaker. "The target of the bounty hunt is team number 557. The leader is done." "What the hell must this be a bad dream?" the fat boy shouted loudly. Our hero laughed and grabbed his head with his hands. "Friends, I'm sorry, but these are the rules of this game." At the same second, the player with yellow hair smiled slyly and adjusted his glasses with his finger. It was clear that he had come up with something. "Friends, since things have turned out this way, I have good and bad news for you." The participant with yellow hair began to speak. "So, which one do you want to hear first?" "I want to hear good news. I think now is the time for them." The girl Lulu smiled and shouted loudly. "Using this school bridge as our base of defense, we can set traps and ambush anyone who comes here." "How do you like this news, friends?" said the player with yellow hair. "I like everything so far." "Then what's the bad news?" "Continue," asked the participant in the yellow shirt over the earpiece. The player with yellow hair put his fingers to his ear and listened carefully to everything that was said to him. "Now that everyone knows we're hiding here, no one else will try to cross the bridge. Do you understand this?" The player with yellow hair continued to speak. But in any case, the bridge was always a temporary plan. Once they notice all the protective capsules on the bridge, people will realize that it is dangerous and will try to avoid it. "I wonder why I have the feeling that both are bad news," the fat boy said, closing his eyes in fear. "Benefit and risk always exist together. At our rate, even if we survive to the end, we may not have enough points to get into the university we want. Why don't we take this chance? Why not take a chance and try to do something impressive?" said the player with yellow hair. "Friends, he's right. If we work together, surviving this hour will not be a problem," the boy Dun confidently added. "Teng Yu, do you have any traps in your equipment box? Maybe this will help us now." Our hero continued to speak. "You offend, of course there are," Tan replied. So he began to give orders. "Lulu, you will watch from there. Ruin and Wrong will accompany Tang to set traps." "Leader, what about you?" the girl asked in surprise. "What are you going to do? Boss, just don't scare me." "Everything is fine. I'll go get my few animals and let them roam around the school. Here's a simple plan," answered Dunn. "So anyone who wants to kill me will have to face even more difficulties than they expect. Look for our hero." All team members hid and settled in their places and points. There was complete silence near the abandoned school. After some time, all participants heard footsteps along the street. It was clear that this was not one person coming, but several at once. "Everyone, be alert, we are close to the place," said the young man in the blue jacket. So they hid in the school and killed the members who were trying to cross the bridge. "No wonder he has so many points," said the young man in the blue jacket. Leader, we are too far behind on points. Eliminating the target is our only chance to come back and overtake others. The girl spoke in an alarming voice. Do not hurry. Keep an eye on the highest point of the building while we use cover to get closer, said a young man with brown hair. Okay, I got it, boss, the girl answered. The whole team dispersed around the perimeter and began to look in all directions. When several players approached the car, they froze at what they saw. Wait, there are a lot of eliminated participants from the game ahead, so be careful. There might be an ambush there, the leader said, as he looked at the eliminated members who were lying on the ground. All team members stopped abruptly and began to look at what was happening. Indeed, there were a lot of participants who had dropped out of the game lying around. One of the team players was very scared by what he saw. Sweat appeared on his face, and his eyes became very large with fear. And at that moment, there was a very large, loud explosion. Sand, stones, and pieces of asphalt flew up into the sky. The eliminated members of their orange shell also took off into the sky. All team members began to run away in different directions in panic. Guys, stop! Don't panic! Don't panic! Stay in your seats! I order you! The team leader shouted loudly. Didn't they say that apart from rune weapons, nothing could be brought to the island? The player with a mask on his face asked in a surprised voice. I remembered. This is the guy who was recognized by the chief examiner. He chose a mechanic for his team. Another team member said, Damn, that means the area around the school is full of traps. I knew it, said the team leader became very angry. Leader, why don't we retreat? The girl said. Of course not. This is our last chance to return. If we fail this time, we won't be able to come back. Don't you understand this? Answered the young man in a blue jacket. Now or never. We will slowly approach while trying not to set off any more traps. Just look into both eyes and especially look at your feet. The boss continued talking. A truck standing to the side suddenly began making strange sounds. It seemed to everyone that he was moving forward a little. Leader, look carefully what's going on there, said the player with a mask on his face and pointed his finger forward at the small truck. The truck really made a strange sound, like the grinding of stone on metal. And indeed, the truck began to move towards them. I do not understand what is going on. This is some kind of mysticism, the team leader began to speak in an alarming voice. Brown boots were visible under the truck. It was clear that someone was clearly helping the truck. This assistant turned out to be a fat boy wrong. With one hand, he slowly but confidently moved the truck forward. He came out from behind the car and grabbed the handles with both hands to open the body. After the fat boy opened the body doors, he quickly began to run away from this place. He had never run so fast in his life. Everything is ready! I did it! The fat boy screamed loudly and ran back to his team as fast as he could, and at that moment, the truck continued to move towards the other team with the body doors already open. What are they doing there now? I don't understand anything. What were they up to? Why this truck? The team leader continued to ask questions out loud. With the body doors open, the truck continued to reverse toward the team. Slowly but confidently, the truck rolled towards them. Does anyone see if there's something inside? The team leader asked loudly, but so far nothing was visible. Everyone froze and waited. And suddenly an animal jumped out of the back of the truck. This is a rank F3 horned battleship, beast with rune stones. He has durable scale armor. The 3 horns on his head are extremely strong. What kind of animal is this? The masked man screamed in fear. He froze from fear and could not move.
Where did this 3-horned armadillo come from?
The team leader shouted. The whole team was very scared. The furious and angry beast continued to move towards the team. The numerous sharp white teeth drove people crazy with fear. With quick steps, this beast continued to move towards the car behind which the team was hiding. Huge claws on its paws simply tore stones from the asphalt. Damn it, we need to get out of here as soon as possible. The team leader shouted loudly and began to run away. Friends, let's run away from here before it's too late. And within a second, a huge beast jumped on the people. The armadillo made terrible sounds, growled, and beat everything in its path with its horns. Then the armadillo threw the yellow car high into the sky with its horns. The girl who was in this cobalt was very scared and screamed loudly in fear. She tried to run away, but her legs would not obey. She just stood there screaming in fear and watched as a large yellow car fell on top of her. A few seconds later, this car fell to the ground. There was a loud explosion. after which large clouds of smoke appeared, and stones scattered in different directions. The young man with brown hair, who was the leader of this team, fell to the ground and simply watched what was happening. He saw a terrible picture of how his partner dropped out of the battle. Realizing that he needed to quickly run away from this place, the young man with brown hair stood up and quickly ran to the side. There was no time to hesitate. The team leader with brown hair ran towards the abandoned school towards the doors in order to hide behind the walls of this school from the beast. With trembling hands from fear, the young man opened the front door. He was glad that the way was clear. She now had hope of survival. The team leader slowly opened the door and began to look around. Even here there could be traps set by rivals, or there could be another beast. The guy realized that there was no one in the room. Then he quickly slammed the door behind him and propped it up with his back. He stood there like that for several minutes. He needed to catch his breath from fear. Damn it, they are too sneaky. They not only set traps, but even used captured animals to attack us, the young man said aloud in a trembling voice. Suddenly, the leader heard footsteps and a voice addressed to him. Such statements about my team and in my presence will have consequences. I hope you understand me. The young man became even more frightened and pressed himself against the door. Where did you even come from? What do you need from me? Came to mock me? A young man with brown hair screamed hysterically. The fat boy laughed loudly and continued talking. I was waiting for you here. Let's go. Let me try out my new equipment. The boy put his shield in front of him and began to speak. Skill rune stone. Reckless bull attack. The man with brown hair was even more scared. Drops of sweat ran down his face. The eyes were terrified with fear. After the spell that the boy cast, a purple cloud in the shape of a bull appeared around him. After which there was a loud explosion and a lot of fire appeared in the room. It seemed like a grenade had exploded. And a second later, when the smoke and fire cleared, one could see that the leader of the team with brown hair was already in a yellow-orange cocoon. This meant he was out of the game. Then the eliminated player fell to the ground amid a great rumble and noise, which made the fat boy very happy. Yes, I did it, the boy said in a satisfied voice. This boy's name is Juan, who after this battle already had almost 34 points to his credit. Thank you guys for supporting me, Juan told his team. If it weren't for you, nothing would have worked out for me. We are comrades. We need to help each other. But leader, you are too strong, and those who came to kill you could not withstand even one of your shots, said the girl Lulu. Yes, thanks to the events, we eliminated 13 participants and received a total of 130 points, the mechanic said to his team. But the rating is updated only every 12 hours. I wouldn't rush to conclusions. Anything can happen now, said the player in the yellow jacket. Otherwise, all our team members would be in the top 10. There's still 30 minutes left. The reward is amazing, but we must not let our guard down until the hunt for us is over, our hero said in a confident voice. I used the strategic location and the bonus event to score 44 points. The boy Dunn began to ponder. The first rank and first place is taken by Tian Chung. Who is he? How did they manage to score 52 points? Our hero continued to think and reflect. Screams and footsteps were heard somewhere in the distance. One of the players on the other team was running away from something scary. He was in a panic. In a panic because he was being hunted. The laser sight was right at his back. He tried to escape from certain death. Literally a second later, a loud shot was heard. The shot was accompanied by fiery support like a laser. A few more seconds passed, and this participant was already groaning in pain while lying on the ground. He dropped out of the game because he was in a yellow-orange cocoon, tied hand and foot. Somewhere off to the side stood a young man smoking a cigarette and smiling slyly. Another -1, said this man. It was the same Tian Cheng. Team 005. His profession is sniper. He is a strong, self-satisfied, and confident young man. The examiners watched everything through their monitors. They saw every step and every event, absolutely everything that happened to the heroes. This Tian Chung is just a lone wolf without teammates. He set up a camp in the city near the bridge and killed everyone who passed by, gaining 57 points, said a bald man with glasses and a white beard. If the rune hunter decides to become a lone wolf, the losses will be too great. When you fight with animals, you need a team. I understand everything, but I don't like him, said the examiner. I just think his attitude towards life is cold. If someone like him becomes strong, it could have a bad effect on humanity. Look at Team 557. Absolutely all of their participants rose in the rankings. This is a very good result, said an older man. This guy, yes. He could have easily scored all the points, but he allowed his teammates to improve with him and score points too. Compared to Tian Cheng, I think Team 557 has a better chance of winning than him. The examiner reflected at this moment. This data is not correct. There are errors. The professor with glasses and a white coat shouted, "Hey, you, come back here, bastard!" The deputy examiner began to stop him. The examiner heard these sounds behind him. He didn't like it very much. "Stop there. I wonder what situation I haven't seen before. If I said everything is okay, then everything is okay," said the deputy in an angry voice. "But what's going on here?" The examiner indignantly began to ask his deputy. "This researcher is afraid that there will be another outbreak of wormholes in the sky. Well, I saw the data, and although they differ from the previous ones, they are within acceptable limits." The deputy spoke, shutting up the professor. "I have encountered this situation many times when I was the chief examiner. There is nothing wrong with that. Believe me, I know what I'm saying," continued to insist on his deputy examiner. No. The data this time is really quite different. Listen to me, please," the researcher spoke. The examiner picked up the tablet and began to look at the map. "Let me think for a few minutes," said the man. He looked at the map and all the data that was obtained during the study. Fluctuations in the magnetic field surrounding the island have reached their peak. The professor screamed in horror. "We cannot endanger the lives of the participants, even if the probability of a wormhole occurring is only 1%. We shouldn't ignore it," said the examiner. "Attention, everyone! Stop the tests and send shuttles to immediately take all participants back to the port." The examiner gave a loud order. The deputy did not like this decision very much. He didn't like everything the examiner said at all.
Yang, you crazy bastard! I told you there's nothing special about it. What the hell are you doing?
The deputy was loudly indignant. "If a wormhole outbreak occurs, thousands of participants on the island will simply die. Can you be held responsible for this?" The examiner shouted very indignantly. "What if there is no flash and you stop the test in vain? Will you be held responsible for this?" asked the examiner. "For the sake of these future rune hunters, I will take this chance and take full responsibility," answered the examiner. "Damn it. This Yang who always tries to be a good guy, I'm so tired of you. I'll see what you do when there's no flash." The deputy continued to be indignant, and at this time lightning flashed near the shuttles. In the building where the examiner, deputy, and professor were located, the lights went out and additional red rescue lights began to burn. "What's happening now?" the examiner shouted. The person who was sitting at the onboard computer was simply shocked by what was happening. He couldn't say a word. He only managed to say one thing. "Began." "Yes, it has definitely started. Wormhole flash," shouted the man who was sitting behind the working monitors. All screens had red lights and danger icons. There were also white circles and a lot of thunderclaps on all the screens. Complete chaos ensued. The weather quickly deteriorated. Thunder roared and lightning flashed. The shuttles that were in the sky could barely maintain their balance in flight. Literally, a second later, one of the lightning strikes the blue shuttle, after which a large explosion was heard throughout the entire sky. The ship exploded and broke into several pieces. Fragments of the ship began to fall down onto the island. The island was still protected by a special dome, but after a while a gap appeared in this dome. Holes appeared in the protective dome through which anything could fly in, and of course uninvited animals could appear through these holes. This is exactly what happened. A huge brown beast with huge claws on its paws was the first to enter the earth. These were huge animals similar to dinosaurs. They had huge mouths with many sharp teeth. Interference began to appear on all working monitors. A danger sign was displayed on the screens. It was necessary to urgently take some action. "Is this really an outbreak of space wormholes?" asked the young man. He was in panic and horrified by what he saw and what was happening. "A space-time barrier has formed around the island. We can't break through and get to the island," the young man screamed in panic. "Our communications shuttle has been destroyed and we are unable to contact the members on the island." The researcher screamed hysterically. "This is very bad. What do you tell us to do now?" the man loudly asked the deputy examiner. "Damn, did this happen?" the deputy examiner said loudly. Now he was more scared than ever. The deputy examiner grabbed the shoulder of the man who was sitting at the work monitors. "Something needs to be done," the deputy said. "Did this really happen? Everything was fine for so many years. Why did this happen now?" said the deputy examiner. A space-time barrier prevents outsiders from entering the island, as it stabilizes space-time wormholes, allowing beasts to pass through them. This is bad news for everyone involved. They are now in great danger, said the man with the white beard. What should we all do now? This is a disaster. We need to save the participants, said the girl in the suit. Damn these monsters. We could have avoided this if we had caught it a little earlier. The girl continued to speak. Everything is very bad. What should we do now? The young man screamed in panic and hysteria. It's too late and we won't be able to save them. Another person screamed and tried to run away. Calm down, everyone, quickly! The chief examiner shouted loudly. It was necessary to quickly calm everyone down so that there would be no panic on the ship. Everyone on the shuttle fell silent and looked at the chief examiner. The only hope was for him that he knew a way out of this situation. What we need to do now is try everything in our power to overcome the space-time barrier and save the participants who are trapped, the chief examiner said in a loud voice. With every second we waste, more and more members on the island will be in danger, so you need to act quickly. The examiner continued to speak. All researchers to my orders. First, contact the main command of the Eastern Military District and ask them to send a rune atomic cannon to destroy the space-time barrier. Then install a new communication system. The examiner continued to give orders. Before the rune atomic cannon arrives here, you will think about how to overcome the space-time barrier. Mobilize all available personnel and resources to explore the extent of the space-time wormhole. We got you, boss. Let's get started. Everyone on the shuttle responded. People began to try to fix systems manually until it was successful. Our communication system is completely paralyzed. If we want to establish communication, then we need to find a way to open a hole in the barrier and launch the communication mobile phone inside, said the man who sat at the control panel. I contacted the High Command of the Eastern Military District. They say the cannon will only be here in the morning, said the man talking through an earpiece. A second later, the research professor approached the chief examiner and began to speak. We calculated the scale of space-time wormholes on the island. These are F-rank wormholes, the lowest. It's a good news. The animals that end up on the island will mostly be F-rank. Some will be E-rank, and rarely there will be D-rank animals, said the chief examiner. The participants are able to hold out until we overcome the barrier, the examiner said. Chief Expert Jan, the rune atomic cannon is not something that can be fired at will, even if it reaches the port in the morning. It will still take half a day to set it up, said the girl in the suit. By the time the rune atomic cannon is debugged, the safe zone on the island will be closed. At this time, the participants will have to face thousands of animals with nowhere to run. They will no doubt become food for the animals, said the man with the white beard. The situation is critical. Give me a few minutes to think, the chief examiner said to everyone on the shuttle. So tell the transport team to figure out how to speed it up and get her here by midnight, said the chief expert. I'm afraid it is impossible, but we have no other choice. We all need to try, the professor said in a frightened voice. If the deviations in the data had not been so severe, these researchers would never have waited, thought the chief examiner. Vice Examiner Liu, you ignored the warning and the investigators and prevented them from notifying me, right? Asked the chief examiner. I did not do anything. The deputy made excuses. Not a word more. As soon as this matter is over, expect punishment from me, the chief expert threatened. The vice examiner thought in horror about what could happen to him next. The consequences of all this frightened him. At that moment, a protective dome was visible on the island. It glowed, and various fragments and stones fell on it. The whole team of our heroes stood on the roof of the house and looked at the sky. They understood that something very bad was happening. They understood that everything was not going according to plan. What's happening now? I don't understand, Juan asked, looking at the sky. Is this an earthquake? What it is? A girl named Lulu also asked in fear. Damn, I know what it is! This wormhole flash, the mechanic said loudly. Don't tell me this is another test administered by examiners. Our hero carefully monitored the situation and looked at what was happening in the sky. He understood that their affairs were bad, and everything was not going according to plan. I'm afraid this is not a test, but a real problem. No one checks us. The problem is one big and general one, said the boy Dunn. Many holes were already visible in the sky and the protective dome. It cannot be. It's been 3 years since the last wormhole outbreak occurred. Why do we have to deal with this? a fat boy named Juan said, grabbing his head. The space-time barrier has isolated us from the outside world, but I am sure that the examiners will come to save us, the girl said in a quiet voice. I'm stuck in another wormhole flash again. Our hero began to think about this. When I was little, both my parents died in a disaster caused by a wormhole outbreak. And that's where I also contracted Xiaoxi. Another wormhole outbreak has occurred again. What should I do? What should I do? The boy continued to think about pondering. Then Dunn saw the task on the monitor. It said that as many members as possible must be saved. The duration of this mission is until the end of the wormhole outbreak. The more participants you save, the more runic medicine you will receive. What? What's the special mission this time? Do I have to save other participants? Our hero continued to think. Then the game monitor showed the following information. Evolution mission. Save more than 200 participants and become a champion. The decisive rules of the test are to eliminate other participants. But this mission requires me to be a champion by saving other members. How is this possible? The boy thought. At that moment, Juan fell down and grabbed Dong by the leg. Leader, I'm scared. What should we do now? After which the boy named Dong strongly pushed the guy named Juan with his foot. Calm down, everyone, quickly! Our hero shouted loudly at his team. According to my observations, the scale of wormholes should be F rank. This means that most of the beasts are F rank, with a small chance of E rank runestone beasts appearing. With our team's other abilities, we will be able to cope with these monsters. Yes, as long as we protect the school and wait for rescuers, we will be fine, said the mechanic. But is it enough for us to simply protect the school? Dunn asked the team. What do you mean? Answered the participant in the yellow jacket. There are other participants outside who may die at the hands of monsters, and we will become those people who did not save them even though we could, the leader said in a confident voice. I want to save the other members and bring them to school. This is my opinion and my decision, said our hero. Boss, this is a big risk. We can barely protect ourselves anyway, said the fat boy Juan. He was completely hysterical. According to my analysis, our team has over 80% chance of survival. We should try, the mechanic with glasses said in a serious voice. I like this idea and this solution. I fully support you, leader, said the girl Lulu. The boy Juan continued to be hysterical with fear. That's only 80%. That's the difference between surviving and seeking death. A boy named Dong took Juan's hand. He decided to calm the guy down, because he caused fear and panic in the team. Juan, do you remember the oath when you became a rune hunter? The strong must shed blood for the weak, the boy said in a calm voice. We work hard to become strong. Isn't this for protecting weak people? If we act like cowards now, then what is the point of surviving? Asked the Dun. But leader, I'm really very scared. I think we'll just all die, answered the fat boy Juan. I agree. Even if we may die, I don't want to be a coward, the mechanic said loudly and cheerfully. Hey, are you calling me a coward? Angry, Juan shouted to the mechanic. It was clear that the boy was no longer afraid, and a good masculine anger appeared in him. I'm scared too, but I can't just hide and watch people die when I can help them. I agree with you, leader, said the girl Lulu and raised her hand up. And I prefer to kill animals rather than people. This is what rune hunters should do anyway, said the team member in the yellow jacket, and also raised his hand up. Okay, great. I'll do everything I can to help. Or do you all think that Juan got cold feet? Oswan will not chicken out. Is it clear to you? Said the fat boy. I didn't chicken out. I'm not a coward at all. Let's do this together as a team, Juan said to himself, and prepared himself for battle. If everyone agrees with me, then okay, then let's go save the other participants, said the boy Dunn. Everyone agreed with their leader and went. My friends, I swear to protect you all. We are all together. We are a great force. We are a team, and we will do it, our hero said to his team. At this time, the actions took place on the ground in the city. Small houses and large buildings were shaking slightly, as if there was an earthquake. A white porcelain mug fell to the floor and broke into pieces. This is a wormhole flash, thought at that moment the girl in the blue dress. She heard the news being broadcast on television. This guy is damn unlucky. Even though it is only a rank F wormhole, it is located on Storm and Thunder Island. The girl came closer to the TV and began to listen to what was being broadcast. The space-time barrier has destroyed the communication system. The command center cannot contact the participants on the island. We are still receiving a live broadcast signal from the island. We will continue to broadcast as the situation develops. We also really hope that the participants are completely safe. The news anchor continued talking. I thought I met a talented guy, but it looks like he won't survive. Thought the girl in the blue dress, and I was very upset. She stood silently for several minutes and thought about how she could help. And suddenly the TV resumed broadcasting live from the island. This is just the beginning. While the other members and teams are busy running away from the monsters emerging from the wormholes, the members of Team 557 have abandoned their vantage point and are determined to save the other members who are in danger.
What is this done? He's really different. I hope you can survive this crisis,
said the girl watching the news on TV. My God, why did so many different animals suddenly appear here? One of the participants screamed in horror, running away from the monsters. This wormhole flash, we all will die. Someone please save us, shouted at another team member, and continued to run away from monsters and large animals. But literally a few seconds later, a purple monster with large blue horns simply grabbed him with its teeth and began to swallow him. There were a large number of monsters and various chronic beasts. Every minute, more and more different animals entered the island through the open, covered holes of the protective dome.
Damn it! There's a thunderstorm zone behind us and the bridge ahead is full of animals, said the participant wearing the hat. Leader, what should we do now? Do you have any plan? Asked another young man. I guess we can only take a chance, suggested the leader. A huge purple beast with orange eyes saw the guys who were hiding from him. He opened his mouth and began to make terribly loud sounds, and sticky drool flowed down from his fangs. Members of one of the teams were hiding behind a damaged car. Damn, he noticed us, shouted one of the team members. Let's quickly run away from here, shouted the rest of the participants. Faster! I quickly dive into the water. Maybe we still have a chance to survive, said one of the young people looking at the pond in front of him. The members of this team ran into the pond. The water was already up to their waists. Be on the lookout for animals too, shouted the leader, who had a cap on his head. On land, a large purple snake was catching up with them. All members of this team dived into the water and swam as hard as they could, swam further from the shore. A large purple snake also dived into the water and began to chase the guys. With its tentacles, a large purple snake grabbed one of the team members by the leg. The monster began to pull him into the water to the bottom. It was a girl. With the last of her strength, she managed to emerge from the water and scream loudly and ask for help. She was scared to death. Help me! Please, someone save me! The girl screamed loudly. The monster with its tentacle lifted her up above the water. Oh my God, what should we do now? Damn, this is an F-rank beast, a crystal octopus! The leader in the water shouted loudly. And literally a moment later, the head of a large crystal octopus appeared above the water. The young people were very frightened because the octopus was very close to them, and with his tentacles he continued to hold the girl high above the water. There is no way we can defeat him in the water. What should we do now? Asked one of the team members. We can't even defend ourselves right now. And we can't save her. Are you suggesting leaving her to a void? The team leader asked in a rough voice. The girl continued to scream and ask for help. She was losing strength. Her voice became quieter and quieter every second. The octopus continued to squeeze her body with its tentacles and hold her above the water. Suddenly, a shot from a rifle was suddenly heard. A large flame of fire went towards the crystal octopus. This shot hit the target. A shot of a large fiery ray hit the tentacle that was holding the girl above the water. The girl began to fall down and scream for help. A second later, the girl was already in the water. She emerged, raised her hands up, and screamed loudly, "Yes, God, thank you." The young people turned to the shore and began to shout, "Thank you." The girl looked at the shore from the water and also shouted loudly, "Thank you. Which hero saved us?" asked the team leader wearing a cap. "Come on, swim to the shore," our hero shouted loudly on the shore. With his left hand, he waved to the guys who were in the water, and with his right hand, he held his red rifle. The happy guys quickly rowed with all their might along the shore. "Friends, get out of the water faster. There is not a minute to lose," prompted the team leader wearing a hat. "We must get out of the water as soon as possible, until this giant octopus came to his senses after being shot." The leader continued to speak. The young people came out of the water, and a boy named Dunn immediately shook their hands.
Thank you for saving us, said the team leader wearing a hat. You could have taken the chance and destroyed us to score more points, but you didn't. This deserves special respect, said the young man in the hat. Right now we are all hunters fighting against the rune beasts. Why should I kill you just for points? Asked our hero. Yes, indeed, you are right. Now we are all in your debt, said the team leader, who had a cap on his head. Yes, we are all in your debt, said the rest of the team. Dune looked at his gaming monitor. It was written there that it was necessary to save as many participants as possible. Duration of the mission until the end of the wormhole outbreak. Progress of the mission, 16 participants have already been rescued. Even though I had already saved 16 participants, 3 of them were still eaten right before my eyes. Our hero began to remember. Suddenly, unexpectedly, the long tentacles of a giant octopus appeared from the water. The octopus, with its long, large tentacles, grabbed and twisted the 2 team members whom our hero had just saved. They started screaming for help. Damn it, there's that giant octopus again. What should I do now? How can I defeat him? How can I save these guys? The boy said out loud. A completely giant crystal octopus appeared from the water. He was tens of times taller than our hero. The boy Dung stood in front of the big giant octopus and looked him straight in the eye. And at that moment, a large rocket was already flying from behind, straight at the giant octopus. A large number of missiles were fired. Our hero jumped slightly away from the octopus. Large explosions began to be heard on the body of the giant octopus. Every missile fired reached its target. The octopus made terrible sounds of pain. A boy named Dune turned and looked at where the shells were coming from. He was very pleasantly surprised by what he saw. These were his guys. It was his team. The girl Lulu was shooting from the rifle and the mechanic was shooting from the cannon. Skill runestone! Reckless bull attack! The boy Juan shouted loudly. He held the shield tightly in front of him, which began to glow blue. He pointed his shield directly at the giant octopus, after which a large stream of white light and energy pierced right through the giant octopus. Die, scum! Shouted loudly to the yellow jacket participants. He held a large sword in front of him and jumped on top of the octopus to pierce it. From a large number of wounds, the octopus closed its eyes. For a few seconds it stopped moving its tentacles. And at that moment, the player in the yellow jacket plunged his long sword right between the eyes of the huge giant octopus. Instantly, black liquid began to splash in different directions from the wound. How strong he is. This is simply amazing. The team leader wearing a hat shouted in surprise. They have great teamwork. They must have trained together for years, said another member of this team. Everyone was shocked and looked at what was happening with admiration. The boy named Juan laughed. We all killed another monster together. What great fellows we are. The giant crystal octopus lay motionless on the ground. Leader, how are we doing? A boy named Juan asked loudly. He was in a great mood and wasn't afraid at all. Be attentive, alert, don't get distracted. Clear the bridge so that participants can get to school. The boy said to his team. Of course, leader. We will do everything, the team replied. And you guys follow them to a temporary shelter on the other side of the bridge. The Dun turned to the guys. Are you still planning to save the other members? Asked the other team. An hour has passed since the outbreak occurred, but we have not received any reinforcements from the island, so it is best to assume that we are isolated from the outside world, said the boss. Now we can only rely on ourselves, and our only chance to survive is to gather everyone and fight together. The boss continued talking. We need to quickly move away from the water. No one knows how many monsters there are, said one of the team members, and everyone ran away from the water. People ran as fast as they could from the water and looked back. Brother, please tell me, won't this spiked shark come ashore? Asked one of the team members. People standing on the shore watched as the fin of a spiked shark appeared from the water. Its fin was indeed covered with large, sharp spines. This shark fin moved very quickly through the water. Sharks don't usually swim at that speed. We survived! Thank you, God, we survived! People on the shore shouted, but everyone looked very frightened. Suddenly a shot rang out. The shot hit one of the people who was standing on the shore. A yellow-orange cocoon immediately formed around him, binding him hand and foot. Brother, hold on! Another participant shouted. No, not that! We must all be together to defeat these monsters! How so? The player with blue hair and a blue jacket turned back to see where the shot came from. Who shot at us? Do you even know what time it is? Are you still thinking about points? If we find ourselves in the capsule now, we will be defenseless and will be eaten by these animals. But the shots continued. Another shot hit the next player. He was immediately encased in a capsule and fell to the ground without moving. The blue-haired participant fell to his knees and began to beg for mercy. Please, I beg you, spare us. If we find ourselves in the capsule, these monsters will simply eat us. Are you really still thinking about victory and balls? But in response, another shot rang out. It was right on target. After which another participant in this mission ended up in the capsule and fell to the ground. What? What are you doing? You'll just kill us all! The blue-haired participant continued to scream. The young man looked that there were already too many people lying imprisoned in a capsule near him. The guy began to look closely at where the shots were coming from. He looked around, hoping to see this man who was shooting at them. The young man took his sword in his hands and shouted loudly to the whole island, "You are a bastard and a coward. Come out and fight if you dare to do so." But the sight was already aimed at him. A few seconds later, another shot was fired. A flash of fire illuminated everything around. A man's laughter was heard from the ambush, and the phrase was heard, "You're just a bunch of weaklings. You can shoot everyone like in a shooting gallery." The barrel of the rifle was smoking. A lone wolf sat in ambush with his large rifle. "They are only suitable for becoming stepping stones for the strong," said this player. "This is Tian Cheng, Team 005, professional and runestone sniper." The situation near the abandoned school was still calm. There was no action going on here. A large number of rescued people were hiding here. Some simply drank water out of thirst because there was no food at all. Many of the participants were injured. "Hold on, reinforcements will arrive soon," said the young man with a bottle in his hand. "So much time has passed since the wormhole flashed first, and the experts have still not taken any action." "They must have already given up on us," said the player without a leg. People were indignant and spoke. "Why hasn't support arrived yet? My comrades need treatment. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't be involved in this. I don't want to just die here." In a word, people were in panic. Then, one of the mission participants saw that other comrades were approaching them. He rose to his feet and looked at them with wide eyes of surprise. "This is Leader Dong!" someone shouted from the crowd. Our hero approached the rest of his comrades along with his team, which was dragging the wounded guys. "He saved us all. He must have a way to make sure we survive," said the young man with short hair. "Friends, let's all not panic," the boy said loudly. "Lulu, please bring the wounded and help bandage them," said our hero. "Yes, leader, I'll do everything now." The girl answered him. The other side of the bridge was engulfed in a thunderstorm. All the people who could have escaped were picked up by us just now. The boy began to think. Even if they are enemies, in the face of death, everyone understands everything. I just have to unite them all, thought our hero. "So everyone listen to me. 2 hours have passed, but rescuers have still not arrived. We must prepare for the worst." A boy named Dunn began to speak. "Tomorrow the safe zone of the island will become smaller. We will be surrounded by monsters on all sides, so we must prepare." The boy continued talking. "Are we just going to wait for death?" asked the participant in the green t-shirt. "No! Don't forget we are all the best. Since there is no salvation from outside, we will save with wasps. According to the analysis, the level of the space-time wormhole this time is F, level F rune beasts, which means that we are able to resist." Our hero continued to speak. "We will resist as long as we are united," the boy said to the house and clenched his hand tightly into a fist. "Have you forgotten those who recently died in the mouth of the beast? Do you want to be cowards and cowardly nonentities? Do you want to become food for these creatures, or is it better to take up arms and kill them?" Our hero encouraged all the guys in a commanding voice. All the rescued mission participants stood and listened attentively to the leader in silence. "To hell with these bastards!" Holding his sword in his hands, a young man from the crowd shouted loudly. Everyone else opened their mouths in surprise and looked at him. Absolutely every person on this island turned around and looked at this fool. There was everything in that look, from misunderstanding to hatred. And then people began shouting the following slogans from the crowd. "Yes, we will risk our lives and survive. I will make my mother proud of me. The competition is recorded, so even if I die, I want everyone to know that I fought until the end." A boy named Dung looked at the guys in the crowd and was pleased with their strong-willed decision. "Since the safe zone is getting smaller, soon the schools will not be able to protect us." The leader continued to speak. Use this time to recover. In an hour, we will leave this place. Leader, there is one more thing, said the player in the yellow jacket. What exactly? Speak faster, answered the boss. What about those capsule members? They are just easy prey for all the monsters, said the young man in the yellow jacket. And near the walls of the school, there really were a large number of yellow capsules in which there were players. Boydong thought about it. A decision had to be made urgently. There were a lot of players who dropped out of the race. And inside the capsule, there were living people. The capsules will protect them from the elements, but those eliminated will remain in a state of sleep until the end of the test. If we leave them here, they will surely be killed by monsters, the boy thought. There's no way we can take so much with us, said the coffin in the yellow jacket. We need to hide them in places that animals can't find. That's all we can do for them now, answered the boss. Okay, leader, I'll take care of it. I'll try to find such places. I feel sorry for the guys. I wouldn't want them to disappear so stupidly on this island. I suggest going to the center of the island. Not only will we be able to hide from the thunderstorm, but we will also find some medicine. The mechanic made his suggestion. Many of the participants we rescued are already seriously wounded. Without proper treatment, they simply will not survive, said the mechanic. Then we will do as you say. Find a safe route into the city, answered the leader. I'm the boss here. If you need help, just tell me. Juan is always happy to help his team, said the boy, laughed and began to scratch the back of his head. Zhao, as soon as we leave school, we'll need someone to scout the area, so choose a few people at your discretion, said the boss. I understand you, boss. I'll get to it right now. A boy named Juan answered in a satisfied voice. The shuttles continued to fly in the sky and monitor what was happening on the island. At what stage are we in restoring the communication system? Asked the chief examiner about customer service. The shuttle that supported the communication system was destroyed by the space-time barrier. So, until we can overcome the barrier, the connection cannot be restored, the employee said. Damn it, is there really no other way? The examiner began to get angry. Well, there is another way. The employee continued speaking. Quickly tell me what method this is? The chief examiner began to look intently at the employee. We use all our firepower and focus our attack on one point in the space-time barrier. There's a chance we could make a small hole. The employee spoke, looking at his monitor. If we can create an opening large enough to send a communications module to the island, then we can transmit information to the participants. The employee thought and reflected to himself. Tell me what's the point of this? Support may not arrive until tomorrow, said the chief examiner. The employee fell silent and thought, this will only upset them more, the chief examiner said out loud. Suddenly, the girl turned to the man. Chief Examiner Ian, I have a suggestion. What's the matter, Shu-Tu? Don't be silent. Keep talking. We don't have much time, said the man. According to my calculations, if the wormhole outbreak continues, then tomorrow morning, there will be more than 10,000 rune beasts on the island. Participants will gather in an extremely small area. The girl began to talk. Which means that even if the atomic cannon can fire tomorrow morning, the participants will face certain death. The only way for them to survive is to force the participants to work together and destroy the wormhole, thereby preventing further aggravation, the girl said. Even if you say so, they are just a bunch of low-ranking hunters. Can we expect that they themselves will destroy the point on the boundary of space-time? A man with a white beard began to speak. Fuquan! Don't forget that the world is supported not only by strong rune hunters, the girl shouted indignantly. It's just a rank F wormhole, so as long as they cooperate, they can succeed. The girl in the suit continued speaking. According to the analytical reports of the researchers, the intersection point of space-time is located in the center of the island, and at the command post of the island there should be enough explosives to blow up the point of intersection of space-time. The chief examiner said aloud, Shu-Tu's idea is worth trying. There is a rational grain in this, answered the man. Then we need to choose a trustworthy member and give him the message and let him lead everyone to complete the mission, said the employee who was sitting at the computer. The main thing we need now is to quickly choose someone, the employee said, and sweat appeared on his face. It was a difficult choice. This person must be a strong rune hunter, so I recommend the current top player Tian Cheng, the deputy examiner shouted loudly. In no case. Not this idiot. The girl in the suit began to be indignant. Not him. There must be an adequate person with brains in his head and not a stupid fanatic. The examiner and the man with a white beard practically shouted in unison. Why not? Do you know anyone stronger than this young man? He is a lone wolf and has the most points at the moment, said the vice examiner. The girl in the suit looked at the CCTV monitors of what was happening on the island. She was silent for several minutes and peered at the picture. She saw a lot of fragments of how one young man saves many people from other teams, and he does this at the risk of his life. I've decided everything. I propose the leader of Team 557 named Dunn, the girl said in a satisfied voice. Shu, this question concerns the lives of thousands of participants. Are you sure he can do this? Asked the chief examiner. I paid attention to him from the very beginning. Not only is he strong, but he has something that Tiancheng doesn't have, the girl said loudly and confidently. Very interesting, and what is it? Please tell us the secret, the examiner asked in surprise. The man with a white beard fell silent, and also impatiently awaited an answer from the girl. The deputy examiner also fell silent. He carefully waited for the girl's answer. There was a pause in the office. Everyone was silent. This ability to lead, the girl said proudly, raising her finger up. Only a few people have the ability to do this. There was complete chaos on the island. Beasts, monsters, and beasts have taken over the island completely. They were stronger than people. They were everywhere. A large red bird approached the young people lying on the ground and mutilated their bodies. Some had already been killed, but there were also those who were simply wounded and lay unconscious. The big red bird looked around. She found a large prey for herself, which she wanted to take to her nest. With one of her big paws, she grabbed the young man's body to carry it away. But suddenly, a large red bird with blue paws looked sharply to the side, and at that moment a shot rang out. A stream of fire poured in a large stream straight into the giant bird. So, the fiery beam pierced the red giant bird straight into the head. In pain, the bird opened its mouth and screamed loudly. Our hero named Dunn fired this shot from his red rifle. He hid in a tree and calmly fired that precise shot. The route is clear. You can go through, said the boy, blowing through his headphones. Juan received the signal. He touched his finger to his earpiece and answered. Got it. Let's do it. And at that moment, Juan, as a real leader, commanded everyone to go forward. Friends, let's go! The fat boy shouted loudly. At that moment, he was no longer afraid of anything. It was a completely different Juan. And all the people followed this young man. Apart from the runestone sniper, no other profession can boast of such efficiency. The leader is so amazing, thought Juan. A boy named Dune jumped from a large tree down to the ground and immediately looked around. Then he looked at his gaming monitor and read the following information. This special mission is a rank F wormhole outbreak. Save as many participants as possible. Duration of the mission until the end of the wormhole outbreak. 22 participants were saved. Putnam and saved 2 more participants, but most of them are dead by the time we get to them, thought the leader. At that moment, the mechanic began to speak into the earpiece to our boss. At this rate, we should be able to reach our destination before sunset. The boss immediately answered the mechanic. Okay, I will clear the further route with the team. And at that moment, a huge explosion was heard in the sky. Fire and a lot of gray dust and dispersed in different directions. Our hero looked carefully at the sky. He tried to see every detail, everything that was happening there. He saw as if a fiery meteorite was falling towards him on Earth. Then the boss quickly commanded, Guys, everyone take cover urgently! The boy continued to look at the sky. Wait, this fire thing is coming straight at me, the boy thought at that moment. And within a few seconds, a huge explosion was heard near our hero's feet. The boy was thrown several meters away by the blast wave. Huge clouds of dust and smoke filled everything around. After a while, the dust and smoke cleared. The boy Doom sat and looked at the crater after the explosion. An unknown object was sticking out inside the funnel. Dunn resolutely came closer to take a closer look. I wonder what this is? I've never seen this before. I continued to watch the match. Lulu quickly ran to the rescue. Leader, are you okay? Leader, don't be silent. Are you okay? The girl screamed loudly. I am fine. This thing suddenly broke through the barrier. Do any of you know what this is? Asked the boss. But everyone just looked in surprise at this thing sticking out in the ground. It looks like it's a military landing capsule, the mechanic said, looking carefully at this thing. We just need to click on it, said the mechanic and pressed his finger on the glowing button. Press this button to open the capsule. The mechanic finished speaking and suddenly a bright blue light began to appear from the capsule. It was a computer hologram that began to speak. Leader of Team 557. Done. This is the chief examiner, Tor Yan. All the guys were shocked and watched what was happening. Are you sending people to save us? God bless, said the boy named Juan. It looks like this is not a communication device, but a video recording device, said the girl Lulu. Everyone keep quiet. Let's listen to what they tell us, said Dunn. As you know, there was an outbreak of a rank F wormhole. The good news is that the live broadcast is carried out without any interruptions, but the communications shuttle is destroyed. Therefore, we cannot contact you, and reinforcements will not arrive until tomorrow morning, said the examiner. Tomorrow morning? The safe zone is getting smaller every hour. Will we even be able to survive until the morning? Looking at the hologram, our hero thought and reflected. We're working hard to get you reinforcements, but we hope you guys can do something on the island to help yourselves. The examiner continued to speak. Dune, we have observed your actions and believe that you are the most qualified person to command this operation. So are you ready to accept this mission? Asked the examiner. Yes, examiner, I'm ready. The boy answered clearly and confidently. I hope you answered yes, said the hologram. I will tell you the details of the plan for this mission. The core of the wormhole is located in the stadium, right in the center of the island. As soon as the border point is destroyed, the barrier will disappear. This is the island's old command center. There should be enough explosives inside that will allow you to destroy the border post. Your mission is to gather capable rune hunters, deliver explosives to the stadium, and blow up the border point. Once the barrier disappears, we will immediately send reinforcements to destroy the beasts on the island and get you out of here. I hope you can succeed in this mission and lead everyone to survive this wormhole outbreak. The examiner spoke. Damn, this sounds much more dangerous than I thought. A boy named Juan grabbed his head. Joao, don't be upset. At least we got some news from the outside world. It's better than not knowing anything, right? Said the girl. Although this is not exactly good news. If Island Command had no other methods, they would not have allowed us to carry out this mission. Since we are here, it means they have no other choice, said the yellow-haired member. So, if we do not succeed in this mission and save ourselves, then it is highly likely that we will all die before reinforcements arrive, said the leader. We need to succeed no matter what. Ton, I really count on you, the boss said to the mechanic. Change our route and inform everyone that we are going to destroy the border point, a boy named Dunn said in a serious voice. The weather on the island was very bad. There was a strong wind and it was raining. Everything around became gray. The city streets were littered with trails of people and animals who had come through the holes in the protective dome to the island. It was a very creepy picture. This guy is so close to my heels in the rankings that I need to do something urgently. A lone wolf spoke out loud while walking along the streets of the island. Let me meet you, otherwise you won't get well. The young man began to talk to himself. This fanatic stopped and thought. He began to plot another insidious plan. A lone wolf stood and looked at the almost deserted island. There was not a soul around. Houses and buildings were almost completely destroyed. All the weaklings on the outskirts of the island are mostly killed. The city should be more interesting, the lone wolf said, smiling. And at that time, there was beautiful weather on Earth. The sun was shining brightly, and there was no sign of trouble. The TV continued to broadcast the latest news about what was happening. According to the latest news we have received, the Test Command is trying to conduct a double rescue operation, both external and internal, largely due to his excellent performance as a guiding leader, a young man named Dong, the leader of Team 557. He was chosen by Chief Examiner Yan to serve as the temporary commander of the internal rescue operation, continued to be broadcast on TV. The girl was sitting in front of the TV, watching the news, and was very upset. What is so special about this young man named Dune? And will he be able to complete the mission? We can only wait and watch. The presenter continued to speak. There was a wormhole outbreak. Why now? Unclear, the girl said in front of the TV. She carefully looked at the screen and listened to every word that the news anchor said. The command shuttles continued to fly over the island and did not monitor the situation and everything that was happening on it. Everyone who was on the shuttle watched via video surveillance all the heroes who remained on the island. They saw their every step and every action. We made the right choice. They have already left for the city. The chief examiner walked and thought about it. I really hope that everything goes smoothly and successfully for them. Our heroes walked towards the city center. Many obstacles appeared on their way, in the form of destroyed roads and large balloons of boulders. This must have been the city before the previous wormhole outbreak occurred. There is just terrible devastation here, Juan said. I heard that it was a D-rank wormhole flash. Most people did not even have the opportunity to evacuate. The girl Lulu began to tell. My friends, all the way forward, a boy named Dune said loudly. Then our hero looked at his gaming monitor and read the following information. You saved 27 participants. While we were moving along the way, we saved 5 more participants, said the boy. But they are seriously injured. Now we must very quickly find medicine for them. Otherwise, we simply won't save them, thought our hero at that moment. Boss, I found a pharmacy. Here we can find everything we need, a young man in a yellow jacket shouted into the earphone in a cheerful voice. I understood you. This is great news. Okay, let's head there, the boy Dunn also answered in a cheerful voice. The guys came to the pharmacy. We took all the necessary medications and very quickly began to inject medicine to all the wounded in order to save their lives. Thank you. Thank you, friends. I am saved, said the wounded young man. This is thanks to Brother Dunn and his team. Otherwise we would all die here, said the man who gave the injection. Further, the path will be dangerous. Therefore, I suggest leaving the wounded here and sending the best team to the center to pick up the explosives, said the man in the red jacket. How many people do we have? The leader asked loudly. Besides our team, there are only 9 people who can still fight. One of the people answered. Wrong, take 4 people and stay behind to protect the wounded. The rest will follow me to the command center. We'll hit the road in half an hour. Get everyone ready, said Dune. It began to get dark quickly on the island. Everything was covered in dust and smoke. There are only ruins and ruins all around. There is practically nothing left of the city. Please, everyone, be as vigilant as possible. Be attentive to your step and across the countries, said the leader. Passing by another building, a boy named Juan stopped abruptly. The young man began to look somewhere to the side. Then we wish him to run up to the window and began to shout loudly with joy. Leader, listen. In this store there are various things with a long shelf life, and they seem to be suitable. We still haven't reached the center, so everyone can relax here, said the boss. Good leader, Juan answered joyfully. Dune, here you go. You should eat something. You need strength, Lulu said, and handed the boy water and a loaf of white bread. Bon appetit, leader, the girl said and smiled. Thank you, friend, too, answered the boy. In this store, everyone was looking for something edible for themselves. This girl seems to like our leader, Dunn. Yes, the leader is so cool. If I were a girl, I would like him too. Looking at this couple, the young man thought near the display case. Oh, I found a nice bottle of liquor. Looks like I got lucky today, said the young man in the red jacket. He looked contentedly at the bottle he was holding in his hands. At that moment, the leader grabbed his hand, which contained a bottle of alcohol. Stop! Now is not the time, said the leader. A cigarette is good, but drinking alcohol is not a good idea in our situation. The leader continued speaking. Yes, boss, I got you. No alcohol, the guy answered. At that moment, Juan, happy and contented, laughed throughout the entire store. I can eat so much food without worrying about money. This is only possible in the wild. And at that moment, the mechanic was standing outside the window on the street and looking at the sky. It was clear that something not very good was happening. The leader approached the mechanic and asked, What's happened? You see, the rating is constantly changing. See for yourself, said the mechanic. You should also definitely look up at the sky and see. The young people raised their heads up and began to look at the sky. Do you see anything strange? Dunn asked. A rating was shining in the sky, which clearly showed that Tiancheng, who was in first place, already had 156 points. Wait, why does he have such high scores? Asked the leader. We didn't eliminate any more members after the wormhole outbreak. But what was this fanatic doing? Said the mechanic. He is still destroying members, Dune shouted indignantly. Not only that, but the 9th rank member suddenly disappeared, and his points were added to this idiot. Since the command center has lost control of the island, the bounty hunt is still going on. But does this fanatic have no idea about the big picture? Why is he still eliminating others at a time like this? Said Dunn. I suspect that he doesn't even care about getting into the academy and just enjoys killing others. The mechanic was indignant. No matter what, we are better off avoiding these types of people. If they can be called people, said Leader Dong. New information has appeared on the game display. Special event bounty hunting. The purpose of the reward is the team of the leader Dun and his member Lulu. Damn, why are we so unlucky? The leader was loudly indignant. Leader, what's going on? Lulu asked. Why don't we do this? First, destroy this fanatic and then go get the explosives, said the mechanic. If we get distracted by this idiot who is just shooting people, these animals will fill everything. Destroying the border point is our top priority, said the boy named Dune. Don't worry, Lulu, I will always be there, the leader said and patted the girl's shoulder with his hand. Don't worry, just stay close to me and I won't let anyone hurt you. The leader continued to speak. Okay, I believe you, the girl answered. Another girl in front of the TV watched everything that was happening live. This guy, she said, took a deep breath and closed her eyes. At the same moment, another girl sitting in front of the TV watched the same fragment and admired this young man. A girl in a blue dress was also watching the broadcast. She was watching the broadcast on the computer. And at that same moment, she also sighed and said, "This guy is the best." At that moment, the nightclub was also broadcasting from the island. 4 men were sitting at the bar counter. They watched on the big screen a live broadcast of the action taking place directly from the island. These guys were the same team that taught our boy Dong how to survive in the wild. What is he doing flirting with a girl in such a situation? Asked the captain. Boss, I don't think you're qualified enough to say anything, one man said. Oh, do you have any problems with this? Asked the boss. No, boss, said the man with a mug of beer in his hands. Since all members of the Dune team are ranked, this bounty hunting event is an obstacle for them, said the other man. Due to the space-time barrier, the command center cannot interfere with the island's program, said the participant with glasses. And that bastard Tiancheng, he is more ruthless than veterans like us, said the masked player. In fact, I've heard of it before, said the captain. Do you remember Eagle City, the little monster of the Heavenly Treasure District? The captain asked the team. Wasn't the Celestial Treasure area destroyed by wormholes 20 years ago? Asked the masked player. Now that the leader mentioned it, I'm starting to remember something, said one of the men, scratching his beard with his hand. 20 years ago, a wormhole outbreak occurred in the Celestial Treasure area of Eagle City. The animals caught several children and took them to the nest to feed their chicks. The chicks were very hungry, and when the rescue team found the nest, they discovered a child who had killed 3 young runestone beasts and drank their blood. I heard that this guy was taken in by an A-rank rune hunter and raised as a successor. Indeed, this guy is now the current Tiancheng. This is the truth, said the captain. What? Which means he has the support of a rank-a-rune hunter? This is simply incredible, said the guy with glasses. Who cares? Since he is hunting down others involved in such a situation, he has already angered countless people. When the trial is over, he will be punished for this, said the captain. Now we can only pray that the dune does not collide with it, otherwise there will be a lot of trouble. The captain continued to say to his team. The men continued to watch the events taking place on television. In front of you is the old command center. There is a lot of destruction and all the buildings are already covered with plants. A hole appeared in this place, a wormhole through which any beast or monster can penetrate. Our heroes cautiously peeked around the corner. There is a wormhole next to the command center building. What do we do now? The girl Lulu asked in fear. Lee, you are a scout. Can you check the situation in the surrounding area? The boy asked the girl in brown clothes. Of course I can, leader, answered the girl. Just leave it to me, she said. The girl picked up the tablet and began to launch a reconnaissance drone into the sky. Thus, she wanted to quietly explore the territory. The girl slowly and carefully launched her drone high into the sky. He hovered in the air and began filming everything that was happening below. Good news, boss. The girl began to speak. Most of the beasts are in the outer zone, so if we're careful, we might be able to avoid fighting them. It's just good news. Thank you, Lee. Great job. The leader praised the girl in a quiet voice. Damn, we have a problem. More and more animals emerge from the wormhole. We can't go through here anymore, the leader said to his team. Boss, what if we use sewer tunnels? It was a mechanic who suggested this idea. Dune immediately thought about it. Most animals are above ground, so it will be safer this way. You're a great mechanic. That's a great idea, said the leader. Matcha named Juan approached the sewer hatch and began to remove the lid from it to get inside. A ladder descended into the sewer hatch. Let's all stick together, suggested a boy named Dune to his team. One of the young men finished his cigarette and watched as the others descended into the sewer hatch. After that, he threw his cigarette butt on the ground and also went down the stairs into the sewer. The cigarette butt remained on the ground. It stinks so much in here, said the boy Juan and covered his nose with both hands. It has been abandoned for many years, so we will have to be patient, replied to everyone. About 100 mayors ahead, there should be a path to the command center, the mechanic said, looking forward. This is good. When we enter, we will first close the entrance, and then the volume of the animals inside, said the Dong leader. It's so creepy and scary here, said the girl with brown hair. The boy Juan stood next to her and also closed his eyes in fear. Suddenly a large rat with red bright eyes and a very long tail crawled up to the girl's leg. The rat sniffed the leg. Suddenly the girl noticed that a rat had touched her leg. She was very frightened. Her eyes became big from fear, and her face was sweating with sweat. My God, what a horror! There's a rat here! The girl screamed very loudly at the top of her voice in fear. Don't be afraid, brother, to protect you, said the boy Juan and tapped his shoulder with his hand. But at that moment, another rat crawled onto the boy Juan's shoulder. Now Juan was even more frightened than that girl. He had very large round eyes out of fear. The boy Juan screamed very loudly in fear. Help us, me rat! We don't need a giant rat! The boy screamed very loudly. Don't shout like that. If there is a rune beast in the sewer, it will be attracted by your noise, the leader said and asked everyone to be quiet. The boy and girl covered their mouths with their hands. They practically did not breathe, but they were still very scared and wanted to scream. Let's go forward, don't stop, the boy said to his team, and all the guys began to follow their leader. At that moment, a crazy fanatic was walking through the city center. He kicked an empty tin can with his foot. Then he stopped. His gaze went to the store that our friends had already visited. He immediately realized that here was the team that was being hunted. The team led by the Dune. My goal is that the reward for Team 557 should be nearby, said the crazy fanatic. And he stood in the middle of a deserted street and looked at everything around him. The young man peered into every alley, looked into every broken window to find his target. So, an interesting game. In which corner are they hiding? The crazy fanatic began to talk to himself. He took a few steps forward and stopped. He noticed a cigarette butt lying near the sewer hatch. It's a great success. It seems the rats went down into the sewer as it suits them. For me, the situation becomes even simpler, the lone wolf said out loud. Our heroes reached a wall in which there was a large, deep tunnel. The whole team stopped and began to think. The guys looked inside the tunnel. This tunnel should lead us straight inside the building, the mechanic said confidently. But is it safe? Asked the rest of the guys on the team. Let me check. Confident said the leader named Dunn. All the guys turned and looked at the leader. For a few seconds they just looked and were silent. The boy Dung touched his special glasses, and then said the phrase out loud, Snake Eye skill. Down looked at his team through special glasses. The skill was already working. I don't see any other warm-blooded animals around, that's already good, said the leader. Behind the guys, bubbles began to rise up in the gutter, like someone breathing underwater. The young people stopped and began to listen. What it is, do you hear this? Look at the water, bubbles appear. What could this mean? The young man began to ask the team in fear. Suddenly, a giant monster emerged from the water. He grabbed one of the guys with his mouth and clamped it tightly with his sharp white teeth. The guy screamed in pain and fear. Everyone around was scared. A boy named Juan screamed loudly in fear, and only complete calm was shown by our hero named Dunn. It was a rotten-tailed crocodile. This is an E-rank rune beast. The terrible creature living in the swamp can breathe out hot flames after absorbing the swamp gas. Not this, said the boy Dunn. It's pitch dark in the sewer. This beast can hide in the sewage and attack, but our eyesight is poor. We are not its opponents, so we just need to run, said the leader. So I came. Now everyone quickly climbed up the pipeline in the wall. The leader ordered his team in a loud voice. All the guys, one after another, climbed into the hole in the wall. It's all over. I don't think I can get through. I'm too fat for this pipeline, said Juan. The rest are waiting upstairs. Wait until Juan and I deal with the rotten-tailed crocodile, and then join you, the boy said, and pulled Juan towards him with his hand. Juan, quickly follow me, said the boy Dunn. The boss generally warns about this, shouted the fat boy, and the guys ran with all their might away from the crocodile. They ran out of the same tunnel and they could turn left or right. The guys decided to turn left and ran as long as they could. Boss! Boss, I can't run anymore. I have no more strength. Boss, I feel like I'm going to fall and this giant crocodile is going to eat me. The boy Dun stopped and said, Joao, you should train more. Then you will be in good physical shape. Listen to my advice. Juan's physical strength and agility are very low. Therefore, he cannot run for a long time. Thought Dun. The sewerage scheme is complex, and wastewater is easily confused. This beast can attack at any moment. If this continues, he will die sooner or later. Thought Juan. Juan, listen to me. You and I must kill this beast very quickly. Can you hear me? Said the Dong leader. No way! This is an E-rank beast! How do you imagine yourself, Dun? Juan spoke in a frightened voice. Are you afraid again? The young man asked in a very serious voice. Damn, you're right, leader. People are dead. We simply have no choice. That's it, boss. I'm calm and listening to your orders. The boy named Juan said, having calmed down. This is good. Let's take off your jacket first, said the boy Dun. Juan didn't really like this idea, but he still took off his jacket. Boss, what are you planning to do? I feel very cold without a jacket. What if I freeze, get sick, and die? Said Juan. At that moment, a huge crocodile head appeared in the tunnel. This giant bridge monster stuck its head out and began to inspect the tunnel. The giant crocodile noticed the silhouettes of people and heard their conversations. He turned his big head towards where our heroes were. The giant crocodile began to turn slowly in the direction where Don and Juan stood. The crocodile saw only the dark silhouettes of people. A second later, he opened his mouth like a giant bridge and began to growl loudly. Making terrible sounds, he approached his victim. Literally a few seconds later, the crocodile attacked the silhouette that he saw in front of him. It was our Juan's jacket, which hung on different sticks. At that moment, several grenades fell from the jacket directly onto the giant crocodile's head, and within a second, there was a big explosion. The grenades exploded along with the giant crocodile. A flash of fire illuminated the entire underground tunnel. Our heroes emerged from the dirty sewage water. Finally, our hungry crocodile tried our grenades, the boy named Dun said, smiling. This crocodile has a keen sense of smell. Using this to create a trap to lure him in was smart. Boss, you are not only smart, but you also know a lot about rune beasts, said Juan and laughed loudly. Boss, but right now I smell really bad, and I'm a little cold, Juan said in a trembling voice. Don't relax, my friend. These grenades are not enough to kill this huge crocodile. The thick scales on it are very durable, said the Dong leader. At that moment, like a fire-breathing dragon, a huge crocodile fired a large amount of fire directly at our heroes. A boy named Dong covered a guy named Juan with his body. The entire fiery blow hit our leader in the back. The young people fell to the ground after this fiery blow. We need to get down quickly, said the boy Dun. The crocodile was a few meters away from the young people. Didn't he die? What do we do now? Juan asked in fear. Don't panic. He received a lot of damage and is now very weak. Hold up your shield and block his attacks. Leave the rest for me, said the boy Dun. The huge crocodile opened its mouth again and began to spew fire from it. Everything around was heating up to the limit. It was very hot. Juan took out his shield and began to stop the flow of fire that was flying towards them. O held back the fiery pressure as best he could. Runic skill bull attack, the young man shouted loudly. I won't die in the sewer, Juan said loudly, gritting his teeth. Boss, that's it. My strength is running out. Is this the end? Juan asked the leader loudly. At that moment, the leader named Dune was aiming his red rifle at the giant crocodile. Although his skin is very strong, he has one weak point, the boy said out loud. And after that, he fired his shot. A fiery laser shot out of the rifle like lightning. The weak point is his eyes, the boy added loudly. His shot hit the target, right in the eye of the giant crocodile. From the shot and more, the crocodile opened its mouth and began to make loud sounds. The boy did not hesitate and pushed off the ground hard to jump as high as possible above this giant crocodile. The runic skill increases the power of an airstrike by 212%. Our hero hovered in the air above the giant crocodile to deliver a crushing blow to the head with his sword. The crocodile lay motionless. It had previously suffered sufficient damage so it could not move. We were still very dangerous. Die, scum! The boy Dong shouted loudly, and thrust his sword straight into the head of the giant crocodile with all his might. From the wound, black liquid began to flow like a fountain in all directions. After some time, the giant crocodile closed its eyes and no longer made a single sound. The boy Juan was shocked by what happened next to him. "Boss, I can't believe we killed an E-rank beast. We did it. We're just cool with you." The boy Juan spoke loudly. Our leader named Dune pulled a blue runestone from the giant crocodile. "This is a wonderful catch," said the boy. "Juan, let me take this one. Believe me, I need this." The leader turned to his friend Juan. "Boss, you saved my life. This crystal is yours anyway. I don't even count on him. You deserve it, so feel free to take it," answered the boy. "The system can help me turn crystals into experience, and an E-rank runestone will give me vast experience in this matter." Our hero began to think about this, looking at the smooth stone in his hands. "But I won't be able to use it until I leave the island." Boom continued to look at the stone and think. "Boss, look ahead. See, there's a huge hole in the wall," Juan shouted loudly and pointed in the direction with his finger. "This must be caused by the fiery breath of the beast. Its destructive power is simply incredible," said the boy Dun. "Oh, boss, if it weren't for you, I would have died," Juan said again. "Let's go take a look inside. We still have no choice," said the boy Dun. "Okay, let's go, my boss," answered the boy. They stepped over the hole that was made by the crocodile in the wall. They took a few steps forward and stopped. There was a large warehouse around our heroes, a warehouse where a lot of things useful for life on the island were stored. "There are so many resources here. Perhaps this is our reward," the boy Juan said in a satisfied voice. This location served as the logical warehouse for the command center. Leader Dong spoke as they walked through the large warehouse. The guys looked at everything that was on the shelves and racks. "Juan, since the beast is dead, then call everyone here," the boy named Dung said in a calm voice. Juan would be very happy about this news. "You're good, I'm now. I'll do everything, don't worry," the boy Juan shouted loudly. Dung stopped near a rack of weapons. Each shelf contained a different weapon. He looked at this arsenal very carefully, as expected from a command center warehouse. This place is filled with food, weapons, and other resources that are simply necessary to survive. Our hero thought, looking at the weapon. The boy Dun just looked at all the guys and didn't say a word. He understood that these resources would help them survive. There is so much food, water, and medicine here. Now we have everything we need here to survive, the mechanic said in a joyful voice. Walking through the warehouse, a girl named Lulu turned her attention to a shelf that stood to the side of the warehouse. She looked carefully and stopped. "Suits hung on racks along the wall. There are even tactical suits here. It's just luck for us," said the girl. She came closer and began to feel with her hand the fabric and material from which these suits were made. Her delight knew no bounds. "Why not wear them?" said the girl Lulu, and was already holding one of the suits in her hands. "Okay, thank you. Let's change clothes," suggested Match Dun. Our hero has dressed himself in a suit. This suit is really good. It is thermally insulating, airtight, absorbs sweat, and even enhances our protection, said the leader. "It's much better than my old one," the boy Juan said, and constantly touched his suit with his hands, smoothing it on himself. "Guys, I found explosives!" the mechanic shouted loudly. The young man stood near a small box that lay on the table. The mechanic opened the boxes containing explosives. "This should be sufficient for our mission," said the Dong leader. "That's good, but before we leave, please check the warehouse and see if there's anything useful in there," said the boy Dun. Juan was in a great mood. He laughed constantly. "I understand, boss. We will do everything in the best possible way." The boy answered the leader. Unexpectedly, the leopard fixed his gaze on another object. He froze and practically did not breathe. "This box seems special," thought the boy Dung, looking at the wooden box. Dung quickly walked to the wooden box and opened it. His face quickly changed. It was clear that the boy was very surprised. Our hero simply froze in surprise and practically did not breathe. His pupils dilated at what he saw. He looked at the open box and didn't even blink his eyes. "Are these runic stones for weapons? I think they left in a hurry and forgot to take it with them." Looking at rune stones of different colors, our hero began to reason. The boy Dun pressed his finger on the sensor that was on his glasses. He wanted to read all the information about these stones. As expected, these are all E-rank rune stones. Each of the stones inflicted its own specific damage in battle, and each stone had its own effect. "Friends, just look what I found," the boy named Dune said, smiling. All the guys from the team came closer to look at the find. The fire crystal shield will be given to the Zhuan. Ghost armor and cyclonic explosion will go to the boss. This way they can fully unleash the power of these chronic stones. No one has any objections, right? Said the mechanic. No one from the team objected. A joyful match named Jiva, he took the red runic stone, brought it to his nose, and began to sniff it. Oh my god, I'm so lucky, the boy said. If I had this shield earlier, I would have smashed the entire skull of this E-rank monster. The boy shouted in a joyful voice, holding a red rune shield in his hand. Boss, activate the armor and show us quickly, the girl Lulu began to impatiently ask. She looked forward with admiration to what was about to happen. Okay, let me try, said the Dong leader. The young man took the blue moonstone in his hand and brought it to his face. After a few seconds, our leader's entire body began to glow with blue and cyan light. It was very beautiful and unexpected. And after a few seconds, the blue light disappeared. And our hero's protective suit has been completely transformed. It was real warrior armor. Wow, leader, you look really cool now, said the girl. Yes, boss, you are a real warrior, said the boy Juan. Our hero concentrated, closed his eyes, and began to tightly clench his fist. It was like meditation. And literally within a few seconds, the protective suit from the boy himself began to disappear. Its camouflage ability would be very useful to me. Looking at his body, our hero said out loud, Defense advice. The leader can shoot from a bow while remaining completely unnoticed, as one of the team guys said. Boss, now you've definitely become even stronger than you were before, said the match named Juan. This suit suits you very well. I will work harder to protect everyone, the boy said to all his teammates in a satisfied voice. The price of E-grade runestone armor is not that low. Even a D-rank rune hunter might not be able to afford it, but I got the set for free, thought our hero. Did everyone have a rest? We must take as many explosives as possible with us and complete the mission quickly. Joao, you will be in front, said the leader. You can count on me, boss, answered the boy. Let's do that. I want to find some animals and test my new shield. I just can't wait to do it, Match Juan continued to say. It was already deep night outside. The moon was shining brightly in the sky, and the whole sky was strewn with stars. In this case, the moon was the only light on this island. Within a second, a boy named Juan dealt a crushing blow to one of the monsters he met on his way. Juan climbed on top of the dead monster with his feet. All his teammates looked at this brave guy. Leader, just look. Now with this shield, my fighting abilities have increased significantly. A boy named Juan shouted loudly and enthusiastically. Don't be too happy, my friend. It's already getting too dark, which means it's going to get even more dangerous. The leader named Dong said in a calm voice. And at that moment, a shot sounded. The fiery beam flew straight at the team that was standing on the street. But in fact, the shot was intended for our hero named Dun. The laser lights hit his left leg. Everyone was shocked, and no one expected such a development of events. Wind, are you okay? All team members shouted loudly. They saw that the boy was wounded in the leg. Blood seeped through his clothes. Someone ambushed us? Said one of the team members. Everyone immediately began to look around and look for where the shot came from. Damn, what kind of bastard is attacking us? Said the boy named Juan and began to cover his body and the leader's body with a red shield. If I'm right, then it must be Tian Cheng. Only this freak just hunts people, the boy said through the pain. Was this crazy fanatic following us all the way? He's really just obsessed with killing, said the mechanic. Forget about me. He attacked me to divert our attention. His real goal is Lulu. He had just under 2 minutes left. The leader called Dun shouted loudly. And a moment later, another rifle shot was heard again. Another fire laser was aimed at our heroes. This shot was intended for Lulu. But the match named Juan quickly reacted and covered the body of the girl Lulu with his powerful shield. His target is actually me, said the girl Lulu. This coward shoots from an ambush. Once we deal with it, our journey will be absolutely safe, said Juan, and continued to hold back the shots that were flying at the girl. Quickly take her back to the building. I'll block his attacks here, the boy Juan said loudly to his team. Guys, our boss is wounded. The whole team began to worry about a boy named Dune. They quickly bandaged his leg, but blood still seeped through the bandages. Please tell me, can you cure him? Yes or no? The mechanic asked in a worried voice. There's not much I can do except stop the bleeding, answered the girl. Tang, don't worry about me and use the radio to contact Tiancheng. Tell him we're going to destroy the border post so he won't cause us any trouble, the leader said to the mechanic. I will try, answered the mechanic. It was already deep night outside. Nothing was visible in the abandoned city. This guy with white hair is done? If it weren't for your moonstone armor, you would have taken a bullet to the chest, said the lone wolf. Suddenly, the call music started playing in this young man's earphone. And this is already interesting. Are these rats really calling for a truce? Tian Chung, we have orders from Chief Expert Yan. You need to pick up explosives and destroy the border checkpoint. If you cause trouble and delay us, then everyone on the island, including you, will soon die. The mechanic said this text loudly. They want to destroy the border point? This is a very interesting story, thought the young man laughed. Tiancheng, can you even hear me? Asked the mechanic into the earphone. Understand, this is no longer a competition. My trial will end when I eliminate you. Then I myself destroy the border point. I will be the champion in this challenge. This fanatic answered in a confident voice. This madman wants to kill us and then destroy the border crossing. He's just a selfish jerk. The mechanic shouted loudly and hit the wall with his fist with all his might. Why is he acting this way? Experts can't do anything about it now, so now everything depends only on us, a boy named Dunn answered in a calm voice. But boss, you are seriously wounded. The girl was indignant. Boss, are you sure you can come to the stadium with us? The guy asked the Dunn. Leader, I think you should rest a little more. A boy named Juan took care of his friend. Okay, you're right. In my condition, I will only be a burden to you guys, the boy said in a quiet, upset voice. Our hero stood practically exhausted and held onto the wall with his hands. Then I have a proposal. Why don't we wait here? Why? Boy Juan suggested this option. No, you guys need to finish the mission, otherwise we will all die soon. I'll stay here and delay Tian Cheng while you head to the border checkpoint, answered Dunn. Then I will stay here and lead, said the girl Lulu. She was very worried about her leader and did not know how she could help him. Yes, leader, you heard right. I want to stay here and lead. Maybe this way I can help myself. The girl Lulu continued speaking. No, we already have too few participants. If we don't take enough explosives, the damage won't be enough to destroy the border post. So we should all go, the mechanic said loudly and clearly. Friends, I am wounded, not crippled, and this place is an excellent hiding place for a sniper like me. Once I deal with Tianqing, I can still continue to block you from here, the leader said loudly. In our current situation, the boss's plan is the best. With it, there is a greater chance of success, said the mechanic with glasses. Okay, we'll do as you say, boss, Juan answered. All the guys from the team became inspired, and they were in a good fighting mood. We will definitely complete the mission, the team replied. Well done, you guys. Get ready and wait below. As soon as I distract Tiancheng, quickly leave. The boy gave the order. We understand everything, boss, a boy named Juan answered loudly. All these people stuck their heads out and agreed with their leader. The boy Don saw a green sign on the wall with people and arrows drawn on it. The leader named Dunn, limping slightly on one leg, began to approach the elevator. The left leg was bandaged. Boy saw a lever on the wall. Is this a backup generator? Our hero asked himself a question. Without thinking for a long time, our hero grabbed this lever with his hand and pulled it up. After that, the sound of a running engine was heard. Electricity appeared. The number 10 lit up above the elevator. At least the elevator there is still usable. Well, this building was originally important infrastructure, so I guess it's okay, our hero thought. It's time to face Tiancheng, the leader said with confidence and concentration. It was a complete disaster on the street. Giant animals flew across the sky. They were very similar to dragons, giant dragons. On Earth, a large number of different giant monsters walked the streets. Tiancheng sat and looked at his runestones. Because of the fight, I was disqualified from the university entrance exam, but thanks to my father's support, I was able to acquire so many runestone skills for the test. F rank is no match for me, and even if I encounter A rank, I will be able to give a decent fight, the young man thought. But this Dunn is undoubtedly very interesting. I hope he lasts longer, otherwise this test was too boring for me, said the young man. Suddenly, unexpectedly, Tiancheng heard something behind him. I had a bad feeling. And literally a second later, a shot whistled near his face. It was a fiery ray that was aimed straight at his head. This shot cut his cigarette in half. Tiancheng quickly knelt down on one knee. Then he began to look in different directions and look back. He was looking for the place where the shot was fired. Is this really an ambush? Then a young man. I didn't think that Team 557 also had a sniper. Is this really a Dunn? This bastard practically hit me and destroyed me, said the young man.
Tan, now is your chance. Leave!
Said the match named Dunn loudly. He continued to aim down the scope of his red rifle. Fine. Please everyone follow Juan and I will cover the rear. The leader of the Dung continued to talk through his headphones. Juan placed his red shield in front of him and ordered everyone to follow him. The guys began to come out one by one from around the corner of the tall building. They were careful and looked around. The crazy fanatic has already taken aim at a guy nicknamed Mechanic.
Now let's see, Dun. Will you abandon your comrades or will you shoot again and give away your location? Tiancheng said, and continued to aim his rifle.
A second later, a shot was heard. A fiery ray hit the ground very close to the mechanic's foot. The young man got scared and jumped back. Damn it, said the boy Dune. I think I should bring him to clean water. Our hero found this crazy man. He took him at gunpoint. I kept an eye on him and didn't shoot yet. Tiancheng noticed a small beam of light on the upper floors of the building. The young man froze and immediately understood everything. It was the glare of the rifle sight. So here you are, said the crazy fanatic, and laughed. What a ridiculous failure. Explosive fragmentation bullet. Try Dune, you should like it, Tiancheng said, and fired a shot from his rifle. The bullet flew towards the recipient, leaving a trail of fire behind it. The bullet flew at very high speed. Dune noticed that he had been discovered. He was surprised and a little scared. The boy saw a fiery shot approaching him. Literally a moment later, a huge explosion was heard on the top floor of the building. There was so much smoke and fire that it was as if boxes of TNT had exploded in the building.
Boss, not this! Damn this bastard, what did he do?
The grief-stricken boy cried out. The leader will be fine. We must leave quickly. The longer we delay, the more rune creatures we will have to fight, the mechanic said loudly. Hang in there, boss. Once we destroy the border point, we will return and help you, said the boy Juan, looking at the building burning after the explosion. The walls of the building were completely destroyed, but our hero managed to survive. He stood on the edge of the house and looked down. It was very close. I was almost hit by this shot, thought our hero. This is an E-rank skill. This is an explosive fragmentation bullet. This crazy guy must be a very rich guy, said the boy Dune. In any case, I must quickly leave the area, said the leader, and began to quickly run away from the place where he was practically blown up. Tang, Ruin, and others had to leave the danger zone. Now I just need to find him and keep him occupied until they finish the mission, thought the boy Dun. The leader began to move along the corridor of the multi-story building, turned left, then right. He quickly changed his position so as not to be detected. Suddenly the boy named Dung stopped abruptly. He heard something. It was clear that our hero was a little scared. Then he saw large monkey paws on the floor, who appeared there very unexpectedly. What kind of monkeys are these? Where did they come from on such a high floor of a skyscraper? Dung began to ask himself. It's a devil monkey, frank beast. This is a strong, bloodthirsty, and cruel beast. The boy Dun looked at the monkeys carefully and did not take his eyes off them. He tried to control the situation. Damn it, give me a break. This day only gets worse, the boy said out loud. Thunder rumbled outside and lightning flashed across the sky. Soon it began to rain very heavily. The monkey stood and looked at our hero. Down took his sword in his hands and was ready to repel their attack on himself. Then the monkey opened its mouth with sharp teeth and screamed loudly, after which the monkey hit the floor with his large, powerful fist. The concrete floor slabs began to break from such a strong impact. I'm not afraid of you. Come on, attack! Looking into the eyes of the monkey, a boy named Dun shouted loudly. He held his sword in front of him. Literally, a second later, the monkey pushed off strongly from the ground and jumped to attack the Dung boy. Runic skill, / Our hero said this phrase loudly and was already ready to repel this attack of the monkeys on himself. Dun leader swung his sword and a trail of fire formed in the air, which flew to chop the monkey in half. Dongboy swung his sword once more and cut the monkey in half. The two halves of the body flew in different directions. But at that same second, another equally large monkey jumped on him. She stretched her paw forward to grab the boy with her sharp, large claws. Damn, another monkey. Where do they come from here? A boy named Dun shouted loudly and indignantly. The big monkey put its paw forward and very strong energy flew out of it towards our hero. It was a powerful energy blow. The impact was so great that the Dung boy was thrown several meters back. Dune landed on his injured knee. My leg hurt a lot. The bandages were all covered in blood. It turns out that the injury is affecting my speed. This is not very good news for me, our hero was reasoning at that moment. The monkey opened its mouth wide and screamed loudly. The white sharp teeth were terrifying, and the red eyes were terrifying. The big monkey pushed off strongly from the floor, right up to the ceiling, and jumped on a boy named Dunn. The boy froze and did not move. He watched the big monkey's actions carefully and didn't even blink at that moment. Sweat appeared on his face. He was just waiting for the moment to make his precise shot, and he did it. Don shot a fire beam from his rifle straight at the big ape's head, and the dead monkey fell right a few meters from our hero. The boy continued to sit, leaning on one knee. He confidently held his red rifle in his hands. Dune raised his head, looked forward, and shouted in a threatening loud voice, "Come on! Be brave! Attack!" Another huge monkey stood in front of him and made strange sounds. The monkey looked carefully at the boy as if waiting for his moment. The huge monkey stood on its hind legs and screamed loudly. At this moment, a large number of muscles began to appear on the monkey's body, and there was a strange red and purple glow around the monkey's body. A nightmare. Once this monkey goes berserk, it will become as strong as an E-rank beast, but the trouble is that the wounded me will not be able to compare with it, and our hero decided to shoot without waiting any longer. He began to fire shots, one after another. Fiery bullets flew straight into the torso of the big ape. The giant monkey very deftly dodged every shot. None of the bullets reached their target. This made the monkeys even more angry. The boy was very surprised. How did this monkey really begin to turn into the most powerful monster so quickly? I clearly don't have enough time to kill her. Our hero gradually began to back away. The monkey gained strength and speed. She was getting closer and closer to the boy in order to destroy him. Dunn saw the elevator behind him. What an idea, this could work in my favor, thought the boy Dunn. The giant monkey reached out with all its might to our hero with its large paws. With her large claws, she wanted to tear his flesh. Boy Don pressed his back against the elevator doors. He confidently held his rifle in front of him, and there was calmness and composure on his face. It was clear that he had a plan in his head and was in control of the situation. Well, that time has come. Now or never, the boy thought to himself. The elevator doors opened. At that moment, the big monkey jumped on our hero. The Dung boy dodged this jump and the monkey missed. The big monkey flew further into the open elevator door and began to fall into the elevator shaft. It was clear that the leader had outwitted this monkey. Then the boy Don began shooting at the giant monkey, which was falling down the elevator shaft. Even if this monkey does not die from the fall, then with my last shot everything will work, said the boy Dune, and continued shooting. He carefully waited for the moment when he needed to take the decisive shot. At that moment the boy felt a terrible pain in his leg. My wound has reopened. This could cause me a lot of problems, thought the boy Dunn. 2 more rune stones. But it's such a pity that I can't absorb their runic energy right now. I could upgrade my level, then the new one would be fine, the boy said while he was collecting rune stones. In any case, before Tiancheng finds me, I have to go check on the situation of Ruan and the others, said the Dong leader. Of course, I must quickly get rid of this psycho named Tiancheng. The boy Don spoke to himself and continued walking down the corridor. Moans and grinding sounds were heard from the elevator shaft. Strange and frightening sounds became brighter and closer. After some time, a monkey's paw appeared from the elevator shaft. She confidently took hold of the floor of this house. It was night outside. The weather was simply disgusting. A strong wind was blowing, and most importantly, it was pouring rain. We are located 1 hour walk from the stadium, but given all the animals we will encounter, we may spend much more time on the journey than we planned, said a young man with yellow hair and glasses. Then it will take us at least 3 or 4 hours. So when we get there, it will be morning. The mechanic continued talking. That's it, hang in there, guys. We have to go. Let's look around and be careful, the boy Juan shouted loudly. A monster appeared in the alley between the houses. He was noticed by a girl with brown hair who was simply walking between the houses. The girl stopped abruptly and even practically stopped breathing. She almost imperceptibly began to look in the direction where it seemed to her that she saw a monster. Suddenly, someone's paws with large claws fell right on the shoulders of a girl with brown hair. She was very scared and even opened her mouth out of fear. Summer was just a giant rat. A rat that reached a height of several meters. This monster held the girl and did not let go. Friends, we urgently need to save this girl. Need to do something. Let's throw out your options already. Hurry up, one of the team members spoke loudly. At that moment, a shot was fired. The bullet, followed by a trail of fire, hit the huge rat directly in the head and eye. The girl grabbed her head in horror and began to cry. Unexpectedly, for everyone, the giant rat fell on its back. It became clear to everyone that the rat was dead and no longer dangerous. "This is the leader!" a girl named Lulu screamed loudly and enthusiastically. "I'm telling you for sure that only our leader can shoot like that. That means he's alive, so he protects us." Even though this exceeds our communication range, the boss was still able to hit his target. "Yes, he's just handsome," said Juan. "I wonder if he dealt with Tian Cheng?" "That shot earlier could have given away his location," said the mechanic with yellow hair. "Explosive fragmentation bullet," a crazy fanatic named Tian Cheng said loudly and fired a shot from his rifle. "Damn it." Yasnova opened his position to this idiot. "We need to do something quickly," the boy said out loud. Our hero ran with all his might in the other direction, and behind him a shot was already heard, after which there was an explosion. As expected, this psychopath is always watching me. It turns out that I am the main goal for him, the boy was thinking at that moment. "I've never fought another sniper before. This battle excites me, but fortunately, I have a lot of decent places here where I can hide." The boy thought at that moment and began to go down the stairs. Walking down the stairs, a boy named Dune took his rifle and took aim. "Now let the final battle begin. Looks like this will only end when one of us is eliminated," our hero said out loud. The crazy fanatic also sat in his ambush and waited for a boy named Dunn to open up and appear in front of him. He really wanted to be the first to shoot. "Dune, idiot, don't you understand that you are simply doomed? Boy, what do you even hope for? Tell me this funny secret." The lone wolf spoke out loud. The shuttles continued to fly in the sky and observe everything that was happening on the island. At that second, the chief examiner became very angry and hit the table with all his fist. "What the hell is going on there?" the man shouted loudly. "Is there really nothing we can do to deal with Tian Cheng, this madman?" The chief examiner shouted in rage and watched what was happening on the monitors in real time. This madman attacks the Dun, despite knowing the situation. He puts the lives of everyone on the island at risk. Once this is over, he will be punished by the Rune Hunters Court, the examiner said indignantly. "We've lost control of the island, so I'm afraid there's nothing we can do," said the researcher. "Tian Cheng better than Dong. He should have been chosen for the mission in the first place." "By the way, I told you about this," said the deputy examiner and began to scratch his beard with his hand. "I said to be silent. Do not forget that you will also have to go to court for neglecting your duties," the chief examiner shouted in rage. "Do I remember everything that I observed on the monitor? Then I can definitely say that Tian Cheng is uneven," said the girl in the suit. "It's hard to say, but Tian Cheng has strong skills. Even though the Dune has armor for protection, he is injured and cannot move normally," said the man with the white beard. "This only proves that human greed and ambition are more dangerous than the animals that cross their path," said the chief examiner. "Dune, you just have to succeed," the chief examiner said in a serious voice. On the island of thunderstorms, thunder rumbled and the whole sky sparkled. It was raining heavily. Dunn stood in ambush and held his red rifle at the ready. At any moment he was ready to deliver a crushing shot, and the boss fired. Dong Leader missed. His shot hit a few meters from the target, and now the loner psycho was ready to fire back. The wolf stood up, confidently took his rifle and took aim. "Explosive fragmentation bullet," Tian Cheng said loudly, and fired. His shot also missed its target. The explosion occurred a few meters from our hero. Dune managed to jump to the side. "The reload time for the bullet is quite long, so now is my time to counterattack." Looking at his opponent, said a boy named Dunn. Our hero appeared on the roof of one of the houses. He took careful aim with his rifle and spoke a sentence. "Snake Eyes, do you think you are safe because you are behind a wall?" "I just need to keep hitting the same spot," the boy said. With the help of Snake Eyes, our hero saw his opponent in red. The thermal imager worked, and the Dun took aim at him. "I can break through a wall," said a boy named Dun and fired several shots. Large, red-hot rays of fire flew towards the crazy fanatic. Tian Cheng stood near the wall. Next to him, bullets fired by our hero flew through the concrete walls. "Damn it. How can he break through a thick concrete wall? This is incredible. But still can't defeat me," Tian Cheng said. "Even though my runestone skills are inferior to yours, I have many ways to close the gap. I am not weaker," the boy said loudly, and continued to aim. "Weaklings like you are not fit to be rune hunters." "Now I'll send you to hell, boy," Tian Cheng said in a menacing, serious voice. Rune skill, musical ballistic line, the lone wolf said in a loud voice, and fired his rifle shot. What? Where did he get this skill from? The boy named Dunn shouted indignantly. This shot hit the boy's protective suit directly. The shot was so powerful that our hero was thrown back several meters, so much so that he even dropped his rifle from his hands. The leader named Dung fell on his back and screamed loudly in pain. And through his special glasses, the boy spied on his opponent. With this skill, even if you are behind the wall, I can still hit you. What a pity that the accuracy is low. If not for this, I would have shot him in the head right away. You won't be able to hide anymore. Boxing death has already set its sights on you. The young man said, smiling. It was close. Without this armor, I would have been destroyed. Even though the armor blocked most of the damage, my chest still felt like a car had crashed into me, said Dune. I just can't lose to him. I definitely have to complete this mission. Our hero burst into tears and reasoned at that moment. A door opened on the roof of the house. A huge monkey with red eyes appeared behind the door. She, as always, made strange and unpleasant sounds.
What? Isn't that crazy monkey dead yet?
Turning to the monkey, our hero said out loud in surprise. I feel like I'm just trapped, thought Dunn. Dune, baby, you know yourself that you can't run away from me. There will only be one champion, and it will be me, the young man said in a calm voice. Dune continued to hide. It's a spotlight. Connected to backup power? Is it so, then, I have a way to deal with this psychopath named Tian Cheng? Thought the boy Dunn. Tian Cheng continued to search through his scope for our hero. Come on, where are you hiding, boy? The young man spoke out loud. Then, in his scope, he saw the silhouette of a young man standing on the roof. So here you are, boy, said the lone wolf. Tian Cheng fired his shot at the silhouette he saw on the roof. His shot hit the target right in the head. The young man with purple hair was very happy and laughed. Dune, you are so weak, you are so stupid. And suddenly the loner froze and looked at the roof of the house. His eyes became very large in surprise. Tian Cheng saw a headless, demonic, bloody monkey fall from the roof of the house. And where is the boy himself, then? Within seconds, a bright white light was directed at the mentally ill young man. The light was so bright that it simply hurt the eyes and nothing was visible around. Tian Cheng, now prepare to be destroyed, a boy named Dunn shouted in a loud voice. The light was so bright that it was not visible where our hero was. Horror, what is this bright light? Where did the electricity even come from in this long-abandoned city? Asked the lone wolf indignantly. Tian Cheng fired his rifle towards where that bright white light came from. The young man actually hit the spotlight with his shot, and the bright light immediately went out. Now it was possible to see where the boy was. Our hero was sitting on the roof of the house, a few meters from this spotlight. In his hands he held, of course, his red rifle. Damn it, Dunn! You used the light to hide. It turns out that with my shot, I simply revealed my position, said the young man. The first lesson on how to be a rune hunter. The strong must shed blood for the weak. Tian Cheng, you are not fit to be a rune hunter, our hero shouted loudly and in an angry voice. You're just a complete idiot. You have no right to tell me this. Tian Cheng became very angry and began to clench his fists. Runestone skill. Cyclone blast, our hero said loudly and fired his shot. The bullet flew at a very high speed, and behind it, a plume of energy developed in a zigzag. The energy swirled the air around itself like a tornado, and inside this tornado there was a trail of fire. Our hero hit his assailant directly. He immediately found himself in an orange capsule. He was tied hand and foot, but continued to scream loudly in indignation. No, it's simply impossible. How so? I'm stronger than you, stronger and smarter. This is unfair. I must become the champion of this mission. Tian Cheng continued to shout loudly and indignantly. Finally, don't have to worry about that annoying, mentally ill man anymore. Serves you right, idiot, the boy shouted and laughed loudly. The world of rune hunters is more ruthless and cruel than the normal world. So I need to keep getting stronger to protect Xiaoxi and others. Our hero was thinking at that moment. Xiaoxi, I know you are watching me. Don't worry, Big Brother will return safe and sound, said the boy, knowing for sure that now his sister is watching the report on TV. My sister was simply shocked. Brother, I will be waiting for you to return. Our hero's younger sister said this phrase in an exciting voice. Does he really only care about Xiaoxi? What about the rest and those who are worried about him? The girl began to be offended and indignant. Jingting. She must be jealous, the man thought looking at the girl. He noticed that she lacked attention. But the boy Dunn continues to surprise everyone. It is most important. The main thing is that everything is fine with him now and he is close to victory, thought the man. The Dunn would return home sooner. We all miss him very much. It's somehow calmer with him. The boy with glasses thought to himself. His performance up to this point has been amazing. And this is worthy of praise and applause, the man continued to think. At this rate, once the trials are over, all the top rune hunter universities will be competing for it. That's for sure. Because he is the best. The man continued to think.
Hooray!
Our boy Dung has finally defeated this psycho, the assistant shouted enthusiastically. Yes, this guy is the best and definitely full of surprises, said the chief examiner. But Tian Cheng will be sent to trial by the rune hunters even if he survives, the assistant said. Shu, tell me if the best university is following him? Asked the chief examiner. Recruiter Shu Chu? Will you remain silent or will you still give me an answer? Said the examiner. Dong is certainly a talented guy. It would be a pity if he didn't enroll in our Beiji University, said the man with the white beard. Are you saying that our Chi Yao University cannot educate him properly? Is that what you mean, old man? The girl in the suit began to be indignant. Our university is simply the best in the Union. I believe that as soon as the Dun returns from the island, he will definitely make the right decision. The man with the white beard continued talking. This made the girl with red hair very angry. Do you really think that our university is some kind of second rate? What can you do, old man? The girl was indignant. Okay, you two, stop arguing. The problem has not yet been resolved, the chief examiner said in a calm voice. I don't understand what's happening again, the assistant said in an excited voice. The magnetic field around the island is changing again. Be more clear about what exactly is going on, said the examiner. It seems that the D-rank rune beast is trying to break through, but due to the wormhole's rank limitation, it can't go through right away. But in about 3 hours, the wormhole will have collected enough energy to allow him to get through here, the assistant said in a worried voice. 3 hours! If Don and the others fail, the D-rank beast will kill everyone involved before we can fire the cannon, said the examiner. There is another bad news. The beast disrupted the island's magnetic field, causing the thunderstorm zone to expand. It will completely engulf the entire island in 4 hours, said the assistant. If this happens, then believe me, not a single participant will be able to survive on this island. The assistant continued talking. The elderly man with a white beard was surprised and fell silent. He didn't know what to say at this moment. The deputy examiner was also shocked by the news. He also did not have a plan to get out of this situation. This means they must blow up this border point ASAP, the examiner said in an exciting voice. 2 hours later, stadium. The weather is terrible. The sky is overcast, and it is raining heavily. There are a lot of holes in the sky around. Hooray! We finally got there and arrived at this stadium. Exhaled and said a boy named Juan. The whole team was tired, too. From here we can see the command center building, so the boss can see us too, said the young man with yellow hair. I'm just wondering if this exceeds his firing range, the mechanic said. Guys, let's quickly go inside, said the girl named Lulu. The whole team began to go inside the stadium. There were a large number of seats for spectators around them. Guys, wait, I see animals, Juan said in a quiet voice. The whole team became the weight of the large hole. Monsters of various sizes began to appear, and the most important thing is that there were a very large number of them. From small to simply gigantic, there were monsters that walked on the ground, and there were also monsters that flew in the sky. Such a big wormhole, it seems like this is the right place. Taking a closer look, the boy said, I can't believe my eyes. Look how many animals there are, said one young man. There are even more of them than there were last time. How do we now place the bombs next to the wormhole? This is simply unrealistic, asked another team member. Even with my drone, it is impossible to translate them all at once. Not to mention that there are also many flying animals here, the girl said to one of the team members. Are these beasts protecting the wormhole? No, this is too strange. Low-ranking animals are not that smart. A young man with yellow hair began to reason out loud. Low-ranking animals are not that smart, the mechanic thought, and repeated this phrase several times. Tan, what did you find? Don't hesitate. Tell us soon, Juan asked loudly. Speak quickly. I'm just bursting with curiosity. Starting at D rank, rune beasts are known to become territorial and often order low-rank beasts to stand guard, the mechanic said his thought. These beasts are not here to defend the wormhole, but to stand guard over another beast as it tries to pass through the wormhole, said the boy Dunn. Damn. The probability of an F-rank worm letting the beast through is lower than winning the lottery. I never thought this would actually happen, the boy said loudly. I have to do something, otherwise the mechanic and the others won't have a chance to destroy the border point. Our hero continued speaking. A very bright lightning flashed over the stadium. Thunder roared in the sky so that the earth shook under our feet. And the worst thing was that it was pouring rain. I wonder what's happening now, our hero began to ask himself and think, looking at the sky. Everyone, please be careful, the boy Juan shouted in a loud voice. Some guys screamed in fear and began to cover their faces with their hands. The guys began to peek around the corner to remain invisible to the animals. Their faces were very scared. What it is, I've never seen this before, said a young man with glasses and yellow hair. The guys saw a huge lizard in front of them. These are all devouring basilisks, a D-rank beast. This monster has already put its head through the wormhole. At that moment, the mechanic screamed loudly in fear. This is a smooth D-rank beast. These are all devouring basilisks. Guys, we will never cope with this. We can't give up. Juan began to speak. This all-consuming basilisk hasn't fully come out yet. We can just go deeper into the wormhole, but the stadium is filled with monsters. Even if the basilisk doesn't come out, we have no way to kill the other beasts, said another team member. There must be some way. Must! We just need to find it. Let's all think together. What would the leader do if he were here? Juan spoke in an alarming voice. It was very hot outside and it was raining heavily. Suddenly a siren began to be heard in the air. Everyone heard the siren sounds. It's a siren, the girl Lulu shouted loudly. Does that mean the barrier was destroyed? Examiner Yan will come for us to save us? No, this sound is coming from the building in which the dune is located. This is not a rescue siren, the young man with glasses said in a calm voice. And then what? Asked Juan. With every second the sound became louder and louder. The animals began to stop on the ground, and in the air the animals hovered in one place. It was as if they stopped to all look in the same direction. Incredible! Because of this nasty sound, all the animals are heading in that direction, the mechanic shouted in surprise. He's luring everyone to him so we have a chance to transfer the bombs. The mechanic continued talking. We are so lucky to have our leader. He is the smartest among us. He did everything right, as expected from our leader. The boy Juan began to give out compliments. The girl Lulu covered her face with her palms in fear. But doesn't this guys mean that he will have to face all these monsters all alone? There are many of us, but he is alone there. It's too dangerous. Even the boss can't resist so many rune beasts. He will die. He will die. The girl with brown hair began to worry. Lulu was very upset and practically cried. No, please don't say that, said Lulu. Suddenly, one of the team members pointed his finger to the side and shouted for everyone. Most likely, look, absolutely all the animals headed towards this building. This is our chance. Then hurry up and grab the explosives. We're leaving now. A young man with glasses began to command. We understood everything and agreed. The team replied, so we take all the explosives that we can carry away. We are working strictly according to our plan. And may we be lucky, said the mechanic. This is really dangerous for Dunn. So we must complete this mission no matter what happens. The young man with glasses thought to himself. Okay, team, let's go, the mechanic commanded loudly. We must not miss our chance that our leader has given us. Forward! The morale of all teams increased. They got angry. The whole team began chanting the words, "We will do it! We will do it!" Everyone immediately began to take huge green bags with explosives. Each of them had several bags in their hands. The first to go was a boy named Juan. He was carrying 2 large bags of explosives. Team, stay alert and stay close to each other, with commanded by Juan. Juan carried these heavy bags with explosives and was very worried about his leader. Dunn, boss, you must hold on. You must definitely survive. Juan kept talking. At that moment, all the animals, as if trained, walked and flew towards one building. Not noticing anyone or anything, they moved only towards one goal. The named Don stood and watched what was happening. He saw that the animals began to obey. It's good that they all come here, our hero said out loud. Now we are in a race against time. You must succeed no matter what happens around. The boy looked at the animals and reasoned. It's a whole horde of runestone beasts. The number of these animals simply cannot be counted. Home at this moment done. The young man clenched his hand tightly into a fist. Last time I was just a helpless child when I encountered these beasts. I was a child then, but now I have grown up, I have become strong and brave. I have become resilient and an excellent sniper, the boy said, and loaded his rifle. Now I will make you pay for breaking into my world, our hero said in a serious voice. The young man held his red rifle tightly in his hands. He practically did not pay attention to the fact that his left leg was wounded. Absolutely all the animals became obedient. Altogether they walked and flew exactly towards the sound. They were like trained circus animals. A boy named Dunn began to shoot these animals. The first shot hit the huge purple monster with spikes on its back right in the head. Splashes of blood scattered in different directions. At this moment, the boy was angry as never before. Emotions and anger overwhelmed him. He reloaded the rifle again and shouted loudly, "Giving! Who is next?" After killing the beast, the game monitor lit up. It showed the current situation at the moment. At the moment, 54 points have accumulated. The sewing circle on the island thundered. Lightning began to flash more and more often in the sky. There were more of them every minute. The boy stopped and looked carefully at the sky. Wait, is it just me or is the storm zone expanding faster? Thought the boss. Damn it! Our hero shouted loudly and alarmingly. This means that we don't have much time left to complete our mission. Guys, let's hurry up. Keep moving forward. I understand that it's hard for everyone, but no one will do it for us. Boy Juan spoke and supported the team. The head of a large lizard was increasingly peeking out from a huge wormhole. The team was practically near this hole. Hurry up, guys! Throw your bags of explosives right here, the girl Lulu began to command. She waved her hands and asked the team to hurry up. Each team member approached the girl and put all the bags with explosives in a large pile. There was a very large amount of explosives. The large, huge lizard's eyes began to glow orange. He opened his mouth, began to hiss loudly, and stretch out his long red tongue. Lulu's girl turned around and got a little scared. I think this basilisk monster noticed us. What do we do? Lulu asked. The monster opened its mouth and began to spew fire. The advice of fire was unnatural and very bright. It simply blinded the eyes. This bright flash blinded the girl Lulu. She couldn't look, her eyes hurt, and she screamed in pain. The clown immediately ran up, a boy named Juan, and took out his big red shield. With this shield, he held back the flames of fire, which spewed out its passes at the large lizard. I'm holding you, said Juan. The Lolu girl was hiding behind her back against a big fat boy named Juan. She still couldn't open her eyes from the pain. This is too much pressure. I won't be able to hold him back for very long, said Juan. With the last of his strength, the boy held onto his shield so as not to burn alive. The mechanic saw all this. He began to worry about the guys and loudly shouted words of support. Juan and Lulu, guys, hang in there. After that, the mechanic took his cannon and put it on his shoulder. The young man began to take aim. Even if my weapon cannot harm the basilisk, it is enough to attract its attention, the mechanic said. The young man with yellow hair fired the first shot. A large missile flew out of his cannon and flew towards the large lizard. The rocket hit the lizards and an explosion occurred. Of course, this did not cause any damage or harm to the huge beast. But for a few seconds he was distracted and looked in the direction from where they were shooting. Then another fiery explosion occurred in the country from the lizard. The large, huge lizard turned to the side and looked at the fire. All the other animals stopped and froze for a few seconds. They were looking in the direction where the explosion occurred in the stadium, to where the shell that the mechanic fired from his cannon exploded. But as a side effect, the explosion will attract other animals. And this is not the best story, the mechanic thought at that moment. Now! Hurry up and set the explosives. Guys, move and work faster. We don't have any time left, the mechanic shouted loudly. Everything is already in place, shouted one of the team members. The guys stood near a large pile of green bags that were filled to capacity with explosives. Now guys, let's get out of here and quickly, a young man with yellow hair and glasses continued to command. And within a second, all the team members were running as fast as they could from the place where they had placed the explosives. Hurry up! Let's hurry! The guys talked and supported each other. The boy named Juan ran as fast as he could. In general, running was not his strong point. He lacked physical fitness and stamina, but he tried and didn't want to let his team down. So I ran and endured as best I could. We are at a safe distance, the boy Juan said in a satisfied voice. Now it's time to smash them to pieces. Will this end soon? It's just a nightmare in which we are the main characters. I wish it would end sooner, said the girl with brown hair. She was holding the control panel in her hands. The girl was about to press the button to make an explosion, but at that moment a green energy lightning flew next to her. The girl stopped and froze. Out of fear, her eyes became very large. She didn't even fully understand what just didn't happen. Yes, Lieutenant, let's press. Blow up this evil. Let's fry them. Don't go any faster, a boy named Juan shouted loudly. But the girl could not press the button to detonate the explosive, because the energy lightning knocked the control panel out of her hands and it fell to the ground. A large green mantis stood in front of the girl. Mantis, this is an E-rank Reaper. This is a rune beast. It was he who knocked the control panel out of the girl's hands. Mantis Reaper! One of the team members shouted loudly. It was clear that he was very frightened. This is an E-rank beast. We will never cope with him, but we need to kill him, cried the boy Juan. Juan ran with all his might to help, with an iron box behind his back. Take out the devices and blow it up, the mechanic shouted loudly. Yes, exactly. How did I not think of it right away? Juan answered. A young man with yellow hair rushed to grab the control panel that was lying on the ground. But at that moment, the mantis broke the control panel with its sharp tip. Die, stupid insect! Shouted a boy named Juan and jumped to attack the green giant mantis. The mantis waved its paw, and the green energy field pushed the boy named Jean aside. The mantis accepted the fight, and began to fight with the team members with its many sharp paws. He tore some people in half. Then the green giant mantis stopped and began to look around. He looked at the guys and waited for their further actions. What should he do now? The young man with yellow hair screamed in horror. Have we really screwed up? Have we really not succeeded now, having come this far? On ships and shuttles that hovered in the sky, they continued to monitor the progress of thunder and lightning happening on the island. Gentlemen, it seems all their efforts are in vain, and in the current state of affairs, before dawn, all participants on the island will simply die, said a man with glasses and a white beard. Just some bad luck. How long will it take for the cannon to get here? We cannot allow these beasts to run amok, said the chief examiner. The guy named Dune is still there, so we can't give up just yet, said the girl in the suit. Mr. Shu, I know that you have high hopes for the guy named Dong, but even he can do little in this situation. He is too far from the stadium. The certification is much greater than his shooting radius, said the man with the white beard. Moreover, I will tell you the following. It is this young man who is in the most dangerous situation, the chief examiner said in an alarming voice. The boy sat on the roof of the house for a long time and shot animals with his rifle. Now he was shooting at the monsters that were flying in the sky. If we don't use explosives, we will all soon be devoured by these beasts. I'm too far away now, our hero reasoned at that moment. No, it's too early for all of us to give up. You need a little patience and keep fighting, reasoned the young man Dong. Lydia named Dung looked through his scope at a large pile of bags with explosives. Through the laser sight, he poured a red dot directly into the center of one of the bags. E-rank chronic skill, Cyclone Burst. It increases my shooting range by 100% so I can do it, our hero thought at that moment. And after that, the young man fired his shot. A bullet and a fiery beam flew towards the bags with explosives. Just don't let me down, cyclonic explosion, a boy named Dune said loudly. The bullet charged with energy flew at very high speed. The large giant basilisk lizard froze and watched as something luminous was approaching it very quickly. And literally 1 second later, there was a terrible explosion. All the bags containing explosives began to detonate. All this happened right next to the big lizard. In pain, the lizard opened its mouth wide and growled with all its might. The explosion was very powerful. The fire heated and burned everything within a radius of 100 meters. The green giant mantis was next to the large lizard. Fire and explosion overtook him too. The head of the giant lizard fell from a great height directly onto the green mantis and crushed it to the ground. Explosion? A young man with yellow hair shouted in surprise. Who blew it up? Who called for bags with explosives? Was it really our leader Dunn who did this? A large crater formed in the dome that covered the entire island. A very large amount of fire flew out of this hole. A boy named Dung raised his head up and looked at the sky. The dome was partially destroyed, and now a large number of ships and shuttles were clearly visible in the sky. Yes, we did it, the young man said in a satisfied voice. Our hero smiled and continued to look at the sky. But I'm still in danger, and something needs to be done urgently about this. The boy suddenly remembered this. Our hero was sitting on the roof of the house and holding the rifle tightly in front of him. A large number of different animals crawled up the walls of the building. I knew he had to risk his life to become a rune hunter. We never thought that I would die during the test. Thought it that second done. Our hero closed his eyes and continued to speak to himself. Uncle Zhao, Boss Poison Wolf, Sister Firefox, Senior Sister Feng Rui. But the most important thing is Xiao Shi. What will happen to her if I don't take care of her? Monsters and giant beasts began to get closer and closer to our hero. Some animals have already climbed onto the roof. Several large flying beasts also hovered overhead near the dun. No, I can't die here and now. I refuse to choose here. I will fight and fight until the last drop of blood. The boy shouted loudly and grabbed his rifle with his hands. The house began to aim at these animals, but at that moment, many red-hot and fiery daggers flew towards the animals. These fiery, hot daggers began to pierce through every animal that was next to the boy named Dun. Our hero looked at everything that was happening around him, and his surprise knew no bounds. Dong didn't understand what was happening at all. The animals died one after another. After some time, the boy down stood on the roof of the house, and around him lay the corpses of killed animals and monsters. What happened now? What killed these animals instantly? Or who killed them? The young man asked loudly. Hi, Dun! Suddenly a loud male voice was heard from behind the boy. The young man turned to look. A man in brown clothes jumped onto the roof of this house where our hero was located. Looks like I came on time, Dun, the man said and spread his arms to the sides. It was the chief examiner. The boy was very happy. Chief Examiner Yan, was it you? Thank you for saving me, said the young man. Stop it, no, we should be thanking all of you, answered the chief examiner to the boy. They say that a difficult situation reveals a person's true nature, and you have shown the spirit of a rune hunter, said the chief examiner, then swung his sword and cut the huge reptile in half, who approached him from the side. Thanks to your selfless and heroic act, everyone on the island is saved. This deserves praise, my boy, said the examiner. He killed these creatures as if they were bugs. As expected, Chief Examiner Yan is indeed very strong, the boy thought at that moment. The chief examiner raised his right hand and placed it on his heart as a sign of gratitude. My young friend Dun, only you are the real hero here. Believe me, I know what I'm talking about, said the chief examiner. Our hero was very surprised. His eyes widened and his mouth opened slightly. I am a hero? Asked the boy. Yes, you are a hero. Next, the rescue squad will take over. Now is our time to fight back, the man said in a confident voice. The chief examiner took a few steps to the side, then ran and pushed off strongly from the roof of the building on which he stood. Leaving the rest to us, the chief examiner shouted loudly again. He spread his white wings behind his back and flew. The young man was pleased with himself. He smiled and thought, well, I guess I don't need to do anything else. So Dun stood on the roof of the house and watched as the rescue squad shot all the monsters that were still left. They worked clearly and harmoniously. They were a real team of professionals. The rescue squad began to evacuate young people from this island. At that moment, they were rescuing the girl. It was her green hands that the giant mantis cut off, along with the explosives control panel. She was lying on a stretcher and receiving first aid. Hold on, you hear me? Just hold on, the boy said to the girl. For some time, our hero named Dun simply stood on the roof and looked at the sky. He breathed deeply and realized that this whole nightmare was over. After a while, a shaky flew up to the young man and hovered in the air above him. I survived. Sister Xiao Shi, your elder brother, is returning home, our hero thought to himself. The spotlight that was shining on the shuttle emitted a very strong, bright white light. He practically blinded the boy. The house began to cover its face with its hands. The ship landed on the roof of the house. The young man stepped aside and waited to see what would happen next, because he didn't know who had arrived. The doors of the ship opened, and a girl in a suit and a young man in a white coat with a medical suitcase began to emerge from them. Dune, let the medics examine your wounds. Don't worry, they will take good care of you and provide you with the best treatment, said the woman. It's okay, I'm not seriously injured, answered the young man. As soon as you have rested, we can talk about your admission to our university, the woman said in a satisfied voice. Are you serious? Chi Yao University? You really? the young man asked in a joyfully loud voice. A man with a white beard and glasses appeared from the doors of a ship that was flying nearby. He was nervous, angry, and shouted loudly, "Oh, you nasty girl egg! You are ahead of me again!" "Don't you dare lure him in before I get there," shouted a man with a beard from his shuttle. "Don't pay attention. This is the person who always kidnaps the students I focused on," said the woman. "He's an old man from a third-rate university. Just ignore him. It looks like the rescue operation is in full swing." "I really hope that everything is fine with my teammates," said Dunn. "My icon shows that Tan and the others are alive, but I wonder what's wrong with the others." Our hero thought at that moment. The woman continued talking. "I'm sorry. 2 of us died while trying to detonate bombs in the stadium, and a girl named Lee lost her arms." Dunn got upset. "I knew that losses were inevitable," said the boy. "They are real heroes. Their names will be engraved on the monument and will be remembered forever," answered the woman. "What you need to do now is get proper treatment and get a good night's sleep." The boy was given an IV, and our hero lay on the bed and rested. "And now, as for this," the woman said and held the badge in her hands, "believe me, you don't need this anymore. The ships evacuated everyone who remained alive on the island of Thunder and Thunder. Many ships flew across the sky, returning home to Earth. At home on the ground, a girl in a yellow jacket grabbed a pillow tightly with her hands and hugged it. She was watching the live broadcast from the island the whole time. "Dunn, you are amazing. I was afraid that you would die on the island. Cancel. Disappoint," the girl said. "Why do I care about him? Shouldn't I be relieved about Xiao instead?" the girl thought at that moment. "It does not matter. Thanks to his performance, Dong will be able to choose one of the 7 best universities. If he doesn't plan to join the military, Beiji University is his only choice. Which means that I could become a classmate of Dong, when he and I can go into the wild again," the girl continued to reason. At this time, glasses of wine were already being raised in honor of a young man named Dunn. "Dong, you really surprised me," said the woman. "You have gone from being a simple rune hunter to becoming the center of attention of the whole world. A bright future awaits you," said the woman. "Thus, admission to the best university is guaranteed. Yes, he will definitely become a real expert in the future. I admit, I wasn't sure about you at first, but it looks like I made the right bet this time." The woman continued talking. "Xiao, get ready. In 3 days we are leaving for this port. Don't forget to prepare our most luxurious transfer," the woman told her secretary on the phone. The girl was surprised. "Port? But boss, there was a wormhole outbreak on the island. It may be dangerous." "Do not worry about that. We are not going to bring home the hero of Qingshi District and Dong," answered the woman. "It became empty and dark around our hero." "I don't understand where I am?" the young man asked in surprise. "I saved 2,731 participants. I think since I stopped the wormhole outbreak, the system counted all the survivors as participants," said the young man. "In total, there were more than 2,900. This means that more than 200 people died. Think boy done." The game monitor began to show the following information. "The reward for your mission has been calculated. Congratulations, you have received the medicine for the development of the runic spirit." "So many great ones back?" The boy was surprised. "There is even a high-ranking medicine. You have completed all main missions. We will be happy to issue it after testing. It has been discovered that you are in a weakened state. Do you want to heal all your wounds? Click yes or no." And our hero reached out with his finger to press the button. After he pressed the button, his body began to change. The skin seemed to be peeling off his hands, and there was a white and blue glow around our hero. At this moment, our hero named Dune was very scared. There was a bright white light around him. The young man did not understand what was happening to him at the moment. After some time, the boy woke up in the hospital. He was lying in bed all bandaged. A girl with red hair was sitting on a chair next to him and was on duty. The young man turned to the girl and said, "Hi, sister, where? I don't understand anything and I have a terrible headache." "Have you finally decided to wake up, brat? You slept for 2 whole days," the girl said, smiling. It means he was surprised by this information. 2 days? Asked our hero. Having been in high-intensity combat for so long, once the mind relaxed, the body succumbed to exhaustion and went into sleep to recover. There were a few minor injuries, but the doctors treated them, so everything will be fine, sister said. Sister, how are things on the island? Asked the Dun. Are you still worried about it? But as soon as the border point was destroyed and the barrier was removed, reinforcements arrived and destroyed all the animals. So relax, everything went well. The girl said and smiled. Dune was delighted and scratched the back of his head. There's only one thing you need to worry about right now, the girl said and intrigued the guy. What's the matter? Asked the boy. Because of your excellent performance, you are the star of the championship. Do you know how many people I've already sent away? Now with a star student with high potential, many of them are trying to recruit you right now, said my sister. Does this mean I can choose any university I want? The young man asked in surprise. Don't be satisfied with just this. You can not only choose any university, but also set your own conditions. Our hero's sister began to teach. For example, waive the fee, receive a certain amount of runic crystals every month, choose your specialization or any instructor you like. My sister continued to give advice. Suddenly the door to the ward was tired of slowly opening. Our hero saw a man's hand pushing the door forward. The boy named Dong froze and made surprised eyes. He didn't know who else had decided to visit him in the hospital, although in principle he was not expecting guests today. The chief examiner and other representatives from different universities entered the room. They stood and looked at the young man. I wonder why not everyone looks at me like that, thought the boy. You're an amazing young man, an incomparable genius. Why don't you think about entering our university? Said the man with the beard. Then the man in black glasses began to say, If you enter our university, you will be exempt from all fees. We will approve you for graduate study. Then the man in uniform spoke. Our military academy needs talented geniuses like you. Join us and protect people with us. Each of these men in the ward offered to enroll in their university. Are they really university recruiters? Why do they look like salesmen? Looking at all these men, the young man thought. You are all teachers from famous universities, so please behave accordingly and with dignity, said the chief examiner. Almost all the men choked after such a remark addressed to them. They felt awkward. They lowered their eyes to the floor and fell silent. The chief examiner approached the boy and took him by the hand. Done, you're great, said the man. I represent my alma mater and welcome you to the Silver Dawn University. What are you going to say? The young man was simply in shock. Chief Examiner Ian, and here too? The boy was surprised. I can't just buy their words. As my sister said, I need to choose the one with favorable conditions. Our hero was thinking at that moment. At this moment, it was very difficult for him. All representatives of their universities offered their services to the boy as salesmen. Why don't everyone tell me about the benefits of going to your university? Offer, young man. I'll make a decision based on that. That sounds reasonable, said the man with the white beard. Let's list our suggestions so that Dunn can simply choose. I have listed the best aspects, and he will definitely come to us, said one of the representatives. None of you can put forward a better proposal than our university, said the man with a white beard. Gentlemen, remember to behave properly, said the examiner. Each of the university representatives wrote down on a piece of paper the benefits for the young person. After some time, they gave these sheets of paper to the Dun. Wow, so this is what it's like to be popular. This is very interesting. Even my head is spinning, the boy said and scratched his head. Okay, you forgot that now there's a patient who needs peace and rest. So, Lord, it's time for you all to leave the room, the sister said loudly and began to drive the men out. Don, the main thing is to make the right decision for yourself, a man with a white beard shouted loudly as he left. These people usually act arrogantly. Now that they have discovered a talented guy, we just act like children, said the sister and slammed the door to the ward behind the men. I don't know what to choose. Sister, perhaps you have any suggestions? Maybe you can give me a hint, said the boy. I never went to university, but a tough professional like you should go to a place full of monsters, the sister said in a serious voice. Is there such a university? The young man asked in surprise. He always listened to this girl's opinion. What I really mean is wildlife. But if you don't want to, then I suggest you practice for a while, said the girl with red hair. The sister began to leave and continued talking. Either way, you need to get a good rest. I will go. Take your time and think carefully about your choice. Also, there's a closing ceremony for the challenge tomorrow, so he'll be ready. The next day came, a lot of people gathered for the ceremony. Everyone was waiting for the start of this event. Plus, the chief examiner came out to the people and began to greet everyone. Hello, I am the chief examiner of the Yang test. Unfortunately, during this year's trials, more than 200 participants died due to a sudden wormhole outbreak. The examiner spoke. Let's honor the heroes who gave their lives during this trial. The chief examiner, placing his hand on his heart, suggested a moment of silence. However, despite the circumstances, many participants showed their merits and stood out with their excellent performances. The man continued to speak, and at that moment the entire team of the boy was listening with their eyes and heads down. You have all shown your strength and courage in the face of grave danger. In my eyes, you are the embodiment of the idea of a true rune hunter. Be proud of it. The examiner continued his speech.
Hell yes! We survived! We did it! That means we are the best!
A boy named Juan began to shout in a loud, satisfied voice. Now let me announce this year's champions, continued the chief examiner. He looked at all the guys and paused. This year, the champion was the rune sniper Dun from the Qingshi region. The Dun just froze. Our captain is amazing. If it weren't for him, I would have died on this island. Our boss is the best, the guys shouted loudly. Thanks to all, answered the boy Dun. I heard that Tian Qing was captured and sent to the rune hunter's court. He will spend at least 20 years in prison. He could never become a rune hunter again. The boy thought at that moment. Dun, come up on stage, said the examiner. Get up on stage and say a few words for everyone. The man continued speaking. Dung looked at the examiner and leaned on a crutch that helped him stand on his feet. With a slow gait, all tied with bandages, limping on one leg and leaning on his crutch, the boy walked up onto the stage. Standing on stage in front of everyone, Dong began to give his speech. 4 years ago, a wormhole outbreak occurred in my hometown. Countless beasts rushed to attack. At that time, I was too weak to do anything. I could only run and hide as my parents were killed by monsters. That day I felt helpless, despair. I vowed to become strong. I wanted to become strong to protect those I care about. At that moment, the young man burst into tears. I know many of you have felt the same helplessness and despair these past few days. All those who suffer, who have lost loved ones, remember. The blood of the strong will be shed for the weak. Thank them for such a sacrifice. After these words, the boy threw his crutch to the ground. Today I will take the oath again. Standing on 2 legs, the boy clenched his fists tightly. I swear that I will become strong. I will become strong enough to protect the weak and protect the strong. The people who stood and listened to the speech of the boy named Dun began to cry. For them, these are not just words. This is the oath of the man who became their boss and leader. The oath of the man who saved their lives. I never thought he had such a tragic past. No wonder he is stronger than all of us together. Looking at his leader, the young man with yellow hair thought. Yang patted our hero on the shoulder from behind. Well done, Dun. He said everything correctly, the man added. Fee, a young man named Doom, finished his speech and sadly lowered his eyes and head down. You are truly an inspiration. I look forward to the day when you become strong, said the chief examiner. Thank you, replied Dun. Fine. Now you can choose any university you want. So, young man, which university are you going to choose? Asked the chief examiner. All representatives of the best universities froze and practically did not breathe. Each of them expected that this guy would choose their university, because each of them wanted to get the best. I think the leader will choose Jidao University. It is a first-class university. I would choose him if I were in his place, said the girl Lulu. But it seems to me that he will enter the military academy. His leadership abilities are very strong, who knows? Maybe in the future he will even become a commander, the young man said to the yellow jacket. Dong, I dare to assure you that the facilities we have provided you are the best among all universities. I believe make a wise decision. Jidao University will be waiting for you. Thought at that moment a man with a white beard. This girl has always selected all the good and talented rune hunters. Now my time has come, said the man with the white beard. The girl in the suit also sat waiting for a positive response to her university from our hero, but she hoped to the end that the guy would choose her university. It's time to give your answer. Don, don't be silent. Tell me what you choose. The chief examiner continued to speak. Yes, I hear you. I just needed time to think and weigh everything carefully. Yes, I choose, the boy said and took a break. The main representative of the best universities, who were sitting at the table and waiting for a positive answer, became a little tense. The young man named Doong paused and did not yet name which university of his choice. The man with a white beard and glasses was very nervous. He rather wanted to hear the name of his university from our hero. The boy Dun continued speaking. So I choose Chiyao University, and pointed his finger at the girl who was a representative of this university. The man with the beard was shocked. Dun? You're sure? No matter what conditions are offered, our Jidao University can provide you with twice, no, 10 times more. The indignant man with the beard began to speak loudly. Teacher Bo, it's good for me to talk about our business secrets, said the girl with red hair. I don't care, we should have done. I can't let him go somewhere else, answered the man with the beard. Okay, please calm down. The examiner began to speak. Gentlemen, your universities were originally a single whole. If Teacher Bo likes Dong, he can visit him at Chiyao University and give his recommendations. The chief examiner said this phrase, got worried, and waited for a reaction from the man with a white beard. Why are they united? The man began to speak in an offended voice. Dong will still be Chiyao's student, and all his achievements will have nothing to do with Qidao University. Teacher Bo, I also like your university, but I already made a promise to the teacher, so excuse me, said the young man, smiled, and scratched the back of his head with his hand. Dong, our university is different from other universities in that we recruit the elite. But real monsters? Said the girl in the suit. After this phrase, which was said by the university representative, Dong began to remember the word monster. These are the monsters. You were a person who only had 27% rune spirit, but you have awakened and become a rune hunter. You have extraordinary talent and the potential to reach S-class. So considering all the above, our university is the best place for you, said the girl, because due to strict admission conditions we do not accept even 100 students per year. Thus, there are always more teachers than students. The girl continued talking. So you will definitely get the best teachers who will help you overcome the limitations in your specialization, the girl said. A young man named Dong listened very carefully to the girl, a representative of the best university in the country. Teacher Shu, this really sounds very tempting, but I have conditions. I hope you can agree with this, said Dun. What is this? Resources? Job title? It's not a problem, answered the girl. I have a younger sister, she's a tamer. True, she is still a little small, but very talented, the boy said. I know everything, answered the teacher. From what I know, she is only 8 years old. How was this discovered? Wait, has she already woken up? The girl said in surprise. Yes, she recently awakened and successfully controlled the young beast, but the lower part of her body is paralyzed, so she is confined to a wheelchair, Dun told. I want to take her with me to Chiyao University. I hope you can arrange all this. The boy continued talking. The girl thought, this hero Dun thinks I'm doing him a favor. But the 8-year-old girl tamer is the same monster. This time I was really lucky. The teacher continued to think. This is a big request, but since you are very talented, I will make an exception for you and agree to your request. The teacher answered with a smart look. Is it true? Do you really agree to my terms? Thank you, Teacher Shu. The young man began to speak joyfully. Teacher Shu extended his hand to the boy named Dong, and the young man did not understand what he needed to do, and just looked at the girl. Then the boy realized and extended his hand in response. They shook hands with each other as a sign of agreement. Welcome to the university, the teacher said to the boy in a loud and clear voice. It was beautiful weather outside in the city today. It was warm, the sun was shining, and white clouds floated slowly and beautifully across the sky. Somewhere in one of these houses a man was nervously smoking, one cigarette after another. There were more extinguished cigarettes in the ashtray every minute. The man was sitting in a chair and watching the news on TV. There they showed everything that is now happening to a boy named Dune. It was said that he became a champion. Dune, I will remember you, the man in front of the TV said in a rough voice. Tiancheng, this is my son, whom I cherished and loved so much. To stop in his way. I won't leave it like that. You will feel a pain worse than death, said the man sitting in a chair with a glass of wine. His name is Tuju, level A rank, profession Moonstone Sniper. and we are transported to a beautiful hotel called Harbor. In this hotel, our hero Dun stood in front of a large window. Placing his hand on the glass, the boy looked through the window at the streets and houses, and of course thought, I recovered faster than I expected. This is probably because my body has become very strong, the boy thought. The young man looked at the countries and began to think further. But I can't wait any longer, our hero said out loud. He took a bottle of medicine that improves the rune spirit. I wonder how much the level will go up if I take all these medications, thought Dun. The young man began to drink medicine from a bottle. There was a blue and green glow around his face, his hand, and the bottle. Wow. I immediately became a top-rank rune hunter, said the young man, looking at the monitor with information. All indicators increased several times. I gained 14 levels, and the effectiveness of my skills increased to 270%. This means that the power of my moonstone skills is almost tripled. I could even fight a D-rank rune hunter, not to mention an E rank and below, said the boy. This means that even a boss poisoned by a wolf is not a match, said the young man, was delighted, laughed, and began to show himself his muscles and strength. And I still have a bunch of rewards that I haven't tried yet. The boy remembered and made a pleased face. Wind armor. This armor is made from E-grade runestone. Light armor, strong protection. She can repel all attacks from rank F and below, and your movement speed will be increased by 10%. This is exactly the information our hero saw on the display. I wonder if the effectiveness of the skill can improve the effectiveness of moonstone armor, thought Dun. This means that after I put it on, my movement speed will increase by 27%. This is madness. The young man named Dung continued to look at his awards on the monitor. 5 mystery rewards is just amazing, the boy said. With the effectiveness of my runestone, the rapid fire speed will be increased by 8 times. And the range of the attack was a strange strike, 27 meters. What is the use of this strengthening medicine? Our hero thought, looking at the bottle. Looks like it can be used as a bargaining chip to save a life when I find myself in a desperate situation. I hope I never have to use it. Lately my progress has been too slow, but now, with these awards, everything will be different. There are 2 months left before entering the university. I should use this time to train in the wild and try to reach D rank. But now home. My sister Xiaoxi must be missing me a lot, said the young man, laughed, and scratched the back of his head with his hand. Suddenly our hero Don heard strange sounds outside his door. This alarmed him. The door to his room began to open. The boy fell silent and looked towards the door. The guys from his team were standing on the threshold. Leader, since the test is over, we are going home, a boy named Juan said in a loud voice and accompanied by laughter. Yes, I'm going home too, guys, but I'll tell you honestly, I'll miss you all, the boy said and put his hand on Juan's shoulder. Juan chose the military academy. A young man named Tang won Beiji University. Rong and Lulu also chose the universities they wanted to get into. I'm very happy for them. Looking at the guys, I thought, I will miss the leader too, the girl Lulu began to say. It's a pity that our universities are located in different cities, but will you come and visit us? The girl said, and became embarrassed. Of course I'll come, the boy replied with a sigh and laughed loudly. Leader, you are from Qingshi, right? Since there are still 2 months left before enrollment, I will come and find you when I am free, said Juan. Can't we do something safer? Asked Dun. Of course, I will take you with me into the wild to hunt animals, said the boy named Juan. A girl appeared in the room in a blue dress with a large slit on her leg. All the guys immediately paid attention to her. Dun, are you ready to go home? Asked the woman in the blue dress. Next to her stood a large number of men in suits and dark glasses. It was her security. Oh my God, she's so pretty. Who is she? What is his relationship with you, leader? The boy Juan became interested, and at that moment the girl Lulu became jealous. After a few seconds, the girl in the blue dress raised her hand and snapped her fingers. After this, the guards blew up festive firecrackers in the room. Manager Xiao, why are you here? Asked the boy Dun. Of course I'm here to give you a surprise. Please bring me the contract, said the manager. What other contract? The boy asked in surprise. I represent the consortium of your area and invite you to become the face of our company. From now on, those who oppose you will oppose the entire consortium, Manager Xiao said. Manager Xiao must have seen my potential and decided to support me by paying 150,000 coins every month. With an increase of 20% every year, our hero thought while reading the contract. Manager Xiao, Isn't this contract too profitable for me? Dunn asked, smiling. You are a true talent, so the benefit you will bring far exceeds the price I am offering. But we are not just talking about money, we will provide protection and will always be a support, said the woman. I understood you, thank you, manager, answered the young man. He picked up a pen and began to sign the contract. That's fine, the chatal is ready, it's time for us to go home, Manager Xiao said. Leader, I will never forget about you, said the boy named Juan, and began to wipe the tears from his face. It's okay, we're still comrades with you. I think we will continue our friendship. I was glad to meet and get to know you, the boy said to his team. I study at Qidao University, so we can meet more often, said the mechanic. The young man with yellow hair was very pleased looking at his now friend named Dunn. Yes, let's remain friends, said the rest of the guys from the team. See you next time, friends, the boy said with a sigh and waved his hand to everyone. All the people began to gather near the shuttle. Each of the guys flew to their home or directly to the university they had chosen for themselves. Our hero approached the orange-colored shut-off and saw a familiar person there. A girl with red hair was waving to him. It was his sister. Dunn, come here! The girl shouted loudly. Sister Firefox, how glad I am to see you! Our hero shouted loudly and was very happy. Our hero plunged into an orange wobbly vehicle, which after a few minutes took off into the sky. The shuttle picked up speed and rushed home, cutting through the clouds. A boy named Dunn stood near the window and admired nature. His sister, the fiery fox, approached him from behind. Here, take it, drink some water and relax, said the sister, and handed the young man a bottle of water. The young people began to drink water from their bottles. At this moment, Manager Xiao approached them. I want to thank you so much, Manager Xiao, just for your help, said the young man. You are on the edge of life and death, so you must be really homesick. Am I right? The girl said, smiling. Of course I miss you. I miss you very much, I just can't wait to get home, said the boy Dunn. The woman liked the young man's answer. She sat down in an orange chair and began to watch the young people. The woman sat down in a chair and continued talking. Listen to me, my boy. The area where you and Xiao Shi are going is not good enough. Trust me, the woman said, looking into the eyes of our hero. My friend Dong, I want you to move to a house in a prestigious area. What do you think about this? Asked the woman in the blue dress. Of course, but Boss Xiao wouldn't give me the house for free, so maybe they need a favor from me too. The boy asked, understanding everything. The woman lowered her head, closed her eyes, and exhaled. And you are a very smart guy, as I can see, said the woman. Yes, you're absolutely right. Well, I need you to do something for me. It will not be something grandiose and big, but quite complex, answered the woman with red hair. Their shuttle continued to fly home at high speed across the sky. I want you and the Blood Wolf mercenary team to help me recover a shipment of goods that went missing 2 days earlier. Even the team of rune hunters responsible for escorting them had lost contact. Continued to tell the women in the blue dress. Our hero listened carefully, looked at the woman, and thought, understanding a team of mercenaries is very expensive. Why is this batch of goods so important to Boss Xiao? Since this happened in the wild, wouldn't it be better for you to contact Eugene himself? Asked the young man. The place where the goods were lost is outside its territory. In the wild, each gang has a strong sense of territory. If they invade another gang's territory, it will be seen as a provocative act, so Eugene is uncomfortable doing so. The woman spoke. I see, the boy replied. Madam Xiao, our boss told me to inform you that we will accept this assignment, said the sister. I am very glad to hear that, answered the woman. Dune, could you come here for a minute? The woman asked the boy. I have something to tell you, the woman said in a quiet, calm voice. This intrigued our hero. We choose a man named Dunn went to a woman in a blue dress. Boss Xiao, what's the matter? What do you want to tell me? Asked the guy. The fox sister didn't really like this. What can't she say in front of me? This is a sly fox. Is she really in love with our Dune? The girl thought at that moment. The woman in the blue dress continued speaking. I want you to do something for me. I can't trust anyone else to do this. I understand you, okay, but don't you have reliable people? The boy asked. They are loyal to me only outwardly, but in fact it is loyalty to the Xiao family. The manager answered me. This mission on the surface is to find those lost goods, but the real mission is to find my little brother who disappeared there, said the woman. The boy Dong was very surprised. Younger brother? It seems this question is not as simple as it seems. our hero thought at that moment. The woman continued talking. You probably know that I am not the legitimate daughter of the second son in the family. This family didn't like me, so they sent me to do business in this area. But no one knows that I have a younger brother. A few years ago, my father died in the wild, which means that my younger brother is the only heir to his father's property. The woman continued to speak in a serious voice. His survival will affect the structure of the entire Xiao family. And once his existence is known, he will definitely become an eyesore for many people, so I must protect him well. After I persuaded Yujin to open a transport route, I firmly established myself in the Qingshi region. So I sent him along with the transport team. But 2 days ago, the entire transport team lost contact, and my younger brother also has no news, the woman said. A woman in a blue dress hugged our hero's hand with both hands, of course asking for help, for personal help. If I send someone from the consortium, my little brother's identity will definitely be revealed. Now I can only trust you, Dun. You must help me find my brother and return him to me safe and sound. I beg you, said the woman. Hey, Xiao, you old witch, what are you doing to my friend Dong? Looking at all this, my sister burst into tears. I also have a younger sister, so I understand you. I will definitely help you, Boss Xiao, said the young man. Dune, well, you just finished the test. Has your body recovered already? Asked the woman. Please don't worry, I'm fine, answered our hero. Your sister Fox was very angry at this moment. Enough. What are you two talking about for so long? Dung, you're still young. Don't be tempted by this rich woman. Of course, they heard all this and looked awkwardly at the Fox sister. The two of them did not understand where such jealousy came from. Listen, sister, you're overthinking things. We're just discussing the details of the mission, the boy said and laughed. Today we introduced you to Qingshi. I'll give you guys one night to calm down, but you have to leave tomorrow morning, said the woman in the blue dress. Even though it's just one night, I understand that Boss Xiao's younger brother is in danger, so I'm glad I still have the opportunity to meet my family. I can throw a big feast for Xiao Shi, our hero thought at that moment. Evening came. It was already dark in the city. In some houses, the lights went out completely, but somewhere people were still awake. For your health, came a voice, and several mugs collided and clinked glasses with each other. Our hero and his Uncle Zhao were sitting at the table of one of the drinking establishments. Well, what about the boy? I always knew you could do it, said the uncle, hugging the boy. The boy Dun smiled and answered, Thank you, Uncle Zhao. After you graduate from university, you will become at least an S-rank rune hunter. You will be rich, said the captain, sitting at the round table and raised his glass of beer up. If Big Brother becomes an S-rank rune hunter, then I can eat chicken feet every day? Sister asked, smiling. Everyone at the table was laughing. Everyone was in a great mood. You can eat much more and better than chicken legs, the girl said, and stroked her little sister on the head with her hand. Brother Dong is now the hero of Qingshi. I became popular thanks to him. I even received a message from Goddess Akna and the high school, said the guy with glasses, looking at his phone. And what does a girl from another class write to you? Asked the girl with pink hair. In fact, she asked me for my brother Dun's number. The boy with glasses answered and got upset. He showed his phone and the message that was there. All the friendly groups were sitting at a large round table. People communicated, had fun, laughed, and most importantly told each other different interesting stories. Everyone is very happy. I want to become strong enough to protect those smiles. Protect the smiles and moods of your loved ones and friends. Looking at what was happening, the boy thought at that moment. Suddenly a female voice was heard behind our hero. Dun Hai! The boy Dung became wary and froze. The young man turned and saw behind him a tall guy in a yellow shirt and a charming girl. The girl smiled and said, Have you returned from the port yet? The boy Dung smiled and was happy. Isn't this Nana? How are your results in high school? Asked the Dun. My runic spirit level is only 42%. It's useless for me to try. These are also good results. Unlike you, who came back as a rune hunter and proved yourself in the test, it's exciting, said the girl. The boy with glasses began to remember and think. It was only a few days after the exam. Why did Nana become like this? I think she found a way to survive. The young man in the yellow shirt began to get nervous and asked, in a dissatisfied voice, Nana, who is he? Young master, don't you know about Dun? A few days ago, a wormhole outbreak occurred on the island of storms and thunderstorms. He destroyed the border checkpoint and saved everyone on this island, said the girl. Island of Storms? Wormhole Flash? Is he even strong? The young man in the yellow shirt began to doubt, looking at our hero. What's wrong with him? Doesn't he know about it? Does he really not watch or read the news? Thought the girl with pink hair who was sitting near the dune. Baby, I don't care who it is. Don't try to make eyes at my beloved woman. The evil corner, said the guy in the yellow shirt himself, and poked his finger in the boy's chest. So what if you are a rune hunter? The young man in the yellow shirt continued to smile and talk. You'll be just cannon fodder on the battlefield, or a dog of some strong family. What you said? The girl with pink hair was very indignant. She hit the table with her fist so that the glass on her back flew into the air. Sister Ching, calm down, shouted the boy with glasses who was sitting behind her. There were a couple of people sitting at the next table, a man and a woman. They were constantly watching and glancing at what was happening at our friend's table. The man at the next table said, It really worked. It was worth making every effort to persuade John Tingshi to come here, as soon as we received the news that the Dun was here. This young gentleman Jean is arrogant, and he can't bear to see people showing off in front of him. Now we can just sit and watch, said the woman at the table. The young man in the yellow shirt got angry after the girl's words. He grabbed the bottle in his left hand and swung at it, screaming, You girl, how dare you contradict me? You can live a peaceful life in the city because rune hunters fight monsters in the wild, and yet you dare to look down on them, answered the girl. A young man in a yellow shirt was ready to hit the girl on the head with a bottle and a wine bottle. But at that moment, the boy Dun grabbed the man's hand. We're celebrating here. So without creating any problems, Nana, please take this guy and leave, the boy said in a dissatisfied voice, and continued to hold the hand of the man who was trying to hit him with the bottle. The girl, Nana, was a little shocked. Okay, I understood you. Okay, we're leaving, answered the girl. Leave who needs to leave. I'm currently booking the entire restaurant, so it will quickly disappear from my sight, said the young man in the yellow shirt and took out several wads of money. He laughed and was pleased with himself. Get lost, you old crippled trash. Who do you think you are? Said the young man to Uncle. Hey you, boy, without going too far, Uncle answered in a menacing voice. Literally, after a few seconds, the boy could not stand it and grabbed this idiot in a yellow shirt by the throat with his hand. The young man did not expect this and was afraid. The boy strangled the offender with his hand and continued talking. Uncle Sting is a retired soldier. His leg was injured while protecting people. What right do you have to mock him? Our hero was indignant. Bastard, how dare you touch me, shouted a young man in a yellow shirt. Insang, where are you? Where the hell have you been? What are you waiting for? A young man in a yellow shirt screamed in horror. Suddenly a yellow glow appeared in the air, and suddenly a sharp blade of a sword flew before our hero's eyes. The boy Dong jumped sharply to the side, and he raised his hands up, indicating that he did not want bloodshed. But in fact, our hero did not understand what was happening here now. The boy Don became angry and stared intently at the people standing in front of him. He carefully assessed the situation and the scale of the tragedy. This is young master Zhan Ting Shi. He is from the minister's family. How dare you even grab him by the throat? A big tall man with a huge iron sword in his hands began to be indignant and make claims. His name is In Song. He is an E-rank swordsman. Please move aside, young gentleman, said the guard with a sword in her hands. Is he an E-rank rune hunter? His aura is so strong. The boy with glasses began to speak. I'm afraid this guy is one of the best hunters. Even Uncle and Boss Bloodwolf can't handle him, the girl thought at that moment. Now you understand this is an E-rank that you can even hope to beat? This is the dog I raised. Do you want to beat me up? What do you guys think you can do with this? Asked the young man in the yellow shirt. Insan, then you stopped being a mercenary and became the minister's dog? The man said, smiling. A man with a mask on his face began to answer. Compared to surviving in the wild, this life is better. Only the smart ones will remain alive in this world. Ying Song was the leader of a small team of mercenaries who had some issues to settle with the Blood Wolf. But he abandoned his comrades and ceased to be a mercenary. I would never have thought that he was now working for the minister. Zhan Tingshi is the only son of the minister. Let's not escalate the situation, Uncle said to the boy. Uncle is right. I still have unresolved conflicts with the minister, the boy thought. We'll go and eat somewhere else, said the boy Dun. Why do we have to leave? The girl was indignant. Tian, it's okay. Let's get out of here. The uncle began to calm the girl down. He held her hand and tried to calm her down. Wait, did I give you permission to do this? The young man said to the yellow shirt in a very menacing voice. Dung turned and looked at him. I wonder what the young master wants, asked the boy. Aren't you a genius and a hero? In this area, it doesn't matter if you are a dragon or a tiger. You must behave decently in front of me, said the young man in the yellow shirt. Otherwise, you will feel very bad. The young man continued speaking. Insang, break his arm, the young man said, smiling. As you wish, my young master, his defender answered and ran towards our hero. The uncle and the captain quickly responded to the situation. They pushed the boy behind him and came to his defense. The men raised their hands and were ready to fight back. Ghostly shadow steps! The man who was attacking our hero shouted loudly. His image in the air began to split into two, and the men were ready to fight back this idiot. Many silhouettes that separated in the air from the attacking man began to attack the uncle and the captain. Powerful blows were delivered and the men flew to the side. After several missed blows, the uncle and the captain took a stance right on the floor. Now they are angry as never before. Now it was already a personal insult for which it was necessary to punish. Uncle Zhao, boss, are you okay? A boy named Dun screamed in fear. E-rank runestone skill. Looks like he got some benefits for following the minister, said the uncle. Damn it, I didn't take any of my things with me. It hurts, answered the captain. At this moment, the masked man jumped high and landed on top of our hero to strangle him. The boy Dun saw it. There was an explosion. Sparks flew in different directions and nothing was visible. The masked man was surprised and shocked with fear. His eyes were so big that it seemed like a little more, and they would just pop out. At that moment, a boy named Dun in a roundhouse jump kicked his attacker hard in the chest. This blow was very powerful and simply turned this man off. The man, practically knocked out, fell to his knees. He couldn't move and couldn't say anything. Without thinking for a long time, a young man named Dun took out his rifle, brought it straight to the head of his offender, and took aim. The man was sweating from fear. In saying I'm leaving out of respect for the minister, did you really think that I was afraid of you? If you don't want to die, then it's better not to move, the boy said, smiling. This guy, he's an E-rank rune hunter. His aura is much stronger than mine. He is no weaker than some rank D rune hunters, and he has a rank D weapon in his hands. If there is a fight between us, then I will definitely die. Looking at our hero, the man thought, I am the champion of the challenge. Do you think I won there using luck? Moreover, I am a student at Qiyao University, and I'm afraid of Minister Zhana, our hero said in a calm voice. Don't you know that if you are weak, you shouldn't provoke anyone? Only if I don't beat you to death, your father, the minister, won't dare to risk offending the university I went to and causing trouble for me. The boy said again. Young master, let's forget about it, said his guard. Forget? Are you no match for him? Garbage! Why did my family spend all these resources on you? The young man in the yellow shirt was loudly indignant. Sir, I'm really sorry, but we'd better leave. The masked guard spoke in a quiet voice. Ying Sang, it seems you are not even suitable for the role of the dog of the Jin family, the captain said reproachfully to the man. Okay, let's go, said the boy Dun. He took the chair on which the girl was sitting and began to move it away from the table. Everyone began to gather to leave this restaurant. Here I am stronger than before, but if I want to ensure the safety of my loved ones, then this is not enough, our hero began to think at that second. I never thought that the Dung boy, who only had 27% rune spirit, would become so strong. So strong that even Dad and Boss Bloodwolf would be impressed by this result, thought the girl. I have to work harder and catch up Dun. Then I will feel more confident, the girl thought. It's already late night. In some houses, there were only lights in the windows here and there. The captain hugged our hero and spoke. Baby, when did you become so strong and fast? Did Mr. Yan manage to teach you anything? Stop making jokes, boss, answered the boy. Brother Dun, will you let me touch your gun? Please, just once, said the boy with glasses. This greatly frightened our hero. Even for Xiao, a D-rank weapon is not something she can easily give to someone. She seems to have high hopes for you, said the girl with red hair. Or maybe you have some personal agreements? I don't know all the details. The girl continued to speak. Sister, you're overthinking things again, said the boy Dun. There is nothing wrong with finding a rich woman, then you have to work less. the sister said in an offended voice. The boy Dunn was very upset. Yes, what does this have to do with it? He shouted in a loud voice. Could you please keep an eye on Xiaoxi for a bit? I'll be gone for a while, our hero politely asked the girls. Where are you going? Asked the girl. My sister also didn't understand what was happening. I just want to meet old friends, the boy turned around and said to the girls, said and went. And our action develops in a completely different area of this city. Angry, the man with glasses hit the wall very hard with his fist. Damn it! Dunn is already an E-rank rune hunter! What is going on? How so? I disagree. Continued to pound his fist on the man's wall and complain indignantly. The man continued to burst into tears and hit the wall with his fist, and he couldn't do anything. This talent should have belonged to my son. This boy named Dune will pay for everything. The woman with glasses was indignant. Suddenly a shot rang out and there was a large fiery flash behind the woman's head. The woman was scared. Her glasses practically flew off her nose. The man was also scared. He asked in a quiet, frightened voice, "Who is this?" But the woman was silent and did not know what to answer. Suddenly our hero named Dunn appeared near them. He held a rifle in his hands. Well, I hope you were satisfied with the show you put on in the restaurant? Asked the boy. Dunn, why are you here? What are you doing here? How did you even find us? The man with glasses kept asking in a frightened voice. This woman has a mortal dislike for me. I remember it very well. A boy named Dunn answered in a calm voice. So I sent it to my husband and son, said a young man named Dunn. The woman was indeed lying dead on the floor. There is also a disagreement between us, but I want to work things out. What do you say about this? Asked the Dunn. I don't know what to answer, the man said fearfully. Or we will fight to the death, said the boy. I understand. I will not harm you or your friends. I will never come near you again. The man with glasses began to apologize while on his knees. Fine, I'm glad to hear this from you, the boy said and smiled. The next day came, a day that promised to be eventful. Outside, as always, the weather was nice and sunny. Minister's office. A young man in a yellow shirt sits in a chair with his legs thrown up on the table. There is a magnificent view from Dad's office. I feel like I'm on top of the whole city. The young man spoke aloud, scratching his beard. Young master, your father will arrive soon, said a man with a mask on his face. And the guy continued to sit in his father's chair with his feet on the table. I know, idiot. Can you stop annoying me? Am I not allowed to sit in peace, sit quietly and calmly in a chair? The young man in the yellow shirt was indignant. Teen Sai, everyone can sit in my place, said the minister, who suddenly entered his office. His son was scared and in shock. Dad, I'm tired, and so I sat down in your chair for a second. A young man in a yellow shirt began to stutter. He was scared to death. Wait outside, said the minister. Yes, sir. The security responded and began to close the door to the minister's office behind them. The man was very angry. Please have a seat, father. In a frightened voice and with a guilty look, his son persuaded all this. The minister sat down in his chair and began to speak. In this world, only the strong are respected. I can sit in this position because I have B-rank power, the man said and clenched his fists in anger. If you don't work hard and remain a low-ranking fighter, you will become just like these scum, the minister said to his son in a serious voice. Father, although I am weak, I have worked a lot lately. I've almost reached rank E, answered the son. Please confirm, am I right in saying? Thank you. A young man in a yellow shirt has his security guard wearing a mask on his face. Son, you think I can't tell how far you are from that rank? Do you think I'm stupid? Get out. And you? In saying, stay here, I have a task for you, said the minister. Okay, Dad. See you later. The boy in the yellow shirt spoke in a frightened voice and closed the door to his father's office. The young man quickly closed the door to the office. He stopped and began to breathe deeply, because fear filled his body and soul. I wanted to tell my father about yesterday, but no matter. It's better not to anger him now. This dish will probably answer for everything, and I'll deal with it, thought the young man at that moment. Mr. Minister, what is your task for me? Asked a man with a mask on his face. He stood in front of the table and waited for his task. Here, take it, said the minister, and held out a photograph with his hand. A few days ago, we lost contact with one of the consortium escorts in the wild. He was probably raided by a famous gang, said the minister. Do you want me to release the hostage and return the goods? A man with a mask on his face began to ask questions while looking at the photo of the girl. No, the product is absolutely not important, The person in the photo is important, the minister said in a calm and reasonable voice. I want you to find him and kill him. If precariously alive, then I want to see his corpse. The minister continued speaking in a serious voice. Kill a child? Are you telling me this seriously now? Asked the man with a mask on his face. Do you have any problem regarding this? Or are you not a professional in your field? Then I will quickly find another. More accommodating, the minister said menacingly. No, no problem at all, answered the man. Okay, then you will lead a team of 3 E-rank hunters and 5 F-rank hunters. If you fail to complete the mission, then be prepared to face the consequences. I will definitely complete your task, sir. The man with a mask on his face said in a frightened voice. This is amazing, then leave. The minister's voice was heard. That's it, I'm leaving, the man said, and began to carefully slowly close the door to the minister's office behind him. As soon as he closed the door, he immediately thought, so many people just to kill a child? Who is he? The man in the mask began to ask questions. No matter, though, I shouldn't care. If this child wasn't killed, then I will. I would never have thought that the second master of the Xiao family is not only the illegitimate daughter of the Xiao, but also the illegitimate son. The man spoke standing near the window. Fortunately, the head of the Xiao family promised that if the child was killed, the computer of the Qingshi Sorption district would be transferred to my management. I can make a lot of money from this. The man continued talking. The next day came, a day that also promised to be full of interesting events. A boy named Don with a large red backpack on his back came to the captain. The captain and his sister Fox stood near their yellow shuttle. Now no one is threatening, and since Xiaoxi is with Boss Xiao, the only thing I need to worry about is Zhan Tingxi, thought our hero. The captain noticed that a dun had come to him, although he wasn't expecting it at all today. The girl was also surprised to see the Duna here. Okay, Dun, come closer to me for a moment, said the captain. I'm coming, the boy shouted loudly and practically ran to the captain. What's the matter, boss? A boy named Dun asked the captain in surprise. The whole team stood near their boss and looked at the young man. So guys, as soon as we are free and I'm not around, this guy named Dune will be in charge. He is temporarily deputy captain, the boss said. The boy was very surprised. What is going on? He's a newbie. Which one is the deputy captain? Asked the young man with glasses. Voice, stop joking like that, said the masked man. Boss, this is too sudden, but I don't think I'm experienced enough to be a deputy captain, said the boy. Didn't you watch his performance on the island? He's much better than you guys, the captain said proudly and raised his finger up. And besides, you guys are relaxing and not working hard enough. The captain continued to point his finger at his team and make comments to them.
Dong is now an E-rank hunter. Aren't you ashamed, team?
The captain continued to be indignant and shout, What? Does he already have E-rank? Arriving in shock, the team indignantly began to ask the captain. He easily scared and sang away yesterday with just his aura, the girl with red hair said in a calm voice. Sister, this can't be. The young man with glasses continued to be indignant. And he is also going to enter Qiyao University. There he will be trained by rank B hunters, the captain said enthusiastically and laughed loudly. The boy at home stood next to the captain and did not understand at all what was happening. He didn't understand why he was doing all this, and the captain continued to tell his crew the following. It will receive support from the Gold Consortium, so it will only get stronger. Anyway, in this mission you will listen to the Dun. I hope everything is clear to you and you don't need to repeat it several times, said the captain. The team carefully watched and listened to everything their captain said. After the question, they immediately agreed and practically shouted the word yes in unison. Since I have a special task from Miss Xiao, if the team helps me, everything will be much easier, thought our hero. Okay guys, I really count on you, said Dun. Baby, you are amazing. Not much time has passed, and you are already an E-rank rune hunter. The bottle of medicine from the Southerner turned out to be useful. Now I want it too, said the young man with glasses and smiled. Stop talking nonsense. Time does not wait. Let's hit the road as soon as possible, the captain said in an angry voice, and kicked the young man with glasses in the back. Together with their team, they boarded their yellow shuttle and flew in the direction. According to the information provided by Miss Xiao, the last place where the group made contact is on route number 2. It is in the possession of the famous gang, said Dong, pointing his finger at the map. Besides being attacked by the rune beasts, there is a possibility that they were all captured by the dashing gang. said Sister Firefox. First, we'll check the area they've lost contact, suggested a young man with glasses. If it's a beast attack, the goods should still be there. But if they encountered a gang of dashing, then things are much more complicated. The boy began to think. What do we know about the famous gang? The captain began to talk. The leader of the gang is a dashing rune hunter of Ranky. He is stronger than me. Boss, don't worry, I'm with you, and we are a real team of professionals. Now we can do everything, said the boy Dunn. They don't usually kill people. Kidnap crew members as hostages and contact their family members for ransom, and then releases them once they receive their money, said the captain. Which means that it is quite likely Xiao Chuan is still alive. This is good news, but I'm wondering how everything works for Eugene, the young man thought. What about Eugene's gang? The boy suddenly asked the captain. The captain laughed. He is a master of dark runes and quite an interesting guy, said the captain and continued to laugh loudly. It only targets Minister Jean's flights, that's all. He is absolutely straightforward, the captain said to the boy in a calm voice. This makes sense since Eugene has a grudge against Minister Jean. His resentment can play into our hands, said the boy Dunn. There were 2 large rabbits sitting in a clearing between the trees. A large black wolf with red eyes was hiding in the grass nearby. He was watching these rabbits. Knew that moment the yellow shuttle began to land on the ground. He scared the wolf away and he began to run away. We reached our destination. They began to talk about people and exit the shuttle onto the ground. This is where the group lost its connection. Let's look around. Maybe we'll find some clues. The captain suggested this option to his team. We can use my scout to find their tracks. A young man with glasses offered his help. Okay, then Dung will lead the team. We will go and check together, the captain said to the boy. He discovered energy traces 300 meters ahead from here. A young man with glasses began to explore and speak. The whole team listened carefully to the information. Boss, I understand you, our hero said in a satisfied voice. He was already ready to perform feats. The team found the place where all the cars were wrecked. These must be escort vehicles, said the boy named Dune. I don't see any corpses, so there's a good chance the escort team is still alive. Looking around, our hero continued to speak. The goods were seized. Looks like they ran into a gang, said the sister looking at the empty trucks. There was nothing in them. Don, please come here and look at this, the captain said to the boy. Dong reacted immediately. Ali, who was killed, had an almost triangular burnt mark on the ground. This is a burn mark, remaining after the attack. Dunn began to speak. Judging by its shape, it could be an E-rank runestone skill called Ranged Fire Strike. The boy continued talking. Well done, you're right, said the captain. Long-range strike is a rare skill that the leader of the gang famously happens to possess. His name is Wang Shenyang. Now we know what happened, said the captain. Yes, this gang robbed them, the boy added. Well, what is this strange black liquid? Asked the young man and tried to understand with his hand what it was. It doesn't matter. Since we know that the gang did it dashingly, we must quickly inform Boss Xiao and ask her to send reinforcements, said the young man. Yes, there are more than 20 people in the gang, and Wang Shenyang is a top-rank rune hunter. Our small team is no match for them, said the guy with glasses on his head. This substance was most likely left here not long ago. Does it smell like fuel? Maybe this E-rank beast is a fire elephant? Think boy Dunn. We can't stay here. Get back to the shuttle immediately. A boy named Dunn screamed loudly in panic. Hey guy, what's going on? What's going on there? Why are you so worried? Asked the young man with glasses loudly. And a second later, the young man with glasses on his head squinted his eyes to see and couldn't believe his eyes. A huge giant elephant ran towards them. This is an E-rank beast, fire elephant. All back! The captain quickly and loudly commanded his team. Everyone began to run away in different directions. The captain continued to command and ask everyone to run away. A few seconds later, at high speed, the huge cabin knocked our captain off his feet with its head. The man flew several meters away and hit his back on the rocks. Boss, are you okay? Hang in there, we will come to your aid now. A young man with glasses on his head shouted loudly. I'm fine, guys, be careful. First, just move away, said the captain. It looks like my ribs are broken, the man thought, feeling himself with his hand. I was too careless and the boss got injured by this giant elephant. He only suffered because he wanted to save me, said a young man with glasses. At that moment, the giant elephant stood on its hind legs, opened its mouth and began to make terrible sounds. He wanted to trample our captain with his front feet. Boss, hold on, cried the sister fox. Be careful, he wants to trample you, the girl continued screaming. Suddenly there was a very large explosion. Everything was on fire and nothing was visible. After some time, the fire began to disappear and it was clear that the elephant had received very great damage. A bolt of fiery lightning struck his body. All team members did not understand what had just happened. They looked at each other and were silent. It was royal wind runestone armor, smooth stone skill, furious blow of wind, runestone sword blazing flame, and all this was done by the Dun. Thank you for saving me, baby. You are a wonderful warrior and a good friend, the captain said, smiling to the boy. Brothers Mountain Tiger and Big Bull, get distracted by the elephant. Don't let him get close to the boss. The monkey's brother will cut out his eyes. The fiery sister of the forest will cover everyone from the back. Let's go, friends. The boy began to give orders to the team. The entire team began to strictly follow the orders of their deputy captain. Everyone knew their job clearly and understood what they needed. I was right. This guy was born to be a leader. Once he graduates from his university, he will probably become the commander of the Alliance, said the captain. Okay, it's time to end this, Doomboy said loudly and took the large rifle in his hands. The young man began to take aim.
E-rank runestone skill, rate of fire! E-rank smoothstone skill, cyclone blast! Said the young man and fired a shot from his rifle.
The boy Don fired shot after shot at the big fiery elephant. The bullets flew with frenzied, deadly energy straight at the elephant. And then there was a local explosion. It was as if a fuel tanker had exploded. Clouds of smoke and fire rose high into the sky. After some time, the huge fiery elephant fell to the ground without signs of life. The team members approached this monster. The girl began to look at the huge elephant, because she had never seen anything like it before in her life. Everything is over? Fire elephant, it is a powerful E-rank runestone beast. It was defeated so easily? Looking at the elephant, the girl thought. When we hunted a marbled cow of the same rank, we spent half a month setting up traps in advance. A young man with glasses began to speak. Yes, it's true. We spent a very large amount of time just setting traps around the forest, and now we defeated a huge elephant in just a few minutes, said the masked man. Dune, you're truly amazingly strong. I would like to have at least half of your strength, said the guy. Thank you, but this is still a team effort. Our hero answered modestly and scratched the back of his head with his hand. Anyway, shouldn't we check the boss's status first? What do you guys think of this idea? Smiling, our hero began to speak. Yes, exactly. We almost forgot about our captain, said the guys from the team. They immediately gave a healing injection to their captain in the arm. The man felt better and he lifted himself off the ground. Some bones are broken, but I will recover soon. Everything heals quickly on me, said the captain. Dune, now that the boss is injured, it's your time to replace him, said the sister. I hear you, the captain said in an angry voice. I'm wounded, not dead. Do you really want me to quickly go to another world? The corpse of a fiery elephant is a real treasure. Guys, now we will definitely get rich all together, said the young man with glasses on his head. The guy threw a rune stone to our hero. Dung was afraid that he would not be able to catch him. Brooke, we defeated the fire elephant thanks to you, so you should have this crystal. The boy with glasses on his head spoke at that moment. Dunn took the stone in his hands, looked at it, and thought, now I'm at the peak of E rank. Therefore, if I want to break through, I need a lot of energy. I must be able to collect enough runestones before I enter the university. The young man helped his captain go. At this moment, the captain continued to speak. This is a dangerous place. Let's leave the fire elephant's corpse here and return to the shuttle. Suddenly, steps were heard behind our team, and a male voice was immediately heard. This territory of our gang is famous. They are a place where you can come and go as you please. The boy named Dung turned around and saw people he didn't know. He didn't like all this very much. He understood that there was little good in it. Damn, they found us already? How could they have tracked us down here so quickly? The boy began to ask himself questions. I was just wondering who it is. It turns out that this is the famous mercenary Bloodwolf, the man said loudly while standing on the roof of his shuttle. There were a lot of strangers on the ground who were part of this gang. Literally a minute later, this man jumped from a height in his shuttle, which was hovering in the sky. In a dark red suit, he successfully landed on the ground. This is the leader of the famous gang. His name is Wang Shengyun. Not bad. You managed to track down the fire elephant. But considering your team's fighting abilities, You must have paid dearly for hunting an E-rank rune beast, right? Asked the gang leader. The captain could barely stand on his feet. The gang leader continued speaking. It looks like the wolf himself is wounded, guys. Can you still fight? Asked the man. Better tell me straight and stop wasting our time, the captain said in a calm voice. This fiery elephant will now belong to us, the man in red clothes said threateningly. The whole gang supported their leader because fire elephants are very expensive on the black market. We are no match for them. Fighting them is very dangerous. The captain thought and said, Great, you can have it. We're leaving anyway. Friends, let's get back to our shuttle, the captain said to his team in a quiet, calm voice. Captain, no one is against it, all team members answered. Suddenly the captain froze. Terrible fear and misunderstanding appeared on his face. Immediately there was a big explosion. There was a lot of fire, which pushed our team aside several meters. The guys covered their faces with their hands so as not to burn. Gang leader, what are you doing? Don't overdo it, shouted one of the captain's team members. There were clouds of smoke all over the sky. The captain stood silently, unable to find words. After everything that just happened, he didn't know what to do. Even if a bird flies into my territory, it must give up a few feathers. Since you are now on my territory, it is not in my rules to allow you to leave like this, said the gang leader. Handcuff our VIP guests and take them to the base, said the leader. The gang supported their leader. Surviving in the wild is not easy, and this Wang Shengyan is not easy either. It's stupid to enter into battle, the boy thought at that moment. Dung remained calm, his friends said. The house continued to talk. It is most likely that the Xiao boy was kidnapped by the famous gang. If we can infiltrate their base, I have a chance of finding him. When the time comes to escape, it may be very difficult, so I have to hide my trump cards, thought Dun. The man with the knife ordered the boy to give up everything that was valuable. Here, this is all I have, the guy said, and held out the stones. Wow, 2 whole chronic stones. Are you a child from a rich family? The man asked, smiling. Go handcuff him now, people shouted from the crowd. That's what I'm going to do, said the young man, holding powerful handcuffs in his hands. Dun looked at the situation and began to think. All my main runestones are in the system inventory. They won't be able to find anything else on me. The gang grabbed our hero's hands and began handcuffing him. These cuffs are specially made to contain the energy of a rune hunter of rank D and below, so you better not resist. Otherwise you will only feel more pain. The man said to the captain. Okay, bring them back to base, said the gang leader. Prepare to notify your family and friends about ransom demands. If you follow me, you can enjoy life every day. It was a cloudy, cold night. Everyone returned to base. Several men were warming themselves near a barrel with fire. One of them began to speak. I heard that we had a huge win again today. Boss captured some girls again? Asked another person, and after this phrase the man froze and fell silent. He saw and heard their leader's shuttle landing on the ground. A large, beautiful, powerful shuttle slowly landed on the base. It's the boss and the rest. Hurry up, we need to greet them, people shouted. Suddenly, unexpectedly, a huge fiery elephant fell out of the shuttle. The people who were standing on the ground were very scared and jumped to the side. Is this a fire elephant? Laughed one of the men. The fire elephant is a top-rank rune beast that was hunting our boss, said the other man. What are you guys waiting for? Asked the gang leader. Stop wasting your time and quickly get to work on the carcass. The gang leader gave the order. Yes, boss, we'll do it right now, the men answered. Take the poison wolf and the others to prison. Be sure to place them in separate chambers. The gang leader continued to give orders. Go faster. Now that you're on base, even if you're a dragon or a tiger, you have to behave yourself. The gang members talked and laughed at the captain. Don't worry, my sister said. Bundy only needs good money, so there is nothing in danger in mine, and when they get their money, they will simply free us. I understand everything, and I'm not worried, the boy answered the girl. Dong survived the ordeal, so you should worry about yourself first, the captain said, smiling. A young man named Dong and one of the gang members were walking along the long corridor of the prison. Stop here, the man said to the boy. The man opened the prison cell door and said, Quickly get in here, boy. You better be quiet here, the man said and strongly pushed his foot into the back of our hero, the boy practically falling and flew into the prison cell. Our hero was silent and constantly thinking. He needed to clearly and competently draw up a plan of action. When we receive the ransom for you, Then you guys can safely leave here, said the man behind the closed prison cell door. I hope everything goes that easy, our hero thought at that second. Guy, don't worry. A man's voice came from behind the boy named Dune. As soon as the money is paid, we can safely leave, the man continued to say. If we are together, we can escape. So he locked us separately, but it's even more convenient for me to find my target. Thought done. I wonder if the Xiao boy is in this cell. Suddenly our hero stopped and froze. His eyes became big in surprise. He saw a young guy sitting in the corner near the wall. This guy looks much younger than me. Maybe this is Madame Xiao's brother? Thought our hero. A young man named Dong approached the boy. He wanted to touch him on the shoulder and talk. But at that moment, the boy grabbed a sharp piece of stone in the form of a knife and began to attack our hero. He began to make sharp movements with a sharp stone near the boy's belly. The young man jumped a few steps away from the guy, after which the boy calmed down, but continued to firmly hold the sharp stone in the form of pressing his right hand. He had a very angry look. At that moment, the boy also became angry. What does this brat allow himself to do? Although I don't know what he could have suffered here, thought Dunn. He has a strange character. Just don't pay attention to him and you yourself will be safer, said the man in the prison cell. I don't know why the escort team took you with them. You're nothing but trouble, one guy said to the boy. Are you from the consortium? Asked a guy named Dune in surprise. Did I really find them, thinking our hero? Yes, why do you ask? An adult man began to become interested in the Dun, but our hero did not yet know what to answer. So, it looks like this is Xiao, Madame Xiao's brother. He is very defensive. It remains to be seen why, the boy thought. He is afraid not only of me, but also of the rune hunters from the escort team. Is he afraid that your identity will be revealed? It looks like it won't be easy. Our hero continued to think. The man stood calmly and looked directly into the eyes of the Dong boy. He was waiting for an explanation. We already had a clear and intelligible answer. I just heard that the consortium escort team was robbed. I never thought that I would suffer the same fate. The boy began to speak to the man. Unexpectedly, a large fat man with a bald spot on his head screamed loudly and began to cry. The news reached the city. Does that mean the ransom is ready? The young man began to hesitate and answer uncertainly. Well, I don't know. I'm not sure. Tell me Manager Xiao won't leave us? Right? The adult man asked the boy. Dung turned away from the boy, and he, in turn, began to carefully examine the young man. Now I have to think about how to get him out safe and sound, our hero thought, looking at the boy. It was deep night. There was complete silence on the street. Lights were burning here and there in the windows of the houses. This fiery elephant is expensive. We will make good money on it, said the man who was holding large red tusks in his hands. When the boss gives us our share, we will move to the city and party until we drop. We have enough money for everything we could possibly want, said the other man. Look at you. A simple fire elephant can make you so excited, the leader asked his gang. The men were scared. The team we robbed a few days ago belongs to the Gold Consortium. The boss contacted his people and asked for a huge ransom, a fortune, said the man in the red t-shirt. Are we really going to get rich? The bandits said and continued to hold the huge tusks of the fiery elephant in their hands. They were filled with a sense of gain and money. At this time, the gang leader was sitting in another room and working at the computer. The Gold Consortium is very rich. We can get a lot of money from them. We may even be able to enjoy life for a month, or even a whole year, said the man looking at his computer. He continued to press different buttons and look up the information he needed on his computer. How are things? Asked the boss. Leader, what are the orders? Asked a man in a red t-shirt who entered the room of the gang leader. Lately I have been haunted by one thought in my head. I think all the time, said the gang leader. Lately I haven't liked one girl. I remember that there is one like this in the Poison Wolf team, so bring her to my room, said the gang leader. The car in the red t-shirt went in search of this girl. He went to wander the corridors of the prison. At that moment, our hero was sitting on the floor, leaning his back against the wall. I was thinking. With my fighting abilities, escaping alone won't be a problem. Their boss won't be able to stop me. But if I need to take the others with me, it will not be easy. Luckily, I already sent a message to Eugene. Now it depends on him whether we will be saved or not. The boy continued to think. Suddenly, a man's voice rang out. Eat, bastards! After which he threw pieces of bread onto the floor. Hey, listen, there are 6 of us here. Why are there only 4 buns? The boy said indignantly. Don't eat if you don't like it, they answered our hero. Everyone who was in the prison cell quickly grabbed pieces of white bread and began to eat it greedily. It was clear that they had not been fed for several days. "Get lost, it's mine," shouted the fat elderly man. "I'm the team leader. If you dare to steal my bun, I will make sure you have a miserable life in the future," the man shouted, taking away a piece of bread. The guy who didn't get food got very angry with him. To the side behind him, the boy continued to eat his bread. The true nature of people will be revealed under extremely harsh conditions, the boy thought at that moment. The guy grabbed the little boy with both hands and began to choke him, trying to take away a piece of bread. It looked terrible. "Spit it out, you useless brat! Quickly give me the food!" The guy shouted at the little boy and continued to choke him. He was simply not himself. In this scuffle, the boy dropped his piece of bread from his hands onto the floor. This was not supposed to continue, and our hero kicked this scoundrel in the head with all his might. The blow was so strong that the teeth began to fall out of my mouth. "Bastard, do you want to eat too? What do you allow yourself?" The young man spoke indignantly and in an angry voice, clutching his face with his hand in pain. "Even though the law of the wild states that the fittest survive, is it too inhumane to attack a child?" Our hero shouted at this guy in an angry voice. The little boy looked attentively at the Duna. "Don't mind your own business. You only know how to intimidate normal people." The guy was indignant. "We're all handcuffed. Rune hunters have no advantage if you want. We can fight," the boy said, smiling. "Interesting. Let's see how long you can protect this burden," a young man with blue hair said in an offended voice. "Here, take this. We are all in the same situation here," said an adult man, and handed half of his bun to the guy with blue hair. He was surprised. "Thank you," the guy answered. "I almost forget about my duties as a rune hunter. I let my anxiety and hunger get the better of me." The man began to speak out loud. "Come here!" A child's voice was heard behind our hero. The young boy handed half of his piece of bread to the boy Dun. The young man did not expect this. "Thank you, and forgive me for being so selfish," said the little boy, and continued to hand half of his food to our hero. "I just got here and I'm not that hungry. You can really eat this yourself." "Don't worry," answered the boy Dun. The little boy looked closely at our hero and asked, "Can I really finish this?" "Yes, of course. Eat. You are hungry and you need strength. You have a young, growing body. Don't think about anything, just take and eat your food," the boy said, smiling. The little boy immediately sat down on the floor and held this piece of bread with both hands. He greedily ate the bread, filling his mouth full and barely swallowing it. It was clear that he was very hungry. "I must first gain his trust before I can find an opportunity to talk to him," our hero thought, looking at the little boy. Even though these two rune hunters seem to be good, it is difficult to say whether they will give Manager Xiao after learning the truth about this boy. "What are you doing? Let go, don't touch me." Loud screams began to be heard in the prison cell. Doom Boy turned around to see what was happening. "You should be grateful that our boss wants to see you. If you continue to resist, we will maim you and throw you into the street," the man said to the girl with red hair. "Then take it and do it," the sister answered in an angry voice. "Damn this idiot, this gang leader, this fanatic, looks like he has his eye on my sister," the boy said and became angry. "I can summon my runestone weapon and save my sister, but if they act recklessly, I will put Xiao Boy and the others in danger," thought our hero. "But I will never let them have their way. First, I will save the sister of the fiery forest and then everything else," the Dun continued to reason. "Who the hell are you?" the man shouted loudly. "This gang territory is bad. You are looking for death by coming here," said the man, who had a sharp metal tip in front of his face. "No one is allowed to leave the prison. I won't repeat this a second time," the man said menacingly, holding his spear in front of the other guy's face. "What are they? They don't look like the team members sent by Boss Eugene," our hero thought, looking at what was happening. "Oh God, thank you. Did someone really come to save us?" said the satisfied elderly man and began to smile with happiness. "Judging by what they are wearing, they must be sent by Minister Zhan from the Qingshi region." "Hooray, we will be saved soon," said a fat man with a bald spot on his head. "This is wonderful. Finally, we can leave this terrible place," said another man from the prison cell. "E-rank rune hunters? Who are you guys?" the man in red clothes began to ask in surprise and fear. "You don't need to know that. Our leader is currently negotiating with your boss regarding our mission," answered the big bald man. We are looking for this child, said the bald man, and handed over photographs that showed a boy. The man sitting on the floor looked and was surprised. Your gang boss famously kidnapped him? The big bald man asked in an angry voice. This is true? Kept asking. They are looking for the boy Xiao Chuanya, but Manager Xiao already sent me. Strange. Very strange. Our hero reasoned as he spied through the door what was happening. A lot of questions. And there are no answers at all. Nothing can be done yet. So we have to wait and see what happens. Thought done. I got it. These people are here because they want to kill this guy. How did I mention this right away? Guessed the boy Dunn. A man in red clothes looked at the photograph and began to ask questions. Tell me, what do you want from him? Just answer my question. And don't forget that I'm asking the questions here. Have you seen this boy or not? The big bald man continued his interrogation. Yes, I saw him. He's here. He's right behind that door. A frightened young man in red clothes began to point his finger at the door of the prison cell. Dunn saw it all. Damn, things are about to go south. Everything is not going in our favor, thought the boy Dunn. I thought it would take a while. I didn't expect that I would find it so quickly. The bald man behind the door said loudly. The little boy heard everything too. He was very frightened and hid his body in the corner of the prison cell. A few seconds later, the door to the prison cell was opened with a strong kick. There was a loud crash. Our hero did not yet know what to do. He didn't want to reveal himself, not reveal all his secrets and trump cards. Boy Xiao, we were sent here by your elder sister. Come with us. We will take you to her, the big bald man said in a kind voice and with a smile. The little boy looked at the man carefully. He had a lot of questions for him. And then he said, I do not know you at all. I have no trust in you. I will leave this prison with only one person whom I now completely trust. This man's name is Dunn the Rune King. I know about him. No problem. Let's go quickly. Your sister is tired of waiting. The man answered the boy. This is where this wonderful, entertaining story ends. We really hope that it will have a good continuation. Thank you all for your attention and subscribe to our channel.